A year ago, my father, bearing a sword, ventured forth to vanquish demons, never to return. All that remained of him was a sword, known as the Sword of Guardianship, and a grove of peach blossoms. 1 year later, the young man entered the Kingyun sect, enduring neglect and confined within the peach forest. The sword stood prominently within the sect, yet the world referred to it as the Sword of Shame. No one respected him, nor did they remember that his father had perished in battle for humanity. On his 18th birthday, the young man severed the peach blossoms upon the mountainside, and under the gaze of the multitude, grasped that sword. In the instant the sword was drawn, those who mocked him fell beneath its edge. The lurking demons trembled, the slumbering evil awoke from its dreams, and the exalted immortals bowed their heads for the first time. On that day, the world finally recalled. This sword had once safeguarded all of humanity, and its master had returned. Chapter 1. The Year of Peach Blossom Wine. Carrying the sword into Kingyun. Spring rain fell softly. The young man held a wooden sword at his waist, a woven bamboo basket slung over his right arm, and a gourd of wine on his back, his feet clad in straw sandals as he moved briskly. Allowing the wind to scatter peach blossoms upon his damp hair and slightly worn blue robe, he bore an air of calm elegance. Traversing through the rain-soaked woods, his gaze was clear, a boy of 12 or 13, undeterred by the storm. His name was Gu Yusheng. A year prior, a great demon had invaded Qingping Prefecture, plunging humanity into peril. That was the last time Gu Yusheng beheld his father's formidable figure as he departed Kingyun Gate to confront the demon, the steadfast and gentle gaze imprinted in his mind. Now, at the foot of Qingping Mountain amidst the peach grove, stood a solitary grave. The only mementos of his father were a wooden sword and a gourd of wine. The grave was overgrown with thick grass. As the spring rain fell, petals of peach blossoms drifted down, and Gu Yusheng could no longer see the back of that figure who had always carried a sword. He placed the gourd of wine before the grave and looked up at the overcast sky, where the rain fell like threads, resembling tears. After a long moment, Gu Yusheng drew the wooden sword from his waist and struck at a nearby peach branch, sending a flurry of petals cascading around him. Ah, he sighed softly. He gazed at the wooden sword, his slender fingers caressing it gently, lost in fond memories that filled his countenance with a tender nostalgia. In that peach grove, a young child sat upon his father's shoulders, eyes wide with curiosity about the world. Father, you carry a sword every day, yet I have never seen you use it. Can you truly wield a sword? I know a little. Father, will you teach me to practice with the sword? I cannot teach you. The master said that only after slaying the blossoms can I teach others, but I can make you a wooden sword. Father, let me see your sword. Do not touch it. It is a sword of guardianship. What is a sword of guardianship? Yusheng, you are still young. When you grow up, you will understand. Memories flooded back. Gu Yusheng took a deep breath, gathering peach blossoms to place in the gourd of wine, and spoke. Father, today the Kingyun sect is recruiting disciples. I intend to enter Kingyun to cultivate. If you are watching from above, please bless me to gain entry and find a master. Once I have mastered the sword, I will slay the demons that torment humanity and rid the mountains of these blossoms. He took a sip from the gourd, the fiery liquor stinging his youthful heart. In that moment, the 13-year-old boy seemed to grow a little stronger. With a wooden sword, a gourd of wine, he journeyed toward Qingping Mountain. Horses thundered past Gu Yusheng, kicking up dust as they carried the young, affluent scions heading to the Kingyun sect. The path without his father's presence felt interminable. Yet, Gu Yusheng's resolve remained steadfast. He was unafraid of muddy sandals or a damp robe. The road to the Kingyun sect was deeply etched in the joyful memories of his childhood, and with his father's demise and slaying demons, those memories became all the more poignant. Ah, who do we have here? Why, it's you. Gu Yusheng. A carriage pulled by 2 horses parted its curtain, revealing a boy of similar age to Gu Yusheng. It was Lu Chun, a childhood companion from Kingyun town. His father had once been a cultivator at Kingyun sect and had safely returned from slaying demons, now a revered elder of the sect. With wealth and servants in tow, Lu Chun exuded an air of grandeur. Once playmates, they had diverged on their paths. Gu Yusheng looked up at Lu Chun, who wore a smug and haughty expression. Lu Chun raised his hand, halting the carriage. His attendants regarded Gu Yusheng with amusement, their expressions playful. Today, the young master entered the Kingyun sect, and the Lu family would produce yet another cultivator. Encountering an old friend, the attendants were aware of their master's intentions. There was entertainment to be had. Lu Chun smirked. Gu Yusheng, are you here to pay tribute to your cowardly father? Gu Yusheng clenched his hands within his sleeves, his knuckles whitening as he replied, my father is not a coward. He is. Lu Chun's voice rose slightly. The attendants nearby stifled their laughter behind their hands. A year ago, 3,000 cultivators had departed Qingyun to confront demons in Qingping Prefecture, and Gu Yusheng's father, Gu Bai, was among them. Slaying demons was a great honor, and upon their return, the townsfolk would have welcomed their heroic souls. Yet that year, many had perished, nearly annihilated. Gu Yusheng's father had also failed to return, and the companions had brought back only an unsheathed sword. Soon after, rumors spread in Qingyun town, claiming that Gu Bai had not even had the courage to draw his sword against the beast, fleeing across Qingping Prefecture until ultimately swallowed by a great demon. Gu Bai is a coward became a popular topic of gossip over meals in Qingyun town, but he is not, Gu Yusheng replied, biting his lip. For all these years, he had believed that the father who had emerged from the peach grove, sword on his back, was a hero who fought demons. Liu Chun spread his hands, his gaze settling on the wooden sword at Gu Yusheng's waist, mocking, then asked the people of Qingyun town. He is not a coward. Gu Yusheng's hands clenched into fists within his sleeves, his frail form trembling slightly, his lips turning pale. Then he isn't. Ha ha ha. Liu Chun cracked the whip, urging the horses onward. The hooves splashed mud onto Gu Yusheng once more. He stood there, dazed. Laughter erupted from within the carriage. The son of a coward has come to cultivate in the mountains. That piercing voice was not carried away by the spring wind, instead echoing ever clearer in his ears. He is not, Gu Yusheng murmured, his voice barely a whisper. His eyes felt heavy, and as he looked up, they were already red, on the verge of tears. In his eyes, the peak of Qingping Mountain towered high, so high that Gu Yusheng could never see its summit. Yet he always felt that his father's silhouette from that year was even taller. Father, how high is Qingping Mountain? Yusheng, you cannot see the summit because you dwell in the abyss. You must ascend to the peak to gaze upon the world. Father, have you ever reached the summit? That year, Gu Bai did not answer. Perhaps he spoke, but the wind carried his words away, and Gu Yusheng did not hear. One day, I will ascend to the highest point of Qingyun to see. Gu Yusheng vowed, gripping the wooden sword. If his father had reached the summit, he would follow in his footsteps. If his father had not, then he would ascend to see for himself. How high was this mountain? How vast was this world? It is good for a youth to aspire high, but do not forget to watch your steps, an old man said calmly, trailing behind him. The old man was clad in tattered garments, his hair grizzled, his eyes sunken, his cheekbones prominent, his age indeterminate, his stature remarkably short. He bore a large, elongated black wooden box on his back, reminiscent of a zither case, yet more akin to a sword sheath. The old man, leaning on a bamboo staff, pointed to the ground, and Gu Yusheng noticed a large pit in the path before him. Thank you, sir. Gu Yusheng bowed in gratitude. The elder leaned heavily on his staff, panting, as the fine rain drizzled upon his graying hair and tattered garments. The wind tousled his silver strands, causing his robe to rustle, while the wooden box behind him remained untouched by the spring rain's haze. The elder's murky gaze swept over the wooden sword at Gu Yusheng's waist, then lingered on the gourd strapped to his back, momentarily igniting a spark of awareness within him. Young lad, might I have a sip of your wine? Gu Yusheng hesitated and replied, This wine is a tribute to my father. You are still but a child. Even if your father were alive, I would still partake of this wine. The elder beckoned Gu Yusheng to sit beside him and rest. Gu Yusheng approached, silently removing the gourd from his back and handing it to the elder. The elder uncorked the gourd and inhaled deeply, sighing, a fine peach blossom wine. With that, he drank it all in one gulp. Gu Yusheng's eyes widened in curiosity. Over the years, he had lived in modest means. The wine in his gourd was merely a self-brewed concoction infused with a few petals of peach blossom, hardly exquisite. Yet, seeing the elder's weathered visage, as if he had traversed a lifetime of trials, stirred a sense of empathy within Gu Yusheng. He thought to himself that if he did not strive, he too might one day drown his sorrows in a jug of turbid wine. With this realization, Gu Yusheng's resolve grew stronger. This year, I have had my fill of peach blossom wine. Next year, I shall return for another gourd. The elder stroked his beard, satisfaction evident as he returned the gourd to Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng hung the gourd back upon his back, his gaze fixated on the wooden box behind the elder, emboldened by the gift of wine to inquire, Old sir, what lies within that box? A demon-slaying sword, the elder answered calmly, gesturing toward the wooden sword at Gu Yusheng's waist. Your sword is not without merit. Shall we exchange? Instinctively, Gu Yusheng tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his eyes drawn to the box. In that moment, he perceived the intricate inscriptions adorning the box, far more profound than those on the demon-subduing tablet at the entrance of Qingyun town. The sword within must surely be of extraordinary quality. The fleeting thought of an exchange vanished. This wooden sword was crafted by his father, who had scoured the peach blossom forest for the finest piece of peach wood, carving it day and night. Gu Yusheng recalled how his father had spent half a month drinking beneath the peach trees while carving the other side of the sword's hilt. Resolutely, Gu Yusheng shook his head and replied, "I shall not trade." The elder seemed to chuckle softly. "What a pity. Old sir, if the sword is kept in the box, is it not difficult to draw when facing demonic beasts?" Gu Yusheng sought an answer from the elder, a comforting excuse for his own unrest. For a year, he had endured sleepless nights, burdened by regret, having never witnessed his father draw his sword. He had passed away. Jiyu Yusheng had never even seen him. It felt like a nightmare. The townsfolk of Qingyun often branded his father as a coward, too afraid to unsheath his sword against demons. Jiyu Yusheng harbored resentment. Resentment toward his father for not drawing his sword. If only his father had drawn it at the very least, he would not lie buried beneath those peach trees, and the tablet could have borne the name Gubai in honor of his spirit. No, the sword rests within the box merely to be drawn at the right moment to slay demons. The elder responded without hesitation, setting aside his bamboo staff as he slowly rose to his feet. The elder's form appeared less frail. The spring breeze caressed his weathered face. His gaze became piercing, and he stood tall, the sword box behind him resonating with a clarion. Sound.as he spoke. The sword was drawn. A streak of azure light sliced through the air like a fine rain over a mountain. Petals of peach blossoms danced in the air, swirling and descending like endless flowers upon the youthful visage of Gu Yusheng. The emerging sword energy shattered the sky like bright stars. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the heavens, casting the firmament into shadow. Jiyu Yusheng did not receive the answer he sought, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. This sword was akin to a beacon in the night, guiding him forward. Clang! The sword returned to its sheath, fresh crimson demon blood dripping from its tip. With a resounding sound, it was sheathed. The sword remains in its sheath, for the time has not yet come. The elder suddenly placed a hand on Gu Yusheng's shoulder, gently patting it. His gaze upon Gu Yusheng was no longer laden with weariness. It shone with brilliance. In the grand struggle of the world, the most arduous path lies in slaying demons. May the peach blossoms guide you into Qingyun. The elder murmured as Gu Yusheng's eyes regained their luster. The world around him fell into profound silence. When he turned to his side, the elder's figure had vanished. Suddenly, the sound of wheels and hooves echoed, leading him down the path to Qingyun. Jiyu Yusheng had arrived at the gates of Qingyun Mountain. Chapter 2. The Proud and Aloof Mo Wanyan. Falling into Gu Yusheng's life. Who exactly is that old gentleman? Gu Yusheng's heart reverberated with astonishment. The sword he wielded sparkled like the galaxy, its profound intricacies unfathomable. As for the ability to teleport, it was beyond anything he had ever encountered. He pondered when he might be able to wield a sword and stir the stars. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yusheng beheld the Qingyun Sect before him, its grand staircase leading directly to the towering palace, instilling in him a sense of awe and trepidation. Gazing at the vast sky, the white clouds resembled drifting dogs, clustered together in splendid hues, while the majestic Qingping Mountain loomed high. At the foot of Qingping Mountain, shadows flitted about, and the neighing of fine steeds filled the air, as young masters strode ahead, accompanied by a retinue of servants. Gu Yusheng's arrival was akin to a speck of dust, causing no ripples whatsoever. At the forefront of the crowd stood 3 disciples of the Qingyun Sect, clad in their distinctive attire, swords at the ready. The spring breeze rustled their garments, imbuing them with an ethereal aura. Cultivators. Such a transcendent identity, evoking both admiration and reverence. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient chimes of Qingyun Sect resonated through the heavens. One disciple stepped forward, his gaze fixed ahead. Gu Yusheng felt as though this single glance pierced through each individual present, sending a shiver down his spine. Those wishing to join the Qingyun Sect must understand that it is no easy feat. Allow me to show you the way. With the wind as my ally, I shall ascend to Qingyun. The favorable winds of Qingping Mountain favor those who ride them to lofty heights. As his words fell, a stir arose among the crowd. How could one ascend on the wind? What if one were to fall? Yet, the disciple offered no explanation. Instead, with a slight smile and a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned a wisp of cloud above the heads of the crowd, transforming it into a gentle breeze. With this wind, he rose gradually, to the astonishment of all present. An immortal. Instantly, common folk bowed in reverence, fervently chanting their desires. May the immortal bless me with 7 loyal wives. Humph, this is the Qingyun Sect, not a wish-granting hall. Begone. A fierce gust swept through, sending the kneeling supplicant tumbling, spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground. Though he did not perish, he sustained considerable injuries. Witnessing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. Indeed, while riding the wind was a splendid notion, Should one fall face first to the ground, it would hardly be graceful. Amidst the throng, Gu Yusheng gazed upward at the ascending clouds, deep in thought. The encounter with the elderly man earlier had bestowed upon him a fleeting sense of weightlessness. Could it be this very momentum from the wind? If he had solely relied on his own 2 feet to reach this destination, he would likely have squandered precious time. To rise with the wind, not to waste the fleeting years. Gu Yusheng felt a stirring within, sensing a breeze drawing near. Ascending on the wind? It seemed that this impoverished place, Qingping Prefecture, harbored such delightful wonders. At that moment, a youthful, proud voice broke the air. Gu Yusheng turned to behold a little girl of similar age, her hair cascading in braids, approaching briskly. Dressed in a white and green skirt, with ornamental tassels adorning her hair, she moved with a delicate grace. Her brows arched like fluttering wings, and her eyes sparkled like jade, with a slender waist slightly exposed. Her ruby lips revealed pearly teeth as she walked with an elegance reminiscent of orchids beckoning butterflies, her steps light and lively. What a captivating beauty she was. In my humble opinion, one should not disregard the aspirations of the young Miss Wan Yun as she embarks upon her journey toward the azure skies. Grandfather, I cherish my name, Mo Wan Yun. Such is the name of the young girl. As she spoke, Gu Yusheng felt the delicate hand of the girl beckoning him gently, as if the very breeze itself yielded to her presence. The fragrance of orchids wafted through the air. A little fairy ascended gracefully, as if startled, soaring like a startled swan. Oh dear, my little ancestor, wait for this old bone of mine. An anxious, aged voice emerged, revealing an elderly man with a head of white hair, carrying a basket of books while engrossed in reading another, his steps light and hurried as he approached, gazing at the young girl with affectionate eyes. Ha ha, grandfather, this is delightful. The young girl, with her hair in braids, embraced herself like a mischievous child, seemingly dozing upon the wind. As she lowered her gaze, she noticed a young lad below, staring dreamily at the sky, his shoes muddied and a gourd slung over his back. Her lips pursed in disapproval. Don't stare. The girl pressed her hands against her skirt, and suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing her to lose her balance and tilt precariously toward the ground. Oh dear, grandfather, help, help. Mo Wan Yun cried out in haste. Little ancestor. The elder Mo appeared unable to part with his book even for a moment. Upon witnessing his granddaughter's fall, he quickened his pace, reaching out to catch her. Gu Yusheng found himself engulfed in darkness. Before he could comprehend the situation, the little fairy collided with his nose. Instinctively, he reached out, and, inexplicably, caught the mischievous little girl. Humph. Mo Wan Yun stared at Gu Yusheng with fiery eyes. Hey, you bumped into me. Before he could respond, she slapped him on the face, blushing. He instinctively dodged, explaining, my apologies, miss, it was my sword. Mo Wan Yun's body shifted, and a red ribbon from her hairpin became entangled with Gu Yusheng's wooden sword, falling to the ground unbeknownst to her. You scoundrel. Mo Wan Yun stepped on Gu Yusheng's foot. Oh dear, ancestor, are you all right? The elder approached, casting a quick glance over Gu Yusheng, relieved to see his precious granddaughter unharmed, and then returned to his book, lost in its pages. Mo Wan Yun, initially intent on reprimanding Gu Yusheng, was incensed to see her grandfather succumb to his obsession with reading and tugged at his beard. Grandfather, I am upset. This place is no fun. I want to go home. The elder, startled by the tug on his beard, cried out in surprise and waved toward the 2 bewildered disciples of the King Yun sect. Hey, you too. I have traveled a great distance. You must guide me through these lofty mountains. The 2 disciples of King Yun approached with utmost respect, their faces pale with astonishment, and spoke. May we inquire if you are the esteemed Mr. Mo from the Saint Academy of Books? The elder nodded. This is my granddaughter, Mo Wan Yun. I have brought her to Qingping Mountain to witness the blooming peach blossoms. As for the ascent. Upon hearing this, the disciples turned pale with fright. One hurriedly exclaimed, to have the honor of welcoming Mr. Mo is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Miss Mo need not trouble herself. Please, allow us to lead the way. Mo Wan Yun, observing the reverent demeanor of the disciples, glanced at Gu Yusheng with a hint of mischief, rolling her eyes. Humph. I shall insist. She pointed at Gu Yusheng. This is all your fault. She moved her fingers once more, summoning a gentle breeze that lifted her skyward, as if she were seated amidst cottony clouds. Playfully, she stuck out her little tongue at Gu Yusheng, her hands cupping her ears in a mock grimace. Little catfish, I shall whisk away all your wind, preventing you from ascending the mountain. Mo Wan Yun waved her sleeves, stirring the clouds in the sky, as gusts of wind swirled around her like a pair of wings, lifting her gracefully into the air. Little ancestor, do take your time, the elder said, placing his book into his satchel and hastening up the mountain, the world appearing to him as a verdant landscape. An innate, immaculate body, exclaimed two disciples from the Qingyun sect in unison, their faces etched with astonishment. Junior brother Qi, you stay here. I shall immediately inform the presiding elder at Qingyun. Or rather, go directly to the sect leader and have him come forth to welcome Mr. Imo. Why not me? Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. If anyone, even the sect leader, could receive a word or two of guidance from Mr. Imo, it would be a blessing accrued over 3 lifetimes. Impudent. I am the senior brother. My word is final. Zhao Zhan, originally tasked with recruiting new disciples, abruptly abandoned his post and hurried after the erudite elder. Qi Ming, left behind, clearly wore a gloomy expression. The winds at the foot of the mountain had already been disturbed by Mr. Mo's granddaughter, and for 3 days. The gentle breeze would be hard to come by. Yet, what could be done? That young girl, not only stirring the winds, but capable of leveling Qingping Mountain. Who would dare utter a sound? The wind has vanished. Allow me to guide you along another path, the Qingyun ladder. Qi Ming gestured toward the ladder behind him, where Mr. Imo, book in hand, ascended step by step. Anyone who climbs the Qingyun ladder may become a disciple of our Qingyun sect. Go forth. A smirk played on Qi Ming's lips, evidently harboring some ill intentions, as this scene unfolded before Gu Yusheng's eyes. Is there such a fortunate opportunity? A throng of youth, bewildered by the mysteries of the Qingyun ladder, rushed toward it. Hee, what naive souls, Qi Ming scoffed, initially tasked with the easy duty of recruiting new disciples. A role that not only garnered substantial contributions to the sect, but also uncovered numerous talents. Yet, today, a significant figure had graced the Qingyun sect, and he found himself deprived of any chance to ingratiate himself. How vexing. Such is the nature of sect camaraderie, thin as a cicada's wing. Qi Ming's gaze fell upon Gu Yusheng, whose muddy attire belied the fortune of having caught the attention of Mr. Mo's granddaughter, an inexplicable jealousy welling within him. What is your name? Gu Yusheng. Surname Gu. Qi Ming frowned, disliking the name. He is the son of Gu Bai? Lu Chun pushed through the crowd, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Ah, the son of Gu Bai. Lu Chen's words resonated like thunder on a clear day. Setting aside the fact that Gu Yusheng had just received a young girl into his arms, inciting envy and admiration, the mere mention of Gu Bai was enough to send shockwaves through the area. What? He is Gu Bai's son? Who is Gu Bai? I feel as though I have heard that name before. Are you truly so foolish? Gu Bai, the coward who, when faced with a demon, could not draw his sword and fled in terror, a disgrace to the Qingyun sect. The son of a coward dares to show his face at the Qingyun sect. Is he planning to bring further shame upon himself? Ha! As Qi Ming learned that Gu Yusheng was the son of Gu Bai, his expression grew increasingly frigid, and a twinge of jealousy morphed into profound dissatisfaction within him. However, in the presence of thousands, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, lest he be accused of bias within the Qingyun sect. Since this fellow failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would allow him to suffer further embarrassment. Qi Ming straightened his posture, clasped his hands behind his back, and addressed Gu Yusheng. Will you not offer a word of defense? Gu Yusheng remained silent. His eyes had never been so piercingly clear. Every face around him wore a mocking smile, each grin stabbing at his heart like sharp needles. He fixed his gaze intently on Lu Chun, who, brimming with triumph, proclaimed to Qi Ming, Brother Qi, I am the son of Lu Zhan. Oh, Qi Ming responded, surprise flickering across his features. Then you need not ascend the Qingyun ladder. Come with me to the Qingyun sect. Yes, brother. Lu Chun, having successfully leveraged his lineage, reveled in his newfound advantage, pointing derisively at Gu Yusheng. What are you staring at? Not convinced. I have a father. You do not. Ha ha. Chapter 3, A Father's Dishonor. A son's shame. Vowing with the sword to the heavens upon hearing Lu Chen's taunts, Gu Yusheng felt as though he had been pierced anew by 1,000 needles. Throughout the past year, despite distancing himself from the bustling marketplace, he had endured relentless gossip, each barb inflicting a visceral pain that reddened his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he instinctively drew the wooden sword from his waist. Ha ha, you think a wooden sword can kill me? Look at yourself. Lu Chen laughed even more audaciously as Gu Yusheng brandished the wooden sword. The surrounding crowd paused momentarily, regarding Gu Yusheng as if he were a fool. In this ruthless world, no one would extend sympathy to the weak, a truth Gu Yusheng understood all too well. Stepping forward amidst the multitude of mocking gazes, he drove the wooden sword forcefully into his own thigh. Thud! Blood gushed forth like blossoms unfurling. Gu Yusheng slowly withdrew the sword, his fingers stained crimson, and traced 3 lines across his face. Pointing the sword at Lu Chen's brow in full view of the world, he declared, Lu Chun, we have no enmity between us, and once shared the bond of playmates. Yet today, you have insulted my father twice. I may not grasp the grand philosophies, but I understand the shame of a son for his father's dishonor. Today, I swear with my blood, 3 years hence, on the day we don the crowns and receive accolades, I shall slay you with this sword, avenging the humiliation of today." Though Gu Yusheng's voice was not loud, it resonated with conviction. As his words settled, the 3 blood trails on his youthful face coalesced into a single droplet, which, before the crowd could react, suddenly darted into Lu Chen's body. "What have you done, Gu Yusheng?" Lu Chen stumbled back in fear as the blood-stained wooden sword frightened him, and the blood droplet entered him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with terror and confusion. "This is not good, young master. The blood oath. How could this brat invoke the heavenly oath?" An elderly steward beside Lu Chen suddenly sharpened his gaze, fixating on Gu Yusheng with a flicker of murderous intent. His concealed hand transformed into a fist, ready to strike. "Hold!" Qi Ming, the Qingyun sect's envoy, stepped forward. "No fighting is permitted here." His words were not spoken out of a sense of justice, nor were they intended to protect Gu Yusheng. Qi Ming turned to glance at Mr. Mo, who was currently absorbed in his reading on the celestial ladder. The book he held radiated a sacred glow. Qi Ming interjected sharply, "Butler Lu." It was this young man's words that stirred the sacred text in Mr. Mo's hands. "Forming a celestial oath. You must not act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences of this oath will rebound upon your young master." "What?" Butler Lu, who had intended to strike, felt a tremor of apprehension at the mention of the sacred text. Reluctantly, he lowered his sleeves, fixing a fierce gaze upon Gu Yusheng, though he soon let out a cold laugh. "A celestial oath? What of it? This towering celestial ladder will keep you at bay. 3 years from now, you will be nothing more than an ant beneath my young master's heel. Yes, I will crush you." Lu Chen roared at Gu Yusheng, his voice a mixture of fury and fear, though he was momentarily shaken by Gu Yusheng's determination. The thought of being a disciple of the celestial sect filled him with renewed confidence. Gu Yusheng paid no heed to Lu Chen. His heart thundered with understanding. The so-called oaths were far from mere words. They represented a treacherous path, one laden with thorns. He reattached the blood-stained wooden sword to his waist, the blood from his injured leg dripping from his pants to his shoes as he made his way through the crowd. In that moment, everyone parted for him. The laughter faded into silence. Although many still perceived Gu Yusheng as insignificant, akin to dust, the phrase regarding a father's shame resonated within some hearts. A journey to the mortal realm often intertwines with familial bonds that are hard to sever. Even crows repay their benefactors, and lambs kneel to suckle. Many gazed at Gu Yusheng's frail figure, watching as he left a trail of bloodied footprints upon the moss-covered ground, leading all the way to the celestial ladder. Could he ascend the celestial ladder? A voice emerged from the crowd. A middle-aged scholar, holding a fan, spoke. "While I hope he succeeds in reaching the celestial heights, making things more intriguing, I would wager he won't last 3 steps." The celestial ladder was forged from the blood of countless disciples of the celestial sect. Countless beasts have perished upon Qingping Mountain, their valiant spirits coalescing into this most enigmatic of ladders. It is a path of heart and soul, without unwavering will and fortitude. Each step feels as if crushed under a mountain's weight. His father, Gu Bai, trembled and did not dare draw his sword in the face of beasts. And at merely 12 or 13, he surely cannot overcome this trial. Gu Yusheng ignored the murmurs around him. The pain in his leg was sharp, yet it brought him an unprecedented calm. He stepped forward, placing his foot upon the celestial ladder, marking the first step of his cultivation journey. A subtle yet powerful pressure enveloped him, as if a mountain loomed overhead, slowly descending upon him. He lifted his gaze. The celestial ladder towered into the clouds, seemingly reaching the heavens. Remarkably, he was not repelled. The middle-aged scholar expressed surprise, for this test was a rite of passage into the celestial sect. The first step was not particularly high, easily surmountable. Yet, even so, countless individuals had failed to take that initial step. As Gu Yusheng ascended the Azure Cloud ladder, many were drawn to follow suit. Yet, as they lifted their feet, an invisible force sent several of them tumbling to the ground, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Fortunately, Qi Ming, the guide from the Azure Cloud Sect, waved his hand to prevent any injuries, but the sight of those sprawled on the ground was utterly pitiful. Reminiscent of a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, Gu Yusheng raised his bloodied foot and took a second step. The unseen destination loomed ahead like the depths of a well, with him at the very bottom, a stubborn frog pressing forward, step by step. Suddenly, a weight bore down on Gu Yusheng's shoulders. Though he could see nothing, he felt as if a heavy, icy stone rested upon him. In a daze, he perceived the Azure Cloud ladder ahead shrouded in swirling blood mist, morphing into clawed and fanged beasts that lunged toward him. Deep within, a strange voice echoed, "Your father is a coward, a man who flees before monsters." No. Gu Yusheng roared defiantly, stepping forward. The mocking laughter within his mind abruptly faded. Yet, the monstrous apparitions born from the blood mist grew increasingly vivid. He could even discern their sharp claws and drooling fangs. I am not afraid. Gu Yusheng's resolve solidified. He took another step, his body feeling as if it were being raked by those razor-sharp claws, torn and agonizing. The sensation was strikingly real. Gritting his teeth, he slowly lifted one foot. Remarkably, he had advanced 2 steps. Behind him, the middle-aged man with the fan revealed a hint of astonishment from his vantage point. Gu Yusheng was now several dozen feet above the ground. In truth, the Azure Cloud ladder did not possess as many rungs as it appeared. However, the multitude of onlookers, with their unseeing eyes, could not discern the reality. Yet, this was where it would end. The middle-aged man waved his fan, presenting an air of having seen through the intricacies of human nature. Fall! Fall! Voices clamored, as their family disciples had already faltered on the first rung. How could this country bumpkin have taken 2 steps? Intolerable. Upon his 3rd step, Gu Yusheng sensed an even more powerful aura assailing him. This time, it was not just the grotesque faces of the beasts, but also figures filled with terror, fleeing relentlessly from the pursuing monsters. Run! Run! Echoed the voices, attempting to pull Gu Yusheng back. With a slight smile, Gu Yusheng calmly replied, "Everyone has a path to retreat, except for me." Gu Yusheng. With a thud, he took his 3rd step, his gaze clear and his expression resolute. The oppressive weight upon him vanished, as if by some strange magic. Ah! A voice of astonishment arose, not from the abruptly silenced middle-aged man, but from Mr. Mo, who strolled leisurely up the Azure Cloud ladder, his eyes still fixed upon his book. Casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yusheng. The path of learning is long. Am I merely slow? At this rate, I shall be overtaken by the waves behind me. The elder continued onward. In Gu Yusheng's eyes, there was no sight of Mr. Mo, only the endless steps of the Azure Cloud ladder. Seizing the moment as the weight on his shoulders dissipated, he hastened forward, taking several more steps. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng felt as though mountains were collapsing upon cities. The myriad of ferocious beasts that had once appeared vanished, replaced by a colossal demon. The creature's eyes glowed like lanterns, its wings unfurled to an imposing span, and it ascended with a deafening cry. As the great demon soared, countless mortals scattered in terror like ants. Gu Yusheng felt an overwhelming sense of solitude as he pressed onward. How absurd it was for mere mortals to dare confront a demon. The demon's voice reverberated like thunder. Many fled in panic. Even those sword-bearing cultivators displayed fear upon their faces, each seeking to save their own lives. "Flee, you feeble insects!" echoed the demon's taunt. No one dared to step forward. No one dared to draw their sword. In that moment, a thought flickered through Gu Yusheng's mind. Perhaps his father was not to be ashamed of. Such a formidable demon, and yet the ants still clung to life. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng's body trembled violently. No, this was wrong. He jolted awake. In his mind, the memory of his father, sword in hand, stepping forth into the azure clouds resurfaced. The resolute gaze he cast over his shoulder was etched in his memory. I should not doubt my father. He ventured forth to slay the great demon. Unrepentant, even in death, Gu Yusheng's previously bewildered expression transformed into clarity once more. This path, his father had once guided him along, and at that time, he had been upon his father's shoulders. Gu Yusheng could vaguely recall the joy of feeling the gentle breeze while perched there. Now, the path lay beneath his own feet. He must walk it himself. If his father were in the heavens, he would surely be watching over him. Gu Yusheng steadied his trembling form. The terror of mountains being crushed and seas being severed still loomed, and he felt insignificantly small. The great demon spiraled through his thoughts like a haunting specter. Instinctively, Gu Yusheng grasped the sword at his waist. This is a sword of protection. When you grow up, you will understand. Gu Bai's words echoed in his mind anew. He tightened his grip on the sword, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face. In his recollections, Gu Yusheng remembered his father often lost in books, yet always carrying a sword. Perhaps he had never drawn it to slay a demon. Yet he remained resolute, unwavering. Who was he protecting? Humanity? Such lofty ideals were not his concern. Father, I understand now. I know whom you protect. I will live well. Chapter 4. That year, the sword of protection stood before the demon-sealing monument. Gu Yusheng pressed forward. Gritting his teeth, he beheld the silhouette of the old man engrossed in his reading, inching closer with each step. He did not look back. There was no need to do so. Yet, the azure cloud ladder ahead appeared endless. Gu Yusheng felt his body weaken immensely, sweat from pain soaking his visage. Each step was a monumental struggle. What folly it is for this little eel to stab itself with a sword. On a cloud, Imo Wanyun surveyed Gu Yusheng from above. Her arms crossed. Blood stained the young man's shoes, and her initially amused expression shifted slightly, as if a memory stirred within her large, thoughtful eyes. "I should not have disturbed these clouds," she murmured softly, then turned to the old man, saying, "Grandfather, he is but a step away. Could you not lend him a hand? I cannot assist. The path must be walked by oneself." The elderly man stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Ah, Wan Yun. Remember this. The trials of youth often constitute the most valuable treasures of life. You should not meddle in such matters." Mo Wan Yun huffed with a touch of defiance. "Grandfather, here you go again. If you won't help, then spare me the lecture about the value of hardship. Who would choose a rocky path when a smooth road is available? It is merely a matter of lack of choice. If you won't assist, then I shall help him myself." Her gaze fell upon Gu Yusheng's face, and though her arms were crossed defiantly, her small fists clenched unconsciously. That would only bring him harm. The elder's expression grew serious, halting his granddaughter's actions. Mo Wan Yun pouted and exclaimed, "Come on, little mudfish, give it your all. You're just one step away." After saying this, she became suddenly aware that Gu Yusheng might hear her, and in a fit of annoyance, she spat, "Pa, why should I cheer for a scoundrel? Oh right, once he enters the Kingyun sect, I shall make him feel the sting of my little fists." Mo Wan Yun tilted her head skyward, yet her eyes remained fixed on Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng felt as if all his strength had been drained from him, his sweat-drenched body growing weak and feeble. The Kingyun ladder stretched ahead, seemingly endless. Is this where it ends? He lifted his gaze. His fists gradually tightened once more. "Yusheng, you cannot see the mountain peak because you dwell in the abyss. To ascend, to reach the summit, is the only way to behold the world from the precipice. I promised my father that I would reach the summit to take a look. If I cannot even enter the Kingyun sect, how can I speak of climbing mountains and seeing the world? I, Gu Yusheng, must keep my word." With a fierce roar, Gu Yusheng stepped forward. As his foot landed on the new step, a blinding white light suddenly appeared. The elderly scholar beside him lagged behind. In the next moment, Gu Yusheng was the first to enter the Kingyun sect. Qingping Mountain, shrouded in perpetual mist, resembled a realm of immortals. The towering peaks, layered like clouds, reached high beyond the sky. The Kingyun sect occupied the area of the 6 peaks of Qingping Mountain, with immense platforms connecting the 6 summits. At the entrance, the peaks encircled a colossal ancient monument, 1,000 feet high, the Demon Suppression Monument. This monument was brought from the demon realm by a sage. Crafted over a century by the finest engravers of the world, adorned with countless demon suppression symbols. It has stood on Qingping Mountain for millennia. It does not belong to the Kingyun sect, but rather to the 3 great sacred lands of the Lower Xian realm. To jointly protect this monument, the 3 sacred lands dispatched several elders to establish the Kingyun sect, solely for the purpose of safeguarding the demon suppression monument. Over the centuries, countless formidable demons, demon kings, and even great demon kings have attempted to invade Qingping Mountain, intent on destroying this monument, but they have all been ruthlessly suppressed by its power. The Demon Suppression Monument is sacred. For centuries, it has borne the names of countless practitioners who sacrificed themselves for humanity, honored and revered by future generations. Their heroic spirits gathering at the monument, never to reincarnate, pledging to guard humankind. Even the esteemed scholar Mo Fanshen from the Sacred Academy brought his granddaughter Mo Wan Yun to pay respects before the monument. Before the Demon Suppression Monument stood many elders and core disciples of the Kingyun sect. As the newly appointed master of Kingyun sect, Xiao Rang, also known as Suanjaizi, welcomed the esteemed Mr. Mo and his granddaughter, a rather stark contrast emerged. Gu Yusheng, the first to ascend the Kingyun ladder and enter the sect, found himself neglected and overlooked. This indifference was not due to a lack of interest in recruiting disciples. Rather, it stemmed from the name Gu Yusheng, which failed to ignite any intrigue among the master, elders, or disciples of Kingyun sect, even eliciting a hint of amusement in their peripheral vision. Left to languish in solitude, Gu Yusheng felt the chill of their disregard, particularly from one elder, Lu Zhan, father of Lu Chun, who harbored open hostility towards him. Yet, out of respect for the arrival of such a significant figure as Mr. Mo, he refrained from expressing his disdain, especially with numerous disciples outside still attempting to scale the Kingyun ladder, thus requiring patience. Gu Yusheng's gaze wandered through the crowd until it suddenly narrowed, his frail body trembling slightly as a complex array of emotions washed over his pale visage. Before the imposing Demon Suppression Monument, a colossal tortoise bore a sword embedded deeply into its back. It was none other than the sword of Gu Bai. The blade, along with its scabbard, was thrust with overwhelming force into the tortoise's shell. In that moment, Gu Yusheng was engulfed by a wave of humiliation. His fingers dug into his flesh, turning a deep shade of purple, yet he felt no pain, only a profound sorrow and complexity within. His father's sword, disgracefully affixed to the back of a tortoise, conjured memories of countless nights spent with his father, who bore the sword with dignity, always impeccably dressed, tirelessly imparting wisdom on reading and morality. The gentle man who cared deeply for humanity, now reduced to a symbol of shame by the Kingyun sect. "Grandfather, there is a sword here," exclaimed the curious Mo Wanyun as she attempted to approach the blade, only to be gently restrained by Master Sunjizi, his sleeve brushing against her in a manner reminiscent of a gentle breeze. The elders of Kingyun's sect, as if touching a forbidden taboo, hastily interjected, "Miss Mo, that is a sword of disgrace." Confounded by their reactions, Mo Wanyun looked on in bewilderment. "Wanyun, come here to your grandfather. Do not inquire recklessly." The elder, clearly reluctant to discuss the sword, cast a loving glance at his granddaughter before his gaze drifted towards the abandoned Gu Yusheng. Though usually proud and mischievous, Mo Wanyun was astute and perceptive, quickly grasping the underlying tension from the earlier interactions at the foot of the mountain. With a mere glance from her grandfather, the realization dawned upon her that this sword must be connected to the boy who had been left in the shadows. Observing the prominent figures of Kingyun's sect vying for her grandfather's favor while that boy stood forsaken, she felt a sudden pang of guilt at his desolation. In this chaotic world, joy and sorrow seldom intertwined. Seizing the moment while the others flattered Mr. Mo, she deftly slipped away to stand before Gu Yusheng. "Hey, little mudfish. I'm Mo Wanyun." Deeply ensconced in his melancholy, Gu Yusheng trembled, clenching his fists as his lips quivered. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "Gu Yusheng. That name carries weight." Gu Yusheng sighed. "Yours is the same." Mo Wanyun's lips curled into a slight smile, her tone laced with a hint of arrogance. "Humph, indeed." She contemplated saying more, when suddenly Elder Lu Zhan of Kingyun's sect bellowed, "All disciples entering the mountain, gather before the demon suppression steel." Mo Wanyun raised an eyebrow at Gu Yusheng, then, with a graceful step in her silk shoes, returned to Mo Fancheng's side and yawned. "Grandfather, I am weary." Hearing this, Mo Fancheng addressed the sect master Xianjitsi of Kingyun's sect. "Dear Dearest Xiao, I have come to this place for leisure, and I apologize for any disturbance. My granddaughter is lively and mischievous. I kindly request a tranquil abode for her. It is our honor to host Elder Mo at Kingyun's sect. Please." Xianjitsi turned to glance at Lu Zhan, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on the young man, a fleeting complexity flickering in his eyes. "Elder Lu, please ensure the proper selection of new disciples for the sect." Lu Zhan's expression shifted, a smile breaking through as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Understood." Following half a step behind Mo Fancheng, Xianjitsi furrowed his brow and addressed the masters of the 6 peaks. "Elders, you may remain as well. Haven't you all cherished this segment in past years? This year, we have several promising disciples. I trust you will select wisely and guide them diligently." The peak masters exchanged knowing glances, internally grumbling about their sect leaders' habits of seclusion, relegating trivial matters to them while fiercely guarding core interests. After all, the esteemed guests were from the Saint Academy, and any guidance they could offer would significantly shorten the arduous paths of cultivation. Although reluctant, the peak masters and elders nodded amiably. "Yes, sect master." Mo Fancheng, holding an ancient tome, paused and pointed to his granddaughter. "Mo Wanyun, I nearly forgot. My granddaughter has reached the age for cultivation. If the elders are willing and fate permits, please accept her as a disciple." "What?" Xianjitsi's eyelids twitched, his gaze inadvertently drawn back from the boy. The masters of the 6 peaks were momentarily taken aback, swiftly calculating the implications of accepting Mo Wanyun as a closed-door disciple. With their discerning eyes, they recognized that this seemingly proud young lady was, in fact, blessed by the teachings of the saints. A naturally pure spirit, such individuals are rare in a millennium. "Elder Mo, is this truly appropriate? Our Kingyun sect is but a humble guardian sect, a third-rate minor sect. We fear we may mislead the young." Xianjitsi appeared slightly stern, exuding an air of somberness. Lacking the commanding presence of a sect leader compared to the elders beside him, there is nothing inappropriate about it. I recall that Kingyun's sect also possesses numerous techniques from the 3 great sacred grounds. "Wanyun, whom do you wish to take as your master?" "As long as Miss Mo is willing, it suffices." Xianjitsi stroked his beard, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Kingyun's sect desperately needed outstanding disciples. Mo Wanyun yawned again, displaying a hint of reluctance. Suddenly, she pointed to the slender, solitary figure standing apart, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Whoever accepts him as a disciple, I shall follow in their footsteps. When I was down the mountain, his shoes were pinching my feet, and I intend to teach him a proper lesson for bullying me daily." Chapter 5. Gu Yusheng, you must strive to excel. Mo Wanyun's words momentarily stunned the elders beside her. In their eyes, a youth like Gu Yusheng was utterly insignificant. Despite his ability to ascend the Qingyun ladder and enter the Qingyun sect, what did it truly matter? Just moments ago, the sect leader had instructed Lu Zhan to oversee the admission of new disciples, an implication that was unmistakably clear. In the minds of the majority, Gu Bai was a disgrace to the Qingyun sect, and though his son would not be expelled, he would undoubtedly be neglected. Once the fervor of recruitment subsided, it would be easy to concoct a reason to cast the boy out of the mountain gate. Yet, fortune seemed to favor this lad, as he was under the protection of the granddaughter of a great scholar. Despite Mo Wanyun's youth, the influence she wielded was akin to an insurmountable mountain. Were it not for the lingering prestige of the three great sanctuaries that once established the Qingyun sect, it would be feared that even a girl like Mo Wanyun could shake the foundations of Qingping Mountain with but a stomp of her foot. Moreover, due to various circumstances over the past few centuries, the Qingyun sect had long severed ties with the three great sanctuaries, with only a demon suppression stele remaining to signify its former glory. Individuals as talented as Mo Wanyun were coveted by the Qingyun sect, but alas, she was entangled with Gu Yusheng, much like a perfect pot of porridge marred by a single drop of rat droppings. An unpleasant situation indeed. Nevertheless, when there is sustenance, one must inevitably strive to seize it. The masters of the Six Peaks were all shrewd, each more astute than the last. An elderly man adorned with the emblem of a danhe, a mythical crane, stroked his beard and proposed, "Sect leader, let Miss Mo join my Dangxia Peak. She possesses a pure body, and her studies in alchemy will surely yield fruitful results. As for Gu Bai's son, he may simply attend to menial tasks in alchemy, without the need to descend the mountain to vanquish demons. After all, he cannot bring disgrace upon us from outside." Initially, upon hearing the mention of alchemy, Mo Wanyun expressed some interest. However, upon hearing Zhao Sanqian, the master of Dangxia Peak, disparage Gu Yusheng, she shook her head, declaring, "I do not wish to practice alchemy." Zhao Sanqian's expression stiffened. He cast a fierce glare at Gu Yusheng, lamenting that such a promising girl would be burdened by this dead weight. How unfortunate. Immediately, a plump Taoist priestess, holding a whisk, addressed Mo Wanyun, stating, "Miss Mo, you may join my Laokun Peak. I will impart to you the way of the seven emotions. With your clear heart and understanding, you can directly transcend the realms of Yuan Tai, open meridians, refine bones, and condense the soul. Within 7 years, you shall enter the realm of harmony and be capable of contending against formidable demons." Upon hearing Daoist He Hongnian's words, even the great scholar, Mr. Mo, was somewhat taken aback. The path of cultivation, of course, involves different levels of attainment, ascending from the lower to the higher realms. Yuan Tai, opening of meridians, refining bones, condensing the soul, harmony, unity, and golden elixir. However, as humanity cultivates 3,000 paths, the directions diverge after reaching the unity realm. There are great scholars, holy monks, and Taoists. Hence, practitioners tend to refer to those with profound cultivation as belonging to the 7th, 8th, or 9th realms. The first 4 realms pertain to the martial path, representing the pinnacle of martial cultivation. Many individuals devote their entire lives in vain, striving to reach the 4th realm. The Qingyun sect is a modest faction, and its current leader has merely attained the unity realm, making it somewhat challenging for him to confront a formidable demon lord. Yet, the 7 emotions path astonishingly allows one to enter the 5th realm in just 7 years. How could the Qingyun sect possess the 7 emotions path as part of its legacy? He Hongnian spoke, "To report to you, esteemed elder, the 7 emotions path was bequeathed by a celestial maiden of the transformation realm from the sacred land of Penglai. Regrettably, the inheritance is incomplete. However, should Miss Mo achieve mastery, she may have the opportunity to enter the sacred realm." Understanding this, Mo Fanchinge pondered briefly. While the 7 emotions path is indeed remarkable, once one embarks upon this path, his lively and endearing granddaughter might transform into a frigid and distant personality. The sect leader, Xian Gizi, observed the expressions of the various peak masters and elders, and after a moment of contemplation, he devised a strategy. He cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. "Given our status, we are not yet qualified to be Miss Mo's mentors. We can only impart knowledge. Therefore, Miss Mo's extraordinary background and unique constitution will enable her to progress rapidly in her cultivation. The masters and elders of the 6 peaks may instruct her, and naturally, I can also offer guidance. What do you think, Elder Mo?" "Good," the elder replied succinctly. Though he had spent years in the company of sacred texts, rendering him somewhat of a bookworm, he was perceptive enough to grasp the thoughts of those around him. He understood that the crux of the matter lay in the internal deliberations within the Qingyun sect regarding the potential benefits and drawbacks. Each of the 6 peaks could provide instruction, but not all would necessarily need to be pursued. Xian Gizi, indeed worthy of his position as sect leader, recognized that if Mo Wanyun were to take only one master, it would merely establish a straightforward mentor-student relationship. However, should she study and practice under all 6 peaks, it would foster a deeper connection with the Qingyun sect. Mo Fancheng, having devoted half his life to scholarship, had long since cultivated a broad-minded perspective, feigning ignorance while seeing through the situation. Upon receiving Mo Fancheng's consent, Xian Gizi's expression brightened, and he then inquired among the peak masters and elders. Casually gesturing towards Gu Yusheng, this young man was the first to enter the mountain. Who among you wishes to take him as a disciple? The previously cheerful expressions of the assembly froze abruptly. After all this time, the difficult question had fallen back into their midst. The Falling Dust Peak does not accept male disciples, as you well know, esteemed sect leader. Zhao Shixing, did you not mention earlier that the Dangxia Peak was in need of some alchemy disciples? Did I say that? Zhao Sanqian shrugged, nonchalantly dismissing the matter. I never claimed such a thing. My 4 esteemed peers, the Dangxia Peak has always had fewer disciples and requires those with innate talent for alchemy. While your 4 peaks are quite populous, your assertion is erroneous, Shixing Zhao, another interjected. Though our peaks have many members, we each have fixed quotas for accepting new disciples whenever we open our doors. Enough. The sect leader waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to discuss the newly arrived Gu Yusheng. What a raucous commotion. Elder Mo has traveled a great distance and deserves a serene environment in the company of poetry and nature. It is indeed fortuitous. The peach blossoms are abundant on Qingping Mountain. Master Lu, being of advanced years, has little inclination to tend to the peach trees. Let us assign the young man to the peach blossom grove, with all other provisions equal to those of the sect's disciples. The sect leader's wisdom shone brightly, and the peak masters and elders displayed expressions of delight, secretly sighing in relief. Mo Wanyun's glistening eyes swept over the peak masters and elders, before settling on the youth before the demon suppression monument, her heart silently murmuring, "Little mudfish, we are not friends, and I am not a benevolent soul. I can only assist you to this extent." Before the monument, Gu Yusheng withdrew his gaze from the sword, although an intense urge surged within him to draw it. He understood that such an act would ultimately be futile. Gu Bai was no coward. Each time he clarified his stance to another, it felt as though a dull blade mercilessly scraped open old wounds. Weakness is a sin. Faced with Gu Bai's sword, Gu Yusheng could only remain silent, his resolve unwavering. Once more, Gu Yusheng gripped the wooden sword at his waist, resolutely assuring himself, "Gu Yusheng, you must strive for success, even if the Qingyun sect does not favor you. Persist in your training, and one day, you shall draw this sword before all and prove that you did not lie." With grand aspirations in his heart, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Training, this was his singular thought. Moments later, he glanced down at the sword in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Within his palm lay a hairpin adorned with a red string. That little girl. Gu Yusheng raised his hand, but only caught a glimpse of her lively figure retreating into the distance, surrounded by a throng of elders from the Qingyun sect. A scene bustling with excitement. Gu Yusheng silently lowered his gaze, observing his mud-stained, bloodied shoes. Mountain birds and fish traveled different paths. This path of cultivation is one walked alone. At this moment, more disciples had successfully passed through the Qingyun ladder's assessment. Among these youthful disciples, not all relied solely on their own will. Many benefited from a pill known as the demon avoidance pill, which facilitated their entry into the Qingyun sect with ease. This pill, sold in various markets by the Qingyun sect, was exorbitantly priced. Clearly, a robust family background and financial resources were integral to the sect's evaluation process. This is quite fair. Behold, a sword resting upon the turtle's back. The disciples who had passed the Qingyun assessment, after paying their respects at the demon suppression monument, displayed varying degrees of idleness. Some noticed the sword embedded in the turtle's shell. That was a sword of shame. Lu Chun, who had brought it up, wanted to ensure that everyone was aware, deliberately raising his voice with malice directed at Gu Yusheng. "Do you know whose sword this is? Could it be Gu Bai's? Indeed, it belongs to that coward who trembles at the sight of a great demon." Lu Chun laughed wantonly, and those around him joined in the laughter. "Gu Yusheng, your father has been nailed to the pillar of disgrace. Why do you not defend him?" Gu Yusheng clenched his teeth, eyes closed. "Enough. Silence." After the laughter subsided, Lu Zhan and the others feigned stepping forward, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. "Since you all recognize that this is a sword of shame, remember well, Your cultivation is for the purpose of vanquishing demons and evil. Do not let your fear of beasts prevent you from drawing your swords. Now, the elders of each peak shall begin selecting disciples. The 6 peak masters and elders, having played their roles, returned, their gazes falling upon the crowd, conveniently overlooking the frail figure of Gu Yusheng, who stood isolated and shunned. Though the majority of these individuals have yet to embark on their cultivation journey, one cannot dismiss the possibility that certain scions of noble families may have commenced their training early, nurturing their primordial essence through medicinal means. Among them, those of exceptional aptitude, akin to the likes of Mo Wanyun, are indeed rare finds, appearing but once in a millennium. A man with a flowing beard and a sword at his side suddenly brightened with interest. He was Lei Jianghong, the master of Yunfen, and his gaze fell upon a prince surrounded by dozens of attendants. This prince, appearing to be 3 years older than Gu Yusheng, was adorned in resplendent attire and enveloped by a throng of admirers. Clad in imperial robes emblazoned with a distinctive 9-dragon motif, he held a hand to his nose, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Yusheng, as if the earthy scent emanating from him was unbearable. The Qianlong dynasty? A superpower 1,000 miles distant from Qingping Mountain. What could possibly prompt a prince to venture here? Wait, is that an unawakened Qianlong sword body? Lei Jiangheng's eyelids twitched with a mix of astonishment and delight. He leaped agilely to the side of the aristocratic prince. What is your name? Would you consider joining my Yunfen to study the sword? I can guarantee that within 10 years, you will become the foremost, if not the second genius of King Yuan, an unparalleled talent in the sword arts. The haughty youth replied coldly, I am Chu Chun, the 9th son of the Qianlong dynasty. I aspire to become the greatest genius of the empire. At the coronation ceremony 3 years hence, I will claim the title of number 1 in King Yuan and propose to the young lady of the Mo family. With the noble Qianlong bloodline of the Chu clan coursing through my veins, I am a natural talent for swordsmanship. Do you possess the qualifications to teach me? Indeed, I do, Lei Jiangheng responded, shedding his earlier demeanor, his eyes now gleaming with fervor. Humph. King Yuan sect is merely a third-rate faction. Were it not for my father learning that the esteemed young lady of the Mo family would be residing at Qingping Mountain for 3 years, this prince would not have given it a second thought. As he spoke, the prince's gaze turned to Gu Yusheng, a tone of derision lacing his words. Qingping Prefecture is a mere backwater. How could a country bumpkin aspire to cultivate and one day vanquish demons? Such naivete is laughable. Chapter 6. The supreme primordial essence and the mysterious wine-gourd Lei Jiangheng wore a conciliatory smile, casting a glance at Gu Yusheng, his brow furrowing with a hint of disdain. He turned to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, this boy has already been assigned by the sect leader to the Peach Blossom Grove. Please escort him there, lest he embarrass himself here. Elder Lu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The sect leader had previously insinuated that he had the authority to handle this boy entirely on his own. The audacity of this lad to issue a heavenly oath against his own son, challenging him to a life-and-death duel, had long since earned his deep-seated animosity. Hearing that the boy was to be sent to the Peach Blossom Grove, Elder Lu scoffed softly. The sect leader still valued reputation and had afforded this boy a sliver of hope. However, although the Peach Blossom Grove was indeed a beautiful place, it was a site of former conflict between humanity and the demon race, where rivers ran red with blood, thus enabling the blossoms to flourish for a millennium. Elder Lu glanced to his side, and a disciple approached Gu Yusheng. This disciple, with a sharp jaw and beady eyes, was anything but courteous. What are you standing there for? Follow me. Glancing back at the prince named Chu Chun, Gu Yusheng turned and made his way toward the Peach Blossom Grove, a place he knew well. Senior brother, there's no need to see me off. Who would wish to see you off? Just take your belongings. The man with a sharp nose and a thin face, beleaguered by such an unfortunate task, felt a surge of relief upon hearing that Gu Yusheng did not require his assistance. He casually removed the sect supplies meant for new disciples from his shoulder and, deftly, pilfered a silver ingot from the bundle. Remember to behave, stray from the designated path, and you shall be expelled from the mountain, he admonished. Gu Yusheng, accepting the bundle, retorted, does your act of thievery not constitute a breach of sect rules? The man's expression stiffened. Which eye did you see that with? Gu Yusheng fixed his gaze upon the scrawny man, poised to speak. Curse it, the man scoffed, begrudgingly relinquishing the silver to Gu Yusheng before retreating in disgrace. Third one. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself as he turned away. The breeze on Qingping Mountain was cool, and the King Yun sect was both expansive and intimate. As Gu Yusheng traversed the path alone, the mountains and rivers around him became mere memories, his figure muddied and unremarkable, akin to a wild grass by the roadside. Unnoticed by all, he understood the solitude of existence, akin to a drifting dust without roots. He walked the path behind the demon-suppressing monument, reminiscent of his childhood when he basked in paternal affection. That narrow path, now overgrown with wild grass, meandered alongside a gentle mountain stream. The once resilient thatched cottage had fallen into disrepair. The peach blossoms had shed their petals through the spring, year after year. It seemed as if nothing had changed. The atmosphere still ancient and warm. Yet, Gu Yusheng was painfully aware that his father was no longer present. With sword in hand, he pushed open the courtyard gate, reaching out to pluck a peach blossom, a smile breaking across his youthful face. Gu Yusheng, you must strive in your cultivation, starting now. After briefly surveying the dilapidated courtyard, Gu Yusheng seated himself on a small wooden tiger stool, running his fingers over its polished surface, lost in contemplation. In his childhood, he could frolic and play before his father. Now, only memories of bygone days remained. Drawing forth the wooden sword at his waist, he unfastened the wine gourd from his back. From his bundle, he retrieved the welcome gift for new disciples of the Qingyun sect, 1 silver ingot, an identity token, 2 sets of Qingyun sect attire, a manual for entry-level cultivation, and several sect handbooks. The Supreme Yuan Fetal Spirit Induction Manual was the foundational text all disciples of the Qingyun sect were required to study upon initiation. This manual, a relic of the past, was handed down collaboratively by the great masters of the 3 major sects when the Qingyun sect was established at Qingping Mountain by the demon-suppressing monument. It was strictly forbidden for non-disciples to disseminate its teachings. Thus, even Gu Yusheng's father had never dared to impart the cultivation methods contained within. The path of cultivation begins with the acquired Yuan fetal essence. The sages believe that after birth, a person becomes tainted by the essence of the 5 grains, losing their innate vitality. Therefore, one must re-establish their foundation and refine their Yuan fetal essence. Only by doing so can one qualify for cultivation. Failing to refine the Yuan fetal essence results in a lifetime of mere martial prowess, strong in body, yet unable to transcend the laws of nature, defy destiny, or extend one's lifespan. The refinement of the Yuan fetal essence varies among individuals, thus creating a hierarchy. The entry manual categorizes the quality of Yuan fetal refinement into superior, average, and inferior grades, each further divided into 3 levels. The 9th grade represents the poorest quality, while the 1st grade is deemed the best. The primordial fetus, once cultivated to the 3rd tier, can ascend to the upper echelon of primordial beings. The upper tier primordial fetus gleams in azure, while the lower tier manifests as gray. When refined to the 2nd tier, the primordial fetus radiates a silvery light akin to the moonlit sky. Upon reaching the 1st tier, it shines resplendently like the rising sun, capable of influencing celestial phenomena. The degree of refinement varies among individuals. Those of inferior talent or with innate physical deficiencies can only cultivate a flawed primordial fetus, whereas prodigies not only require little time for refinement, but can also achieve the upper-tier primordial fetus with ease. The path to refining a primordial fetus typically spans a minimum of 3 months and may extend to 10 years. Those endowed with exceptional talent advance boldly and swiftly, while the average individual must tread the path with painstaking diligence. At this juncture, Gu Yusheng manifested a contemplative expression, his eyes clear and filled with self-belief. Though a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind, it swiftly dissipated. He had little left to lose and could only strive for improvement. I shall cultivate a 1st-tier primordial fetus, he declared, clenching his fists. However, at that moment, his stomach audibly protested. A hint of embarrassment crossed Gu Yusheng's face as he realized that, before embarking on any grand endeavor, one must first satiate their hunger. He made his way to the brook beside the peach blossom grove, removing his muddy shoes to wash them. The chilly mountain stream chilled him to the bone as he tore a piece of cloth to bandage the wound on his right leg. Attempting to spear fish with a wooden stick proved futile, leaving him no choice but to encircle the fish. At this moment, I cannot even manage to catch a single fish, let alone contend with demonic beasts. In 3 years, I must face Lu Chun. I must exert myself. Gu Yusheng kindled a fire in the small courtyard to roast the fish. The peach blossoms in the mountain woods, dampened by rain, left his clothes slightly wet and cold. He retrieved a gourd of wine, and as the frail youth inhaled deeply, a sip of wine slid down his throat, igniting a sharp sensation that reddened his eyes. His father had once indulged in wine, forbidding him from even a drop. Now, no one was there to counsel him. The wine was indeed bitter. Yet he couldn't help but smile wryly, pretending to be carefree. What fine wine! As Gu Yusheng tilted his head and took another sip, the mist in his eyes gradually transformed into a resolute strength. He was no connoisseur of wine. Yet memories of his encounter with the enigmatic elder beyond the mountains surfaced unbidden in his mind. The sword had danced through the stellar river, deeply captivating the young heart. When will I ever wield such a breathtaking sword? He pondered. Taking another taste, he felt a peculiar warmth rising within him, a sensation that gradually engulfed his body. Initially, he paid it no heed, simply wishing to stave off the chill, but soon, he felt as if a fire was igniting within him, making him unbearably hot. As if an uncontrollable force was rampaging within. What sorcery is this wine? Could it be poison? Gu Yusheng stared incredulously at the gourd in his hand. This was a cherished possession of Gu Beizheng from his lifetime. On a full moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Yusheng remembered his father saying that this wondrous item had been exchanged for 3,000 dou of poetry and wine during his travels to Xianhu, leading his companions to regard him as a fool. Thus, Gu Beizheng had kept it in use. Gu Yusheng recalled that this gourd of wine held a story, one intertwined with the fateful romance of his father and mother. I am but a humble soul. The elder had no reason to harm me. Gu Yusheng felt a dense mist rising from his body. With a focused thought, he opened the Taishang Yuan Tai Ling Inju and began to cultivate according to the methods within, guiding the uncontrollable power coursing through him. As time passed gradually, beads of sweat began to form on his slightly flushed face, and the wound on his right leg gradually healed as if returning to its original state. When the stars in the sky began to shift, half a day's effort had elapsed. Gu Yusheng slowly awakened, opening his eyes in confusion, gazing at his hands, which were slick and drenched, smeared with dirt and the scent of grime. He picked up the wine gourd and hurried to the thatched cottage, securely shutting the door behind him. Lighting a candle, he washed away the filth clinging to his body, and under the candlelight, he scrutinized the gourd in his hand. It appeared remarkably ordinary, resembling an unripe green gourd that had been hollowed out. Gu Yusheng fetched several bamboo bowls, pouring a cup of wine from the gourd. This time, he approached with much more caution, savoring a sip and waiting for the warmth to rise within him. Moments later, it felt as if a flame ignited in his belly. Indeed, Gu Yusheng's face lit up with joy. This gourd of wine was truly a treasure. No wonder a remarkable individual found the seemingly mundane wine delectable. He then guided this surge of warmth to refine the Yuan Tai, and as the power dissipated, his body expelled a considerable amount of impurities once more. Following the descriptions in the foundational techniques, he distinctly sensed a gathering of azure mist akin to white clouds at the Danshan position in his body. Was this the manifestation of the Yuan Tai? Gu Yusheng found it somewhat unbelievable. According to the texts, the process of refining the Yuan Tai was akin to ascending a ladder, and one would typically require at least 49 days to witness such a sign. He grasped the wine gourd as if it were a prized possession. This seemingly ordinary item possessed extraordinary effects. He wondered whether it was due to the wine itself or some hidden profundity within. Just as he was about to pour the wine in the bowl back into the gourd, he unexpectedly noticed a layer of white mist rising from the wine, vanishing in an instant. A jolt of surprise coursed through Gu Yusheng, and he quickly took a sip. This time, as the wine went down, its sharp, acrid taste caused his face to wrinkle slightly. This was the true essence of wine. He waited meticulously, yet this time, no peculiar power surged in his abdomen. Instead, a wave of intoxication washed over him, causing him to sway and collapse onto the table, drifting into a muddled slumber. That night, the mountains outside the peach blossom forest were enraptured. An elderly man with loose hair, holding a lantern, approached the small courtyard. He did not enter but stood outside the wall, listening to the steady rhythm of the youth's breathing. His murky gaze was profoundly deep in the night. He extended his hand, and the bamboo bowl on the table flew into his grasp. The old man wrinkled his nose in disdain. Was this considered wine? Where was the exquisite fragrance he had just perceived? Shaking his head, he returned the bowl to its original place and turned away, hands clasped behind him. A group of worldly individuals, slightly troublesome, had come to disturb him. Did they truly think he was someone of little significance? Goodbye, oh goodbye, I Lu Yuan. Have shared a few cups of wine with you over the years, but do not expect me to guide your son in his cultivation. To shelter him and allow him to live a life of ordinariness is already a considerable favor. After walking a short distance, the old man seemed to recall something and murmured, Moreover, you never taught your son while you were alive, so I see no reason to teach him now. Chapter 7. The youth engages in martial arts. The path of the sword begins from the heart. The melodious chirping of birds fills the empty mountains, and the fragrance of peach blossoms wafts through the air. In the dim morning light, in a small courtyard, a wooden sword lies by the well, and a gourd hangs on the fence. The youth has been refining his primordial embryo for an hour, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The process of refining the primordial embryo relies on one's own danshan as a foundation, connecting with the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Akin to digging a well in the ground, The depth of the well determines the sweetness and clarity of its water. The quality of the primordial embryo is discerned by the color of the primordial energy that can be felt entering the danshan during refinement. Blue is optimal, gray is secondary. While achieving silver or even gold requires immense fortune and the ability to endure the excruciating pain inflicted by the chaotic primordial energy entering the body. Gu Yusheng gritted his teeth, resolutely persevering. After approximately an hour, Gu Yusheng opened his eyes, his frail body swaying slightly, utterly exhausted, with bite marks on his lips. Still blue. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself. These past few days, he has toiled day and night to refine the primordial embryo. And the energy formed in his danshan is blue. This signifies that his refined primordial embryo is of the third rank, barely qualifying as a superior embryo. Yet, Gu Yusheng remains unsatisfied. The primordial embryo realm is merely the prologue of the cultivation path. And the rank of the primordial embryo significantly influences how far one can progress along the path of cultivation and how high one can ascend. Not enough. I must strive harder. After a brief rest, Gu Yusheng once again practiced the taking primordial embryo spirit induction technique, guiding the primordial energy of heaven and earth into his danshan. Initially, it manifested as a deep blue, but under Gu Yusheng's refinement, it gradually transformed into a ball of blue primordial energy. Blue is derived from indigo yet surpasses it. However, to refine the blue into silver, Gu Yusheng felt as though he were a blind man crossing a river, groping his way forward. After persevering for a while longer, it seemed that the blue primordial energy in his danshan had increased. Gu Yusheng leaned against the railing, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for the gourd hanging on the wall and poured a small sip into his throat. The fatigue in his body quickly dissipated. Yet the spiritual essence contained in the wine was not as miraculous as before. Through these few days of experimentation, Gu Yusheng has come to understand the function of this wondrous gourd. It likely absorbs the spiritual essence from the world and infuses it into the wine, a process that requires 3 to 5 days. Once the spiritual essence has mingled with the wine, it dissipates swiftly upon leaving the gourd. The pace of cultivation is still too slow. At this rate, in 3 years, I may only reach the opening vein realm, which necessitates unblocking most of the body's meridians. A process that is even more protracted. How can I possibly contend with Lu Chun? How many years will it take for me to reclaim that sort of protection? Gu Yusheng took a deep breath. He had been in the peach blossom forest for several days, without a master to guide him in cultivation. Each day merely listening to the elders dispatched from various sects expound upon the refinement of the primordial embryo. Bang, bang, bang. The melodious chime of the Qingyun sect reverberated through the air. Gu Yusheng, adorned in a new set of Qingyun sect attire, hastened towards the martial arts arena situated behind the demon suppression monument. The arena was already filled to capacity with newly initiated disciples of the Qingyun sect. Though these neophytes had been assigned to the 6 peaks, many possessed mediocre talents, relegating them to establishing humble abodes at the foot of the mountains, practicing as outer disciples. Only a select few caught the discerning eyes of the elders to be recognized as inner disciples, while those chosen by the peak masters became the esteemed direct disciples of the Qingyun sect. Within the Qingyun ladder, there are distinctions in height. Similarly, the disciples of the Qingyun sect are classified into ranks. Gu Yusheng, however, found himself among the overlooked, lacking even a mentor to guide his cultivation, reliant instead on attending lessons from the rotating elders at the martial arts arena. Yet, these elders were often reluctant to impart their knowledge generously, merely fulfilling their sect duties to accrue significant contribution points. Finding a solitary nook, Gu Yusheng settled into a meditative posture, though numerous gazes were cast his way, accompanied by whispers and furtive glances. He had long grown accustomed to this scrutiny and chose to disregard it. The young man sat upright, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, pondering which elder from the peaks would impart their teachings today. The arena buzzed with noise, the whispers incessant. It was hardly surprising. The initial curiosity of newcomers to the Qingyun sect had gradually waned into the realization that individuals were ranked in varying tiers. Many had begun to abandon their efforts in the martial arts arena, feeling forsaken by the sect, drifting through their days in a daze. Some even sought to familiarize themselves in the hope of forging connections, believing that even if they failed the sect's assessment 3 years hence and were expelled from the mountain, they could still navigate the world with a network of acquaintances. Silence. A sudden voice rang out from the front of the arena. It was Elder Lu Zhan of the Qingyun sect. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Gu Yusheng, a knowing smirk playing at his lips. Today, he was not there to teach, but to announce several important matters. Effective immediately. Each individual must undertake a sect mission and complete it within 3 months, or face expulsion from the mountains. What? Aren't sect missions voluntary? A voice of dissent arose immediately. We still need to cultivate. Humph. Of course, you may opt not to undertake the sect missions. However, those without contribution points will not be entitled to any cultivation resources within the sect. Do not forget, the techniques and elixirs you practice and require must be exchanged for contribution points. Do you think merely attending these lectures will suffice? As Elder Lujan spoke, he cast another penetrating glance at Gu Yusheng. The sect does not nurture the useless. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Elder Lujan surveyed the disciples and added, "The affairs hall has issued hundreds of sect missions. You may collect them shortly." As his words settled, the disciples in the martial arts arena were taken aback and began to deliberate quietly. With nearly 1,000 new disciples and only a few hundred missions available, it signified that some would inevitably miss out. Even if the sect were to issue more missions later, they would categorize them into simple and difficult tasks, thus emphasizing the importance of selecting missions promptly. The individuals present were not foolish. Upon hearing the words, some immediately rose, anxious not to be a moment too late. With a swift rustling, one person moved, prompting others to stand as well. Gu Yusheng's frail figure was obscured by the crowd. "Humph, I have not yet finished speaking." Lujan scoffed coldly, causing the crowd to freeze in place. Suddenly, someone enlightened, exclaiming loudly, "Elder Lu, your son has not arrived at the training grounds. Have they already gone to undertake the sect's tasks? This is unfair." Unfair? Lujan snorted disdainfully. To seek fairness, one must consider one's strength. From the moment you entered the sect, the universe was set in motion. It is merely your unwillingness to accept it. The disciples, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger, yet could find no justification to counter his words. The universe is set? In a secluded corner, Gu Yusheng clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. It is far too early to declare the universe settled. At the same time, Lujan's provocative words only solidified Gu Yusheng's resolve to pursue his path. The universe is not yet determined. We are all still at the foot of the mountain, yet to ascend to the heights of the Azure clouds. The atmosphere in the training grounds became stifling. But Lujan's next declaration struck the disciples like a thunderbolt. I forgot to mention, the sect's assessment, previously conducted over 3 years, has now been reduced to 1. Within 1 year, those who fail to condense their primordial fetus will be expelled from the mountain. The sect does not possess the resources to sustain you all, so take heed. With that, Lujan swept away, leaving a palpable tension in his wake. 1 year to condense the primordial fetus. Is he mad? To achieve such a feat in 3 years is already a mark of genius. Why would the Azure Cloud Sect recruit so many without sufficient resources? Hush, you may not be aware, but in recent years, demonic beasts have rampaged throughout Qingping Prefecture, and many disciples from the previous generation have already perished. We might very well become fodder. Murmurs of discussion arose, and those with keen insight hurried towards the affairs hall. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to first complete the sect's tasks. The once crowded training ground now resembled startled birds, all hastening towards the affairs hall. 1 year. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself. He could condense the primordial fetus at any moment. Perhaps Lujan's words were intended for him, yet all he felt was disdain. Observing the throng rushing to accept their tasks, Gu Yusheng felt no anxiety. He had come here to absorb teachings. To simply follow the crowd might not lead to the selection of manageable sect tasks, and he risked forgetting his original purpose for being here. In the blink of an eye, the expansive training ground became desolate. Gu Yusheng gazed thoughtfully at the teaching platform at the forefront of the grounds. Surely, there would be no elder to impart knowledge today. The morning sun cast its glow upon the youth's face, his eyes still gleaming with anticipation. Untouched by the trials of age, akin to a tender sprout, slightly green, yearning for the nourishing sunlight to thrive. Why do you not depart? A languid voice broke through the silence, as an elderly figure clad in a blue robe appeared behind Gu Yusheng. The elder was slender, draped in a loose robe, with a long sword slung over his back. His cheekbones were slightly pronounced, and his hands, emerging from the sleeves, were robust and calloused. Gu Yusheng quickly rose, adjusting his Azure Cloud attire, placing his hands before him in a gesture of respect, and bowed, saying, "We await your teachings, esteemed sir." The elderly man scrutinized Gu Yusheng for a moment before gesturing for him to sit. Gu Yusheng assumed a cross-legged position, anticipating the elder would take to the lectern to impart his teachings. However, to his surprise, the elder merely strolled a few steps before casually seating himself opposite Gu Yusheng. "I am Yuqing Shan, a practitioner of swordsmanship at Yunfen. You carry a sword, so I presume you have an interest in the art?" Gu Yusheng nodded, his gaze transfixed upon the sword that hung behind the elder. "Do not concern yourself with others' swords. Instead, focus on your own. Yu Qingshan said kindly. I shall only teach for half a day. Discussing the philosophical aspects may take an eternity. It is better to converse about the sword. Cultivating one's essence is akin to forging a sword. Since you already possess one, you must practice, even if it is merely an unremarkable wooden sword. Gu Yusheng remained silent for a moment, his eyes suddenly ablaze with determination as he rose to perform a respectful bow. Please, master, teach me the way of the sword. Yu Qingshan shook his head slightly. The Qingyun sect has its own regulations. Until you have entered Yunfen, we cannot establish a master-disciple relationship. The youth clasped his fists in a formal salute, his expression turning solemn. After a brief pause, he resolutely stated, it would still be beneficial if you could impart half a day's worth of sword teachings today. Yu Qingshan, seated on the ground, observed the boy's frail figure illuminated by a shaft of light that fell upon his face. Contemplation crossed the elder's features. The path of swordsmanship is fraught with challenges, and the journey ahead is thorny. Have you truly considered this? Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Yusheng replied, I also wish to carry a sword upon my back. I have dedicated over a year to contemplation, and I humbly request your guidance. Very well, Yu Qingshan said, not allowing Gu Yusheng to resume his seat. Instead, he slowly removed the sword from behind him, holding it with both hands, the blade suspended before him, unsheathed. In this vast world, there are countless paths. Yet the way of the sword is singular. I will not impart to you sword techniques or stances, but rather the essence of the sword path and the nature of cultivation. Listen carefully. The youth leaned in, attentive. Chapter 8. The young man stood alone, resembling a mere pawn. The sun ascended gradually above him, and occasionally, a petal from the peach blossoms would drift past, carried by the breeze from Qingping Mountain. Yet he remained steadfast in his stance, unyielding. Curiosity, confusion, and contemplation flickered across his face, and amidst these expressions, he would occasionally pose questions. Yu Qingshan, the sword-bearer seated on the ground, was not one for idle chatter. However, he answered Gu Yusheng's inquiries with clarity and brevity, ensuring that the young man comprehended each point before continuing with his discourse on swordsmanship. Though the path of swordsmanship was indeed laden with thorns, wielding a sword while traversing the world was the most reliable means of understanding the profound truths and moralities that lay upon the tip of the blade. As he spoke, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed the elder's weathered face, and he raised a gnarled finger to point at the sword that hung at Gu Yusheng's waist. Swords vary in quality, and the sword path, too, possesses distinctions in elevation, akin to the realms of cultivation, ranging from the foundational sword, sword aura, sword intent, sword heart, sword spirit, to sword domain, encompassing 7 stages. The foundational sword transcends the self, devoid of origin or attachment, akin to the refinement of one's essence. In this world, where inequity prevails, do not underestimate the initial stage of the foundational sword. Many spend their lives in search of a sword, only to lose themselves. From my perspective, you have already entered the domain of the foundational sword. Had it not been so, I would not waste my breath. Lost in thought, Gu Yusheng, upon hearing this, clasped his fists and asked, are you suggesting that the wooden sword at my waist is my foundational sword? Yu Qingshan rarely displayed a smile as he observed the young man before him, who had been standing upright and listening to his teachings on swordsmanship for 2 to 3 hours. Was it not remarkable? Gu Yusheng remained silent. The wooden sword at his waist represented an unwavering obsession, a vessel for much sorrow and longing. To possess this sword was to earn the right to practice. The so-called realm of sword energy was merely the most elementary level. Even without techniques, one who possessed strength and agility could wield sword energy, a commonplace occurrence, indeed. However, the essence of sword energy lay in its concealment rather than its release. This point must be firmly etched in your memory. Gu Yusheng stood resolutely, committing this to heart. Though Yu Qingshan received no response from the youth, he increasingly recognized the boy's commendable qualities, young yet composed, perceptive of heart, and humble in demeanor. A fleeting thought of taking him as a disciple crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it upon recalling Gu Yusheng's background. The essence of sword force lies in power. Sword energy resides within the sword, while sword force extends through the attack, attached to the techniques. Regardless of how exquisite a sword technique may be, without the advantage of sword force, it is akin to a dull arrow piercing through silk. The realm of sword intent involves layers akin to mountains, its subtleties still too distant for you to grasp. As for the realms of sword heart, sword spirit, and sword domain, a wistful expression crossed Yu Qingshan's weathered face, filled with longing and a sigh of resignation. Such matters are subject to fate. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng spoke. Mr. Yu, if someone could sever the heavens with a single sword strike and shift the stars, what realm would that be? Have you ever witnessed it? Yu Qingshan's murky gaze fixated on Gu Yusheng, his hands subtly tightening around the sword technique. No, Gu Yusheng shook his head. I have heard tales of sword immortals. Just legends, Yu Qingshan replied, his expression growing despondent, his interest dwindling. Seeing that Yu Qingshan had exceeded his teaching time, Gu Yusheng, summoning his courage, said, I dare to ask, esteemed elder, for 3 moves or 2 techniques. No, Yu Qingshan replied firmly. I am a man of principles. He stood up, observing the boy who remained motionless, lips pressed tightly in dejection. The youth did not waver from his spot. Even the sweat trickling down seemed to merge into a single droplet. The elder, having turned away, suddenly looked back and asked, Why do you wish to learn the sword? To survive, Gu Yusheng replied calmly. Nothing else? No, he insisted. I expected you to say you wish to slay demons with your sword. Yu Qingshan rotated the sword in his palm without drawing it from its sheath, gently caressing the scabbard as he thrust forward. After 1,000 thrusts, you will naturally understand. With another turn of his palm, he carried the sword on his back, leaving Gu Yusheng alone in the vast training ground. Thank you, Mr. Yu, for your instruction. Gu Yusheng bowed in the direction the elder departed. After a while, he finally moved his stiff limbs. Just as he took a step, he heard a faint sound. Not far ahead, where the elder had pointed with the sword hilt, a fine beam of light seemed to pierce through the cracks of the stone. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse of sword light, it profoundly shook Gu Yusheng's heart. Such swiftness in the sword, so swift that it silently penetrated the stone, allowing it to gradually mend under the sect's formation. The stone has not truly mended. It is merely that the fissure is exceedingly fine. The youth gazed at the stone, standing in a daze for quite some time, before taking stiff steps towards the Hall of Affairs to receive his sect mission. Those who had returned from the Hall of Affairs after collecting their sect tasks observed Gu Yusheng, who had been vigilantly watching over the training ground for half a day. And they all laughed, deeming him a fool. In a pavilion above, Lu Chun looked down at Gu Yusheng, making his way to the Hall of Affairs. A smirk of mockery and disdain playing upon his lips. He rubbed his brow, then turned to his father, Lu Zhan, saying, Father, I have sworn an oath to the heavenly way. Please help me erase it. I feel an unsettling restlessness while I sleep. Lu Zhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold as he replied, No one but a saint can dissolve the contract of the heavenly way's oath. The only way to break the curse of the oath is to shatter it within the confines of the contract's rules. I will surely kill him. Lu Chun gritted his teeth in determination. Lu Zhan produced a box and handed it to Lu Chun. This is a condensing yuan pill I procured from the elder of Dangxia Peak. You must hasten to refine your yuan fetus. If you can successfully condense a mid-grade yuan fetus, I will find a way for you to become a closed-door disciple of the elder who cultivates swords at Yunfen. Father, do you underestimate your son? I shall refine a superior-grade yuan fetus. Lu Chen retorted. Humph, do you think it is so simple to condense a superior-grade yuan fetus? Lu Zhan scoffed. He had just recently ascended to the position of elder at Qingyun Sect, and his resources were limited. Merely purchasing this condensing yuan pill had already consumed the majority of his sect contribution points. The sect's sudden mandate for newly admitted disciples to condense their yuan fetus within a year left him perplexed. But even condensing a mid-grade yuan fetus within that time frame would be commendable. Father, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chun, has already condensed a trace of yuan fetus energy, appearing blue, and may eventually refine a 3rd-grade green yuan fetus. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with envy and jealousy. Your son is not inferior to others. They come from a first-tier royal bloodline, having had access to medicinal elixirs to refine their bodies since childhood. Lu Zhan observed his son, a flicker of thought crossing his face. In the future, you might seek opportunities to interact with him. It could prove beneficial. As for Gu Yusheng, he is but an insignificant ant, a person without even a mentor, who will hardly make any waves and may even perish while undertaking sect tasks. No sooner had Lu Zhan finished speaking than an elderly man, bearing a sword, approached the pavilion. He quickly urged his son, Lu Chun, to step forward, his demeanor suddenly devoid of arrogance. Greetings, Uncle Yu. Is there something you need? Yu Qingshan's gaunt figure swept past Lu Zhan without pausing. Uncle Yu, my son wishes to learn the sword. You are among the few great sword cultivators atop Yunfen. If you could impart a few techniques to him. Before Lu Zhan could finish, Yu Qingshan cut him off with a frosty glare. A great sword cultivator? I am not worthy of such a title. In all of Qingyun's sect, aside from Elder Lu, there is no one else who can be called a great sword cultivator. Spare me the flattery. I will not teach. Lu Zhan was left standing there, his face shifting through shades of green and purple. Father? Who was he to be so arrogant? Lu Chen protested, only to receive a sharp slap from Lu Zhan. Unfilial son, I overlook your arrogance in Qingyun town. But this is Qingyun sect. Do not bring trouble upon us. Lu Chun bowed his head, a flicker of resentment and unwillingness crossing his face. He realized that the elderly man had just delivered a 3-hour lecture to Gu Yusheng in the martial arts arena. Gu Yusheng again. Lu Chun seethed, attributing his frustration to Gu Yusheng. On Yunfen Road, the sword-bearing Yu Qingshan was intercepted by Lei Jiangheng and the sect leader, Xiao Rang. Is there a matter that requires my attention? Yu Qingshan replied with an air of indifference. As the leader of King Yun's sect, Xiao Rang found it difficult to speak. Exchanging a glance with Lei Jiangheng, clearing his throat, Lei Jiangheng said, Junior brother Yu, your mastery of the character sword technique has reached a profound level. The 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chun, wishes to learn the intricacies of this sword technique. His esteemed status makes him a distinguished guest of our sect, and it would be unwise to offend him. After much contemplation, I believe it would be prudent for you to personally teach him. Yu Qingshan fell silent for a moment before responding. Had you approached me earlier, I might have consented. However, at this juncture, I must enter seclusion to comprehend the sword. I am unable to oblige. Farewell. Lei Jiangheng's expression turned awkward. Junior brother, why is that? He is a prodigy with the potential to refine a high-grade primordial fetus. To neglect teaching him would be a loss on your part. As the master of Yunfen and with the heavenly sword in your possession, who could not be taught by you? With a swift motion of his sleeve, Yu Qingshan soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Master, Junior brother Yu is being exceedingly arrogant. He seems to disregard your authority as the sect leader, Su Jitsi remarked, dumbfounded. If you could master the character sword technique in mere centuries, the position of sect leader would have long been yours. Junior brother Yu is far more modest in comparison. Lei Jiangheng felt a flicker of agitation. Master, how could I dare? I merely consider the sect's interests. Although junior brother Yu's swordsmanship is unparalleled, he was injured in his essence during the battle against the demons years ago. Time is not on his side. If he refrains from imparting the character sword technique, it may take centuries before another learns it. Do not forget, our King Yun sect boasts more than just Chu Chun as a genius. Su Jitsi smiled knowingly, and Lei Jiangheng's eyes widened in realization. Master, are you referring to the granddaughter of Mr. Mo from the Holy Academy? Indeed. Last night, senior sister he sought me out. The Mo family's young lady possesses exceptional talent, a rare genius in cultivation. After just 3 days of practicing the taking primordial spirit guiding technique, she has already condensed a blue primordial fetus. Given time, she may refine a 2nd grade or even a 1st grade primordial fetus. What? Lei Jiangheng's eyes bulged. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, why did senior sister he come to see you in the middle of the night? Su Jitsi was equally bewildered. Did Lei Jiangheng truly fail to comprehend his words? Chapter 9. Life as a Cage. Wielding the sword against the peach blossoms when Gu Yusheng arrived at the Hall of Affairs, there were few figures inside and outside the hall. Some sighed heavily, evidently having failed to receive suitable tasks. Given that King Yun's sect had recently recruited more disciples than in previous years, coupled with the scarcity of sect resources, many tasks remained exceedingly challenging for the newly initiated disciples. Tasks such as delivering messages to certain elders of the sect or assisting in the care of spirit pets are naturally sought after with fervor, while more challenging undertakings, like hunting ferocious beasts, remain unclaimed for a while, only to be taken up by disciples who have already begun their cultivation upon entering the mountain. Gu Yusheng, being several years younger than the other disciples, entered the spacious Hall of Affairs, where the elder in charge had long since dozed off behind the counter. Cultivators are most averse to disturbances, so upon Gu Yusheng's entrance, no one engaged him in conversation. All newly posted sect tasks were displayed on the wall behind the counter, and those marked with circles indicated they had already been claimed. Gu Yusheng, slightly taller than the counter, gazed upward for a moment and discovered that the few remaining tasks were indeed quite formidable, either involving the search for rare treasures or the hunting of vicious beasts. He did not consider himself capable of undertaking the demon-slaying tasks that others shied away from. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a task board on the wall, where the writing diverged from the others. Scribbled in a crooked manner were the words, "Seek fine brew," with a reward of 100 sect contribution points. Most other tasks offered contribution points not exceeding 20. The task board had originally been circled, but was later marked with numerous crosses. Many had attempted this task, yet all had failed. Gu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback and clasped his hands, saying, "Junior Gu Yusheng, I apologize for disturbing your tranquility. May I inquire if this task of seeking fine brew is still available?" The elder opened his bleary eyes, initially unable to see Gu Yusheng. Instinctively, Gu Yusheng stepped back a few paces and bowed once more. "It is," the elder replied coolly, casually placing 2 task tokens on the edge of the counter. "Simply write down the task number to claim it." Thank you, Senior, Gu Yusheng said, taking the tokens. A brush was suspended by a string on the counter, and he laboriously raised his arm to grasp it, carefully inscribing the characters Ren Su Lu on the task token. Although his posture was somewhat awkward, his calligraphy was commendable. The elder, somewhat surprised, raised his drooping eyelids to regard the young man, asking, "Are you the son of Gu Bai?" Gu Yusheng nodded earnestly, responding, "Yes, Senior." The elder's gaze remained calm, devoid of the colored scrutiny others often cast upon Gu Yusheng. The chances of failure for this task are considerable. Even the royal palace's tribute wine to the Duxuan dynasty could not pass. It may be wise to select another task to avoid unnecessary back and forth. By the way, this task must be returned within a month, regardless of success or failure. Gu Yusheng clasped his hands again, saying, "Senior, I have seen my father brew peach blossom wine. Thus I wish to give it a try. Should I fail, I shall return to seek your guidance once more." "Go ahead," the elder waved his hand. Watching as Gu Yusheng exited the grand hall, he gazed at the characters on the receipt, sighing, "A polite young lad. His writing possesses a certain grace, but alas." The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the forest path. At the foot of the mountain, peach blossoms were in full bloom, while higher up, buds awaited their moment to blossom. In the tranquil courtyard of the peach blossom grove, a young boy, clad in somewhat oversized clothing, brandished a wooden sword, thrusting it forward. Today's visit to the training ground marked the most enlightening day for Gu Yusheng since he joined the Qingyun sect. He vividly recalls the scene of Yuqing Shan, with his sword drawn, striking the azure stone crevice, casting a breathtaking brilliance. With a wooden sword in hand, he thrusts forward, the tip aimed at a peach blossom tree in the courtyard. There is neither the glimmer of sword light nor the shadow of its blade. Although he has cultivated the primordial energy within his body, he remains ignorant of its application. Yuqing Shan did not impart any techniques to him, merely instructing him to thrust the sword countless times. Gu Yusheng, possessing a resolute disposition, firmly believes that a swordsman would not deceive him. Swish, swish. The wooden sword pierces repeatedly, targeting a single peach blossom. The sword moves, yet the flower remains still. The evening sun casts its fading rays, dappling the young man's fair visage. Beads of sweat, born from his exertions, transform into glistening pearls as they fall to the dusty ground. In his heart, he is determined to master this sword, recalling the words of Gu Bai from his youth, who had once told him that the ancients proclaimed, "Preparation leads to success. Lack of it leads to failure." Despite the peach blossom remaining motionless, Gu Yusheng continues to wield his sword for 2 full hours. As dusk descends and candlelight flickers upon the branches, he finally sheaths his wooden sword and washes the sweat from his face with clear water, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, he had managed to unleash a wisp of sword energy with his wooden sword, a result of his diligent practice intertwined with the essence of cultivating the primordial energy. Though exhausted, Gu Yusheng, after a hearty meal, begins to refine his primordial energy as usual. After a brief interval, a look of perplexity crosses his face. Tonight, the speed of refining his primordial energy seems significantly accelerated. The following dawn, Gu Yusheng carries a bamboo basket into the peach blossom grove, gathering a basketful of blossoms. He also collects some wild fruits from the mountains, intending to use them to brew wine during his leisure. Although he possesses a peculiar gourd, he has felt neglected since entering the Qingyun sect, acutely aware of the predatory gazes within the sect. Thus, he has learned to be cautious. In his childhood, he practiced brewing peach blossom wine, and now, tasked with seeking the finest brew, he plans to first gather blossoms and then look for common spiritual herbs in the forest to blend. In the final days, he will place the wine into the gourd, allowing it to rest overnight before submission. However, the pressing matter remains. Refining the primordial energy is of utmost importance. As a newly admitted disciple, he must consolidate the primordial energy within a year. For Gu Yusheng, this signifies the urgent necessity to cultivate a first-grade primordial energy within the same time frame. Utilizing the morning's dawn, he dedicates 2 hours to refining his primordial energy once more. Feeling the azure energy in his danshin swirl like a vortex, as if it could solidify at any moment. Yet, he refrains from the final consolidation. The method of the primordial spirit induction technique states that the body's absorption of the chaotic energies of heaven and earth necessitates constant refinement to produce pure primordial energy. However, to refine the energies, one must exchange contribution points at the sect's library for the appropriate cultivation methods. Holding the wooden sword, Gu Yusheng falls into contemplation. He initially aimed to swiftly complete the brewing task to earn contribution points, but suddenly, he recalls the changes in the flow of primordial energy within him after yesterday's sword practice. Perhaps Practicing swordsmanship is indeed a commendable approach. Gu Yusheng's eyes light up with inspiration. He approached a blossoming peach tree, grasping a wooden sword firmly, and with a resolute stance, thrust it forward. A shimmering arc of light emanated from the tip of the wooden sword, causing a single peach blossom to fall. Gu Yusheng's countenance brightened with joy, for he had taken the initial steps toward comprehending the threshold of sword energy cultivation. Subsequently, he executed a series of thrusts, each resulting in the graceful descent of more blossoms. However, the elation from his first success had waned. As he suddenly recalled Yu Qingshan's words, the essence of sword energy lies in concealment. If I could strike without alarming the flowers, then I would truly have mastered the sword. Yet, at this moment, my control over sword energy remains precarious. Gu Yusheng inhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of guilt for indulging in self-congratulation over a mere fragment of progress. He recalibrated his breathing, eschewing flamboyant displays, and began to thrust with a deeper sense of intuition. 389. 390. Gu Yusheng silently kept count. With his mind steadied, he endeavored to channel the primordial energy from his danshin into the wooden sword. Though the motion remained simple, each thrust imparted him with a unique insight. Time slipped away gradually. In the peach grove, the young man tirelessly wielded his wooden sword against the tree. His goal for the day, 3,000 thrusts. Gu Yusheng set this ambitious target for himself, already sensing the weight of the wooden sword becoming increasingly burdensome, pressing heavily upon his hands, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. His thrusting rhythm was not swift. Had he chosen to strike rapidly or merely pursued the numerical goal, he could have easily accomplished 10,000 thrusts in a day. Yet, Gu Yusheng understood that one's efforts should not be aimed at impressing others, nor even oneself, but rather rooted in a steadfast conviction to forge ahead without hesitation. This is the essence of true diligence. Look, someone is practicing swordplay in the peach grove. Each afternoon, disciples of the Qingyun sect would cross the cloud bridge from the Six Peaks to pay their respects at the Demon Suppression Monument. Standing upon that ethereal bridge, one could behold the most exquisite peach blossoms on Qingping Mountain, which bloom from February to May, carpeting the mountainside from base to summit. Indeed, while the myriad blossoms are a sight to behold, once one steps into the grove, the humidity from the dew can be quite oppressive. Who is that? A few female disciples, having traversed from the falling dust peak, stood on the bridge, curiously observing the frail figure shrouded in the blossoms. Isn't sword practice supposed to take place at the cloud peak? One female disciple inquired with a puzzled expression. But that is Gu Yusheng, another exclaimed, covering her mouth with a smile. The rest of the disciples erupted into suppressed giggles. A young woman clad in green contemplated, no wonder. I heard our master mention that while the 3,000 branches of peach blossoms represent the essence of spring in the human realm, they can easily ensnare one in a worldly prison. We must not venture too deeply into the peach grove, lest we allow the dust of the mundane to taint our hearts and hinder our cultivation. Poor Gu Yusheng, burdened by his father's transgressions. Can he truly sever the ties that bind him within this floral confinement through mere sword practice? The group of female disciples flitted across the cloud bridge, considering the young man merely an enchanting part of the peach grove, adding a touch of joy to their otherwise monotonous training. 2,909. Gu Yusheng remained wholly focused, his complexion pale, his wooden sword trembling in his grasp. Just one more thrust. He gritted his teeth, but the wooden sword slipped from his fingertips. The final thrust remained unattained. The goal for tomorrow is 3,100 strikes. With an additional penalty of 100 strikes, if not completed, another 100 strikes will be added. Gu Yusheng picked up the wooden sword and hung it at his waist. His clothes soaked with sweat as he walked slowly through the peach blossom grove. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Gu Yusheng took down the gourd and took a small sip, regaining a bit of strength. He washed the peach blossoms and placed them in a clay jar, while he put the wild fruits from the mountains into a wooden barrel, allowing time to brew the wine, unhurried and patient. Closing the courtyard door, Gu Yusheng attempted to refine his primordial essence. His originally fatigued body, akin to a parched rice field, suddenly welcomed the refreshing rain, and he could distinctly feel the primal energy of heaven and earth surging into him. Gu Yusheng silently formed hand seals, guiding the abundant energy to expand his danshin. Chapter 10. The youthful innocence encountering evening clouds in the peach blossom grove. The next day, that familiar figure once again wielded his sword amidst the peach blossoms. At noon, several female disciples appeared on the cloud bridge. Look, that foolish boy is poking at the peach blossoms with his sword again. The young woman in green emphasized the word poke, while her companions, as vibrant as spring flowers, blushed and giggled, covering their faces in embarrassment. With such a slight frame and a mere wooden sword, What could he possibly pierce? Is the senior sister perhaps indulging in frivolous thoughts as spring arrives? Oh, I shan't discuss this with you. The female disciples laughed and frolicked away, treating it as a fleeting moment of joy in their otherwise monotonous days. Gu Yusheng remained steadfast. Yet he was invisible to the eyes of the King Yun's sect disciples. For Gu Yusheng, the days of cultivation were equally monotonous and dreary. 3199. Gu Yusheng gritted his teeth, the final strike. He always struggled to maintain his grip on the sword, and the wooden sword fell to the ground once more. Tomorrow, for 1,300 strikes. Gu Yusheng gazed at the sword that had fallen, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. He could not comprehend why he was able to swing the sword just moments ago, yet faltered when it came to that final blow, unable to fulfill his task. Time passed unnoticed, stirring a few peach blossoms to bloom. As usual, Gu Yusheng arrived at the peach blossom grove. Today's goal was 5,500 strikes. Taking a deep breath, he began the repetitive and tedious motions. On the cloud bridge, the female disciples who had hurried from the dustfall peak paused in their tracks. The young woman in green rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the somewhat ethereal and frail figure shrouded in mist. Her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. It seemed as though he punished himself daily, as if he bore a grudge against that peach blossom tree. Sister Xiaofeng, practicing swordsmanship shouldn't be like this. Look at Miss Mo, she learned the cloud water sword technique from our master effortlessly. Not like this boy who buries his head in the peach tree. The young woman in green nodded but did not mock the practicing youth as she had before. Instead, she defended him, saying, "But he is here at this hour every day, isn't he?" It seems so. On the cloud bridge, the women exchanged glances. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent and tense. They were able to laugh because they stood at a height from which they could look down upon those below. But how tall is Qingping Mountain? The King Yun sect merely stood at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, what is wrong with a person striving earnestly? To walk at the edge of the abyss is, after all, a form of courage. One must remember that the aspirations of youth soar high. They have promised to reach the pinnacle of excellence in the world. It is rather uninteresting. I shall return to my practice. I have heard that Miss Mo has successfully condensed her primordial essence into silken strands of azure, and in comparison to her, what difference is there between us and Gu Yusheng? In the peach blossom grove, Gu Yusheng brandished his wooden sword for half a month, exuding vitality and vigor. As he had surmised, the azure primordial essence within his danshan had intensified several-fold since he began wielding the sword, transforming into intricate, unique patterns that, like a swan building its nest, gradually fortified his danshan. His physical limits, akin to the number of final sword strikes he could unleash, were perpetually being surpassed. Another splendid spring day dawned. Gu Yusheng practiced his swordplay as usual, and in his eyes, the tip of the sword bore a peach blossom, reminiscent of their first encounter. From its unopened bud to its current fragrant bloom, he bore witness to the blossom's full flourish. The sweet fragrance enveloped him, refreshing and delightful. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng turned his head to behold a young maiden, radiant as a flower, leaping down from the branches of the peach tree, appearing before him in an instant. The girl's features were adorned with peach blossoms, and she donned a simple white dress. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her beauty was resplendent. Gu Yusheng and the girl, who pressed her hands against the branches of the peach blossoms, exchanged gazes, both momentarily entranced. Her emerald eyes seemed to contain the brilliance of 1,000 stars, eclipsing the beauty of the world. Gu Yusheng felt a sense of disarray. His wooden sword remained poised and pointed, his fingers tightened around it, fearful of harming the maiden. His lips quivered as he yearned to greet her. Yet he felt a surge of timidity, uncertain of how to initiate conversation. Nevertheless, he managed to offer a serene and composed smile. "You are obstructing my sword practice." "Oh, so you are the one they spoke of," Mo Wanyun replied, her arms crossed, her face partially obscured by the blossoms. Her lively eyes sparkled with curiosity as a gentle breeze tousled her hair. In her tender youth, she resembled a willow branch sprouting anew, innocent to the world's complexities, embodying only the naivete and exuberance of a girl. "What? The one who practices swordplay among the peach blossoms every day?" As Mo Wanyun spoke, she covered her mouth with a smile, her lively gaze landing on Gu Yusheng, who stood rigidly, his wooden sword unmoving, appearing particularly awkward and constrained. She stifled a laugh, extending her delicate hand through the blossoms, lightly tapping Gu Yusheng's wooden sword. "Do not poke at me." She circled around the peach branches, hands on her hips, resuming a fierce demeanor. "Return what you have taken." Gu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback. He certainly understood what the spirited girl sought. He intended to return it honestly. Yet the words faltered on his lips. "I do not comprehend. You are being evasive." Mo Wanyun glared at him. her fingers playing with a silver butterfly perched in her hair. The pearl from my hairpin, strung with a red thread. Gu Yusheng shook his head. I have not seen it. Really? He nodded. The girl tapped her finger on her rosy cheek, suddenly leaning her face closer to his, startling Gu Yusheng into a backward lean, and in that moment he caught a whiff of her fragrance, more enchanting than that of the peach blossoms. The young man's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, Be careful, my sword is pointed at you. Oomph, you are blushing, you are lying. I am not. Gu Yusheng stepped back, his body unsteady, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in a rather disheveled manner. The young girl, however, erupted into a fit of giggles. Let us pretend you didn't lie, she said, reaching out to pluck the peach blossom that Gu Yusheng habitually pointed at with his sword, adorning her hair with it, and playfully sticking out her tongue at the boy. Does it look good? Gu Yusheng, momentarily dazed, merely nodded in silence. Let us go. At that moment, Mo Wanyan turned around and began to skip away, weaving through the peach blossom grove, occasionally startling a branch or two, causing petals to flutter down like confetti. After a while, Gu Yusheng finally rose, sword in hand. With a thrust of his blade, he unleashed his inner turmoil, severing countless peach blossoms. The vibrant life of the grove gradually blurred the silhouette of the departing girl. Sighing, Gu Yusheng felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy as he sheathed his sword. Today, practicing with it had become impossible. He turned and walked toward the small courtyard, where the peach blossom wine, long hidden in a corner, could finally be uncorked. He poured some of the aged brew into a gourd, mixing in a few drops of the peach blossom essence, and prepared a wine jar to carry to the affairs hall for his sect's task. Is this the fine wine you sought? Elder Wanji, in charge of the affairs hall, opened his bleary eyes and scrutinized the earthen jar Gu Yusheng had placed on the counter. Indeed, senior, Gu Yusheng replied. Wanji stretched his neck, gazing intently at the boy before him. In just half a month, it seemed that Gu Yusheng had grown taller. His sun-kissed face resembled a stone weathered by the elements, emanating an inexplicable resilience. Wanji intended to speak, but as he caught a whiff of the wine's aroma, he instinctively ran his fingers over the jar. In front of Gu Yusheng, he retrieved a small bamboo cup, poured a measure, and savored a sip. This wine. Wanji's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. After another sip, he closed his eyes slightly, savoring the complex flavors. Gu Yusheng waited quietly within the hall, his thoughts still lingering on the striking girl from the peach blossom grove, feeling no concern about the wine. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps approached from behind. Four burly men were seen carrying an enormous jade wine jar, its opening sealed with a red cloth, emblazoned with the insignia of the Qianlong dynasty. Imperial liquid. The ninth prince, Chu Chun, held a fan, flanked by several attendants, one of whom was Lu Zhan's son, Lu Chun. Although the four men transporting the wine were not cultivators, they exuded a palpable strength, clearly exceptional martial artists. Elder Wan. The ninth prince has sent someone to transport a century-old treasure from the Qianlong dynasty to seek fine wine. Today, the ninth prince has taken on this task once more. Lu Chun, for reasons unknown, had entwined himself with the affluent Chu Chun, willingly becoming his errand boy. Elder Wanji suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger evident within them, as if he had been abruptly awakened from a delightful dream. The disciples nearby lowered their heads in trepidation, realizing that this matter was best left untouched. Their fear was not of Lu Chun, but of the ninth prince's lofty status. Summoning 4 imperial guards to fetch wine from thousands of miles away for a mere 100 contributions to the sect? The craftsmanship displayed here is truly magnificent. Perhaps Chu Chun is not concerned with the mere 100 contribution points to the sect. Rather, he seizes this opportunity to showcase the imperial wine of the Qianlong dynasty. Such an attitude surely demands respect from the master who issued this task. With this thought, the 2 disciples beside Wan Ji discreetly glanced at Gu Yusheng. This young man seems to have rather unfortunate luck. Judging by Mr. Wan's earlier expression, the wine must indeed be exquisite. Yet, no matter how fine the brew, can it truly compare to the imperial wine of the Qianlong dynasty? Lu Chun was startled by a mere glance from Wan Ji. As his gaze wandered, he noticed the frail figure of Gu Yusheng in the grand hall, and then glanced at the clay jar on the counter, suddenly grasping the situation. He mocked Gu Yusheng. I thought someone else had taken on this task. Gu Yusheng, why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? You think the wine you brewed is worthy of this task? Gu Yusheng turned to Wan Ji, who regarded him thoughtfully. The youth may not strive for immediate recognition, yet his composure is far more pleasing than Lu Chen's boisterousness. Nevertheless, offending the ninth prince is an unwise endeavor. The ability to complete the task is not for me to determine. We shall all wait and see. Wan Ji rose, with a flick of his sleeve, causing both Gu Yusheng's clay wine jar and the large vat of wine brought by the 4 palace guards to levitate effortlessly. Ruanji stepped lightly on the ground and floated away. The 4 palace guards, who had initially displayed an air of arrogance and disdain towards the cultivators of King Yun's sect, now bore solemn expressions. Although King Yun's sect is a third-rate sect, it still possesses some depth. Chapter 11. The Peach Blossom Wine Brews Trouble. The 9th Prince harbors resentment. Gu Yusheng, why are you everywhere? It seems you are deliberately courting trouble with the 9th Prince. Lu Chun, having just received a cold reception, sought to vent his frustration at Gu Yusheng. If I were you, I would behave like a proper coward, hiding away in solitude, rather than embarrassing myself in public. Gu Yusheng replied calmly. Lu Chun, aren't you just a good dog? What? Lu Chen's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glanced back at Chu Chun, who was looking down his nose, evidently not regarding Lu Chun as a person. Say that again. Gu Yusheng smirked disdainfully. Oh, you're not a good dog. Do you think I won't kill you? Lu Chen clenched his fists, but dared not strike Gu Yusheng. The King Yun sect forbids all private duels. Violators face immediate expulsion from the sect. Unfazed, Gu Yusheng retorted, there's no need to rush. You still have 3 years to be a dog. Oh, are you implying that you can kill my dog whenever you wish? Chu Chun, who had been fanning himself, suddenly interjected, watching Gu Yusheng with interest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's expression soured, feeling as though he had just swallowed a fly. Chu Chen's words clearly likened him to a dog. If you bite me, I will certainly kill you. Gu Yusheng's gaze fell upon the haughty Chu Chun. He had no prior connection with the 9th Prince, yet on the day he entered King Yun, this individual had publicly insulted him, belittling the masses. Gu Yusheng, harboring lofty ambitions, felt no inclination to submit. Since this is a world where individuals ascend by trampling upon others, and people adhere to such rules, let us proceed accordingly. Very well. A mocking smile played at the corner of Chu Chen's lips, as he never truly regarded Gu Yusheng. I have encountered countless braggarts, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, merely a serpent writhing in the muddy soil. Lu Chun, if you wish to attach yourself to my Qianlong dynasty, you must demonstrate your sincerity. In 3 years, I expect to see you sink your fangs into him. Whether you are a worthy dog will be revealed in due time. Lu Chen's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. This is not a place for you to act arrogantly. A voice came from outside. It was Ruanji, returning once more. He lightly set down the imperial wine jar sent from the Qianlong dynasty, stepping inside and addressing the 4 palace guards, saying, this wine is far too precious. Our King Yun sect is but a minor faction, unworthy of such luxury. Where it came from, it must return. Chu Chun, who had been fanning himself, froze, his expression stiffening. Such exquisite wine is not permitted? Who is the one indulging in this drink? Among the myriad fine wines in the world, the Qianlong dynasty can procure them all. Yet their tastes are so particular? Hand me the task card. Ruanji disregarded the astonished crowd and spoke lightly as he passed by Gu Yusheng. Very well. Gu Yusheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, retrieved a task token, respectfully presenting a sect token at the counter. Ruanji took up a brush and circled the task card on the wall behind him, glancing back at Gu Yusheng. You, my boy, are quite fortunate. This 100 sect contribution points will be credited to your sect token. Remember to use them wisely. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Gu Yusheng accepted the sect token with both hands and turned to find Chu Chun, Lu Chun, and the 4 palace guards staring at him with incredulous expressions. Wait a moment. Chu Chun stepped forward, as if his dignity had been severely trampled. Elder Wan, my wine could not capture the attention of the one who issued the task. On what grounds can this brat's brew? Indeed, I too wish to inquire. Ruanji spread his hands. Who am I to question? Does the 9th Prince harbor discontent? Indeed. Chu Chun clenched the fan in his hands tightly. Is it that my Qianlong dynasty is inconsequential in the eyes of King Yun's sect? Not at all. Ruanji's expression turned solemn as he glanced at the exceedingly noble Chu Chun. This lad, though not large in stature, possesses a talent for casting blame that is indeed formidable. This task was issued by a venerable elder of our sect, meant to entertain the esteemed scholar Mo from the Holy Academy's Shushan. Should the 9th Prince still feel aggrieved, perhaps he might inquire of that esteemed gentleman. You. Upon hearing the name of the Holy Academy's Shushan, Chu Chen's arrogance dissipated instantly. He cast a deep, fiery glare at Gu Yusheng, his eyes brimming with concealed wrath. Had he known the task involved gathering fine wines to host the great scholar of Shushan, he would have sought out the finest wines in the world. This was an exceptional opportunity to align with the Holy Academy's Shushan. And now, not only had this chance slipped away, but it had also benefited the one wallowing in the dirt, Gu Yusheng. Let us depart. Chu Chen's face turned ashen with fury, in a fit of rage. He lifted his foot and, with a resounding crash, shattered the exquisite wine jar, causing fine spirits to spill forth, filling the grand hall with an intoxicating aroma. The wine flowed over Gu Yusheng's muddied shoes, and upon hearing the commotion, several disciples of the Qingyun sect arrived to investigate, remaining silent. Ruan Ji raised his sleeve and pointed toward the door, struggling to articulate a single word for a long while. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to wreak havoc in the Hall of Affairs? Such was the might of power. Ruan Ji glanced at Gu Yusheng and waved dismissively, saying, "Young man, refrain from coming here in the future to avoid bringing me trouble." Gu Yusheng clasped his hands in salute and retreated in silence. He approached the demon suppression stele, standing for a long time before its imposing presence. His gaze was not merely directed at the revered monument, honoring the fallen heroes of humanity, but rather fixated on the sword embedded in the tortoise's back. As long as that sword remained thrust there, it served as a relentless spur for Gu Yusheng, a reminder to remain diligent. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. He poured out a cup of wine and took a sip. Though still a youth, he walked with urgency. The path up Qingping Mountain was arduous, yet Gu Yusheng always looked up to see the clouds billowing fiercely. Thus, in the midst of the peach blossom grove, the young man drew his sword and thrust it forward, sweat cascading as usual. In a warm and tranquil pavilion by the water, outside the fence, the scene of blooming peach blossoms was a cascade of falling petals. Inside the elegant pavilion, shelves filled with books exuded a fragrant aroma. A young girl sat at a sandalwood desk, with a hefty tome resting on her head, dozing off with an adorable appearance. In the warm courtyard, a jar of fine wine was placed upon a stone table. The learned scholar Mo Fancheng held a weathered book, savoring each line, while opposite him sat an elderly man with disheveled hair, the venerable elder of the Qingyun sect, Lu Yuan, who had guarded Peach Blossom Mountain for many years. "Mr. Mo, do try this peach blossom brew." Lu Yuan poured a cup for Mo Fancheng. Mo Fancheng, unable to part with the scroll, lifted it to drink, then turned his gaze toward the earthen jar, nodding, "This wine is delightful. The last time I tasted such fine wine was at the demon-slaying celebration in Xianhu Island's Confucian Temple." Lu Yuan's aged face stiffened slightly. "Have you met Gu Bai? Did you drink together?" Mo Fancheng moved the scroll away from his face, slowly lowering the wine cup, his eyes shifting just enough to glimpse the distant figure of the young man in the peach blossom grove. A lad capable of ascending the Qingyun ladder to reach Qingping Mountain is being wastefully raised by you all. How lamentable. Lu Yuan shook his head, saying, "I am merely a gardener tending to peach trees, and many matters are beyond my control. Moreover, a person walking by the abyss can equally forge a stronger will." Mo Fancheng gazed thoughtfully at Lu Yuan, remaining silent. Lu Yuan, with his unkempt hair, stood solemnly by the cliff's edge, stating, "I understand your concerns, Mr. Mo. However, the Qingyun sect has its own difficulties. The three great sacred lands lost a spark here and never rekindled it. The reason the flicker of the Qingyun sect has persisted for 1,000 years is that every year, disciples step forth to battle against both heaven and demons. In my years of survival, I have witnessed far too many Qingyun disciples perish at the hands of the demon race. Erecting a sword of shame before the demon suppression monument is not without merit, at the very least. It serves as a constant reminder to the disciples of the Qingyun sect that failing to draw their swords in the face of demons is an act of cowardice. Only through relentless cultivation and the pursuit of strength can one harbor any hope of survival. When the heavens themselves collapse, someone must bear the burden, mustn't they? Whether celestial beings or divine deities, they merely exist as figures upon this land, never truly opening their eyes. Beneath this vast sky, we are all but ants. At this juncture, Lu Yuan turned to the esteemed scholar Mo Fancheng and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "I implore you, Mr. Mo, to remain at Qingping Mountain for a few more years. It is only with your presence that we can safeguard Qingping Prefecture. The next wave of demons is likely to arrive in less than a decade." Mo Fancheng poured himself a full cup of wine, lifting it to his lips, yet hesitating to drink, his expression revealing a hint of nostalgia. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "I am merely a useless old scholar. Matters of vanquishing demons should be left to the youth. By the way, do you truly believe that the beast that infiltrated Qingping Prefecture last year was merely a great demon?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. Mo Fancheng continued, "On the day the Qingyun sect opened its doors to disciples, did you witness a sword descending from the west, radiant as the stars?" Lu Yuan's hand trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mo Fancheng spoke as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. "On that day, someone wielded a sword to slay demons. News from Tianyao City reported that a demon emperor had fallen at the border of Qingping Prefecture and Xianhu Prefecture. Thus, I pondered whether last year's great demon was concealing its true power." "Demon emperor." Lu Yuan's voice trembled. What manner of person possesses such capabilities? Who can say? Lu Yuan paced back and forth, his expression grave, and clasped his hands once more. Mr. Mo, I have pressing matters to attend to. Forgive my intrusion. Mo Fanchenge resumed reading for a while, and upon finishing the book in hand, he rose and walked to the warm alcove. Discovering his granddaughter soundly asleep with a book atop her, drool trickled from her mouth onto the pages. My little ancestor, this book is a treasured edition. Mo Fanchenge lamented as he gently pried the book from her grasp. The young maiden, Mo Wanyun, awoke groggily, wiping the corner of her mouth and pouting, Grandpa. Must you disturb my slumber? Cultivation is exhausting. Wanyun, look at others. Mr. Mo pointed toward the peach blossom grove outside the plum blossom window. That youth wanders alone. Seemingly abandoned by the Kingyun sect, his path fraught with uncertainty. Yet he has not faltered, day after day. Though you possess remarkable talent, your penchant for play and slumber may one day provoke my ire. Mo Wanyun pouted, plucking a pink peach blossom from her hair, murmuring, Grandpa, did you not advise me to refrain from measuring my cultivation against others, or vice versa? He is he, and I am I, and yet you seek to disturb him? Huh. The young girl's face flushed suddenly. Grandpa, what are you insinuating? Chapter 12. Spring rain awakens thunder. A new visitor arrives at the courtyard. Do you truly believe I have lost my wits? Mo Fanchenge stroked his beard thoughtfully. That young man is currently mired in difficulties. If your sympathy is genuine, it may lead to grave consequences. The aspirations of youth are most difficult to gauge. Should he ascend the Kingyun, if you do not diligently cultivate, it may very well be you who finds yourself striving to catch up. Sympathy? Mo Wanyun cradled her arms, asserting, I certainly do not. I intended to demand something from him, and I planned to give him a good thrashing. Demand something? What exactly? Mo Wanyun stroked her long hair, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, nothing, grandfather. With so many books, I truly do not wish to read. Reading is not optional, Mo Fanchenge replied sternly. From today onward, I shall assess your knowledge. You must memorize the books I assign to you without resorting to your spiritual sense for forced memorization. What? Mo Wanyun's expression twisted in anguish. Furthermore, from this day forth, you are to learn some self-defense techniques. Peaceful days are numbered. I have sketched a few sword techniques for you. Practice them diligently. Should you fail to apply yourself, I shall require you to memorize even more texts. As the old man trembled slightly, several sheets of paper slipped from his sleeve, depicting simple sword techniques. Mo Wanyun glanced at them casually and murmured, These seem significantly simpler than the cloud water sword technique. The old man chuckled. I shall take my leave to enjoy some wine. Reading is truly a taxing endeavor. Mo Wanyun complained, pouting slightly. Resting her chin on her hands, she pinned the papers given by Mo Fanchenge to the wall. With her round, sparkling eyes fixed on them for a long while, her head eventually fell onto the table, and she drifted into slumber. Yunfen, Lu Chen stood beside the sullen ninth prince, wearing a forced smile. Your Highness, it is all that Gu Yusheng's fault. Had it not been for him, you could have effortlessly earned 100 contribution points for the sect and exchanged them for a Piwen Dan. Exchange for a Piwen Dan? Chu Chen scoffed, extending his hand from his sleeve to reveal an exquisite royal porcelain vial resting in his palm. Does this prince truly lack such trifles? Saying this, he uncorked the vial and poured out several invaluable Piwen Dan. Lu Chen watched, swallowing hard, his eyes brimming with greed and desire. Your Highness, are these pills genuine? What? Do you covet them? Chu Chun replied with an air of arrogance. Serve as my dog, and I might grant you one. You. Lu Chun's expression darkened. Ninth Prince. Regardless of my father's status as an elder of the Kingyun sect, I too am a person of significance. Is that so? Unwilling, are we? Chu Chen smirked mockingly. What of it? For these years, had it not been for my Xianlong dynasty safeguarding Tianyao City, your small nations would have long been trampled by the demon race. Why would I covet a mere 100 contribution points from the Kingyun sect? I merely wish to trade fine wine for an opportunity to meet Miss Mo. Lu Chan was momentarily taken aback. A first-rate imperial prince, reduced to a mere sycophant? What background does that esteemed Mr. Mo from the Sacred Academy possess? The image of Gu Yusheng interacting with Miss Mo surfaced in Lu Chen's mind, igniting a fierce envy within him. He attempted to redirect his animosity, saying, Ninth Prince. But the person you protect is a mere insect like Gu Yusheng, hardly worth your attention. Thus, you ought to teach him a lesson, preferably ensuring he disappears entirely from this world. The corner of Chu Chen's mouth curled upward. A 3-year agreement and the struggles between two insects? I hold no interest. Should you accomplish this task, I can bestow upon you a Piwen Dan. Lu Chen's spirits soared at the words. Ninth Prince. I have been bound by his heavenly oath and have lost sleep over it. While I cannot directly kill him now, I have other means. Lu Chun turned and departed, soon meeting a slender man in a secluded area. "Junior brother Lu, you seek me for a matter?" The lean figure, resembling a monkey, was Zhao Ji, the very individual who had attempted to pilfer silver from Gu Yusheng's entrance package and a named disciple of Elder Lu. "Brother Zhao, my father has yet to formally accept you as his direct disciple, has he?" A subtle cunning and treachery flickered across Zhao's face. Despite being merely 13 or 14, Lu Chen's emotions were transparent, especially evident in his expression of indignation. Zhao Ji, aware of Lu Chen's recent attempts to curry favor with the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty, felt his discomfort. He sighed, "Junior brother Lu, my talents are mediocre. I must resign myself to fate. Unlike you, with your father recently promoted to elder and a profound friendship with the ninth prince, your prospects are boundless. Brother Zhao, assist me with a task, and I will speak favorably of you to my father, securing your position as an inner disciple." "Really?" Zhao Ji's face illuminated with astonishment, though his eyes darted shrewdly as he flattered, "Your matters are my matters, young Master Lu." "Gu Yusheng," Lu Chun gritted his teeth, "I cannot wait for long. I yearn for his demise. Only then can I cultivate in peace. Brother Zhao, this task involves the slaughter of a fellow disciple. It is a grave sin." Zhao Ji, taken aback, shook his head in refusal, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Lu Chun, contemplating how to extract the greatest benefit from this situation. "I understand that." Lu Chun lowered his voice. "Gu Yusheng is but an inconsequential figure within the sect. His death would elicit little concern. Rather, it would be met with applause. If Brother Zhao faces difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall assist as best as I can." "Well, this is indeed challenging. However, since you, young Master Lu, have broached the subject, it would be remiss of me not to act. Direct action carries considerable risk, but I know of a beast lurking near the peach blossom grove. With a little maneuvering, it would be quite effortless for that creature to dispatch him. Young Master Lu, I too aspire to serve alongside the ninth prince. Would you consider it? A loyal hound would lessen my burdens." Lu Chen blurted out, "The more hounds, the less ire I shall endure." Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply, mentally resolving, "Being a hound isn't so bad, provided it is one that remains silent yet strikes from the shadows." As spring rain gently fell, mist enveloped the peach blossom grove. The blossoms at the foot of the mountain had withered, yet those near the tranquil courtyard bloomed vibrantly. Amidst the rain, petals scattered like confetti. Suddenly, a wooden sword sliced through the air. Dozens of petals landed perfectly upon its blade. Gu Yusheng, a slight sheen of sweat on his brow, focused intently, his wrist subtly twitching, sending the petals fluttering away. He thrust the sword once more, cleaving through petals with precision. After half a month of arduous training, he had finally cultivated his swordsmanship to a minor level of sword energy, mere steps away from mastery. Today's objective, to swing the sword 10,000 times. Gu Yusheng inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the wooden sword. Yesterday marked the first time he had achieved his self-imposed penance for strikes, and with the final thrust, he had overcome his inner barrier, the wooden sword remaining firmly in his grasp. Gu Yusheng had not mastered any sword techniques. However, as he grasped the wooden sword, an unprecedented sensation surged within him, a profound unity between his arm and the sword. Gazing intently at the wooden sword in his hand, he felt an intense desire to unleash his sword aura, yet he suppressed it with unwavering resolve. The elder, who had once imparted lessons to him for 3 hours in the training grounds, held a significant place in his heart, akin to a mentor. Regrettably, that elder had ceased to appear, leaving Gu Yusheng with a sense of loss. Nevertheless, he had etched the elder's words into his memory. The essence of sword aura lies in concealment. To release it would signify that he had reached the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, a plateau from which he would need to break through to ascend to the realm of sword intent. Gu Yusheng understood that excessive swiftness is not always a virtue. He focused his mind, the sword in his hand remaining steady as ever. Yet, this strike still failed to stir the peach blossoms. In his dantian, however, a remarkably dense vortex of primordial energy was forming, resembling a cerulean sphere. At the very core of this sphere, a glimmer of silver light emerged. This tiny silver glimmer shone like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating Gu Yusheng's dreary and monotonous path of cultivation. "This is it." A trace of uncontainable joy appeared on Gu Yusheng's face. He excitedly embraced the peach tree, suppressing the urge to shout in jubilation. After all, he was still a 13-year-old boy, having encountered 2 of life's 4 great misfortunes, the loss of his parents in childhood and the absence of a worthy mentor in his youth. Among the thousands of disciples at Qingyun Sect's 6 Peaks, the atmosphere was vibrant, yet he could only find solace in the company of peach blossoms. Dwelling in solitude within his small courtyard, The seasons of this world were infinitely beautiful, yet the young boy could only harbor all his encounters deep within his heart. Clutching the peach tree before him, he silently roared in frustration. Suddenly, the spring thunder rumbled, reverberating through the air. Gu Yusheng gazed up at the heavens, the rain cascading down from Qingping Mountain, soaking his youthful face. "Hey, little loach, it's raining." A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, Gu Yusheng saw Mo Wanyun standing by the small, seldom visited wooden gate of the courtyard, her hands shielding her hair, somewhat displeased as she kicked at the tightly shut door. "I'm here." Gu Yusheng's heart leaped with joy, and he approached the small courtyard with light, swift steps, locking eyes with the young girl before him. In the midst of the spring rain and thunder, Mo Wanyun's delicate features resembled a hibiscus, more splendid than the peach blossoms. The fine rain fell gently, accentuating her fragrant cheeks, while her slightly irate gaze shimmered. With a half-sheet of paper held against her snow-white neck, she appeared diminutive yet as poised as a lotus poised to bloom in rippling waters, enchanting like the shadows of flowers in the rain. Akin to a butterfly dancing through spring, truly captivating. Gu Yusheng, initially ready to push open the door, found himself momentarily spellbound, standing there in a daze. "Hey, open the door." Mo Wanyun pouted, her small mouth forming a frown, as she playfully stomped on the back of Gu Yusheng's shoe in annoyance. "You look like a fool." "Oh." Gu Yusheng, flustered, fumbled a few times. The door, which was not locked but merely secured with a wooden latch, became even more tightly shut due to his efforts. Seeing the beautiful Mo Wanyun drenched in the rain, he felt a surge of impatience and pushed against the door a few times. "I'm coming through." The youthful lad, with a foolish grin, leapt over the fence, and with a plop, one of his shoes became ensnared upon the wooden barrier. Yet, he had already vaulted over, his face adorned with remnants of spring mud and peach blossoms, exuding an air of endearing simplicity. Miss Wanyun, initially perturbed by the rain, found amusement in the boy's predicament and stifled a laugh. "How foolish," she remarked. With a vigorous push, she opened the small gate with a creak. The boy, scratching his head in contemplation, appeared bewildered as he muttered, "Why do you push the door?" Upon hearing this, Wanyun burst into laughter again. "Have you truly become foolish from practicing your swordplay?" Gu Yusheng then realized, oblivious to his lost shoe, and strolled towards the eaves of the small courtyard, continuing, "Miss Mo. It seems this rain may persist for a while. Do take care not to get drenched. The chilly spring rain is prone to bringing on colds. In my youth, I was quite the rascal, often reveling in the rain, much to my father's chagrin as he chased me with a bamboo stick." As he spoke, a shadow passed over his countenance, and he absent-mindedly wiped the already clean wooden bench with his sleeve. After a moment, he lifted his face, smiled gently, and sincerely invited, "Miss Mo, please have a seat." Chapter 13. Unintentionally learning the 9 sword techniques, the mysterious dragon emblem under the eaves. Mo Wanyun's curious gaze roamed over the secluded courtyard, which exceeded her expectations with a well, a patch of fertile land, and most importantly, an adorable wooden tiger. "Huh, I shall ride this little wooden tiger," she exclaimed, bouncing onto its back and shaking its antlers with her delicate hands. "Oh, how delightful." Gu Yusheng observed her with care, inching closer to protect the charming figure. "Be careful not to break it," he cautioned. "How stingy." Mo Wanyun scoffed. Without offering further explanation, Gu Yusheng turned and entered the house, arranging a few peach blossom cakes in a bamboo basket and pouring a cup of peach blossom honey brew into a bamboo tube. Approaching the wooden tiger, he inquired, "Miss Mo, would you like to eat?" Mo Wanyun nodded, taking a bite of the peach blossom cake, which momentarily caught in her throat. She hastily sipped the honey brew, wiping her mouth with her small hand. "Hey, Gu Yusheng, is this how you entertain your guests?" Gu Yusheng, savoring a piece of cake from the basket, replied, "This is the finest I have here. Naturally, as a person of refinement, you may find it unpalatable. Thankfully, you are not me, and thus spared from such hardships." Having said this, Gu Yusheng firmly grasped his wooden sword and began to practice thrusts towards the peach blossoms in the courtyard. Mo Wanyun pouted, observing the boy's determined form against the rain, each thrust executed with intent rather than carelessness. Watching him intently, her eyes began to glimmer with newfound interest. She wished to convey that both the cake and the honey brew were quite enjoyable, yet feeling neglected by the boy's focus, she sulked and set down the cake, muttering, "Must you practice swordplay in this rain?" The boy turned, smiling as he replied, "I have grown accustomed to it. If I fail to complete my practice today, I must punish myself with 100 strikes tomorrow. All considered, it is far more efficient to complete it daily. Please, feel free." Boring, Mo Wanyun thought. As the slanting rain splattered against the boy's resolute face, each sword stroke he executed was far from perfunctory. As she observed several of his strikes, Her eyes gradually brightened with admiration. In recent days, she has been diligently practicing the cloud water sword technique. Endowed with exceptional intelligence, she has grasped the essence of the technique to a considerable extent, yet remains perplexed by one particular move, the turning clouds and overcasting rain. Suddenly, she observes the spring rain cascading along the young man's wooden sword, falling like a shower of pearls. In its delicate intricacies lies the very essence of the swordplay she struggles to comprehend. So this is how it is. A look of joy illuminated Mo Wanyun's face as she yearned to share her elation with the young man. However, she soon noticed him standing in the mud. His clothes soaked, his eyes filled with an intense and almost obsessive focus, which piqued her curiosity about him for the first time. With a slight furrow of her brow, she retrieved several sheets of paper from her cloud-like sleeves and hung them on the wall of the courtyard, then brought out a book that had just been suspended above her head to read in tranquility. Curiously, the book that typically eluded her attention on ordinary days now seemed intriguing amidst the spring rain and thunder, allowing her to read without the usual drowsiness. Thus, the young man, engrossed in sword practice, and the budding young lady, cradling a tome of wisdom, spent their time in the little courtyard. The spring rain showed no signs of abating, and in fact, grew heavier. At last, the young man accomplished his goal for the day and turned to find a pair of eyes fixed upon him from behind a book. "Hey, little loach, can you read?" Gu Yusheng stepped into the wooden house to change his clothes, and peering out from behind a wall, he earnestly replied, "I know some characters." "Is that true?" "Indeed." Gu Yusheng affirmed again, gesturing toward a small wooden tiger beside the table. "I used to practice recognizing characters on it every day." "Really?" Mo Wanyun's lips curled into a smile as she casually placed the book in her hand into a beautiful storage pouch and retrieved an old, yellowed volume. When Gu Yusheng emerged, she opened the first page of the book, pointed at a character, and asked, "Do you recognize this one?" Gu Yusheng glanced at the antiquated text, which featured a vivid depiction of a vast sea, sketched with a few strokes, while below it lay a script long forgotten. This script, Gu Yusheng had once seen inscribed on an ancient tortoiseshell during his childhood, consisting of merely a handful of characters. He had inquired about them from his father, Gu Bai, who taught him these characters, but cautioned him to keep them secret. I told you, you don't recognize it. Yet you claimed you could read," Mo Wanyun said, a hint of pride in her demeanor. The characters in this book were entirely unfamiliar to her. She had fortuitously discovered them within the pages of a renowned philosopher's work just days prior. Gu Yusheng, still in his youth, felt the profound impact of his father's death, akin to a shadow stretching over him. Underneath that shadow, the words of the girl perched on the wooden tiger ignited a sense of competitiveness within him, and he declared, "This character is pronounced Tu, representing the primal sound of the ancient dragon race, signifying the dragon's breath, akin to the surging of great rivers, ceaseless and unending." "Oh," Mo Wanyun responded, her belief wavering. Gu Yusheng leaned closer to her, pointing at the illustration in the yellowed book, saying, "Look, the meaning of this image corresponds with what this character conveys." "Ah," Mo Wanyun said, flipping to the second page, where the characters were exceedingly intricate, composed of numerous dragons, winds, and thunders, nearly 100 strokes in total. The characters even larger than the illustration itself. "You don't recognize this character, do you?" Gu Yusheng commenced. "This character may appear intricate, yet its meaning is remarkably simple. It is pronounced Qian, signifying the transformations of celestial phenomena and the forces of wind and thunder that ultimately converge into unity, embodying the concept of concealment." "And what of this one?" Mo Wanyun further tested Gu Yusheng with several characters, all of which he recognized impeccably. "This book is rather peculiar," Mo Wanyun murmured, lifting her gaze only to discover Gu Yusheng observing her with a pair of clear, penetrating eyes. In their shared moment of literacy, they had unconsciously drawn close. The youth, naive and inexperienced, was met with a sudden blush from Mo Wanyun, who, fully aware of her burgeoning feelings, closed the book and glared at him fiercely. "Return my belongings." Gu Yusheng feigned ignorance. "Miss Mo, I have not taken them. You must be the one who has them." Mo Wanyun leapt down from the small wooden tiger. "If you do not return them today, I shall disturb you every day until you cannot practice your sword in peace." With that, she turned to stride into the rain. "Wait a moment," Gu Yusheng called after her. "What do you intend to do?" Mo Wanyun spun around, only to find that the rain had ceased to fall upon her. She looked up to see the young man shielding her with an umbrella. "This way, you shan't get drenched. If you do not return my belongings, I shall not return your umbrella." Mo Wanyun stepped into the rain, casting a playful glance back at Gu Yusheng. He found the sight of the girl under the umbrella particularly enchanting and replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall not return it." At a loss for a suitable retort, Mo Wanyun took a few steps forward, her frustration boiling over. She swiftly approached Gu Yusheng and placed her foot atop his. In the midst of his astonishment, she wore a triumphant smile, her laughter ringing like wind chimes in the rain as she dashed into the downpour. Her figure gradually receded. Gu Yusheng gazed after her for an extended moment. Eventually, he let out a soft hiss, belatedly aware of a slight pain in his foot. A vague sense of loss washed over him, and upon turning back, he noticed several pieces of paper still hanging on the wall. "Miss Imo, you have dropped something," he called out, yet the mischievous figure had vanished. Concerned that the papers might be ruined by the wind and rain, he reached for them, his eyes scanning the illustrations on the parchment, revealing a series of small figures wielding a wooden branch. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, causing the images to seem alive, echoing rapidly in Gu Yusheng's mind. Is this a sword technique? Gu Yusheng inhaled deeply, his expression one of disbelief. He had no intention of stealing, yet the sword moves depicted on the parchment seemed to have been swept into his consciousness by the wind, each one forming 9 distinct techniques. Each move was not overly complex, yet the hidden intricacies, akin to a single grain from the vast sea, were infinitely variable. Contemplating this, Gu Yusheng instinctively grasped his wooden sword and began to practice the moves resonating in his mind within the small courtyard. Each technique felt like inscribing a character. After 3 repetitions, he astonishingly gleaned numerous subtle variations from each stance. This must be the work of that esteemed Mr. Mo, who ascended to greatness. Gu Yusheng sheathed his wooden sword and bowed respectfully to the sword techniques on the wall. He found himself at a loss for a path to cultivation, yet serendipitously acquired the sword techniques inscribed upon the parchment, which to him was nothing short of an opportunity. As twilight descended, the rain pattered against the banana leaves outside. In his leisure, Gu Yusheng busied himself with brewing peach blossom wine. Once the trivial matters were attended to, he retrieved the wine gourd hanging by his bedside, surreptitiously uncorked it, and inhaled deeply. A rich aroma of wine wafted towards him, causing Gu Yusheng's countenance to brighten with joy. After several days of sedimentation, the spiritual gourd had absorbed ample essence of heaven and earth, infusing the wine with an enigmatic power. With a hearty gulp, he drained the gourd entirely, just as a sudden surge of unprecedented heat ignited within his abdomen, consuming him with excruciating intensity. Gu Yusheng's expression turned to one of horror. Logically, he had discerned the cycle through which the spiritual gourd accumulated the essence of heaven and earth, typically reaching its most potent state in about 7 days. The last occasion had not elicited such a vehement and tumultuous energy. What could this mean? Before he could ponder further, he seated himself on the ground, swiftly employing the taking Yuan Tai Ling Yin method to guide the frenzied force into his dantian, striving to forge his primordial infant. However, this force was overwhelmingly fierce, rampaging within his body. Gu Yusheng had yet to establish his primordial infant and had not opened his meridians. Thus, the formidable essence manifested as 9 silver patterns in his dantian. The azure energy of the primordial infant gradually transformed into a flickering light, showcasing the exclusive silver hue of a second-grade primordial infant. Yet, despite this, Gu Yusheng was drenched in sweat, unable to master this tumultuous force. Crack, crack. Gu Yusheng heard the sound of his bones. The veins in his arms swelled like earthworms. He had been careless. He felt as if he was inhaling and exhaling torrents of flame with each breath. He was on the verge of losing control over his body, his consciousness nearly consumed by the rampant energy. Just then, a surge of enlightenment washed over him. Images from a weathered tome and its ancient script flashed through his mind. In a moment of clarity, Gu Yusheng realized that the dragon characters and patterns from that book seemed to represent a profound breathing technique, or perhaps an ancient method of cultivation attributed to the dragon race. Given the urgency of the situation, he had no time to deliberate. He focused on the first character in the book, embodying the essence of a celestial dragon, breathing as if summoning the clouds and tides of the vast seas. Chapter 14. Enhancement of Primordial Infant Essence Quality. Second Realm of Sword Path. In an instant, Gu Yusheng felt as though his dantian had shattered some limiting barrier, transforming into a boundless ocean. The rampant energy within him surged forth like a roaring river, though the waves raged relentlessly. The vast and profound ocean could not be tamed by mere rivers. Within just a few breaths, the mysterious force raging within Gu Yusheng converged into his dantian, and he swiftly experienced an unprecedented sensation of hunger, his stomach rumbling. Gu Yusheng ceased his meditation. After a while, he opened his eyes, his youthful face alight with disbelief. He gazed at the spiritual gourd on the table, while his mind pondered over the enigmatic dragon script. That was close. Gu Yusheng exhaled a breath of stale air and began to devour food voraciously. In In the brief span of a single incense stick's burn, he astonishingly endured 2 life-and-death experiences. The first peril stemmed from the terrifying spiritual energy within the spirit gourd, which nearly caused his body to explode. The second danger arose as, in a moment of desperation, he meditated upon the image of the Azure dragon and the accompanying draconic script. Within mere breaths, he felt as though he were being drained of vitality. Had it not been for the presence of an immense power within him, he would have likely been completely drained, reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. After a deep breath, Gu Yusheng consumed a considerable amount of food to gradually satiate his hunger. Once calm, he turned his focus inward to examine the transformation and consolidation of his primordial energy within the Danshan. However, upon observing the state of his Danshan, he was rendered momentarily speechless. The once abundant azure primordial energy had entirely transformed into silver. Yet, the refined silver primordial energy was but a fraction of its former glory, less than 1,000th of its previous amount. Moreover, intricate silver patterns now adorned his Danshan, which had expanded several-fold compared to its original size. Gu Yusheng felt a mixture of shock and delight. The joy stemmed from the realization that he could finally refine a second-grade primordial embryo, while the astonishment lay in the understanding that this elevation in quality necessitated the refinement of primordial energy hundreds of times greater than before. In other words, he would require significantly more time and effort in his cultivation. It was no wonder that within the entirety of the Qingyun sect, those who could refine a third-grade primordial embryo were exceedingly rare. Gu Yusheng silently marveled at the path of cultivation, which demanded not only talent and perseverance, but also an abundance of resources. Once his mind was tranquil, Gu Yusheng picked up the spirit gourd from the table, falling into deep contemplation. In the past, the wine within the gourd, after 7 days of gathering the essence of heaven and earth, had been perfectly suitable for refining his primordial embryo. Yet today, it had nearly led to his demise. From whence did this terrifying energy originate? Did the spirit gourd harbor some other mystery? Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed outside, accompanied by a torrential downpour and flashes of lightning. To his astonishment, Gu Yusheng noticed a barely perceptible imprint on the surface of the gourd momentarily illuminate. Lightning? A natural force? Gu Yusheng, incredulous, pondered briefly before dashing into the rain to hang the spirit gourd upon the fence, returning indoors to observe it closely. As lightning cleaved the sky, the silver light illuminated the gourd, and with each flash, Gu Yusheng could sense a thread of formidable primordial energy being absorbed by the gourd. This phenomenon continued until the thunder began to fade. Gu Yusheng retrieved the spirit gourd and poured out a few drops of wine. This time, he approached with great caution, daring only to sip a minuscule amount. Yet, even so, the terrifying primordial energy contained within the wine swiftly ignited a warm current within him. Indeed, Gu Yusheng was able to withstand this power, and he felt grateful for his prudence. Activating the Ta Qing primordial embryo spirit summoning technique, he meticulously refined the essence of heaven and earth from the wine, leading to a gradual replenishment of the silver primordial energy within his previously desiccated Danshan. After a night had passed, Gu Yusheng awoke from his meditative state and proceeded to wash in the small courtyard. Gazing into the copper mirror, he noticed a subtle transformation in his demeanor, as well as a slight increase in his height. With the wine gourd at his side, he no longer appeared so conspicuous. Armed with a wooden sword, he made his way to the peach blossom grove. As usual, Gu Yusheng thrust out his sword in silence. A petal of peach blossom fell from the tip of the sword. Gu Yusheng's pupils constricted. Just now, he had not unleashed any sword energy. Yet the peach blossom at the sword's tip was severed by an invisible force, split perfectly. The momentum of the sword. Have I entered the second realm of swordsmanship? Gu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, then focused again, sweeping out a second strike. This time, within the arc of his sword's tip, petals of peach blossoms cascaded down, fluttering gracefully, stirred by an unseen force. The realm of sword momentum excels in offense, achieving victory through power. The second realm of swordsmanship, Gu Yusheng murmured to himself. At that moment, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. After countless swings of the sword each day, he had finally achieved progress. Deep down, he understood that this was undoubtedly related to the transformation of his Danshan's primordial embryo from the previous day, yet he had never doubted his own efforts. Do not be proud. This is merely a small step on the path of cultivation. Gu Yusheng took a deep breath, continually reminding himself. He had witnessed that astonishing sword strike beneath the Qingping mountain, and in comparison, his current swordsmanship was but a mere flicker of light next to the strike of that mysterious elder. This year I have tasted the peach blossom brew. Next year, I shall return. Gu Yusheng still recalled the words of that enigmatic elder. From that moment on, The goal he pursued was the sword strike delivered by that elder. The joy within him turned a new page. As usual, Gu Yusheng held his wooden sword, swinging it again and again. Today's target, 9,000 strikes. Gu Yusheng set his goal, reducing it by 1,000 strikes compared to before, not out of laziness, but because he sensed that upon entering the second realm of swordsmanship, each thrust he made would generate momentum. His understanding of the power within the sword was a brand new path. In other words, Gu Yusheng needed to gradually decrease the number of swings, ultimately needing only one decisive strike. After a night of wind and rain, the peach blossom grove was adorned with a cascade of fallen petals. Such a splendid scene naturally attracted many disciples of the eighteenth sect, who stood on the cloud bridge connecting the 6 peaks to admire the view. Among them were the female disciples of the falling dust peak. They stood on the cloud bridge, gazing at the 300 miles of peach blossoms, while the silhouette of the young swordsman swinging his sword in the grove rendered the picturesque scenery of Qingping Mountain extraordinarily romantic. Within the eighteenth sect, many couples strolled together, pausing on the cloud bridge or solitary peaks, watching the blossoms bloom and wither. It is said that those who are heartless always question those who feel deeply. Wielding a sword makes it difficult to ascend Qingping Mountain. Gu Yusheng practiced swordsmanship for a day, while they had mocked him throughout that time, subconsciously believing that others could not attain the dream of slaying demons, thus dismissing the efforts of others. Yet now, that youthful figure continued to swing the wooden sword, still failing to earn their inner acknowledgement. Oh, do you think that his daily sword practice is truly effective? A girl clad in a green silk dress inquired of her companion, her brow slightly furrowed. In truth, her question was not about the question itself, but stemmed from her own frustration at being unable to solidify her primordial embryo, leaving her inner turmoil with no outlet. She sought an affirmation from others that would resonate with her own heart. If it were effective, what need would there be for a genius? At the forefront stood a woman, her demeanor exuding pride, surrounded by a throng of fellow disciples recently admitted into the eighteenth sect. She had successfully cultivated a wisp of primordial energy within her dantian, a shade slightly more refined than the dull gray, hinting at a significant probability of forming a low-grade primordial embryo. Yet, given the sect's 1-year limitation, this achievement was enough to evoke envy and jealousy among countless aspirants. Remaining in the eighteenth sect to cultivate was a dream that many could scarcely hope to attain. The expression of the woman in green dimmed momentarily. She yearned for such validation, but when others spoke their innermost thoughts aloud, she was overcome with profound disappointment and resentment. She pursed her lips and murmured, "Is effort truly in vain? Perhaps you should inquire of him?" Ha. Laughter erupted around her, muffled giggles filling the air. A woman with a flirtatious demeanor boldly remarked, "Wielding a sword may not guarantee strength, but if he strikes so often each day, marrying him could lead to a rather blissful life." Such brazen words ignited a wave of laughter among the gathered crowd. At that moment, at the end of the cloud bridge, a surge of sword energy sliced through the air, causing the clouds above to ripple and swirl. Sword rain cascaded like threads of silk, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Ah, someone is practicing swordsmanship. It's junior sister Imo. The women focused intently, observing a petite figure on the platform of the falling dust peak, diligently wielding her sword with fluid grace, her movements reminiscent of flowing water. The sword technique she practiced, the cloud water sword art, was one that all disciples of falling dust peak could cultivate. What a masterful display of skill. The same women who had just mocked Gu Yusheng suddenly felt as though they had been struck by an invisible slap, their faces burning with shame. Here was someone whose innate talent surpassed theirs by several folds, yet she exerted herself 100 times more. They had just ridiculed the very boy who wielded a sword, scoffing at the notion of effort being futile. The world is not lacking in intelligent individuals, yet many squander their lives on their own cleverness. Humph. Junior sister Imo certainly knows how to put on a show. If I had her background, I would undoubtedly surpass her. The woman who had previously derided Gu Yusheng wore a face of envy, muttering words of discontent, while a chorus of agreement echoed behind her. Meanwhile, the woman in green fell into contemplation, her once muddled gaze gradually clearing. She found herself trailing behind others, her eyes fixed on the boy in the peach blossom grove. Smiling as she mused, effort should indeed bear fruit. In a secluded area, a gaunt man observed Gu Yusheng's practice from the shadows, his eyes narrowing like those of a mole. From his sleeve, he produced a pouch of powdered medicine. "Gu Yusheng, if you must blame anyone, let it be your ill fate." A cruel smirk played upon Zhao Zi's lips as his slender frame slipped deeper into the forest. In the peach blossom grove, Gu Yusheng wielded his sword with vigor. He had begun to grasp the threshold of effectively channeling his energy through the sword and sensing the essence of his strikes. Yet he refrained from unleashing sword energy. Raising his gaze towards the direction of falling Dust Peak, he had just perceived a series of sword energies, and, in the haze, glimpsed a familiar figure, Imo Wanyan. If she could strive so diligently, then I must exert myself even more. Gu Yusheng absent-mindedly patted his wine gourd. The wine within was scarce. He had previously offered a jar as a contribution to a sect mission, leaving little left in the barrel. As he gazed upon the profusion of peach blossoms, Gu Yusheng was acutely aware that in a few days, they would wither and require harvesting. He needed to ascend the heights of Qingping Mountain. Today, he resolved to gather an ample amount. Upon reaching his small courtyard, he picked up a bamboo basket and dashed into the peach orchard. Following the meandering stream, he inadvertently found himself at a tranquil mountain's foot, where the only sound was the gentle cascade of spring rain transforming into a brook. Looking up, Gu Yusheng spotted a millennia-old peach tree at the edge of a waterfall, its blossoms radiant and strikingly different from the others, flourishing abundantly. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, providing a soothing respite to his weary body after a day of sword practice. The blossoms would surely yield exquisite wine. Gu Yusheng hurriedly navigated along the stream's bank. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a faint sound. His heart quickened with apprehension. He recalled his father's warnings about lurking beasts within Qingping Mountain. Safety was not guaranteed. In the depths of the valley, behind a stone, Zhao Ji, thin as a monkey, noticed Gu Yusheng's silhouette. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Those cursed by fate often endure the worst of luck. I feared that the snow ape would lose its wits from my intoxicating potion and drag me into chaos. Yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. Zhao Ji's gaze flickered toward the snow ape crouched beneath the peach tree, a glint of caution in his eyes. Before he stealthily retreated from the valley's depths, Gu Yusheng scrutinized the peach tree precariously perched at the waterfall's cliff, his pace gradually slowing. An instinctive sense of impending danger enveloped him. He felt compelled to turn and flee, yet the haunting echoes of those who once mocked his father surfaced in his mind. The voices lingered. Turning back was simple, but what then? After enduring relentless storms to hone his swordsmanship, what was it all for? To evade? No, he could not. Drawing the wooden sword from his waist, he gripped it firmly. With determination, he took a step forward. Suddenly, a snow-white claw emerged from the mist rising from the waterfall, stirring the peach blossoms, and lunged toward Gu Yusheng's face. It was a snow ape, towering as tall as a man, with a rugged visage, bared fangs, and bristling fur. Its gaping maw roaring, eyes wide with fury. With a roar, one claw aimed for Gu Yusheng's face, while the other sought to ensnare him in its grasp. A fierce gale rushed toward him. Despite his preparation, Gu Yusheng found it difficult to evade, with no time for contemplation. He instinctively thrust his wooden sword as he had always done. The sword vibrated, its aura clashing with the gale, producing a resonant sound. At that moment, Gu Yusheng's slight frame seemed diminutive compared to the snow ape, yet his sword energy stirred the water curtain raised by the waterfall. Before the wooden sword could reach its target, the gale between the snow ape's claws shattered. The creature's massive form, surprisingly agile, leaped above Gu Yusheng's head. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Yusheng's sword grazed the snow ape's abdomen, sending sparks flying. With a thunderous crash, the snow ape's colossal body crashed down behind Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng deftly spun his wooden sword, seizing the moment to pivot, retreating several steps with the tips of his toes barely grazing the ground. He had yet to master any martial arts techniques or agility manuals from the sect, relying solely on the wooden sword in his grasp. Once he steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings, he caught sight of a snow ape a few paces away, its fangs bared, drool cascading from its sharp teeth. Crimson eyes ablaze with fury, and its fur bristled upright. Its massive form was poised, seemingly gathering strength. A long gash marked the spot where Gu Yusheng had previously struck the creature with his wooden sword. With a thunderous roar, the snow ape slammed its massive hands onto the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Its body appeared to swell, veins bulging like worms along its limbs, while its abdomen bore deep, canyon-like grooves. Gu Yusheng swallowed hard, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. This was unmistakably a second-tier beast, akin to a practitioner at the opening vein stage. However, the snow ape, boasting the bloodline of an ancient spirit monkey, was inherently robust, possessing formidable regenerative abilities and strength that far surpassed that of any practitioner. Even those at the opening vein stage would find themselves outmatched. The snow ape, a primate beast, thrived solely in the snow-covered terrains of Qingping Mountain. What was it doing here? A shadow of doubt flickered across Gu Yusheng's mind. For millennia, humans and beasts had been locked in a relentless struggle, with the latter growing ever more powerful and dominating this realm, while humanity clung to the fringes, struggling to survive. Yet, Not all beasts were deemed part of the beast kind. For instance, the snow ape before him. Beasts that could submit to humanity were considered good beasts. Spiritual beasts that could serve to protect the sect and become companions to practitioners. However, it appeared to have lost its sentience. Furrowing his brow, Gu Yusheng realized that this second-tier snow ape was far beyond his capabilities. His previous strike had merely grazed its surface. Just then, as his mind raced with uncertainty, the snow ape suddenly opened its enormous maw, unleashing a tempestuous gust. Trees before Gu Yusheng splintered into fragments, and the stream at his feet surged violently. Panic surged within him. A second-tier snow ape could manipulate the elemental spirits of the world, casting spells. This indicated that it was indeed an intelligent spiritual beast. Yet it had now succumbed to madness, the only plausible explanation being that someone had lured it into a frenzy, intent on taking his life. With nowhere to flee, Gu Yusheng inhaled deeply, gripping his wooden sword tightly, resolutely declaring, "I cannot die yet." A primal instinct for survival ignited within him. Memories of wielding his sword flooded his mind. Since evasion was futile, he would instead employ his sword's energy to create a barrier, his only recourse. Gu Yusheng, you have swung your sword countless times. This one strike must be your most potent. In this critical moment, a sense of clarity washed over him. He believed in his own efforts, confident that he could unleash this strike. It was a matter of life or death. The silver essence from his danshin surged into the wooden sword, the sword's energy no longer concealed. His self-discipline served as the finest sheath. Like the mysterious elder he had encountered on the day he joined the Qingyan sect, he drew the sword, and its energy erupted forth, radiant with silver light. The sword's energy transformed from defense into an offensive force. Originally only on the threshold of the second realm of swordsmanship, Gu Yusheng, in that fleeting moment, comprehended the true essence of sword intent. The sword chi coalesced into a silvery luminescence, colliding once more with the ferocious wind stirred up by the snow ape's howls. In an instant, it was as if a tempest had swept down the snow. The sword chi rose like cascading raindrops, resembling pearls of silver falling upon a jade plate. Gu Yusheng's long hair brushed against his face, his gaze fixed upon the sword chi ahead, akin to the winds of Qingping Mountain, once it took form. It was difficult to halt. Amidst the swirling winds, a vertical gash appeared on the snow ape's abdomen. Faintly, Gu Yusheng could hear the robust heartbeat of the snow ape thundering like war drums. The snow ape's massive palms struck the ground with a force that sent splashes of water cascading toward Gu Yusheng, each droplet concealing terrifying power. The raindrops magnified in Gu Yusheng's eyes. He wielded his wooden sword with swift precision, employing the unnamed sword technique he had learned from the parchment that fell from Mo Wanyan. The wooden sword struck down with urgency. Each droplet was parried by Gu Yusheng in a stabbing manner. He was retreating, the sword in his hand growing heavier, a mist gradually forming upon his brow. The nascent energy yet to coalesce into the primordial embryo was swiftly consumed by his strokes. Strictly speaking, he had not yet entered the realm of the primordial embryo. Nevertheless, he had successfully deflected 3 of the snow ape's attacks. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. A single raindrop pierced through the slender shoulder of his frame, blood trickling down his arm. The snow ape exhaled mist from its nostrils, its palms pounding upon its chest, the wounds Gu Yusheng had inflicted upon it healing once more. As Gu Yusheng retreated, he unknowingly found himself beneath a peach blossom tree, only a few steps away from the cliff's edge. From the moment the snow ape had appeared, Gu Yusheng recognized that with his current abilities, escape was nearly impossible. He could not match its strength and had to devise another means of survival. If he could lure the snow ape to leap forth, causing it to plummet into the abyss, that would be his sole path to victory. However, Gu Yusheng had evidently underestimated the intelligence of the snow ape. Though its eyes were bloodshot, upon seeing Gu Yusheng beneath the peach tree, it unexpectedly hesitated, stepping back as if petrified. This subtle movement sent a chill through Gu Yusheng's scalp. No, it had no reason to fear him. The snow ape thrived amidst the cliffs. It had seen through his scheme, and as long as it refrained from jumping into the gorge, there was no need for retreat. What was it afraid of? Gu Yusheng's heart tightened. Suddenly, he looked up and was alarmed to discover that the millennia-old peach tree, growing at the cliff's edge, had silently lowered several branches, sweeping towards him. Hiss! A surge of terror gripped Gu Yusheng. The ancient peach tree had become a malevolent entity. He swung his wooden sword, aiming for the branches. Clang! The peachwood sword clashed against the branch, sending sparks flying. Crack! Caught off guard, Gu Yusheng's hand became ensnared. The peach branches coiled around his waist like vines. He felt a sharp pain as they pierced his skin, rapidly growing like tendrils, entwining even the gourd hanging from his body. by a curious stroke of fate. The cork of the wine gourd was dislodged by a peach branch. A wisp of azure light burst forth from the gourd, and an extraordinary force drew all the peach blossoms from the branch into the vessel. Simultaneously, Gu Yusheng felt as though he could hear the mournful cries of the ancient peach tree reverberating in his soul's sea, while the vines that ensnared him retracted swiftly. With a sudden plummet, Gu Yusheng fell to the ground. In a state of disarray, he sprinted a few meters forward, only to be shrouded in shadow. He looked up to behold the towering figure of the snow ape, which raised its massive paw, aiming to strike his forehead. The overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Gu Yusheng, plunging him into an unprecedented despair. This sensation was akin to the uncontrollable rage he experienced during his training. The ancient dragon tongue. Gu Yusheng opened his mouth, a deep resonance emanating from his throat, as he desperately evaded the snow ape's grasp. With a resounding thud, the earth quaked violently. Gu Yusheng rolled and sprang to his feet, wielding his wooden sword and gasping for breath. Upon glancing forward, he saw the immense snow ape now prostrate on the ground, trembling incessantly. The bloodshot veins in its eyes visibly faded, reverting to their original deep blue hue. Its bristled fur lay flat, and its paws were raised in a gesture of submission. A look of terror etched across its face. It expelled a peculiar powder, swiftly shrinking into a somewhat endearing juvenile ape. Phew! Cold sweat dripped from Gu Yusheng's forehead as he quelled the tumult of emotions within. He pointed his wooden sword at the snow ape. "You shall submit to me." The juvenile ape nodded anthropomorphically, patting its chest and glancing at the sword in Gu Yusheng's hand. It extended its paw, smearing some of its blood onto Gu Yusheng's palm. And a wondrous sensation blossomed in his mind, as if he could now command the very life of this snow ape. The snow ape withdrew its furry finger and gestured towards the peach tree upon the cliff behind Gu Yusheng before leaping across the river, thus expressing its allegiance and loyalty. Chapter 16. The young man's tireless cultivation and the young girl's hidden aspirations delighted. Gu Yusheng was pleasantly surprised by the mysterious symbols and dragon script that Miss Mo had shown him, realizing they possessed such enigmatic power. What astonished him further was that this snow ape not only possessed innate intelligence, but also understood the path of contracts. It is known that among the 6 peaks of the Qingyun sect, only the disciples of the heavenly spirit peak were permitted to learn the art of beast mastery. And even then, true control over a spiritual or demonic beast required immense fortune. Now, unexpectedly, Gu Yusheng had acquired a spirit companion. Amidst his elation, Gu Yusheng quickly pondered his circumstances. Despite his cautious demeanor since entering the Qingyun sect, he had fallen victim to other schemes. Yet, through this fortuitous encounter, this snow ape had pledged its loyalty to him, becoming a formidable ally and a trump card in his endeavors. As Gu Yusheng pondered, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the powder spat out by the snow ape on the ground. A profound expression flickered in his eyes as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, inquiring of the snow ape, "Who provided you with food?" The snow ape scratched its head and fidgeted, chattering incessantly. Although Gu Yusheng had forged a contract with it, he lacked understanding of the intricacies of such agreements and could not fully grasp the snow ape's meaning. However, he could infer from its gestures that during its foraging, it had consumed a package of irresistibly alluring powder. The individual who had administered this powder had a clear intention to orchestrate his demise at the hands of this very snow ape. Gu Yusheng unscrewed the flask from his waist and took a gentle sip. The arid essence within his dantian gradually replenished. He turned to glance at the resplendent millennium peach tree, now in full bloom, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The assailant who had sought to harm him could not have ventured far, with the snow ape now under his dominion. Coupled with the transformative peach tree, he realized that with careful planning, he had a viable opportunity to vanquish his adversary. Should he fail to address this threat promptly, the repercussions could be exceedingly troublesome. It is not the thief that one fears, but rather the thief's lingering intentions. Contemplating this, Gu Yusheng slowly closed his eyes, mentally devising the feasibility of his situation. The fact that the opponent had resorted to drugging the snow ape indicated that their strength was inferior to that of the creature. He needed to find a place to conceal himself and regain sufficient strength. Casting a glance at the obedient snow ape, it seemed to comprehend his thoughts, as it pointed towards a waterfall and leapt gracefully into the cavern concealed behind it. Gu Yusheng was taken aback. Behind the waterfall lay another realm. As he traversed through the cascade, he encountered a narrow passage. Without shrinking its form, the snow ape would have been unable to pass. Upon entering the cave, an intense chill enveloped him. So cold, Gu Yusheng involuntarily shivered. After advancing for the duration of half a tea's worth of time, the cavern finally opened up, its walls adorned with unique moonlight stones that emitted a faint glow. It appeared that there was a natural wind tunnel leading directly to Qingping Mountain above, where icicles hung precariously, and beneath them lay a natural cold pool. The water in the pool shimmered a deep azure, its temperature plummeting to the extreme, yet remaining unfrozen. In the center of the cold pool rested a verdant stone bed, emanating a thick mist. Even from a distance, Gu Yusheng could sense the bone-chilling cold radiating from it. Gurgle. The snow ape joyfully thumped its chest and leaped onto the stone bed, resembling a stone monkey gazing at the moon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white mist enveloped the snow ape at a visibly rapid pace, its fur lengthening until it was momentarily transformed into an ice sculpture. Witnessing this astonishing sight, Gu Yusheng's eyelids twitched. No wonder the snow ape had descended from the snow-laden Qingping Mountain to reside here. It had recognized the cold bed as a place for cultivation. The cold energy rising from the pool contained pure essence, continuously flowing into the snow ape's body. The wound inflicted by Gu Yusheng's sword on its abdomen fully healed, and its strength rapidly restored, its form returning to its original stature, towering over 2 meters. At my current state, I cannot withstand the frigid energy emanating from the stone bed. Gu Yusheng swiftly made a judgment, a glimmer of unprecedented brilliance illuminating his eyes. The 2 realms following the refinement of the primordial fetus are the opening meridian realm and the bone-forging realm. This place serves as an exceptional site for both, promising great utility in the future. Although direct cultivation on the stone bed was impossible, the cave itself offered ample opportunity to enhance his physique, significantly aiding the refinement of the primordial fetus. As Gu Yusheng diverted his gaze from the snow ape, he momentarily paused upon scanning the corner of the cave, where several ancient jars were nestled at the base of the wall, emanating a fragrant aroma of fruit wine. Intrigued, he hurried over, gently inhaling the scent, his face registering disbelief. The jars contained, astonishingly, monkey wine. This snow ape had a natural talent for brewing. Could it be that he could employ it as a laborer, with an endless supply of exquisite wine? Just then, the icy exterior of the snow ape shattered, and it leapt effortlessly beside the jars. Despite its robust physique and thick fur, it could not withstand the chill emanating from the stone bed, trembling as it clutched a jar and began to drink fervently. In an instant, the entire jar of wine was consumed. Gu Yusheng placed a hand on his forehead, conceding, "All right, I was hasty. This creature drinks with a prowess 100-fold greater than mine." Having indulged in the wine, the snow ape exhaled a cloud of frosty mist and promptly collapsed into a deep slumber before his very eyes, its form swiftly diminishing into that of an adorable little snow monkey. Endowed with considerable intelligence, this snow ape, if nurtured, would undoubtedly grow strong. Although it had formed a blood contract with a trace of its essence, it was evidently influenced by the dragon language he had inadvertently acquired. Gu Yusheng realized he needed to find a method to exchange for a technique to strengthen the contract further. With a plan forming in his mind, Gu Yusheng settled down, uncorking the wine gourd and savoring a small sip. A rich fragrance of peach blossoms nearly intoxicated him, followed by an infusion of pure energy coursing through his body. He quickly activated his techniques to guide this energy into his dantian. Images of the celestial gourd absorbing the blooming peach blossoms from the millennium-old peach tree flashed through his mind, prompting him to ponder. This gourd possesses incredible abilities, and I must refine it, ensuring no one discovers its secrets. The cave was suffused with an oppressive chill. Gu Yusheng's internal energy surged violently, the cold suppressing its tumult, allowing him to refine the essence of heaven and earth in such a unique environment. As time passed, the silver essence of his primordial fetus became as radiant as moonlight. Amidst the shimmering silver, he keenly detected a golden point, an indication of a first-grade primordial fetus. Gu Yusheng opened his eyes, disbelief etched upon his face. Having navigated life and death in this canyon, he had unleashed the latent potential within his body, cultivating with a fierce momentum, devoid of any stagnation. "Onward with my training," he declared, consuming the aged fruit gathered by the snow ape to satiate his hunger, followed by another sip from the gourd, continuing the refinement of his primordial fetus. On that day, the skies were clear and bright. Upon the summit of Falling Dust Peak, the master He Hong Yin, clad in a Daoist robe, concluded the morning lessons on the refinement of the primordial essence. In a fleeting moment of leisure, several disciples gathered in small groups to engage in casual conversation. Among the female disciples, the youngest, Miss Mo Wanyun, stood alone at the edge of the peak, gazing longingly at the expanse of the peach blossom grove. It had been 3 days since she last beheld the sword-practicing youth amidst the blossoms, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of inexplicable emptiness gnawed at her heart. Due to her status in youth, she was not particularly close to her senior sisters, Even those who showed her kindness seemed to do so with ulterior motives. A form of flattery that Mo Wanyan found unappealing. Conversely, the youth, clad in humble attire and overlooked by the sect, brought her joy and amusement in their interactions. She had grown accustomed to watching the seemingly simple-minded, yet stubborn boy practice swordplay in the grove. Yet, it had now been 3 days without a trace of him. "Hey, Sister Xiaofeng, what are you staring at? That sect's outcast practicing in the peach grove? Stop looking. He hasn't practiced in 3 days. I told you. That fellow must be putting on a show to gain the elders' sympathy, but he can't keep up the act forever. And you still call him diligent?" Chimed in the other female disciples, their faces alight with a sense of relief. They had no connection to Gu Yusheng, but relished in his misfortune. Such is the basest nature of humanity, fearful of those who strive to surpass them. Those mired in the muck find solace in witnessing another's struggle, taking pleasure in the occasional flicker of hope they might grant. In the past, they had mocked Gu Yusheng daily, yet deep within, a flicker of unease lingered. What if effort actually bore fruit? What if he encountered an unexpected turn of fate? What unexpected turn could there be? Perhaps he could no longer endure such neglect and chose to descend the mountain. The woman in azure robes named Xiaofeng murmured. There is that possibility, after all. Those who enter the Qingyan sect eventually venture down the mountain to vanquish demons. It's only natural he would fear death, considering his father is a coward. Laughter erupted among the female disciples of Falling Dust Peak, their mirth unrestrained, relishing the tale despite its weariness, for it brought them joy. He is not that kind of person. As the laughter subsided, Mo Wanyun stepped forward, her delicate features now adorned with an unprecedented air of pride and nobility. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and none dared meet her eyes. With a slight smile, she pointed at several of the older female disciples, declaring, "In my eyes, the vast majority of you are merely a joke. You have no true understanding of what it means to be strong. Qingping Mountain may rise high, yet the Qingyun sect merely stands at the precipice of the abyss. Do not let the mountain obscure your vision. The world beyond is neither as beautiful nor as brutal as you claim. If effort in this world is to be ridiculed, then come, mock me as well. I, too, am diligent." With a swift motion, Mo Wanyun unsheathed a small emerald sword. "Before you laugh at others, perhaps you should consider whether you have the right to do so." Mo Wanyun stood there, her petite figure juxtaposed with a gaze that instilled dread in all who beheld her, as well as the trembling spirit sword in her grasp. "Sister Mo, we jest. How could we dare to criticize you? You are a prodigy, and even if we were to endure relentless training without sustenance or rest, we could never match your pace." "How ludicrous," she retorted coldly. "How can you ascertain your own limitations without having tried? Such musings merely serve as excuses for your own cowardice." With her sword sheathed, Mo Wanyun passed icily before the assembly of women. "You are the ones who have lost your sense of self. Today, as you stand here gazing upon the peach blossom grove at the foot of the mountain, you remain oblivious to the fact that above us, there exists a mountain full of peach blossoms yet to bloom." Silence enveloped the summit of Luokang Peak. Once Mo Wanyun departed, a woman scoffed derisively at her words. "She merely has an illustrious grandfather. What is so remarkable about that? Indeed, who does she think she is?" Mo Wanyun's reputation was swiftly crumbling. Meanwhile, the young man meditating in the cave remained unaware that the girl who had dubbed him a little loach was advocating on his behalf. Chapter 17. A world where the weak are preyed upon. One must wield their sword against their foes. "Young Master Lu, the matter has been settled." In a deserted locale, Zhao Ji spoke to Lu Chun with an ingratiating expression. "Really?" Lu Chen's face lit up with elation. "Gu Yusheng is truly dead?" He had not seen the young man practice swordplay in the peach grove for 3 days. Zhao Ji rubbed his hands together. "That beast possesses an ancient bloodline. Not only is it physically formidable, but it also possesses intelligence surpassing that of other beasts. To incite its fury, I expended considerable resources to acquire a special powder from an elder beast tamer on Tianling Peak. You promised me." Lu Chun furrowed his brow. "I need to see the living or the dead. I remain shackled by the influence of the heavenly oath. Do you think that wretched spawn could still be alive?" "The chances are slim," Zhao Ji replied, narrowing his eyes. "Young Master Lu, you aren't having second thoughts, are you?" "It's not second thoughts. You should personally verify whether he is indeed dead." As Lu Chun spoke, a sudden thought struck him. "You mentioned that the beast possesses an ancient bloodline? What kind of beast is it?" Zhao Ji's eyes darted cunningly as he chuckled. "A fierce demon, the kind that is notoriously difficult to tame. I shall visit the peach grove to ascertain the fate of that little brat." With that, Zhao Ji turned to leave, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had long set his sights on the snow ape, yet lamentably, his talent was insufficient to master the beast-taming techniques. Even if he were to fail, He could leverage this crucial information to ingratiate himself with the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty. Lu Qin's expression revealed a hint of skepticism. However, for him, the life or death of Gu Yusheng was of paramount concern. Within the icy cavern behind the waterfall, Gu Yusheng was diligently refining the silver primordial qi, gradually transforming it into a golden hue. During these 3 days, he had foregone sword practice to focus exclusively on refining the primordial qi to elevate its quality. Once all the silver primordial qi had been transmuted into gold, he intended to utilize his techniques to condense the primordial fetus, formally entering the realm of the primordial fetus. According to Gu Yusheng's estimations, he would achieve success within 3 to 5 days at most. At that moment, the snow ape stationed outside quietly stepped in, appearing before Gu Yusheng and gesturing towards the outside. Has the time finally come? Gu Yusheng exhaled softly, concealing all his primordial energy within his danshan. Grasping his wooden sword, he stealthily exited the icy cave. Several dozen paces away, a figure lurked behind a stone, behaving furtively. Is it him? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Gu Yusheng's eyes. This individual was none other than Lu Zhan's named disciple. Upon entering the sect, he had audaciously coveted the monetary rewards bestowed upon newly admitted disciples. Gu Yusheng had exposed his underhanded actions, leading to a lingering resentment in the other party. It was no surprise, then, that this person would attempt to harm him in secret. Is he at the opening vein stage? Gu Yusheng furrowed his brow. Although he had yet to reach the primordial embryo stage, his 6 senses were keen, allowing him to discern the aura emanating from Zhaoji. This individual possessed a relatively large frame, yet appeared stooped and emaciated, suggesting that he had encountered some mishap during his cultivation at the opening vein stage. As a disciple of the previous cohort admitted 5 years prior to Qingyun's sect, Zhaoji's talent was not particularly outstanding, but neither was it lacking, after all. Many had yet to even condense their primordial embryo after 5 years. This man is cunning. If I do not reveal myself, he will surely escape, but if I do, a direct confrontation is highly likely. Gu Yusheng's gaze flickered, and he felt an unexpected rush of excitement coursing through his veins. Perhaps I can engage him in battle. With that thought igniting in his mind, Gu Yusheng instinctively clenched his fists. He glanced at the peach tree precariously perched at the cliff's edge, then at the snow ape beside him. Numerous meticulously planned contingencies replayed in his mind, including various schemes for covert sabotage. Yet he only wished to prove himself with his sword. You stay hidden over there. Gu Yusheng instructed the snow ape to remain concealed behind the waterfall. Utilizing the cascading water as cover, he advanced step by step towards the gorge. Come forth. Gu Yusheng paused, fixing his gaze upon the stone ahead. Do you know me? Zhaoji emerged from behind the stone, somewhat surprised, his eyes instinctively surveying the gorge's entrance to ensure no other sect members were present. A smirk crept across his face as he approached Gu Yusheng, his demeanor somewhat playful. Gu Yusheng, you are quite astute. However, it is a pity that the clever often meet untimely ends. I am merely curious. How did you evade that calamity? Gu Yusheng remained silent, slowly drawing the wooden sword from his waist and pointing it at Zhaoji, his expression calm as he inquired, why do you wish to harm me? Is it truly just for that silver ingot? Is my life so insignificant? Zhaoji paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Gu Yusheng, in this world, the strong survive while the weak perish. This is an immutable truth. Beasts will not spare you for your youth. And similarly, if someone offers a sufficient price, your life becomes a worthy sacrifice. Do you not find your inquiries amusing? Gu Yusheng raised his sword 3-fold higher and replied, then I shall slay you without any remorse. With that, Gu Yusheng thrust the wooden sword towards Zhaoji. His movement was akin to his usual practice against the peach tree, devoid of any embellishment and executed at a measured pace. In Zhaoji's eyes, this sword was utterly unremarkable. He had once looked down from great heights, mocking Gu Yusheng for engaging in such futile endeavors daily. A mere lad incapable of even dislodging a peach blossom now dared to brandish a sword at him. To Zhaoji, it resembled an ant struggling desperately before its demise. He even lifted his chin, observing as Gu Yusheng aimed the sword at him, intending to toy with the youth like a cat with a mouse, plunging him into despair and allowing him to perish silently in this forsaken place. The wooden sword drew nearer, and the mocking smile on Zhaoji's lips widened. 3 meters. 2 meters, a mere breath apart. Suddenly, Zhaoji's heart tightened, not from sensing the hidden sword energy within Gu Yusheng's strike, but from the instinct of a practitioner at the meridian opening stage. He had refined a 4th grade Yuan embryo, just a step away from attaining the 3rd grade. Once, he too had been a prodigy, but his impatience for quick success had led to a misstep during his meridian opening. Danger loomed. Death approached. Zhaoji's expression froze. instinctively dodging to the side. He possessed the pride of superiority and thus scorned the notion of defending with a weapon. In his pupils, Gu Yusheng's sword seemed to accelerate exponentially, the sword tip radiating a flash of light, akin to a beacon piercing the night. The sword descended with the ferocity of a tempest. Zhao Ji watched in astonishment as the blade pierced his abdomen, though he narrowly avoided a fatal strike to the heart. The terrifying sword energy within the wooden blade wreaked havoc upon his internal organs. Staggering backward, Zhao Ji collided violently with the stone, causing fissures to spiderweb across its surface. The residual sword energy erupted, sending sparks flying against the stone. Gasping, Zhao Ji stood rigid, his eyes wide, though he too was a practitioner at the meridian opening stage. He lacked the robust physique of the snow ape. A narrow sword wound marred his abdomen, blood seeping forth gradually. Zhao Ji struggled to catch his breath, his chest aflame with pain akin to 1,000 needles piercing him. He glanced down at his wound, horror flooding his eyes. He had narrowly saved his life by instinct. Yet to heal completely would require years, if not longer. Such a delay would mean the end of his cultivation journey. Contemplating this, Zhao Ji's expression twisted in rage as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Yusheng, devoid of any trace of disdain, his murderous intent surging forth. You wretched spawn. You seek death. One hand pressed against the wound, the other braced against the stone. He leveraged the stone to support his body. His bones cracked audibly as a surge of energy radiated from him, shredding his clothing, revealing his emaciated form. 8 prominent veins, resembling worms, protruded from his limbs and chest, converging at the site of his injury, attempting to mend the wound, their clarity visible to the naked eye. The meridian opening stage, 8th segment. Gu Yusheng's expression momentarily froze, a hint of gravity manifesting in his eyes, though he vaguely sensed that the emaciated man before him remained at the opening meridian stage. He was astonished to discover that this individual had already opened the 8 meridians. With the completion of the 9th meridian, he would ascend to the bone-forging realm, rendering him impervious to ordinary blades and swords. I shall kill you, Zhao Ji exclaimed, noticing Gu Yusheng's expression. His eyes gradually filled with bloodshot fury, a profound hatred simmering in the depths of his pupils. In pursuit of his cultivation, he had exhausted all resources provided by his sect over the past several years, employing various means to acquire additional resources, sparing no expense to enhance his power. However, a year prior, to avoid being dispatched by the sect to slay demons, he had used secret techniques to forcibly conceal his strength, failing to properly control the cosmic essence within his meridians, which had led to significant depletion of his vitality. Originally, had he continued his training for a while longer, reaching the 9th stage of the opening meridian realm, he would have had the opportunity to become a practitioner of the bone-forging realm. Yet, fate had dealt him a cruel blow. I am but 1 meridian away from invulnerability to blades and arrows, yet here I am, wounded at my very core by your sword. I shall tear your body to shreds, Zhao Ji exclaimed, having opened his meridians and temporarily suppressing his sword wound. He raised both palms, launching a powerful gust of energy towards Gu Yusheng. A formidable force surged forth, imbued with a peculiar chilling power. The air seemed to crystallize, as if ice were forming. Gu Yusheng thrust his sword forward. Although the sword energy deflected most of the gust, a layer of frost had adhered to his wooden sword. An intense chill emanated from the weapon, causing Gu Yusheng's arm to grow numb, nearly losing sensation. Fortunately, having spent the past 3 days cultivating in a cold cavern, he remained remarkably composed in the face of this bizarre chilling technique, drawing upon the cosmic essence from the surroundings as he would in usual practice. He infused the essence within his body into the wooden sword. The frost on his arm quickly dissipated, and even the frost on the sword transformed into shards of ice that fell away. With a swift shake of his wooden sword, Gu Yusheng transitioned from defense to offense, thrusting once more. What? Zhao Ji exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. He could not fathom how Gu Yusheng, who had yet to refine his primordial essence, could withstand his earlier shadow erosion palm. It was worth noting that he had achieved a commendable rank in the sect's minor competition 2 years prior, utilizing this technique that few could master. What sent shivers down Zhao Ji's spine was the realization that Gu Yusheng's current thrust sent his hair standing on end once again. Initially, he had assumed that Gu Yusheng's previous strike had landed only due to his own negligence. Now, it became evident that he had gravely underestimated the young man before him. Chapter 18. There is no retreat in life, a sword to vanquish foes. Zhao Ji, being at the 8th stage of the opening meridian realm, was not to be trifled with. With his defenses in place, he struck out with both palms, generating a powerful force that formed a protective barrier, the gust of wind sweeping through, effectively repelling Gu Yusheng's sword energy. His left hand transformed into fingers, executing a swift technique to disarm Gu Yusheng, moving with remarkable agility. In both technique and combat experience, he far surpassed Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his expression to stiffen, and an intense sense of pressure rendered him exceedingly calm. If he were to withdraw his sword for defense at this moment, it would be too late. Observing his opponent's left hand shifting, intent on seizing the sword from him, he realized that losing his weapon would mean losing his greatest reliance, especially as he had learned little and had yet to master even the most fundamental body techniques. In this critical moment, Gu Yusheng decided to gamble everything. He did not retract his sword, but instead channeled the vital energy from his dantian into the wooden blade. A silver light erupted from the sword, and at its tip, a golden essence coalesced, imbuing the blade with an unstoppable aura of sword energy, transforming it into a formidable offensive force. Though devoid of any formal sword techniques, the sight of it left Zhao Ji aghast, as he teetered dangerously close to death. Naturally, the instinct for survival began to stir within him, and in that fleeting moment, he contemplated retreat. Yet, as he withdrew, the force of the palm wind diminished, and Gu Yusheng's blade severed the two fingers that had aimed for him with a swift strike. The clash of energies resonated sharply as Gu Yusheng's sword advanced relentlessly. Yet his cultivation remained insufficient. The tumultuous aftermath destabilized him, forcing him to retreat nearly 10 paces, and he still struggled to maintain his footing. In a disheveled manner, he collided with a tree, his complexion paling and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, a smile of unprecedented satisfaction graced his lips. Though he had been defeated, he had also triumphed. A gaping wound bled profusely from Zhao Ji's thigh, and 2 fingers were missing from his left hand, blood dripping down. While he did not cough blood, the golden sword energy had pierced his skin, causing a horrifying array of blood beads to seep forth from beneath the surface. Silver essence? You dare to condense a second-grade vital embryo. Zhao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment, but a furtive glance revealed a sudden tension in his body. No, it was golden vital energy. Zhao Ji's expression shifted from shock to terror, then to madness. Well, who would have imagined that Qingping Mountain would produce a once-in-a-thousand-years genius? Given time, your future is boundless. Alas, you shall die by my hand. Initially harboring a fleeting thought of retreat to recuperate before finishing Gu Yusheng, he was now overwhelmed by the surge of murderous intent ignited by Gu Yusheng's talent. Ignoring the wound in his chest and the blood on his leg, his eyes blazed with rage as he raised his palm, unleashing a series of deep green gusts toward Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng took a deep breath, wielding his wooden sword to cleave through the gusts, retreating step by step until he reached the base of a peach blossom tree. You cannot escape. Zhao Ji pressed Gu Yusheng to the brink of a cliff, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he paused, his breath labored. The injuries inflicted by Gu Yusheng were severe. Escape? Gu Yusheng's expression remained serene. I merely offer you the most fitting manner of demise. Zhao Ji's eyelids twitched. Before he could comprehend the situation, he sensed a flash of white light in his peripheral vision. Instinctively turning around, he saw a diminutive monkey appear behind him. And in the next instant, it raised its fist and struck him forcefully in the lower back. Bang! A sharp sound echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. The snow ape's body swiftly expanded, roaring as a fierce wind propelled Zhao Ji's form into a 1,000-year-old peach tree. With a gasp, Zhao Ji spat blood midair, his expression one of horror as he beheld the snow ape, which stood obediently beside Gu Yusheng, wearing an ingratiating demeanor. How could this be? Zhao Ji's face turned ashen as he grasped a branch of the peach tree. The force of the snow ape's strike was overwhelming, shattering his internal organs and rendering his cultivation utterly futile. A shroud of dread enveloped him. Zhao Ji shouted at Gu Yusheng, you audacious fool, colluding with a beast to harm your fellow disciples. If the elders of the sect discover this, you are doomed. As he spoke, he fished out a sect token from his robes, poised to crush it. The sect token of the Qingyun sect contained records of each disciple's identity, which could be utilized to seek assistance from the sect should one encounter peril during a demon-slaying mission. Now, Zhao Ji intended to leverage the token to intimidate Gu Yusheng. Zhao Ji noticed Gu Yusheng retreating, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You cannot kill me. You know you're standing in the sect. If you are wise, dissolve your contract with the snow ape and hand it over to me. I may spare your life. Is that so? Gu Yusheng took a few more steps back, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his lips. Even the snow ape beside him retreated, displaying a hint of fear. Clutching the sect token, Zhao Ji felt his body weakening, ready to descend from the peach tree, but as he moved, he sensed something amiss. An unsettling rustling reached his ears. Raising his gaze, he beheld countless peach branches transforming into vines, crackling as they swiftly ensnared him. A visage of a tree demon materialized upon the thick trunk. A tree demon? Ah! Zhao Zi's face drained of color, instinctively attempting to crush the sect token, only to find his fingers and wrists ensnared by the vines, sharp thorns piercing his flesh, causing the token to clatter to the ground. He felt his life force rapidly ebbing away as the tree demon siphoned his vitality. Struggling proved futile. No, save me. Zhao Zi's eyes, filled with despair, locked onto Gu Yusheng. In that moment, he comprehended why Gu Yusheng had retreated. The boy's calm and indifferent gaze made it painfully clear that this was all part of his scheme to take Zhao Zi's life, without leaving any trace for the sect to pursue. A calculated strategy, concealing one's strength, such profound cunning. Zhao Zi's body was mere skin and bones now. His hoarse voice echoed in Gu Yusheng's ears. Save me. I know who harmed your father. Gu Yusheng's pupils constricted as he instinctively stepped forward. Yet, the ancient peach tree demon emitted waves of pink light, assimilating Zhao Zi's bones into its trunk. Kiki kiki. Gu Yusheng seemed to hear the demon's ecstatic laughter, waving the branches of the peach blossoms as if it sought to devour both him and the snow ape. In response, Gu Yusheng suddenly produced a wine gourd from his waist, directing it towards the peach tree. A cerulean light surged forth from the mouth of the gourd, as the millennia-old peach tree's blossoms were drawn in their entirety by Gu Yusheng. The furious voice of the ancient tree echoed in his ears. Gu Yusheng, however, remained unfazed, stating, just collecting some interest. The morning sunlight bathed his weary visage as he quietly departed the valley, leaving the snow ape behind. Pushing open the gate to his small courtyard, Gu Yusheng leaned against the door, his hands trembling slightly, having just endured a harrowing encounter that depleted the vital energy within him. Though his physique was not robust, his heart was resolute, with unwavering determination. He had extinguished the innocence of his childhood. Joy was a distant memory, and in this world of blooming peach blossoms yet steeped in desolation, he trudged forward in solitude, learning to survive, making decisive choices. Cloaked in sunlight, his gaze grew ever more steadfast. Throughout, Gu Yusheng gripped the wooden sword in his hand. He coughed, supporting himself against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, sensing something, he lifted his head to see a proud figure atop a small wooden tiger, bright eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. Instinctively, he clenched his bloodied hand into a fist, retreating it into his sleeve, and offered a bashful smile to the girl. Miss Imo, what brings you here? He inquired. My grandfather said the peach blossoms are about to wither, and asked me to gather some for winemaking practice. The girl's gaze flitted over the sleeve concealing his hand, and she leapt down from the wooden tiger, producing a beautifully crafted handkerchief that contained a delicately made pastry. Would you like to try some? Mo Wanyan asked as she split the pastry in two, holding one half in each hand, presenting the slightly larger portion to Gu Yusheng. You've surely never tasted anything like this. It's made by my grandfather, filled with delightful ingredients. The fragrant aroma of the pastry wafted towards him, and Gu Yusheng's stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. He instinctively raised his hand, only to lower it halfway, his expression tinged with discomfort. Miss Imo, I'm not hungry, he began, but before he could finish, Mo Wanyan stuffed half of the pastry into his mouth. Seeing Gu Yusheng's face turn crimson, Mo Wanyan clapped her hands in delight, resuming her perch atop the wooden tiger, laughing heartily as she playfully tipped over, landing with a thud that was both clumsy and endearing. Hey little loach, don't laugh. If you want to laugh, go inside and do it, then come back out. Mo Lily pouted, casting a fierce glance at Gu Yusheng while gesturing towards the woodshed. Gu Yusheng felt the girl's tumble was somewhat exaggerated, so he kept his distance as he entered the house, wiping his bloodied palms clean. He took out the pastry from his mouth, savoring it slowly. Indeed, he had never tasted such a delectable treat. It was not only soft and sweet, but also imparted a refreshing sensation that alleviated much of the internal pain he had endured. After a while, Gu Yusheng emerged, having changed into a fresh set of clothes, his complexion still somewhat pale. Meanwhile, Mo Wanyan sat atop the wooden tiger, engrossed in a book, her eyes lazily tracing the letters as she stifled a yawn. Was it delicious? The young girl positioned the book before her chest as a shield, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes, smiling warmly at Gu Yusheng. Delicious, she remarked. Gu Yusheng entered the eastern wing and retrieved a table, placing it before Mo Wanyan. Miss Mo, this will make reading easier. You have studied as well? Mo Wanyan leaned slightly forward, her surprise evident as she regarded Gu Yusheng. After speaking, she felt it might have been somewhat impolite and tugged at the ear of a small wooden tiger, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. What I meant was, have you also been compelled to study? Indeed, Gu Yusheng nodded, wiping the bright surface of the table. However, that was a year ago. Mo Wanyan fell into an unexpected silence. She quietly approached the desk, where Gu Yusheng brought over a small grass stool for her and took one for himself as well, one on this side of the table and one on the other. The boy and girl exchanged glances. The sunlight danced upon the girl's face, illuminating it with a radiant cleanliness. Gu Yusheng gazed at her, somewhat entranced. Mo Wanyan lifted her finger and playfully flicked his forehead, issuing a warning. Having indulged in my pastries, you must assist me. I tend to doze off when reading, so you must keep an eye on me. Today, I must memorize this piece thoroughly, otherwise, grandfather will be displeased. Do you hear me? Oh, certainly, came the boy's response. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled the peach blossoms, scattering petals across the courtyard. Chapter 19. The millennia-old tree demon is no easy task. Gu Yusheng's hidden crisis. Gu Yusheng had grown accustomed to a solitary life of cultivation. Yet the radiant Mo Wanyan would often visit the peach courtyard to play, occasionally borrowing his desk for a midday nap. In moments of cheer, she would commandeer his little wooden tiger as a makeshift rocking chair, alleviating his solitude. Yet, such blissful days were fleeting, much like the blossoms adorning the hillsides. One day, while practicing swordplay amidst the trees, he noticed the last peach blossom teetering on the brink of falling. Sweating profusely, Gu Yusheng hurried back to the courtyard, expecting, as usual, to either find Mo Wanyan asleep at the wooden table with a book in hand, or showcasing an assortment of peculiar snacks while perched on the little wooden tiger, chin raised in playful triumph. However, the courtyard remained tranquil, devoid of Mo Wanyan's presence. Gu Yusheng's gaze wandered aimlessly, and an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him. Solitude does not necessarily find solace in crowds. Gu Yusheng had long embraced a life of solitary cultivation. Yet, ever since the lively girl had bounded into his courtyard, filling it with noise and laughter, he had come to view his practice as a delightful endeavor. He busied himself momentarily in the woodshed, cradling a bowl of peach blossom honey brew, lost in thought beneath the eaves. Suddenly, a tube made of hollow grass descended from above, precisely landing in his bowl, and the sweet brew vanished in a slurp. Gu Yusheng looked up to meet a pair of crescent moon eyes belonging to Mo Wanyan, clad in a flowing green robe. Winking at him, her cheeks round and rosy. For reasons unknown, Gu Yusheng grasped the hollow tube, bringing it to his lips and blowing forcefully. Puff! Beneath a cloudless sky, a gentle rain of honey began to fall, drenching Gu Yusheng's face in its sweetness. Mo Wanyan's cheeks flushed crimson, the nectar dripping from the corners of her mouth and trickling from her nose. With wide eyes, she leaped from the rooftop. Gu Yusheng. This was the first time she had ever called the boy's name in anger. She had hidden atop the roof, hoping to catch a glimpse of what he might do, seeking some amusement in her monotonous days of cultivation. Yet, to her surprise, Gu Yusheng had played such a grand jest on her. With a swift motion, she snapped the reed pipe made of heartsease and stomped on it in frustration, still unsatisfied. Clenching her fist, she aimed a punch directly at Gu Yusheng's face. The force of her blow sent his hair flying back. However, he did not retreat, instead wearing a foolish grin. Thud! Mo Wanyan's fist transformed into a finger, tapping lightly on his forehead. I shall never eat peach blossom honey again, she declared, her face flushed with indignation. Mo girl, do not be upset. I was merely jesting. He replied. Humph. Mo Wanyan turned her face away, her gaze fixed on the clouds rolling over Qingping Mountain. She was truly angry. The kind of anger that could not be soothed. Gu Yusheng paused, bewildered, then dashed into the peach blossom grove. Mo Wanyan continued to look upwards, her eyes tracking his retreating figure. Before long, Gu Yusheng returned, cradling a branch of peach blossoms in his hands, adorned with a cluster of flowers still in bloom. He plucked one before her and carefully pinned it into her hair. Mo girl, I have gifted you the entirety of spring, he proclaimed. Uft! Mo Wanyan suddenly burst into laughter. I think you should abandon sword practice. You possess the potential of a bookworm. It would be better to follow my grandfather's example and read books every day. I read occasionally, Gu Yusheng replied, gesturing towards the eastern wing, which housed several shelves brimming with books. Yet, Mo Wanyan paid no mind to his words. She approached the well in the small courtyard, peering into the water to catch a glimpse of herself, the peach blossom in her hair looking particularly exquisite. She did not remove it. Instead, she smiled coyly, arms crossed. Hey, Gu Yusheng, after today, I may not return. Oh, Gu Yusheng stood there, momentarily lost in thought, as if he were somewhat dazed. Finally, no one will disturb you. Will they? Mo Wanyan approached him with an air of pride. I shall enter seclusion to refine my primordial essence. When we meet again, I shall be a true cultivator. With her hands clasped behind her back, fingers intertwined, she leaned slightly forward, her eyes fixed earnestly on Gu Yusheng. You should not be too lacking either, little loach. Gu Yusheng was enveloped by a fragrant scent of orchids, her starry eyes appearing almost unattainable. He nodded silently. Suddenly, Mo Wanyun reached out from behind, placing her hand atop her own head before gradually moving it to rest on Gu Yusheng's head. You are shorter than I am. Eat more. And when we meet next time, I hope you will have grown taller than me. Taking a step back, she turned towards the courtyard gate, waving her hand over her shoulder as she skipped away, just as she always did. Gu Yusheng remained rooted to the spot for a while, finally revealing a wistful smile. In the days that followed, Gu Yusheng indeed never encountered Miss Mo again. Yet, his dedication to cultivation intensified. By day, he practiced swordsmanship, and by night, he focused on refining his primordial essence. When fatigue set in, he would send his snow ape to the mountains to gather wild fruits and peach blossoms, crafting them into jars of peach blossom wine. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The silvery essence within Gu Yusheng had completely transformed into gold. The 9 primordial patterns in his dantian had also turned into golden lines. It was finally time to refine the first-grade primordial essence. Gu Yusheng ceased his meditative breathing. Beneath the night sky, the stars above Qingping Mountain shimmered brilliantly. The youth, with a gourd of wine slung over his shoulder and a wooden sword in hand, wandered along the tranquil path of the peach blossom grove. At the edge of the grove, an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles gazed at the youth's silhouette and sighed softly. The stars do not disappoint those who tread the path. This lad is far more tenacious than his father. At that moment, several figures emerged from the darkness, led by Xian Kazai, the head of the Qingyun sect, accompanied by Lu Zhan and several elders. Greetings, Master Lu, they said. Lu Yuan, with a profound gaze, coldly inquired, what brings you here at such an hour? Master Lu. Lu Zhan's disciple's soul tablet has shattered, Lu Zhan replied. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Is it that individual who forcibly opened his meridians? How long has he been missing? Lu Zhan stepped forward respectfully. To the Supreme Elder, it has been over a month. Over a month, and still no results? Yet you gather such a crowd? Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon Sect Master Xiaorang. As long as it was not a time for slaying demons, the lives of every Qingyun disciple were of utmost importance. Yet not enough to alarm the Sect Master. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xiaorang's expression stiffened. The Supreme Elder reprimanded him for his indecisiveness. At this moment, Lu Zhan interjected. To the Supreme Elder, we have traced Zhao Zi's disappearance to the canyon at the end of the Peach Blossom Grove, where we discovered some clues. There exists a millennia-old peach tree that has developed sentience, having transformed into a demon tree. Zhao Zi should have been devoured by that peach tree demon. However, the situation is quite peculiar, as there are signs of a struggle in the Peach Blossom Grove. Oh, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. In the Peach Blossom Grove, I alone reside. Lu Zhan, somewhat anxious, responded, Supreme Elder, have you forgotten? There is another person. You mean Gu Bai's son? Lu Yuan scoffed, casting a sweeping glance at the others. Do you not find this absurd? A fledgling, yet to condense his primordial essence, engaging in combat with an individual of the meridian opening realm? The elders exchanged glances. Lu Yuan, with a shrewd gaze, directed his scrutiny at Lu Zhan. Is there more to this than meets the eye? Did you withhold information from everyone? I heard that your son and Gu Bai's son invoked a heavenly oath while in the mountains. As a father, have you entertained other intentions? A flicker of panic crossed Lu Zhan's eyes as he shook his head. Supreme Elder, how could I dare to deceive you? I merely mentioned it in passing. In the Peach Blossom Grove, aside from the Supreme Elder, only that lad could move freely. As for the heavenly oath between my son Lu Chun and Gu Yusheng, once they reach adulthood, I shall request Master Mo's assistance in lifting the oath, should the Supreme Elder wish for the sect's younger generation to avoid life and death conflicts. Matters concerning the youth should be left to their own discretion. As for the Peach Blossom Forest you mentioned, there are indeed those who can venture within. The young girl from the Mo family can stroll freely among the peach trees. My peach blossom killing formation cannot hinder her. Are you suggesting that she is the one who killed Zhao Zi? Lu Zhan's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily denied it. He might play a few tricks before the sect leader, but he would never dare to offend the venerable scholar of the Sacred Academy, who could crush him like an ant with a mere thought. Beyond the mountains, there are always stronger hands among the strong. Do not confine your understanding solely to the Qingyun sect. Lu Yuan's voice carried a note of warning as he scanned the crowd. Given your fervent mobilization, I presume you are prepared to confront that peach blossom demon? Have you slain it? Xian Gizi's expression turned awkward as he coughed softly and replied, Master Lu, that peach blossom demon has cultivated for a millennium and possesses profound abilities. We could not discern its realm. Despite our combined efforts, swords clashing and spells invoked, it proved utterly futile. We beseech you, Master Lu, to intervene and vanquish it to prevent further tragedies. The other elders bowed in unison, pleading for Lu Yuan's assistance. Lu Yuan stroked his beard, his demeanor grave as he declared, "You have overestimated my capabilities. Even I am powerless against that ancient peach tree." "What?" The elders stared in disbelief, and Lu Zhan's face contorted with incredulity. No wonder Zhao Ji perished without a trace. "Do you think I guard this peach blossom forest solely to prevent other disciples from entering?" Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The myriad peach trees scattered across the mountains could very well be its source of life. To slay it, one would need to eradicate every last one. "Pray tell, who among you possesses such power?" Silence enveloped the gathering. "Disperse." Lu Yuan waved his hand, his gaze settling on Lu Zhan. "The lad Gu Yusheng has already ensnared himself within the peach blossom forest. It is wise to show mercy when possible." "Understood," Lu Zhan replied with a respectful bow, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. It seems that Gu Yusheng, despite being alive, suffers a fate worse than death. That ancient peach demon will surely claim his life in due time. Thus, he need not take matters into his own hands to resolve the issue with that lad. As for his 3-year covenant of life and death with Lu Chun, can he truly survive for 3 years? Such naive delusions. Chapter 20. Consolidating Qi into the Yuan fetus realm, a level above the first grade. You remain here and ensure no one approaches. In the cold cave behind the waterfall, Gu Yusheng halted, issuing orders to the snow ape that had been faithfully following him. Over the past few days, Gu Yusheng had refined the wine made from the wild fruits harvested by the snow ape, which now exuded an intoxicating aroma. Out of curiosity, he once allowed the snow ape to taste a small sip of the liquor from his spiritual gourd, resulting in the creature's fur becoming even frostier and its aura significantly strengthened. Since then, the snow ape had clung to him, eagerly awaiting its share of the delectable wine. The snow ape, slumped over, fixed its glistening eyes on the wine gourd at Gu Yusheng's waist under the moonlight. "All right, you may have a taste." Gu Yusheng granted the snow ape a sip of the wine, and it erupted with excitement, its fur standing on end, scratching its ears in sheer joy. It pointed toward the cliff's edge. Following its gaze, Gu Yusheng furrowed his brow. The ancient peach tree, which had stood for a millennium, has mysteriously vanished. The surrounding area still bears the scars of fire and sword marks, as if it has recently endured a fierce battle. Was that venerable tree felled by the members of the sect? Gu Yusheng's gaze flickered. It has been over a month since he had slain Zhao Ji. During this time, no enforcers from the sect had sought him out, yet this absence did little to ease Gu Yusheng's vigilance. He still recalled Zhao Ji's last words, hinting at a deeper intrigue surrounding his father's death. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that there remained individuals within the sect who would conspire against him. Thus, he must hasten his cultivation. Feeling the urgency of time, Gu Yusheng withdrew his gaze and gently stroked the fluffy ears of the snow ape before turning to enter the cold cave. He had prepared himself to condense his primordial fetus. Venturing into the depths of the cave, Gu Yusheng seated himself upon a bed of grass, first calming his mind and adjusting his state to its optimal condition. He hoped to successfully condense the primordial fetus in one go. With his hands cradled at his dantian, Gu Yusheng gradually activated the taking primordial fetus spirit invocation. At his dantian, golden primordial fetus energy surged like a cloud of gold, constantly roiling. The vital energy of heaven and earth rushed into Gu Yusheng's body. The primordial fetus realm is refined from this vital energy, reconstructing the foundation of the dantian, purging all impurities, rendering the body flawless, as if birthed from the very essence of the universe. The stronger the connection between one's body and the cosmos, the more solid the foundation for future cultivation. However, the condensation of the primordial fetus energy is merely the prelude. To fully enter the primordial fetus realm, one must transform all of this energy into a single drop of primordial essence, which resides within the dantian, akin to a lamp within the body, sustaining life endlessly. Once the primordial fetus is condensed, a person's lifespan can transcend the mortal limit of 120 years, adding an additional 30 years to their existence. Prior to entering meditation, Gu Yusheng had meticulously rehearsed the condensation process. Yet, when the moment arrived, the ferocious golden primordial fetus energy within him violently assaulted his dantian, inflicting unbearable pain as beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. This fleeting agony was but a trifle. With gritted teeth, Gu Yusheng persevered. As the golden primordial fetus energy rapidly coalesced into a singular point, exhibiting signs of consolidation. However, unexpectedly, the golden primordial fetus energy did not transform into primordial essence. Instead, it abruptly shifted from gold to a translucent, glass-like state, displaying a spectrum of radiant colors. Before Gu Yusheng could comprehend this phenomenon, the painstakingly condensed golden primordial fetus energy began to uncontrollably diminish, reducing by dozens of times in mere moments. The vital energy of heaven and earth surged like a tempest, drawing in the coldness surrounding him. Even the millennia-old chill from the cold pool penetrated Gu Yusheng's body. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped him, threatening to encase him in ice. Realizing the peril, Gu Yusheng hastily retrieved a gourd, disregarding the consequences, and took several deep swigs of the spirit wine within. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged within his dantian, enveloping his body and preventing him from becoming an ice sculpture. At this moment, Gu Yusheng resembled a parched camel drinking water, as the golden primordial energy coalesced into a radiant cloud of 7 colors. Could there exist a more advanced primordial form beyond the first grade? Gu Yusheng guided the tumultuous energies of heaven and earth, his sleeves billowing, as he clutched a wine gourd. Whenever the chill grew too intense, he would take another sip. Above the cold pond, a layer of ethereal green energy surged, emanating from the earth veins of Qingping Mountain, now fervently absorbed by Gu Yusheng. That night, the bright moon hung high, and the stars sparkled in the sky. The sect leader, Suanzi, emerging from the Qingyun Hall, suddenly sensed something and halted, raising his gaze. Above the demon suppression steel, a colossal vortex of clouds swirled, lingering without dissipating. What could this be? Behind Suanzi, the other elders also sensed something amiss and paused to look up. One elder exclaimed, "This is a celestial phenomenon induced by the condensation of primordial energy. Someone is forming a primordial body. Who could it be? Who else but the granddaughter of old Master Imo? She is a pure body, having long been refined by the sacred texts, so it is not surprising that she has achieved a first-grade primordial body, but this is rather swift." The elders turned their attention to He Hongyan, the master of Luoking Peak, as Imo Wanyan had been cultivating in the Qingyun sect, spending most of her time at Luoking Peak. "Congratulations, junior sister He." Though He Hongyan was adorned in a daoist robe, her figure remained voluptuous and her demeanor elegant, still captivating the elders. She clasped her hands, her gaze directed towards Suanzi, and proclaimed, "This is indeed a blessing for our Qingyun sect." The elders exchanged glances, feeling an odd sense of unease. Suanzi, initially in a foul mood due to the inability to deal with a millennium-old peach blossom demon, felt his spirits lift slightly upon learning of the formation of a first-grade primordial body. With a smile, he stroked his beard and instructed, "Make sure to be attentive to matters concerning Elder Imo. By the way, where's Brother Lei? If he were here tonight, that peach blossom demon would surely not escape." At that moment, Lu Zhan inappropriately interjected, "Brother Lei has been teaching the 9th Prince the Tianzong sword technique. Moreover, I heard that the 9th Prince is also on the brink of forming a primordial body, possibly within these few days." Suanzi furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky once more. "Master, the direction of that vortex seems to lead towards Yunfen. Could it be that the one forming the primordial body is the 9th Prince, Chu Qin?" A glimmer of realization shone in Suanzi's eyes, as he exclaimed, "I see. The scale of this celestial vortex is immense, even rivaling that of the soul condensation realm. It must be that 2 individuals are simultaneously condensing their primordial bodies. Tonight, with the full moon illuminating the sky, is the perfect opportunity for such an endeavor." 2 individuals. The elders were filled with astonishment and joy, tinged with a hint of jealousy. The prince of the Qianlong dynasty, with a profound background, would undoubtedly become an elite disciple of the Qingyun sect, potentially elevating the sect to a second-tier status in the future. Enough dawdling. Prepare 2 sets of sect gifts. Once the 2 have condensed their primordial bodies, I shall personally request the Mountain Guardian Elder to open the scripture repository, allowing them to select suitable cultivation techniques. The other disciples may also enter the repository to choose a technique, thereby inspiring the younger generation. Understood. Upon hearing the need to prepare congratulatory gifts, the elders immediately became animated, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to curry favor with the princes of the Qianlong dynasty and the esteemed scholars of the Sacred Mountain Academy. They understood the importance of seizing this moment. In a lavishly adorned courtyard of Yunfen, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty was diligently refining his primordial essence, with a verdant aura enveloping his form. Yet, was this merely a 3rd-grade primordial essence? A flicker of discontent crossed Chu Chen's face, as a surge of resentment bubbled within him. At that moment, from a shadowy corner, an elderly man with a pale visage and no beard quietly emerged, gazing intently at Chu Chun with profound eyes, and remarked, "9th Prince, you are overly impatient. With the primordial essence you have currently condensed within, it is still premature for you to enter the realm of primordial essence. Even if you succeed in refining it, it would only be of the third grade. In the Qingyun sect, which is known for its preservation, this might be regarded as commendable, but in the Qianlong dynasty, it is merely average. Chu Chen's gaze hardened. And he retorted, I am the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, a figure of admiration for all. I must always be at the forefront. Mo Wanyun has already entered seclusion a month ago, diligently honing her essence daily. If I do not refine my primordial essence, I shall forever remain in her shadow. Mo Wanyun is mine, she is mine. His expression twisted with ferocity, with the advantage of proximity. If I become stronger and gain her favor before the proud scions of the 3 sacred places, I may have a chance to contend for the throne against the crown prince. The old eunuch, shrouded in shadow, fell silent for a moment before producing a box from his sleeve and presenting it to Chu Chun. Upon opening it, a resplendent golden elixir lay within. Is this the golden yuan pill? A fervent glimmer ignited in Chu Chun's eyes. Acquiring such a treasure was a formidable feat even for the Qianlong dynasty. 9th prince. While the golden yuan pill is indeed a celestial marvel, it is not without its side effects. The path of cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. Before the eunuch could finish his words, Chu Chun swallowed the elixir whole. Outside the courtyard, Lei Jianghong, the leader of Yunfen, wore a pleased expression, his demeanor radiating pride. The other elders of Yunfen surrounded him, offering their congratulations. Brother Lei, after a century, our Yunfen has finally produced a disciple capable of refining a high-grade primordial essence. Indeed, Brother Lei, this is a cause for celebration. I heard that tonight the sect master and the elders from other peaks ventured into the peach blossom grove, encountering a millennium-old tree demon. Despite their efforts, they were at a disadvantage and failed to even gauge the demon's power. The sect master is quite irate about this. Lei Jianghong scoffed derisively. The transformation of an ancient tree into a demon is hardly astonishing in Qingping Mountain. If I were present, with my Tianzong sword, that tree demon would not have escaped. An elder, eager to flatter, chimed in, naturally, Brother Lei's swordsmanship ranks among the top 3 in our sect. Lei Jiangheng's expression suddenly froze. Top 3? That implies I am merely 3rd. Why does that sound so grating? Junior Brother Bei, how can you speak so? Another elder interjected. With another 20 years of practice, Brother Lei's Tianzong swordsmanship will undoubtedly claim the title of the best in our sect. Silence. Lei Jiangheng's countenance turned frigid. He acknowledged that the sect's elder Lu Yuan's swordsmanship and cultivation surpassed his own. Yet, could Yu Qingshan also be above him? Absurd. Lei Jiangheng chuckled and said, with the 9th prince's talent, he will surely catch up to me in no more than 5 years. However, tonight, the one who is also refining her primordial fetus is Miss Mo from Dahua Peak. Truly, they are a match made in heaven, a pair of exceptional talents. Brother, is it true that the 9th prince entered our Qingyun sect solely due to the influence of Mr. Mo's granddaughter? Of course, he replied. Otherwise, with his background, would he ever come here? You all have been in Qingyun sect for so long and have never left Qingping prefecture. You know not how vast the world beyond is, nor the multitude of formidable beings that roam this realm. As he spoke, the arrogance on Lei Jiangheng's face faded. Compared to those genuine prodigies and unparalleled powerhouses, we are merely insignificant ants, gazing up from our limited well. Chapter 21. The Heavenly Grade Primordial Fetus, a hidden secret in the secluded courtyard of Dahua Peak. The full moon hung high in the sky. The esteemed scholar Mo Fancheng held a sacred text, reading by candlelight. Around him, a majestic aura gathered above his head, enveloping the entire courtyard. The road may be long, yet one shall arrive if they persevere. The task may be arduous, but it shall be accomplished if undertaken. Upon reading this, Mo Fancheng set the book down, slowly rising to gaze out the window at the moon. After a moment, he shifted his gaze to the tranquil courtyard where his granddaughter, Mo Wanyun, was in seclusion, her majestic aura gradually fading. Wanyun, while I can aid you momentarily, I cannot shield you for a lifetime. I often urge you to read more, yet you are prone to idleness, often falling asleep with books in hand. Though you possess remarkable talent, refining the primordial fetus is akin to laying the foundation of a towering edifice. Every small effort must be made through your own diligence. Without the surrounding majestic aura, Mo Fancheng resembled an ordinary scholar, devoid of any celestial presence. He gazed up at Qingping Mountain, reflecting. As the sages say, the sea does not reject rivers, hence it becomes vast. The mountain does not refuse soil. Thus it reaches great heights. I hope you can cultivate your primordial fetus through your own perseverance. Surely, you can at least manage to form an upper-grade primordial fetus? At that moment, Mo Fancheng seemed to sense something, gazing up at the swirling energies in the starry sky, his eyes growing increasingly profound. This Qingyun sect is indeed intriguing. Mo Fancheng stepped out of his room, his scholarly robe billowing, the majestic aura around him pure and untainted. His expression suddenly turned serious as he murmured, "The heavenly books of the Sacred Academy record that in the vast world, dynasties rise for 500 years and fall for 500 years. This is the age of great contention. The demon tribes roam freely, dominating territories, overshadowing even the demonic clans. And even the celestial beings of the upper realms cannot suppress the rise of the demon race. In the ebb and flow of time, it is surely time for our human race to flourish once more." Just as he spoke, a surge of golden primordial energy erupted from the adjacent courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Mo Fancheng nodded slightly. He knew well that his granddaughter, Mo Wanyun, had always been playful and had not fully harnessed her talent through diligent practice, which had only allowed her to refine a second-grade primordial fetus. He was astonished to discover that she had indeed produced a golden first-grade primordial fetus. Though it did not reach the legendary heavenly grade, achieving a first grade was still commendable. "Not too shabby," Mo Fancheng remarked, preparing to enter the small courtyard to safeguard Mo Wanyun, as the golden primordial energy signified that great risks lay ahead. However, as he lifted his foot, he noticed that the golden primordial energy was accompanied by radiant streaks of light. What? In the depths of Mo Fancheng's pupils, a flicker of joy emerged, only to be swiftly replaced by realization. With a casual wave of his hand, a scroll of sacred scripture soared from his sleeve, ascending into the sky and shrouding the entire Qingyun sect in a veil of profound mystery. It was indeed a heavenly grade primordial embryo. Mo Fancheng's expression grew contemplative. "Wanyun, how underestimated you were. When did you transform yourself and diligently cultivate in secrecy? Those books I showed you, you truly applied yourself to them. Otherwise, you would never have condensed a heavenly grade primordial embryo." At the same moment, at the end of the peach blossom grove, within the cold cave concealed by a waterfall, Gu Yusheng was enveloped by a radiant aura of seven-colored glass. His body resembled a crystal vase. The essence of heaven and earth surged like a fierce wind, swirling above his head, drawn into his being. The primordial embryo realm, in the Buddhist tradition, is also known as the treasure vase realm. If one is tainted by dust, they become like a clay vessel. If one's heart is as clear as a mirror, one can transform into a crystal vase. At this moment, Gu Yusheng found himself in a profound state, as though his soul had momentarily liberated itself from the confines of the body, gently drifting in the air. He ascended gradually, the peaks of Qingping Mountain lingering in and out of view. Yet in the sky, as the primordial essence condensed, it seemed to tear open a rift. From the depths of the firmament, an ancient aura enveloped him, as if a peculiar eye had pierced through the realms and suddenly turned its gaze upon him. A surge of astonishment gripped Gu Yusheng's heart. In an instant, the heavens seemed to shatter and the earth to crumble, as if the universe were vast and unfathomable, leaving him feeling as insignificant as a mayfly or a grain of sand in the ocean. His life as fragile as that of an ant. His soul felt as though it were tossed in a tempest, struggling to return to his body. What was happening? Alarmed, Gu Yusheng lowered his gaze, as if he could see through the mountains to locate his corporeal form, yet a mysterious force tugged at him, rendering him unable to return. Had he succumbed to madness? Feeling himself plummeting into darkness, a sudden beam of light ascended in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a sacred tome radiating an aura of righteousness. Though the light was faint, it cast a comforting glow upon his soul. It was akin to wandering in the dark and discovering a lamp. His drifting spirit finally returned to his body. With a gasp, Gu Yusheng abruptly opened his eyes. The successful condensation of the primordial embryo should have been a momentous celebration. Yet the lingering terror of life and death clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Listening to the steady beat of his heart, he felt as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. That terrifying aura, akin to a divine presence descending upon the world. Could it be related to the extraordinary grade of the primordial embryo he had condensed? Gu Yusheng, doused in cold clarity, realized that if there existed a quality of primordial embryo exceeding first grade, it should be recorded in the sect scriptures. After all, the method for condensing the primordial embryo in the Qingyun sect was bequeathed by the three great holy lands. There was no reason to obscure such knowledge. Even if it were passed down orally without being documented in cultivation texts, the elders of the sect would surely speak of it. Yet, the absence of such information both in the sect and the scriptures implied that someone might be deliberately concealing it, or perhaps it entailed a colossal secret. He would need to seek opportunities to pay close attention to this matter in the future. Gu Yusheng resolutely made up his mind, and only when his inner fears gradually dissipated did he sit down once more to deeply perceive the transformations that came with entering the Yuan-Tai realm. His initial sensation was one of newfound lightness, as though he had shed the weight of the world. Although the vital energies of the universe eluded his naked eye, he could sense their presence, akin to how one cannot see the wind, yet can feel it as it brushes against the trees and hills, revealing itself in myriad forms. This experience was profoundly enchanting, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, yet without the ignorance characteristic of a newborn. His entire being existed in a transcendent state, capable of grasping the profound truths of this world. The process of refining the Yuan Tai signified that Gu Yusheng had, from this moment onward, transcended the realm of mortals and earned the title of a cultivator. However, he felt no overwhelming pride. Instead, he sensed that at the instant of refining his Yuan Tai, an unknown door had swung open in what had previously been an ordinary world. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, demanding gradual cultivation and growth. Gu Yusheng understood more profoundly that in Qingping Prefecture, the days when low-level cultivators could perceive the world were significantly fewer than those of mortals. With greater power came greater responsibility. This world had never truly known peace, besieged as it was by demon clans and rampant beasts. The law of the jungle was even more merciless for cultivators. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Yusheng's heart gradually calmed. He began anew his practice of the taking Yuan Tai spirit induction technique, starting from the very first line. Consolidate the realm. He endeavored to practice according to the sacred texts, akin to traversing a well-known path. Upon elevating his perspective, he could return and notice the previously overlooked splendor along the way. Cultivation was indeed similar. No one had ever approached it quite like Gu Yusheng. For many, cultivation resembled scaling a mountain or crossing a bridge. Once traversed, they hesitated to retrace their steps. Yet, it was Gu Yusheng's pure and unpretentious intention that led him to discover, to his astonishment, that the already refined Liulai Yuan essence radiated brilliance. As if time flowed backward like a river of sand, cleansing his body. The process of condensing the Yuan Tai had been arduous. Yet now Gu Yusheng felt as if he were basking in sunlight, utterly at ease. As time passed, he became acutely aware that within him, certain obstructed meridians remained ununlocked. However, the pathways through which the vital energy coursed were not merely 9, as he had thought, but rather 12. Wasn't the opening meridian stage limited to 9 segments? A trace of doubt flickered in Gu Yusheng's mind, and the sensation of comfort began to wane. The journey of refining the Yuan Tai had reached its conclusion. The next phase of his cultivation would focus on the opening meridian realm. Chapter 22. The Ninth Prince shines brightly. Summoning the library in the martial arts arena on a serene morning, the gentle sunlight streamed into the Peach Grove courtyard. Gu Yusheng, wielding a wooden sword, was gradually adapting to the changes in his body post-entering the Yuan Tai realm. He continued to thrust the sword in his usual simple and straightforward manner. However, the frequency of his sword strikes had diminished from a peak of 10,000 times a day to just 1,000. Despite the reduction in frequency, each swing of Gu Yusheng's sword has become exponentially more challenging than before. He must not only conceal the sword's essence within the wooden blade, but also cultivate a formidable sword momentum. The intricacies of this task appear deceptively simple, yet are profoundly difficult to achieve. In solitude, he diligently practices the 9 nameless sword techniques. The more he trains, the more he perceives that these 9 moves distill complexity into simplicity. To truly master them demands relentless dedication. After completing his sword practice, Gu Yusheng wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the wooden pillar beneath the eaves, placing his hand atop his head to measure against the scratches on the post. Today, he had managed to surpass yesterday's height. A smile graced the youth's face as he recalled the promise made by the young girl on that fateful day amidst the monotony of life. Thus, he has been eating well, striving diligently in his training, and practicing his swordsmanship with fervor. Sunlight filtered through the verdant shade of the peach trees, casting dappled shadows upon his visage. He shielded his eyes with his hand and gazed at the trees, now bearing young peaches the size of pits. When the mountains are adorned with ripe peaches, surely Miss Mo will return, he mused. At that moment, the ancient chimes of the Qingyun sect reverberated through the air. Gu Yusheng assumed it was the customary time for the ritual at the demon suppression stele. However, as he adjusted his attire, he noted that the bells tolled 3 additional times compared to usual. A sense of urgency gripped him as he secured his gourd and slung his wooden sword at his waist, hastening towards the martial arts arena. Having entered the Yuan Tai realm, he had yet to practice any techniques of movement, yet he felt as light as a swallow. A single leap could elevate him several feet into the air, propelling him across great distances. The bells struck 12 times. Was there a significant event occurring within the sect? Confusion filled his mind as he quickened his pace, arriving earlier than usual by the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Upon reaching the martial arts arena, Connected by the cloud bridge to the 6 peaks, he saw disciples of the Qingyun sect rushing towards him. As was his custom, Gu Yusheng settled beneath the gnarled old locust tree, now bare and unable to provide shade for future generations. The arena was vast, shaped like a bagua, with the demon suppression steel standing in the Qian position and a great cauldron in the Kuan position, symbolizing the enduring legacy of the 3 sacred sites. Though a disciple of the Qingyun sect, Gu Yusheng did not belong to any of the 6 peaks. The sect categorizes its disciples' training directions according to these peaks. Yun Peak focuses on swordsmanship, Dangxia Peak excels in alchemy. Tianling Peak is home to those with innate abilities in beast control and demon taming. Luoking Peak admits only female disciples, housing a monastic order. Some dedicate their lives to the path of enlightenment, while others, though they practice the arts, seek companions to traverse the world and vanquish demons. The remaining 2 peaks, Tiangong Peak and Lingshao Peak, have the fewest disciples, with Tiangong specializing in weapon forging and crafting, while Lingshao is reserved for elite disciples who guard the sect, housing a tower that suppresses countless formidable beasts. Disciples' affiliations to their respective peaks can be discerned through the patterns on their sleeves and the designs adorning their garments. Once all had gathered in the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. In the entire training ground, only the garments of 2 individuals diverged from the rest. Gu Yusheng donned the entry-level Qingyun attire, while the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chun, was clad in a regal purple robe adorned with serpentine motifs. Gu Yusheng's gaze wandered, searching for the figure of Miss Mo. Unfortunately, she was nowhere to be found. This was understandable, as she was merely a visiting disciple at Qingyun sect, fundamentally different from Chu Chun. The masters of the 6 peaks and the elders approached slowly. The sect leader, Suanzi, arrived a tad later, yet his presence instantly elevated the atmosphere of Qingyun sect to a more solemn level. Suanzi scanned the crowd, his brow slightly furrowing at the sight of Gu Yusheng, standing in such an incongruous position. Today, I have summoned you all to announce a momentous occasion. The 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty has successfully condensed his Yuan embryo and entered the Yuan embryo realm just 7 days ago. A gasp rippled through the assembly. Although most newly initiated disciples were already aware of this news, the sect leader's effusive praise was still warranted. Some disciples, engrossed in their cultivation, were oblivious to the development. The Yuan embryo realm. How short a time has it been? In less than 3 months. He has achieved such a remarkable feat? What extraordinary talent! I cannot even sense the elemental energy of heaven and earth, let alone condense a Yuan embryo. Congratulations, 9th prince. The words of the sect leader resonated like thunder amidst a cacophony of voices in the training ground. At this moment, Chu Qin shone like a star surrounded by the moon, becoming the most radiant figure present. Suanzi even stepped closer to Chu Chun, saying, Chu Chun, please demonstrate to everyone the Yuan embryo you have condensed. Suanzi had attained the 6th stage of the unification realm, yet the Yuan embryo, meridian opening, and bone forging realms were particularly unique. A cultivator's body is akin to a gem nurtured by the universe, impervious to external scrutiny, revealing its true strength only through self-manifestation, allowing one to discern the extent of cultivation across the various realms. Indeed, Chu Chun had always been arrogant, often disregarding the elders within the sect. However, the leader of Qingyun sect was appointed through a selection method established by the sages of the 3 great holy lands, thus holding a position of utmost reverence, comparable to a disciple of those lands. In a certain sense, Qingyun sect's inclusion among the 3rd-tier sects was also due to the unique status of its leader. Despite being a prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chun dared not act with impunity. In the crowd, Gu Yusheng's gaze fell upon Chu Chun, who was, coincidentally, the one unaware of the celestial phenomena that occurred that night. Naturally, he was also oblivious to the fact that both Mo Wanyun and Chu Chun had already condensed their Yuan embryos. Upon hearing that Chu Chun had condensed his Yuan embryo, Gu Yusheng maintained a calm demeanor, though he felt a flicker of curiosity about the quality of the Yuan embryo this fellow had produced. Over the past few days, he had scoured through the books left by Gu Bai, yet found no accounts of Yuan embryos above the 1st grade among the hundreds of volumes. Chu Chun stepped forward, fingers forming a seal, as a wave of silvery elemental energy radiated from his being. The blinding silver light drew the attention of all under the resplendent sun. A 2nd-grade Yuan embryo? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy. Congratulations, Brother Lei. Many elders directed their compliments toward Lei Jianghong. Bearing a celestial sword upon his back, Lei Jianghong maintained a solemn expression, yet a subtle smile betrayed his concealed pride. Suanzai's expression dimmed with a faint trace of disappointment. Only a 2nd-rank origin core? Lei Jianghong, whose rapport with the sect master was notoriously strained, stepped forward and declared, Chu Chun, cease concealing your true strength. Let all witness the authentic quality of your origin core. A sharp, disdainful snort escaped Chu Chun's lips. I knew it. Some people truly believed I was this mediocre. Instantly, the silvery radiance shimmering about his form intensified, then, in a breath, transmuted into a resplendent golden halo, emanating from his danshan and enveloping his entire being. A collective, sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd, hushed, awestruck, utterly stunned. The last cultivator to forge a silver-glowing origin core had lived a century ago, and now, here stood one whose origin core blazed with golden light. Most present, elders, disciples, even veterans of King Yun's sect, had only ever heard of Chu Chun. Whispers had preceded him. Many had journeyed here solely to behold the legend. Now, witnessing that peerless, golden first-rank origin core with their own eyes, they were seized by a tumultuous tide of envy and admiration. Bitter envy of his preternatural talent, his fated fortune, his illustrious lineage. Wistful admiration for a brilliance they could never emulate. Strange amidst the clamor, Gu Yusheng murmured softly to himself, brows faintly furrowed. His gaze, keen and unblinking, had caught something others missed. In that fleeting instant when Chu Chun's silvery core surged into gold, a momentary flaw flickered within the luminescence, a hazy, ashen tinge, like mist over tarnished bronze. He recalled his own forging of the origin core chi, flawless, unclouded, luminous. Ashen chi denoted a blemish, an imperfection in the origin core itself. Moreover, though Chu Chun's golden aura spread broadly across his form, Gu Yusheng noted with quiet precision that, if compressed into a single, dense sphere, it would scarcely measure a tenth the compact, incandescent intensity of his own. And that was before he had refined his golden core further, into translucent, crystalline Lu Li Yuan Jing, the quintessential luminous essence. Prince Chu's might is unmatched. Prince Chu's aura is indomitable, truly extraordinary. The chants rose and fell like waves around Gu Yusheng, yet his heart remained still, unmoved. Then, cutting sharply through the reverie, a voice dripped with mockery from behind him. Gu Yusheng, do you finally grasp your own insignificance? Do you now see yourself as the pitiful clown? The frog peering up from the bottom of a well, blind to the vast sky above? Lu Chun strode forward in the flowing robes of Yunfen Peak, chin lifted, shoulders squared. Every gesture drenched in self-importance, as though he had just forged the golden core. Though unworthy of selection as a core disciple, he had clung to Chu Chun's shadow and leveraged his father Lu Zhan's influence, earning him a place beneath Master Lei Jiangheng himself. To underscore his newfound status, he deliberately swept his sleeve outward, ensuring the silver cloud and sword insignia upon his robe caught the light, and Gu Yusheng's eye. Gu Yusheng turned, calm and unflinching, and replied, whether one is a clown or a genius matters little. What matters is this: in 3 years' time, one of us shall no longer behold the sun's rising. That one will be you. Lu Chun's face darkened with fury. With a swift, contemptuous flick of his palm, he produced a porcelain vial, exquisitely crafted, unmistakably precious. Behold, Ning Yuan Dan, the core condensing pill. Within 2 months, I shall forge my origin core. And you? You'll be cast out of the sect before the season turns. Even then, I shall descend the mountain, honor our blood oath, and slay you with my own hands. Gu Yusheng's eyes lingered upon the pill, not with envy, not with fear, but with serene, untroubled stillness. Then, without warning, the earth trembled. His brow furrowed, deep and grave. Only then did Suanji hold up a token of the sect master, upon which mysterious runes shimmered. In the very center of the martial arts arena, a dazzling light suddenly manifested, and as it flickered, an extraordinarily enigmatic grand hall appeared. At the heart of the hall, 3 ancient and robust characters boldly proclaimed, Library Pavilion. These characters were not the script used in Qingping Prefecture, but rather the pictographs of the ancient dragon clan, intricately carved. Gu Yusheng felt a surge of astonishment within. The King Yun sect housed a designated location for the compilation of martial arts, perched atop Lingxiao Peak. How could a library pavilion materialize in the martial arts arena? Though it emerged from the arena, it appeared as if shrouded by a natural barrier, resembling a mirage, and exuded an aura of antiquity, much like a celestial dragon soaring through the skies. Chapter 23. The broken wooden sword before the demon suppression monument. Unworthy of the library pavilion, what is this? Lu Chun was so frightened that his complexion turned pale, instinctively retreating. For centuries, the King Yun sect had faced numerous incursions from the demon clan, and he feared a formidable demon presence had suddenly descended. Silence. Suanji Z's expression darkened as he observed the many who had recoiled in fear. He raised his palm. and from it surged a vast aura of righteousness, ascending above his head and hovering over the demon's suppression monument. The monument imbued this aura with the spirit of heroism, transforming it into beams of light that accurately targeted each disciple in the martial arts arena. Thud, thud. Beside Gu Yusheng, several individuals, including Lu Chun, suddenly felt a heavy force pressing down upon their shoulders, causing them to kneel, unable to rise again. Suanjizi solemnly declared, "Those disciples who just retreated have forfeited their chance to enter the library pavilion. You are only permitted to go to the scripture pavilion on Lingshao Peak to select a martial art. Now be gone." With a flick of his sleeve, those who had knelt were finally liberated, breathing a sigh of relief. "Wait, Sectmaster." Lu Zhan, witnessing his son Lu Chun on the ground, turned ashen. No need for further words. Suanjizi, wielding the sect master's token, emanated an aura distinctly different from his usual self, his words laced with authority. "The remaining disciples shall promptly enter the library pavilion to select a martial art. What you are able to choose depends on your own fortune. Do not question or ponder further." Yes, the multitude of disciples rejoiced, some secretly relieved they had not faltered earlier. The library pavilion appeared immensely mysterious, evidently not belonging to the Qingyun sect. Now, with fortune at hand, none wished to let it slip away. "No," Lu Qin protested with evident reluctance. "Sectmaster, I did not retreat. Indeed, I did not retreat either." Those who had knelt and bore the mark of the demon suppression monument expressed their grievances with discontent. Everyone understood that the monument, which condensed the blood and valor of countless souls, would not lie. Suanjizi, with an expression of indifference, pointed towards the sword on the back of the turtle before the demon suppression monument, and sternly commanded, "Silence. Turn around and behold that sword. It is the blade left by cowards who, upon encountering demons, dared not draw their swords and instead chose to flee. That sword of shame is one you see every day. Have you not learned your lesson? Remember, the name Gu Bai is synonymous with cowardice." As Suanjizi spoke, he seemed to recall something, his gaze wandering among the retreating crowd. With a slight furrow of his brow, he withdrew his glance, ultimately settling on the youth standing beneath the ancient locust tree. Gu Yusheng stood apart from the others, his presence eliciting curious glances from many who were surprised he did not step back. Suanjizi's expression was inscrutable as he took a step forward and addressed the solitary boy in front of all. "Gu Yusheng, do you remember the sword of shame upon the turtle's back?" The library lay just ahead, and many were eager to enter, yet the authority of the sect leader, combined with the sudden mention of Gu Yusheng, left several disciples of King Yunmen in contemplation. Was the leader attempting to assert his dominance? Under the scrutiny of all, Gu Yusheng refrained from answering Suanjizi's query. Instead, he calmly stated, "Gu Bai, my father is no coward. When he learned of the great demons outside, and still stepped forth to confront them, he was already a hero. His name should be inscribed on the demon suppression monument, and his sword is the sword of guardianship." Upon hearing Gu Yusheng's words, many erupted in laughter. Suanjizi's demeanor remained icy as he intoned, "Oh? Are you suggesting that our actions are misguided?" The raucous laughter encircled Gu Yusheng. He surveyed his surroundings, gritting his teeth as he declared, "One day, I shall prove you wrong. Is that so?" Suanjizi's gaze swept over the mocking disciples of King Yunmen, then turned to the elders who scrutinized Gu Yusheng, including peak masters Lei Jianghong, Zhao Sanqian, and Shao Zekin, along with several core elders. His sight landed on the wooden sword at Gu Yusheng's waist. With a flick of his finger, the sword was plucked from the boy's side and into his palm. "The proof you speak of? Is it this sword?" Suanjizi's voice rose sharply as he gripped the wooden sword tightly. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, then with a crack, a fissure appeared in the sword. Watching the boy's eyes fill with anguish and fury, Suanjizi's lips curled slightly as he turned to face the elders of King Yunmen. He raised the broken wooden sword high, then flipped his palm, letting it fall at his feet, where he crushed it beneath his shoe. The heart of the boy standing under the locust tree bled internally. He had never coveted the precious swords of King Yunmen, yet the exalted leader, before all, had snatched away that worthless wooden sword, shattered it, and trampled it underfoot. In this merciless and indifferent world, Gu Yusheng stifled his tears. In that moment, the boy truly comprehended the cruelty of this world. From a young age, he had heard tales of demons and monsters running rampant, yet none had ever harmed him. With an optimistic heart, he faced the world, only to be ruthlessly trampled into the dirt by his own kind. No, it should not be this way. Gu Yusheng's voice was hoarse. But now, who could hear his voice? Even the wind fell silent. The enigmatic figure remained as cold as ever. "Gu Yusheng, I offer you a singular opportunity. Before all present, declare that your father is a coward and vow never to emulate him, and I shall grant you access to the library." Within that sanctuary lies the coveted techniques that countless prodigies yearn for: earth, heaven, and divine grade methods. Master but one, and you shall achieve renown and success. What say you? He is not. Gu Yusheng's eyes were bloodshot, and to him, Qingping Mountain appeared shrouded in gloom, no longer the picturesque landscape it once was. Yet the elders regarded him with indifference, their attention fixed on the master's next move. Humph. The enigmatic figure's gaze bore down on Gu Yusheng, his weathered eyes deepening with intensity. He stepped forward, anger flickering across his face, pointing a finger at Gu Yusheng. Very well, I hope your resolve lasts a year. 3 years, 10 years, 30 years. Gu Yusheng of Qingyun's sect has committed an act of rebellion. From this day forth, before he could finish, an aged voice interjected. Completing the sentence, punish him to plant 300 peach trees. For 3 years, he shall not receive the sect's annual merit points, nor leave Qingping Mountain. Lu Shivo. The enigmatic figure offered a respectful gesture to a disheveled old man, casting a glance at Gu Yusheng before lowering his hand, fingers discreetly hidden within his sleeve. Lu Yuan hurried to Gu Yusheng's side, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Come, let us plant the peach trees. I know what weighs on your mind, young one. The color of the sky eludes you because you lack the strength to part the clouds. When that day arrives, your words shall be the truth of the world." With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Yuan summoned a gust of wind that whisked Gu Yusheng away. Everyone, proceed to the library. The enigmatic figure's gaze swept over all, including Chu Chun, as they entered the library. The remaining elders, taken aback by the master's unprecedented fury, dared not breathe. Lu Zhan, who had hoped to advocate for Lu Chun, fell silent, finding a spot to sit in stillness as they awaited the disciples' return from the library. Brother Xiao. By the edge of the cloud bridge, He Hongyan, dressed in solemn Taoist robes, stood alongside the master, observing the mist that enveloped Qingping Mountain. Why must you hold a 13-year-old boy accountable? Why burden Gu Yusheng for Gu Bai's mistakes? One matter should remain distinct from another. In the past, I shared a bond with Gu Bai. At this, the enigmatic figure abruptly turned, fixing a piercing gaze upon He Hongyan, his expression somber, interrupting her. Sister He, it appears you have never truly left that mountain, that grove in your heart. Alas, he is gone, yet you still speak in his defense, advocating for his son. You ought to align with the other elders. Those who stand apart should be only myself. The enigmatic figure gazed into the distance. Donning your Taoist robes does not sever your ties to the mortal realm. Do not forget, when he met that woman in Xinu Prefecture, he never anticipated you would wait for him through storms. All of that is in the past, mere wisps of smoke. Brother Xiao, you were not always thus. Your treatment of that child today is excessively cruel. He Hongyan lamented, turning to regard the master, whose hair was now streaked with frost. In those days, you and Gu Bai were indeed the most illustrious individuals within the Qingyun sect. Is the martial art you cultivate truly so compelling? I have not forgotten that once. You and he were dear to each other. Suanji Zi, with keen eyes, interrupted He Hongyan's words, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the vast sky, his expression gradually turning indifferent. Junior sister He, I am the sect leader, and the future of Qingyun's sect rests in my hands. You have seen it for yourself. Merely the commotion from summoning the library led many to subconsciously believe it was an invasion by the demon clan. If I do not act thus today, how can I instill a lasting lesson in the disciples of Qingyun's sect? Junior sister He, you may not be aware, but a month ago, the demon clan breached the boundary mountain, and tens of thousands of cultivators from the Qianlong dynasty perished in battle, while countless others fled from the conflicts. Now, innumerable demons ravage the human territories, and Qingping Prefecture has seen little peace. Suanji Zi's hands tightened into fists. For the sake of humanity, for all living beings. For the common folk, Qingyun's sect cannot afford to produce another Gu Bai. If one day, a great demon should invade Qingyun again, I shall unsheath my sword without hesitation and bravely face death. This brutal world, with its bloody winds and storms, battering Qingyun's sect, can it not also strike at Gu Yusheng? He Hongyan's expression grew grave. Senior brother, have we truly reached this juncture? Suanji Zi remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, He Hongyan said, Yet you should not sever the youth's sword, for it embodies nearly all his aspirations. With that, He Hongyan turned to seek the broken sword. As she walked, she paused. In the center of the training ground, a young girl in white was carefully picking up the shattered wooden sword. Her bright eyes fixed on the broken piece, her lips pursed in apparent anger. Nightcloud, do not concern yourself with me. The girl in white turned, her face resolute. The world is vast. You cannot eradicate demons and bring peace to the realm, yet you choose to bully someone armed only with a wooden sword. You are the true cowards. He Hongyan stood frozen, rooted in place. After a long pause, she sighed softly and turned to leave. In the peach blossom grove, the youth had been sitting under the eaves of a small courtyard for half a day, disheveled. Lu Yuan appeared outside the fence, leaning against the bamboo, and spoke to the boy, whose gaze was lost. Have you thought it through? From today onward, you shall plant peach trees with me every day. I will impart to you my skills. Decades hence, when you possess the ability to slay demons and accumulate achievements, and one day take command of King Yun's sect, all justice will arrive. At that time, what will today's grievances matter? The youth rose, gazing at the setting sun, and said, decades are far too long. Delayed justice is no justice at all. 10 years, then. Just 10 years, Lu Yuan replied, holding up his fingers. Within the decade, I shall teach you the art of demon slaying. Gu Yusheng looked skyward, declaring, no, from this day forth, I wish to learn the art of killing. I do not wish to plant peach blossoms. One day, I will eradicate all these peach trees. Will you still be willing to teach me? Upon hearing the words, Lu Yuan suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter, sweeping his sleeves as he departed. Those with ambition often exhibit a certain arrogance. You still require refinement. Do not forget. From tomorrow onwards, you must plant peach trees, and within 3 years, you must cultivate a full 300. Chapter 24. In search of books amidst laughter. Unbeknownst to the young man who conceals his aspirations, ever since the day the master of King Yun's sect publicly shattered the boy's wooden sword, the youth's figure in the peach blossom grove has become increasingly industrious. Each time disciples of the 6 peaks pass by the cloud bridge, they pause to observe the boy planting peach trees in the peach blossom grove of Qingping Mountain. On that fateful day, disciples of King Yun's sect returned from the martial arts arena, having collectively accessed the esteemed library, each laden with spoils. Some acquired celestial-grade martial arts, and rumors circulated that Chu Chun had obtained divine-grade techniques from the library, leaving the entire King Yun sect astounded. For within King Yun's sect, only a handful of celestial-grade techniques exist, and most are of inferior quality. Of course, the disciples have not forgotten that, aside from Gu Yusheng, whose wooden sword was broken by the master, nearly 100 others lost their eligibility for the library due to their inner fears. Simultaneously, whispers of beastly creatures roaming Qingping Prefecture stirred beneath the surface, resulting in a hurried demeanor among the disciples of King Yun's sect, who were busier than ever with their cultivation. For the overwhelming majority of the newly initiated disciples, the goal remains the condensation of their primordial fetus. During this process, they began to enhance their strength, combat skills, sword techniques, and even martial arts, with some going to great lengths to purchase weapons from the forging workshops of Tiangong Peak. On an ordinary day, a young disciple of King Yun's sect approached the entrance of the Sutra Pavilion on Lingxiao Peak, clad in the same attire from his initiation. The young man appeared to have grown taller over the months, his clothes now somewhat taut, and his face slightly tanned from the summer sun. Behind the doors of the Sutra Pavilion, an elder dozed. Due to the Master's decision to activate the sacred library, the Sutra Pavilion of King Yun's sect was unusually tranquil, nearly deserted. Indeed, the library contained few precious cultivation manuals. Moss covered the steps, and shadows danced upon the walls. Gu Yusheng entered the Sutra Pavilion, holding his sect token, intending to exchange his contribution points for several manuals. He had earned 100 contribution points from the last task of seeking fine wine, and upon entering, the sect had granted him 10 points. Ordinarily, every 3 months, the sect bestows a certain number of contribution points upon each disciple. However, regrettably, Gu Yusheng was unable to receive the sect's complimentary points. Elder, I seek a few cultivation techniques. Gu Yusheng addressed the slumbering elder. The elder, waking from his nap, scrutinized Gu Yusheng with mild annoyance and waved his sleeve, saying, the books are over there. Each shelf is marked with the requisite contribution points for exchange. Find them yourself. Do not disturb my sleep. Also, non-core disciples may only exchange for techniques from the first tier. Thank you, Gu Yusheng replied with a respectful bow. The elder glanced at him once more. Are you Gu Bai's son? Indeed. Gu Yusheng nodded, fortunate to have his father's blessings. He was considered a prominent figure among the younger disciples of the King Yun sect. The sect leader had instructed that every contribution point on his sect token must be verified, and the sect would no longer issue them on a regular basis. Understood? Understood. Gu Yusheng was accustomed to such differential treatment. He picked up his sect token and remarked, I can undertake tasks to earn contribution points. Of course, the elder replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Ambition is commendable, but beware of undertaking tasks that you cannot complete, for you may end up with no points to deduct. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Yusheng turned and walked to the first floor of the scripture pavilion. Inside, the wooden shelves were adorned with an array of different manuals. Though the King Yun sect was not a large sect, it boasted a millennium of heritage, and the shelves displayed nearly 10,000 tomes on the first floor alone. Gu Yusheng's purpose for visiting was clear. First, to seek a book that would allow him to forge a blood pact with a spirit beast. Second, to find a manual on cultivation for the opening veins and bone-forging realms. 3 books in total. Based on his calculations, the 110 contribution points on his sect token should suffice. However, upon glancing at the books on the shelves, his previously bright eyes dimmed slightly. No wonder the scripture pavilion of the Qingyun sect was so sparsely frequented. Most of these books were merely excerpts and fragments from ancient sages. Yet the contribution points required were exceedingly high. 20 points for the Yuan Tai realm, 50 points for the opening veins manual, and a minimum of 100 points for the methods pertaining to bone forging cultivation. As for the myriad combat techniques, sword forms, knife arts, and fist manuals, they too demanded exorbitant contribution points. According to Gu Yusheng's estimation, the points needed for these manuals precisely matched the contribution points allocated by the sect on a seasonal basis, leaving him with the option to select only the techniques corresponding to his current cultivation level and 1 combat skill for self-defense. To learn more, he would have to earn contribution points through his own efforts. Sunlight streamed through the pavilion's lattice windows, casting a warm glow on the bookshelves, where tomes that had gathered dust over the span of centuries stood. The reason these books were collected on the first floor was likely to fill space. Their value lay solely in making the scripture pavilion appear less desolate. The youth, searching for manuals behind the shelves, shared a fate akin to that of the majority of the tomes. Both were bound by a common destiny. The fate of these books mirrored Gu Yusheng's own, as if he had been branded with an indelible label, immersed in a quagmire, shrouded in a bleak world. No one would care, nor would there be any lamentation. Those who stood above, even if they felt sympathy or pity, often reserved their concern for protagonists with heart-wrenching tales. Gu Yusheng was as inconspicuous as dust. When he felt a sense of existence, it was merely as a cautionary example mentioned by the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect. The elder, who had been dozing at the desk, suddenly seemed invigorated, sitting upright and following the youth's movements with keen interest. His curiosity was not born from empathy or pity. The scene before me evokes a poignant image, reminiscent of the unremarkable figures in our world, akin to the dust-laden merchants and laborers who, in the dimmest corners, sift through heaps of discarded refuse in search of a few items they deem treasures. I observe the young lad, occasionally comparing a few ancient texts, his expression a tapestry of conflict, yet he remains mindful of the sect contribution points required for exchanges. The elder in the scripture pavilion, his fingers drumming on the table, appears thoroughly engrossed. Typically, he would not hesitate to offer guidance to other disciples of the Qingyun sect. Shadows dance and time unfurls. The elder on duty, or perhaps a disciple stationed at Lingshao Peak, is drawn to this spectacle, pausing to linger outside the scripture pavilion. For those accustomed to their lofty positions, witnessing someone rummaging through refuse for useful items is indeed a rare sight. The boy's nose is dust-laden, and his Qingyun attire is speckled with the debris that fell from the books. At last, the youth cradles 3 volumes in his hands, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he approaches the table. Elder, I have made my selection. The elder, appearing somewhat intrigued, responds, Oh, have you indeed? Let me see. With a gentle flick of his finger, he reveals the titles of the 3 tomes resting on the table: Spirit Contract Volume, Dragon Vein Opening Technique, and Bone Forging Method. A suppressed chuckle escapes the elder, who, despite his efforts to contain his mirth, lifts his gaze as a ray of the setting sun streams through. Shielding his eyes with his palm, he inquires, after investing so much time, Do you believe these 3 selections are worth it? The youth nods earnestly, affirming, Indeed, they are. The elder chuckles heartily. Do you think that cultivation is merely a matter of selecting a few texts corresponding to your realm and practicing them to effortlessly transcend your limits? Are you planning to pave the path ahead so smoothly? Laughter erupts from the elite disciples of the past Qingyun sect gathered outside. The elder, pointing at the first book, feigns a serious tone as he addresses the youth. Spirit Contract Volume. Do you truly believe that in the beast mastery-focused Tianling Peak, there exists no tome worthy of cultivation? Do you think there truly exists a contract book capable of summoning spirit beasts? The artifacts left by the 3 great sacred lands may not all be genuine. They are but tricks to deceive children like you. Do you think the beasts outside are akin to domesticated cats and dogs, that you can subdue them at will and make one your spirit companion? The youth nods, responding earnestly, Elder, that is precisely my belief. The laughter echoes once more, not just from those outside, but even from the elder on duty, who slaps the wooden table, exclaiming in jest, You wish to acquire a beast as your spirit companion. After a fit of hearty laughter, the elder's gaze toward the youth shifts, now tinged with an air of bemusement. As he points to the cover of the second tome, adorned with peculiar symbols and inscribed with 5 profound characters, asking, Gu Yusheng, do you recognize the characters inscribed above? Gu Yusheng gazed at the intricate design on the cover of the book, recognizing it as a fragment of an ancient tome belonging to the dragon clan, intended for cultivation during the early stages of a dragon's life. However, the text within was incomplete, and the individual who later inscribed the words Qiu Long, opening meridians technique, evidently lacked knowledge of the dragon language. Did you know that this is a cultivation method for the untransformed beasts of the demon clan? Can you cultivate it? The elder mocked with a smirk, gesturing towards the third book, the bone forging technique. Every year, I encounter countless self-important individuals who believe they can condense their primordial fetus within 3 months, enter the opening meridians realm within a year or 2, and smoothly reach the bone forging realm within 3 to 5 years. You are particularly amusing, by your implication. You believe you will certainly enter the bone forging realm within 3 years? That should not be too difficult, Gu Yusheng replied. The elder, who had been poised to retort, fell silent. Snatching the sect token from Gu Yusheng's hand, he deducted all the contribution points contained within it and then mockingly addressed Gu Yusheng. Originally, you would have needed 120 contribution points, but seeing your naivete, I shall take it upon myself to be generous. You may take these 3 books. After reading them, remember to return the techniques. Go on. We cannot afford to delay your cultivation as a peerless genius. Holding the 3 books tightly, Gu Yusheng exited the scripture depository. In the tranquil air, a sudden burst of laughter erupted, echoing for quite some time. Laugh away, Gu Yusheng thought, a relieved smile spreading across his lips. He clutched the 3 books tightly and quickened his pace. Chapter 25. Opening Meridian's Realm in the Small Courtyard. The candlelight flickered with a faint yellow glow. Gu Yusheng's shadow danced upon the wall, while outside, the moon shone amidst a sparse, starry sky. On a meticulously clean table lay the 3 books Gu Yusheng had painstakingly chosen after spending most of the day searching. Dust from the scripture depository still clung to him. Initially, he had believed he could enter the sacred library like others and select his desired cultivation techniques, but unexpectedly, he had been singled out by the sect master and denied entry. His journey to Lingxiao Peak today felt akin to an orphan, bereft of parental protection, scavenging for sustenance in a desolate corner of the street. The Qingyun sect, despite its vast collection of tomes, had left him lacking in contribution points. With a flicker of hope, he sought hidden treasures among the myriad of books. After considerable effort, he finally located 2 forsaken volumes that required only half the contribution points for acquisition. Under the candlelight, Gu Yusheng carefully placed the books down, then rose to wash his hands and change his clothes, ensuring his hands remained free of dust before once more confronting the 3 selected tomes. These 3 books were techniques that the disciples of the sect had discarded as worthless. Certainly, there were superior manuals available within the scripture depository. Yet, Gu Yusheng had exerted tremendous effort to obtain these 3, thus he cherished them dearly. The topmost book was titled Spirit Bonding Volume. The sole reason the disciples of Tianling Peak disdain this tome lies in its content. This manual on beast taming delineates methods of controlling spiritual beasts that starkly diverge from conventional practices. The essence of the contract's spirit communication lies in preserving the intellect of spiritual beasts, allowing them to awaken their human-like sensibilities. Yet, for millennia, the relationship between humans and the demon race has been fraught with conflict. Even amidst the presence of beast tamers in this realm, most resort to brutish methods that erase the wisdom of spiritual beasts, rendering them mere tools for their masters. Such crude techniques, despite their simplicity, yield effective results. As humanity is weak and the demon race formidable, it is indeed a pragmatic approach for beast tamers to command powerful demon beasts in confrontations. Gu Yusheng skimmed through the contract's spirit communication, memorizing various binding rituals. However, the nuances of communication and the enhancement of rapport and soul integration with spiritual beasts were too esoteric, and he lacked the time to delve deeper into them. Setting aside the tome, he picked up the second book, The Art of Dragon Meridian Opening. These 5 characters were added by later generations, obscuring the ancient patterns on the cover, yet Gu Yusheng recognized that the true name of this manual was Transformation of the True Dragon. The content within was derived from the insights of a venerable sage, based on the ancient illustrations within the tome, detailing the art of meridian opening. Although Gu Yusheng was uncertain about the efficacy of practicing this sage's methods, he was certain they could not match the precision of the original dragon tongue. He contemplated the intricacies of the illustrations. The transformation of a dragon begins with a youthful form, using the essence of the true dragon as its primordial foundation, to open the meridians and shape a human body. In essence, This ancient text presents a method of cultivation from a bygone era, indicating that a true dragon, upon assuming human form, would lose much of its draconic prowess and must cultivate anew, akin to humanity. The manuscript outlines the direction and methods for meridian opening, but regrettably, the subsequent stages of cultivation have been lost, leaving only the complete method for this initial phase. Were it not for this serendipitous discovery, Gu Yusheng might not have unearthed it among so many texts. Under the flickering candlelight, he meticulously read and contemplated. During this period, he replaced 2 candles before silently closing the book. Although he had stumbled upon a rare gem, it remained a method of the dragon race. A dragon's transformation into human form endows it with inherent vitality and strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary human, making the recorded techniques for meridian opening considerably more challenging. For practitioners at the primordial stage, one merely needs to refine the essence within into qi, continuously impacting the internal meridians to clear vital acupoints and successfully open a single meridian. The meridian opening phase is divided into 9 stages, with each complete meridian opened. 1 as strength ascends a minor level. Among the 8 meridians of the human body, the Ren and Du meridians are the most difficult to traverse. However, even upon opening these 2, achieving a full connection of the 8 meridians merely elevates one to the status of a high-level martial artist, possessing innate energy and true essence. Reaching the 8th stage of the meridian opening phase still falls within the realm of martial practitioners. The most crucial meridian, known as the Yuan meridian, must be opened to transmute the innate energy and true essence within the Danshan, allowing the energy of heaven and earth, as well as the primordial essence within the primordial form, to transform into spiritual energy. This distinction marks the fundamental difference between cultivators and martial artists. In the ancient tome True Dragon Transformation, the cultivation of the meridian opening stage, while fundamentally akin to that of human practitioners, necessitates the establishment of several to dozens of hidden acupoints along each meridian. It emphasizes the importance of a seamless flow of energy, ultimately leading to the creation of a distinct circulation for energy manipulation. Gu Yusheng hastily made his way to the eastern chamber, where he meticulously searched through the array of books laid out by Gu Bai, ultimately unearthing a volume that provided a detailed illustration of the human meridian system. He compared it closely with the hidden acupoints mentioned in True Dragon Transformation. To his astonishment, Gu Yusheng discovered that many hidden acupoints within the body were conspicuously absent from the meridian diagram. The text on True Dragon Transformation offered no explicit guidance on how to unlock these hidden acupoints. However, Gu Yusheng had perused accounts of the dragon clan in the tomes left by his father. Dragons, capable of great transformation, could ascend or conceal themselves, harnessing the winds to control thunder, employing arcane arts upon themselves, or launching physical assaults. Could one harness external forces? Gu Yusheng returned the book to its place, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Determined to enhance his strength, he was prepared to embrace all challenges and sufferings. Undoubtedly, the cold cave behind the waterfall was an ideal location for meridian opening. The starry sky sparkled brightly. For several consecutive days, the candlelight in the small courtyard remained aglow. Rather than rushing to the cold cave, Gu Yusheng opted to follow the cultivation methods outlined in True Dragon Transformation, attempting to open the first Chong meridian. To his surprise, he succeeded in this endeavor within merely 3 days. The ease of this accomplishment made him cautious, prompting him to repeatedly ponder and verify the correctness of the technique. One morning, as was his custom, Gu Yusheng arrived at the small courtyard, picking up a peachwood branch to practice swordsmanship as he usually did. The wooden sword he cherished most had shattered, leaving a fissure in his heart that seemed irreparable. He transformed all the malice he harbored towards the world into motivation for his cultivation, resolutely refusing to allow even a hint of complacency to creep in. The wooden sword was broken, yet the branch could serve as a sword. He recalled the words of the elder Yu Qingshan, who had once told him, "A person with a sword in their heart wields a sword in their hand." Similarly, one who fervently pursues the path of the sword, even when empty-handed, possesses countless swords within their heart. Gu Yusheng had yet to reach such a realm. Thus, he wielded the branch as a sword, striking with simplicity and precision, devoid of superfluous movements. Though the actions appeared identical, only Gu Yusheng understood the truth. Each thrust he executed now held a power reminiscent of the fierce strike he had unleashed during his encounter with Zhao Ji. Albeit without revealing any sword aura, the opening of the meridian had dramatically augmented his physical strength. This sudden increase in power, while amplifying the latent might of his strikes several-fold, paradoxically diminished his control over the sword. Consequently, he was compelled to slow his pace, taking the time to contemplate and refine each strike. Throughout the morning, he managed to swing his makeshift sword 600 times. And only when his garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat did he return to the small courtyard, where he sat alone upon a modest wooden stool to rest. Gu Yusheng wiped the perspiration from his brow, gazing at the marks he had inscribed upon the wooden pillar. He had indeed grown taller once more. On the peach tree, the peaches had grown to the size reminiscent of green plums. In this moment, Gu Yusheng was deeply immersed in his cultivation, wishing for time to meander rather than rush by. Even though thoughts of a young girl would occasionally flit through his mind, he remained focused. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, startling Gu Yusheng. Instinctively, he leaped down from the small wooden stool and hurried to the gate of the courtyard, swinging it open. Outside stood a radiant girl, Imo Wanyun, who had arrived just as promised during his lowest ebb. A smile graced her lips. Her hands tucked behind her back as she leaned slightly forward, her eyes sparkling as they fixed on the familiar, yet distant figure of the boy before her. "Why did you take so long to open the door?" she complained lightly, stepping in with a graceful stride that nudged Gu Yusheng back under the eaves of the courtyard. With practiced ease, she hopped onto the small wooden stool, her legs swinging playfully in the air. Her feet, clad in dust-repellent shoes, touched the ground as she crossed her arms, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "I've grown taller," she declared. Her words always caught Gu Yusheng off guard. As he struggled to keep pace with her lively thoughts, he had many things to say, yet found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at the girl perched on the stool, he nodded in agreement, blurting out, "Yes, you've grown a little." The girl, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, was at the cusp of blossoming into womanhood. Hearing his words, her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed. She jumped down from the stool, reaching for the boy's collar. Playfully threatening, "Say that again." "A little taller," he repeated stubbornly, though he stepped back, circling around a wooden post to evade her outstretched hand. "Gu Yusheng, I'll tear down your house, believe it or not," she teased, her lips curling into a smirk as she balled her fists on her hips, her hair swaying with her feigned fury. "Miss Imo, please, I believe you." "Have mercy," he pleaded. "Then come here and present your forehead," she said, a mischievous gleam in her eyes as her fingers formed a slingshot shape. Thump! Her fingers tapped against Gu Yusheng's forehead, prompting a fit of giggles from her as she leaned back slightly. "Well, you've grown," he mumbled under his breath. Imo Wanyun, with her slender figure, suddenly surged forward, swinging her small fists as she chased after the boy through the courtyard. "Don't run. I'm not foolish enough to let you hit me and leave my head buzzing." He laughed as they played, weaving around the post, then the stool, until they reached the well. Each grasped one side of the well, and the crystal-clear water reflected the long-lost cheerful smile of the boy and the blossoming face of the girl, akin to peach blossoms in spring. For a moment, both paused their playful antics, staring at each other's reflections in the water. Gu Yusheng leaned against the well, his gaze lost in the sky above Qingping Mountain, while Imo Wanyun cupped a handful of the fresh spring water, sipping delicately, exhaling a fragrant sigh of contentment. With a playful huff, she turned her back to him, the two of them leaning back against the well, separated only by the water's surface. Chapter 26. The Beast's Assault, the Mysterious Burial Ground. After all, such is the nature of youthful hearts. Gu Yusheng turned his head to examine the proud little fairy who had descended to the mortal realm. Just then, Imo Wanyun also glanced over, and at that fleeting moment when their gazes met, she giggled and splashed the remaining water she had been holding onto Gu Yusheng's face. "Refreshing, isn't it?" The sunlight caressed Imo Wanyun's face, and her innocent, radiant smile captivated Gu Yusheng. He extended his hand toward the well, intending to splash water back at her. But as his hands reached the edge, he caught sight of the girl's reflection in the water, making it seem as though he cradled her within his palms. In that instant, the boy, solitary amidst this gray world, felt as though he possessed something truly precious. He stared blankly at the surface of the well, utterly motionless. Imo Wanyun, curious, leaned in to peer into the well. Her face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears as she stirred the water with her hand, then walked over to the peach tree in the courtyard, glancing back to say, "Hey, little loach, I heard you've been bullied. Is it true that they let you into the library of the sacred ground?" Gu Yusheng looked at Imo Wanyun and nodded. "Are you going to stand up for me?" Imo Wanyun crossed her arms, nodding seriously. Her gaze shifted slightly as she continued. "This Qingping Mountain isn't all that great. It's just a bit taller. The world is so vast, and if you're unwelcome here, why endure such suffering? Perhaps you should consider changing sections. I could speak to my grandfather and have him write you a letter of recommendation. You could train in any sect in Qingping Prefecture or even in the entire Kanglan Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Gu Yusheng stood up, tidied his Qingyun robe, and bowed to Imo Wanyun with a scholar's courtesy. "Miss Imo, your kindness is evident, but I was born at the foot of Qingping Mountain. My roots are here. My father lost all his glory here. Those misunderstandings and mockeries must be cleansed by me. The world is vast, yet I have only this path to tread. I promised my father that one day I would ascend Qingping Mountain and gaze down upon this realm. Mo Wanyan stood there, somewhat taken aback, gazing at the boy clad in King Yun attire. His eyes were so resolute, his gaze as clear as ever. She stepped forward and playfully measured her height against his. You seem taller than me. Gu Yusheng jested. That's splendid. If the sky ever falls, I shall shield you, Miss Mo, while you run for dear life. When would such a day come? Mo Wanyan chuckled lightly, yet seeing the seriousness on the boy's face, she smiled and said, I wouldn't run. I'd stand with you. Gu Yusheng's gaze returned to the girl as he dashed into the firewood room, retrieved a jar of peach blossom honey water, and hurriedly stuffed it into Mo Wanyan's arms, rushing toward the courtyard gate as he exclaimed, Miss Mo, I haven't finished my sword practice today. You enjoy yourself. I fear I might lose track of time. Mo Wanyan let out a soft laugh, unconcerned. After a while, she noticed the boy diligently wielding a peachwood branch as a sword, practicing earnestly. She carefully tucked away the peach blossom honey water he had given her, clasped her hands behind her back, and sat down in front of Gu Yusheng, propping her chin on her hands, watching intently. After he had executed over 100 sword strikes, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, she approached him with a serious expression and said, I have something to give you. What is it? Gu Yusheng took a step back, enveloped by the fragrance of the young girl, despite being drenched in sweat. Extend your hand, Mo Wanyan instructed him. He complied, and as if by magic, the girl placed a finely restored wooden sword in the palm of his hand. A sudden tremor coursed through Gu Yusheng, and as he gazed at the meticulously mended sword, waves of nostalgia and sorrow washed over him. Memories of the sword flooded back, particularly the moment it was shattered by the master of the Qingyun sect, which seemed to have erased all the joyous moments of his childhood. Yet now, it had been returned to him by Mo Wanyan. His lips moved, attempting to articulate his emotions, but no sound emerged. Instead, he gently caressed the sword's blade, tracing the line where it had been repaired, and he could almost envision the girl painstakingly restoring it. Thank you, Gu Yusheng finally managed to utter, though still unable to fully express himself. The girl squinted her eyes into crescent shapes, her face beaming with satisfaction. She patted his shoulder and, with a skip in her step, turned to leave, her voice echoing through the peach blossom grove. Don't let anyone break your sword again. Standing alone, Gu Yusheng felt a newfound sense of companionship in his solitude. Certainly, he remarked. The summer breeze rustled the verdant leaves on the mountains, and the youthful figure dashed through the woods, exuding joy. A snow monkey, having foraged wild fruits from the mountains, sat beside him, listening to the boy's incomprehensible chatter. Bound by a contract, the creature regarded the boy as its master. The boy taught the snow monkey the art of brewing, and they spent their days intoxicated at the waterfall's entrance, like loyal guardians. Meanwhile, the boy diligently practiced in the cold cave, tirelessly attempting to open his meridians day after day, adhering to the techniques of the true dragon transformation. Gu Yusheng only appeared for a few days during the peach harvest, gathering the honeyed fruits that the other practitioners scorned, and crafted dozens of jars of peach blossom wine. As autumn approached, he eagerly anticipated the coming year's peach blossoms, dreaming of a path filled with mist and songbirds, and a reunion with Miss Mo. More importantly, he awaited the arrival of the sword-bearing elder from beyond the mountains, wishing to take him as his mentor. After months of arduous training, Gu Yusheng successfully opened several meridians, reaching the 5th stage of the opening meridians realm. As he unlocked more hidden points within his channels, his progress began to slow. With the elevation of his cultivation, the challenges of sword practice intensified. Yet he persevered, daily thrusting his sword 300 times, absorbing the essence of each stroke and the weight of the sword's momentum. Whenever he sensed a plateau in his swordsmanship, he retreated to the cold cave to diligently refine the 9 unnamed sword techniques. Regrettably, though he had mastered the set of techniques and grasped their nuances, he lamented the absence of an accompanying sword technique manual. One cool autumn night, beneath the cold moonlight, Gu Yusheng returned from his training to drink alone in the courtyard. For the past half-year, he had trained in the cold cave, drinking several times a day to ward off the chill, and he had grown accustomed to the taste of wine, able to consume a flask without inebriation. Gu Yusheng gazed blankly at the cold moon in the sky, watching as flocks of wild geese flew past the luminous orb, vanishing into the depths of Qingping Mountain. A profound sorrow enveloped his heart. Even the geese had a home to return to, while he remained solitary in the secluded peach blossom grove. He lifted his wine jug, intending to take a sip. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light shot up from the 6 peaks of Qingping Mountain, and the ancient chimes rang out, echoing like a torrential downpour. An enemy attack. Gu Yusheng felt a rush of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Beneath the cold moonlight, he beheld the elite disciples of Qingyun sect soaring through the air on their swords. Those colossal birds that had just traversed the sky were not mere wild geese. They were the formidable Qingting birds, avian beasts of the highest order. These creatures, typically dwelling deep within the mountains of Qingping, had never crossed paths with Qingyun sect. Yet tonight, they suddenly went berserk, hundreds, if not thousands, of Qingting birds diving down to feast upon the disciples of Qingyun sect. In an instant, screams of despair echoed from all 6 peaks. Some disciples were pierced through the throat by the birds' razor-sharp talons, lifted into the sky, only to be mercilessly cast aside. Thud! In the peach blossom grove, a series of muffled thuds resonated. Gu Yusheng witnessed a Qingyun disciple plummeting to the ground, their desperate cries abruptly ending in a pool of blood. Rustle, rustle. The peach blossom grove stirred with ominous sounds. In this late autumn season, venomous serpents emerged, swiftly consuming the blood-soaked remains. Moreover, Gu Yusheng beheld the inexplicably reappearing millennium-old peach tree, which ensnared the fallen Qingyun disciples, drawing them into the earth, followed by a surge of pink radiance that vanished like a specter. In mere moments, dozens of sect disciples had perished. The Qingting birds in the sky were merely first-tier beasts, yet their diving assault had claimed the lives of the young disciples who had only recently joined the sect. Such a brutal scene unfolded without warning within Qingyun sect. The scent of blood filled the air, snapping Gu Yusheng back to reality, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden sword in his hand. At that moment, a Qingting bird locked onto him, its talons extended as it swooped down. Gu Yusheng's gaze deepened, and with a swift thrust of his wooden sword, a beam of sword light erupted, bursting forth in a blood-red explosion several meters away. He withdrew his sword, once again preparing for an attack. Caw, caw, caw. Yet this time, no avian beast came to assail him. Instead, the entire peach grove emitted strange sounds. The trees in the courtyard seemed to come alive, stretching their branches to engulf Gu Yusheng within the small courtyard. Come forth. Gu Yusheng, sword in hand, remained undaunted. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a snow ape bound to a peach tree, being enveloped in swirling pink mist and carried away. The snow ape. A jolt of alarm surged through Gu Yusheng. Without hesitation, he charged into the peach blossom grove. Following the trail of petals like radiance, he pursued relentlessly, gradually venturing into uncharted territory, towards the abyss at the foot of Qingping Mountain. Under the moonlight, the secluded valley lay shrouded in mystery. In a moment of disorientation, all the radiant hues faded away, leaving an unparalleled tranquility, interrupted solely by the murmurs of the abyssal waters. Gu Yusheng halted in his tracks. A crisp sound echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered an unsettling sight. A dense carpet of white bones sprawled beneath him. From the shadowy depths, spectral flames flickered within these bones, dancing in the breeze. A burial ground. Gu Yusheng swallowed hard, instinctively tightening his grip on the wooden sword in his hand. Utilizing the mystical techniques from the tome of his spirit contract, he attempted to communicate with the snow ape, realizing it was indeed close by, yet invisible to his eyes. What manner of place was this? The bones beneath him were not solely human. There were also the remains of monstrous beings. Some of these skeletal forms stretched several feet, even dozens of feet in length, exuding a formidable aura of demonic energy despite their lifeless state. In a fleeting moment, Gu Yusheng envisioned hundreds of great demons clawing and leaping towards him. A tightness gripped his heart, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced while ascending the celestial ladder. He steeled his resolve, biting his tongue to awaken from the terrifying illusion woven by the suffocating demonic energy. Great demons, Gu Yusheng murmured to himself, astonished by the realization that so many powerful entities had perished in this place. The term great demon refers to those of the 5th tier and above, unable to assume human form, possessing extraordinary strength, akin to the cultivators of the human race at the harmonization realm. Instinctively, Gu Yusheng lifted his foot, yearning to retreat. Yet, gritting his teeth, he took a step forward. In this lifetime, he vowed never to turn back. He raised a finger to his lips and blew a whistle. The voice of the snow ape resonated from above. When Gu Yusheng looked up, he was momentarily struck dumb. Chapter 27. The 1000-Year Peach Demon Unleashed. The mysterious technique on the wall before him stood an ancient peach tree, its branches sprawling across the entire gorge, laden with countless peach limbs, each adorned with the remains of hundreds, even thousands of corpses. Even the snow ape, with its ancient divine lineage, could only struggle helplessly. Panic etched across its features as it gazed at Gu Yusheng. A monkey hung from the tree, bound by the peach branches. The resilient form of the snow ape could not withstand their encroachment, blood trickling down the limbs, staining them crimson, as vibrant peach blossoms bloomed in the deep autumn. This bizarre scene stirred an uncanny feeling within Gu Yusheng, as if he had trespassed into another realm. He even questioned whether he had entered the domain of the millennial-old peach tree. So this was its true essence. "Do not move. I shall rescue you," Gu Yusheng declared, raising his wooden sword. As he lifted the sword, the entire peach tree seemed to awaken as a colossal demon, emitting a chilling roar. Thrashing against the peach wood as if to strike at Gu Yusheng, yet harboring an underlying trepidation towards him. Gu Yusheng gripped the wine gourd tightly, fully aware that it was the nemesis of this millennial peach tree. However, he understood that while the gourd was extraordinary, it required careful handling. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yusheng prepared to unleash a strike. But at that very moment, he noticed the wooden sword emanating waves of pink mist, seemingly resisting his will. His body felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His gaze fell upon the ancient peach tree, where he noticed that one of its main branches was missing. Could it be that this wooden sword? Gu Yusheng wore an expression of disbelief. Memories flooded his mind of a certain morning when his father, Gu Bai, covered in dew, had dragged a peach branch from the peach blossom grove. That very branch had been meticulously carved into the wooden sword he now held. Just as Gu Yusheng was lost in thought, a human-like visage materialized from the peach branch behind him, and an invisible hand stealthily approached the nape of his neck. At that moment, the wooden sword in his hand suddenly radiated a surge of pink light. Startled, Gu Yusheng snapped back to reality and, in a swift motion, thrust the sword backward. The speed was unparalleled, striking precisely into the visage, and a fountain of pink blood erupted forth. A thunderous tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a cacophony of roars and shrieks. Countless corpses cascaded from above. Quick-wit, Gu Yusheng swung his sword again, unleashing a robust wave of sword energy that severed the peach branches binding the snow ape. The snow ape leaped into the air, baring its teeth as it howled angrily at the ancient peach tree. Countless peach blossoms fell like a pink rain upon the earth. Some petals landed on the wooden sword in Gu Yusheng's hand, and to his astonishment, the cracks on the sword began to heal gradually. A thought flickered in Gu Yusheng's mind as he flicked his wrist, sweeping the sword through the air. Thousands of pink petals transformed into mist, absorbed by the wooden sword, and the fracture on the blade vanished entirely. This action seemed to have thoroughly enraged the thousand-year-old tree spirit, as countless branches lashed out towards him. The snow ape, frightened, let out a shriek, lifting Gu Yusheng high above its head with its powerful arms, its body suddenly enlarging as it leaped. In an instant, Gu Yusheng felt the rush of wind as he soared atop the snow ape, crossing a chasm of unfathomable depth. Numerous peach branches extended towards him, only to retract helplessly. Under the moonlight, Gu Yusheng surveyed his surroundings. Not far ahead loomed a steep cliff, and he realized that he was situated at the very base of Lingshao Peak. Looking up, he could see the demon-subduing monument, which, bathed in the serene moonlight, emanated an ancient and powerful aura, casting its shadow upon him. Perhaps this was why the thousand-year-old tree spirit dared not extend its branches further. The snow ape's recent leap seemed to have awakened its latent potential, causing its body to shrink dramatically until it became a small snow ape, quietly crouching beside Gu Yusheng. Now, Gu Yusheng found himself trapped on a cliff barely a few dozen yards wide, with no way up or down. Across the abyss stood the ancient tree spirit, silently watching. The snow ape seemed to sense this, drooping its head and drawing circles in the dirt with its paws. It appeared they would have to endure the cold winds here. Gu Yusheng quickly regained his composure. Tonight, the Qingyun sect was under siege by demonic beasts, and he had no inkling of the situation. The immediate priority was to find a way to survive. He cautiously glanced at the sky. Due to the presence of the demon-subduing monument, the Qingpeng birds dared not descend, making this place seemingly the safest refuge. The wind howled at the edge of the abyss, prompting Gu Yusheng to lean in closer. The towering Lingshao Peak stood steep and formidable, as if hewn by the sharpest of blades, its surface smooth as a mirror. The moonlight cascaded over it, reflecting shadows upon its flawless facade. Initially, Gu Yusheng sought refuge in a cave from the wind, yet alas, this face of the mountain was too unyielding for such a sanctuary. Just as he prepared to sit in meditation, a sudden flutter of his eyelid caught his attention. On the wall illuminated by the moonlight, intricate patterns and inscriptions appeared. He approached swiftly, his gaze fixated. The first sight to greet him was a series of human figures, meticulously carved into the wall, each striking a different pose. Beneath each figure lay a passage of text, inscribed not with ink, but etched by formidable energy. as if a finger had wielded an invisible pin against the stone. Gu Yusheng's expression shifted slightly at the far right of the wall. 3 powerful characters stood out boldly. Songlongju. He uttered the name instinctively, only to find himself momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. I feel as though I have encountered this before. After a brief moment of recollection, he realized he couldn't place it. His eyes followed the lines of text, scrutinizing them meticulously. This was a remarkably advanced technique of soaring and shifting through space. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. A smile crept across his face. Previously, while deciphering the dragon script on a turtle shell, he had come across references to Songlongju. He had even sought related texts among the numerous tomes in the guest chamber. One of the 3 sacred grounds that established the Qingyun sect, the Penglai sacred land, lay upon the enigmatic Dragon Island. As he studied the inscriptions and images, Gu Yusheng suppressed his rising excitement, focusing intently to commit the knowledge to memory. After forcing the information into his mind, he exhaled deeply and retraced his steps, confirming the accuracy of his recollection. It was then that he noticed, behind the final image, a line of text that had weathered and blurred. I am the carefree sovereign of Penglai, having traversed the realms of the 7 worlds. Yet I find myself unable to scale the pinnacle of Qingping. Is this not a jest? Throughout my life, I have made countless enemies, yet I wander freely, traversing the 4 corners of the earth, relying entirely on the celestial art of Songlongju. Such divine power, now destined to fade into oblivion, is it not a pity? I inscribe this here, awaiting a fated soul, that one day, someone may ascend Qingyun Peak. That would be enough for me. Gu Yusheng gazed intently at the inscriptions, when suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing fissures to appear on the once smooth surface of the wall. In an instant, all images and text vanished. Gu Yusheng's heart brimmed with astonishment. For just a moment, he felt an unwavering will rising, akin to the sensation he experienced when he broke through to the Yuan-Tai realm, his spirit soaring through the heavens, though invisible. It was a presence he could faintly sense. He raised his hands, clasping them in reverence, and vowed, I shall surely ascend the summit of Qingping Mountain. After exhaling a breath, another question arose in his heart. His father's aspiration was to conquer the peak of Qingping. Yet why did the ancients of the 3 sacred lands also speak of this climb? Moreover, from the words he discerned, it seemed that this very ascent had led to their demise, their souls extinguished in this pursuit. A mere mountain, yet for an ordinary practitioner. Once one enters the harmony realm, they can soar through the skies on a sword, traversing mountains and rivers with ease, as if walking on flat ground. Is it truly impossible to surpass the Qingshan mountain? What secrets might lie hidden at its pinnacle? At this moment, the young heart of Gu Yusheng felt a seed of exploration taking root and sprouting. I already possess the cultivation method for the bone-forging realm, and my swordsmanship has reached the sword force realm. Yet, I lack a technique for body movement. The Songlong's secret art is indeed a timely boon, perfectly suited to my needs. Seated upon the cold ground, Gu Yusheng began to contemplate the Songlong's secret art that he had just inscribed in his mind. This remarkably advanced technique comprises 9 layers. The first layer, the hidden dragon leaps the abyss, allows one to move like a dragon, capable of leaping across a 100-zhang deep chasm upon mastering it. Gu Yusheng calculated the distance to the opposite side, which was a good 10 or so zhang. However, the terrain here was slightly lower, making it impossible for him to leap across with his current cultivation. Beside him, the snow ape stared at the vast chasm, clearly capable of jumping over, but unable to return. I must cultivate swiftly, otherwise, I shall perish of starvation here within a mere 10 days. Only upon reaching the harmony realm can a practitioner truly achieve the ability to refrain from eating. Under the moonlight, Gu Yusheng diligently contemplated the first layer of the Songlong's secret art, which contains 9 illustrations, 6 of which depict methods for entering meditation and unblocking the body's acupoints, while only 3 illustrate the poses of the technique in action. Must I again unblock hidden acupoints? Gu Yusheng murmured to himself. Within the Qingshan sect, there are numerous body movement techniques, the most exquisite of which is called 1,000 transformations and myriad illusions. This method was conceived by the second leader of the sect after observing the transformations of the clouds and mists over Qingshan Mountain. To master this technique, one must move as if riding on the wind, their actions as ethereal as clouds. Importantly, this body technique allows one to soar through the skies upon entering the soul-condensing realm after the bone-forging realm. Though there are distance limitations, flying several li is still quite attainable. On a night such as this, with first-tier demon beasts attacking, most of the elite disciples of the Qingshan sect are in the soul-condensing realm, enabling them to soar through the air and engage in battles with avian demon beasts. The first layer of the Zhonglong's secret art requires the unblocking of 6 hidden acupoints in the limbs, which are notoriously difficult to access. Gu Yusheng felt a twinge of apprehension but quickly calmed himself, channeling the vital energy from his danshin to strike at the first hidden acupoint in his right hand. The Zhonglong's secret art differs from other human cultivation techniques in that it embodies the form of a dragon. Simply put, it is the opposite of the transformation methods of true dragons. One transforms human form into dragon form, while the other metamorphoses the human into a dragon-like essence. Once a practitioner unblocks and opens these special acupoints, they can emulate a dragon soaring through the heavens. The vital energy from the danshin flowed through the meridians, gradually infusing into the right hand, which assumed the form of a dragon's claw. Therefore, the location of the hidden acupoints is not aligned with the extraordinary meridians of the human body. However, after months of meridian opening practice, Gu Yusheng had gained insights and began to guide and control the vital energy, slowly unblocking a hidden meridian and initiating the impact on the hidden acupoint. Gu Yusheng had mentally prepared himself, yet when he truly began to channel his vital energy, he found the process remarkably smooth. The first hidden acupoint opened effortlessly, without any obstruction. Gu Yusheng was taken aback. Could it be that the days spent cultivating the true dragon transformation had caused a transformation in his body? Chapter 28. The Awakening of Potential, the initial success of the Azure Dragon secret art. Gu Yusheng felt a sense of incredulity within him, but he attributed this ease to the perilous circumstances he found himself in, which had awakened the latent potential of his body. Without further contemplation, he followed the first layer of the Azure Dragon secret art. The hidden dragon leaps the abyss, relentlessly utilizing the surging vital energy within him to assault his meridians and open the hidden acupoints. Merely 2 hours passed before the second hidden acupoint was successfully opened. Gu Yusheng calculated the time. Mastering the first layer of the Azure Dragon secret art would ensure he would not perish on this cliff. Although he possessed a sect token for assistance, given that the Qingyun sect was currently besieged by demonic beasts who would concern themselves with his survival. Under the starlit sky, the elite disciples of the Qingyun sect had battled the demonic beasts for nearly an entire night. As dawn approached, amidst the peach blossom grove, a sword energy suddenly soared into the sky. The elder Lu Yuan, who typically oversaw Gu Yusheng's cultivation of peach trees, wielded his hand as a sword, unleashing a formidable sword energy that cleaved a 4th-tier Qingpeng demon spirit from the heavens. Instantly, the sky above the Qingyun sect was drenched in a rain of blood. Lingering ominously, Gu Yusheng gazed across the cliff, where a millennia-old peach demon unfurled its canopy, absorbing the fallen demon blood that rained down, causing a bizarre bloom of peach blossoms throughout the night. However, after dawn broke, it transformed into a wisp of pink mist and vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yusheng was profoundly shocked. Within the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect stood 3 sacred sites, each bearing a demon-suppressing monument, said to possess the power to subdue even demon sovereign-level beasts. Yet now, a peach tree had transformed into a demon, secretly siphoning power to strengthen itself. Nonetheless, Gu Yusheng understood that he was still quite weak, and such matters were beyond his immediate concern. The urgent priority was to master the first layer of the Azure Dragon secret art and escape from this place. As dawn gradually brightened the sky, the Qingyun sect remained shrouded in a thick fog, the air still permeated with a pungent scent of blood. Within the 6 peaks, demonic beasts lurked, waiting for the opportune moment to ambush the sect's disciples. These beasts were not only the flying demons from above, but also ferocious creatures that dwelled deep within the Qingping mountain, including venomous snakes, wild wolves, and leopards. Although most of these beasts lacked intelligence, they were brimming with primal ferocity and showed no fear of humans. The scent of blood awakened their murderous instincts, leading to numerous Qingyun sect disciples being ambushed and tragically slain beneath the claws of these ferocious beasts. Throughout the entire Qingyun sect, only the Peach Blossom Grove and the area beneath the demon-suppressing monument where Gu Yusheng resided remained the safest. The disciples of the Qingyun sect soon realized this and gathered at the monument, preventing even greater casualties. 2 days later, the Qingyun sect finally returned to a semblance of tranquility. Before the demon-suppressing monument, many newly initiated disciples sat cross-legged in meditation, reluctant to return to the 6 peaks. The sect leader, Xian Jitsi, along with the peak masters and elders, arrived from various directions, each bearing a grim expression. This time, the invasion of the Qingyun sect by the demonic beasts consisted solely of low-tier creatures, lacking even the strength of the first rank. Yet, it inflicted significant losses upon the disciples of Qingyun sect. aside from those snatched away by the Qingping birds and subsequently dropped to their deaths. A considerable number fell victim to surprise attacks. Ultimately, the negligence of the elders at Qingyun's sect was to blame. They failed to give this matter the attention it warranted. After all, incursions by demonic beasts were not uncommon at the foot of the mountain, with 1 or 2 small towns being ravaged every few years. The frailty of the human race and the challenges of survival had long ceased to astonish practitioners. Have the rosters of disciples from each peak been compiled? The sect leader, Suanjizi, stood with his hands clasped behind him, positioned before the demon-suppressing monument. One step ahead of him lay a divine turtle, upon which a sword was thrust, while behind it stood hundreds of disciples from Qingyun's sect, many bearing wounds, their faces etched with pain, a mixture of relief and confusion after surviving the ordeal. The elders from the 6 peaks exchanged glances, remaining silent. Speak. A glimmer of sharpness suddenly flashed in Suanjizi's eyes. What is the extent of our losses? Lei Jiangheng replied calmly, sect leader, the Yun Peak has lost only 17 disciples, with 24 injured. Only? Suanjizi's eyelid twitched as he cast his gaze towards the other peak masters. At this moment, He Hongnian stepped forward, presenting a compiled list. Sect leader, this is the tally I have prepared. A total of 177 disciples have perished, the majority being newly initiated, along with 2 elders who unfortunately fell victim to the ambush of the demonic beasts. Gasp. The words of He Hongnian prompted a collective intake of breath from the elders and disciples alike. An unprecedented silence and sorrow enveloped the crowd. Suanjizi extended his hand, but hesitated to accept the list. His lips moved silently for a while before he despondently stated, the deceased disciples shall have their families contacted by the affairs hall, and compensation will be distributed in accordance with past practices. Those with promising qualifications among their kin shall be exceptionally recruited into Qingyun's sect for careful cultivation. The elder in charge of the affairs hall nodded solemnly, understood. A brief silence descended upon the air, broken once more by He Hongnian's voice. Sect leader, what of those who have no relatives among them? A trace of contemplation crossed Suanjizi's stern face as his gaze fell upon the sword embedded in the shell of the divine turtle. Seemingly recalling something, he added, compensation must be distributed without exception to both core and auxiliary disciples. Did this individual have a son who also perished? He Hongnian, a former nun, trembled slightly at the words of Suanjizi, her hands still clasped together as she searched the crowd. A disciple stepped forward to report, sect leader, today I, along with several junior brothers, ventured into the peach blossom grove. Near the small courtyard, we discovered a pool of blood, indicative of a struggle, and the courtyard was deserted. I fear. The elder from the affairs hall's expression shifted subtly as he cautiously inquired, sect leader, this individual has no living relatives. For him, death may indeed be a release. Suanjizi's gaze deepened, and he turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Let the soul hall carve a wooden plaque bearing his name. As long as he did not flee when faced with the demonic beasts, he shall be deemed a qualified disciple of Qingyun's sect. Understood. The remaining elders exhibited complex expressions, seemingly taken aback, as they gazed at the departing figure of Xiangizi. It appeared they had never truly comprehended this master of the Qingyun sect. A year prior, Gubai had fled from a beast without a fight, and it was this very master who had personally placed Gubai's sword upright before the demon suppression monument, marking it as the sword of shame. Now a year later, it was again this master who intended to establish authority using Gubai's son, only to learn that the youth might already be deceased. Yet he still had the name of that young man inscribed in the Hall of Souls. Throughout the sect, there were numerous elders of the same generation whose talents and cultivation surpassed that of this master, yet he had nonetheless ascended to the position of sect leader, which naturally bred discontent among many. Lei Jiang's expression was stern as he scanned the disciples before the demon suppression monument and admonished, disciples from all peaks, return to your respective mountains and resume your training. In a month's time, the sect will commence its trials. Do not presume that the sect's protection renders you invulnerable. This minor tribulation faced by the Qingyun sect is but a mere drizzle. If you are so easily frightened, it is best you descend the mountain at once. The disciples then rose and dispersed to their respective peaks, some to cultivate, others to tend their injuries. Master Lu, Xiangizi greeted as he approached Lu Yuan, who was planting peach trees at the edge of the peach blossom grove. Lu Yuan, with mud on his hands, sat down on the ground, took a swig from his wine gourd, and slowly spoke. Nephew Xiao, you are the master now, and the Qingyun sect is under your stewardship. With such a significant incident occurring within the sect, do not come running to me without cause. Master, the recent invasion of the Qingyun sect by demonic beasts seems rather peculiar. I suspect there may be someone manipulating events from the shadows. Lu Yuan raised his murky gaze to glance at Xiao Rang and cautioned, "Do not speculate recklessly on matters without evidence. I have long advised you that the sect must rigorously train its disciples. We must not raise them as fragile flowers in a greenhouse. A few flying beasts have claimed the lives of so many disciples. In my view, necessary trials must not be overlooked. The late autumn is an appropriate time for rigorous training. Let's open the demon hunting grounds in the back mountain and allow the newly initiated disciples to undergo some trials." "Yes, Master." Xian Gizi's gaze fell upon the small courtyard deep within the peach blossom grove. He lifted his foot as if to step forward, but then hesitated and withdrew. Lu Yuan, having observed this moment, sighed and remarked, "It must be a bitter experience to have a longtime friend nailed to the pillar of shame. I know you are a sentimental person. Back in Xianhu Prefecture, Gubai once saved your life. Visiting the small courtyard where he lived is not against the rules. It would do you good to take a look." As Lu Yuan spoke, a mist clouded Xian Gizi's eyes, yet he soon adopted a rigid and indifferent demeanor. "Disciples of the sect must adhere to the rules. Though I am the master, I too must abide by the sect's regulations. I shall not step foot into this peach blossom grove, not even a half step." Xian Gizi took a step back, concealing his hands within his sleeves, drawing them together in front of him, and glanced once more at the small courtyard, inquiring, "Master, that lad, is he truly unfortunate enough to be dead?" "Unknown. At least within the peach blossom grove, his presence is absent." "Understood." Xiao Rang set off, his pace hurried. Alas, Lu Yuan gently shook his head, murmuring to himself that this lad possessed a heart as steadfast as rock, wholly devoted to concealing his sword, a promising candidate for swordsmanship. Yu Qingshan had recognized his inherent goodness, and the old man harbored great expectations. Alas, Lu Yuan rose, resuming his task of planting peach blossoms. At that moment, he seemed to sense something. A look of astonishment crossing his face as he gazed towards the southernmost edge of the peach grove, muttering, "Is the wind rising?" On the edge of the precipice, Gu Yusheng stood motionless. He beckoned to the snow monkey, which was pitifully hungry. "Come here, we must depart." The snow monkey squatted on the ground, indicating the wide abyss of several dozen feet that it could not leap across. "Climb up," Gu Yusheng urged, patting its shoulder. The diminutive snow monkey, now merely a foot tall, obeyed his command and leaped onto his shoulder. "Hold on tight." A slight smile graced Gu Yusheng's lips as the mist from the ravine swirled around them. He clasped his hands before him, a faint azure glow emanating from his body, transforming into the silhouette of a young dragon. With a mighty leap, he soared upward like a soaring dragon emerging from the depths. Chapter 29. The Sword of the Skies in his heart. Refusing to be a disciple, a streak of azure light traced across the chasm above. In the next instant, Gu Yusheng had alighted on solid ground. Gu, the snow monkey, startled, jumped down from Gu Yusheng's shoulder and turned to glance back at the opposing cliff, excitedly thumping its chest. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering snow monkey over 2 meters tall, gesturing for Gu Yusheng to join it on its shoulder. "Spare me. At your size, how much would you consume?" Gu Yusheng cautioned, drawing his wooden sword and cautiously advancing. The ground remained littered with countless bones, which felt somewhat eerie beneath his feet. Fortunately, the ancient tree demon had seemingly vanished, and as Gu Yusheng navigated through the mist, it felt as though he had wandered for ages before finally returning to the familiar peach grove in the long-lost courtyard. Gu Yusheng retrieved a jar of peach wine from the woodshed, and the snow monkey, embracing it, gulped down most of the jar before contentedly thumping its chest and heading towards the waterfall gorge. In the courtyard, Gu Yusheng sat alone beneath the eaves. Looking up, he noticed that the eaves seemed lower than usual. He realized it was due to the unblocking of his body's hidden acupoints. He had grown taller. Grasping the repaired wooden sword, Gu Yusheng fell into a trance, recalling his father's words that one day, the eaves would no longer shield him from the wind and rain, and he must become his own shelter. And now, he had achieved that. In just a few short days, Gu Yusheng had not only enhanced his strength, but had also transformed his mindset. He had survived the relentless pursuit of the millennial peach demon and faced peril at the precipice, harnessing his body's latent potential to cultivate a difficult technique. The sword must continue to be practiced. However, after completing a set of sword forms, he noticed Lu Yuan, disheveled, seated nearby, stroking his beard. "Young lad, you indeed possess a talent for swordsmanship, yet if you continue to practice in this manner, even after 10 years, it will be challenging to transcend to a new realm of the sword path." Gu Yusheng sheathed his wooden sword and inquired, "Then, according to your esteemed guidance, how should I cultivate?" Lu Yuan tossed his empty wine flask to Gu Yusheng and said, "Youngster, pledge yourself to me as a disciple, and I shall impart to you the art of the sword and the path of cultivation." Gu Yusheng raised a flask of wine in salute, shaking his head as he replied, "Senior, I already have a master." Lu Yuan squinted his eyes. "Who is it? Yu Qingshan?" Gu Yusheng shook his head. "Elder Yu shares a half-mentor relationship with me." "Oh, then who is it?" Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with curiosity. Could it be that little girl's grandfather? Although Master Mo is a renowned scholar, the Sacred Academy requires its disciples to traverse the sea of learning and ascend the mountain of books. Passing through the gate of heart, the Sacred Academy treats all beings equally. How could they grant you any special privileges? Gu Yusheng smiled faintly. The name of the Sacred Academy is known throughout the land. I have my own aspirations, which do not lie within the confines of the mountain of books. Lu Yuan took a hearty swig of his drink and grinned widely. "Huh, you lad, as if your aspirations alone could grant you entry into the Sacred Academy. Do not overestimate yourself. By becoming my disciple, at least here in Qingping Prefecture, you will surely achieve renown one day by vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. Thank you for your kindness, senior." Gu Yusheng cupped his hands in respect, the memory of that person who had once pierced the starry river with a single sword vivid in his mind. He could not bring himself to take another as a master. Do not come to regret this. Lu Yuan stood up. Within the Qingyun sect, countless individuals had sought to become his disciples, all of whom he had turned away. Yet now, this lad was ungrateful. Gu Yusheng cupped his hands once more, his silence conveying his stance. Lu Yuan walked a few paces, then suddenly turned back, rushing to stand before Gu Yusheng. He spoke rapidly. "I know the true essence of your swordsmanship lies within that wooden sword. I can sense the sword energy it harbors, and I can feel its sword momentum. But your swordplay has reached a pivotal juncture. Lift your head and tell me, what do you see?" Gu Yusheng's expression remained serene as he replied, "The vast firmament." Lu Yuan's breath seemed to catch in his throat, his face turning ashen with indignation. Standing beside Gu Yusheng, he extended his withered hand, pointing toward Qingping Mountain. "You cannot see, cannot comprehend, do you understand?" Gu Yusheng asserted firmly, "One day, I will see." "Is that not what you cannot see?" "I can see." A glimmer of unprecedented light shone in Gu Yusheng's eyes. He understood that this disheveled elder was the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect, and he could not disclose to anyone that he had once witnessed the brilliance of that sword piercing the starry river. Even if he were to speak of it, no one would believe him. "Ha, seen it, have you?" Lu Yuan appeared almost ready to explode with fury, puffing his beard and stamping his feet. "It is Qingping Mountain. Shrouded in clouds and mist, the floating clouds obscure your vision, and all you can see are the towering peaks. The same applies to the sword path. I know, Elder, you must have told you that sword energy is concealed and sword momentum is power in attack. But I must tell you, sword momentum is accumulation, an accumulation of 1,000 blades, initiated by the fingers, emanating from the heart's intent. The wind is formless yet can uproot trees. The energy is as still as water, yet moves like a tsunami. The power of sword momentum determines what level of sword intent you can comprehend. The mountains you see may not be the highest. You may traverse one peak, but have not yet reached the end. Without my guidance, how can you, who merely stabs at peach blossoms with your sword each day, achieve any real accomplishments?" Gu Yusheng gazed at the excited elder, his eyes remaining clear and serene. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Have you ever ascended the peak of Qingping Mountain, esteemed elder?" Lu Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head, replying, "When the winds stir at the foot of Qingping, the mountain rises with countless sharp edges. The Qingyun sect is but a corner of the mountain, and Qingping Mountain is perpetually cold to the bone. Naturally, I have never ventured to its summit." Gu Yusheng's gaze lingered on the mist-shrouded Qingping Mountain as he reminisced. "The first time my father took me into the peach blossom grove, I was still in my innocent youth, perched upon his shoulders, only aware of plucking peaches and feeling the breeze. I once asked my father to teach me the ways of cultivation and some swordsmanship, but he declined, saying he had yet to scale Qingping Mountain and thus lacked the ability to instruct me." "Ha!" Lu Yuan suddenly laughed, an inexplicable mirth erupting from him. He then waved his sleeve and departed. "In truth, I lack such capability. If there were indeed individuals of such prowess in this world, they might not choose to teach you. Henceforth, you must diligently tend to the peach blossoms without neglect. You have grown accustomed to the soil of this mundane world." Lu Yuan appeared genuinely angered, and thereafter, Gu Yusheng never saw him again in the peach blossom grove. Nevertheless, he continued to leave some wine for the elder from time to time. As autumn deepened and the dew turned cold, Gu Yusheng completed his sword practice as usual. Over the past month, he had indeed felt his swordsmanship reach a plateau, unable to discern a path to break through. The persistent mist of Qingping Mountain veiled the sky, obscuring the stars above. Fortunately, his cultivation journey remained remarkably smooth, having already opened 6 meridians. thus becoming a 6th-tier practitioner in the opening meridian stage. Reflecting on his previous despair when facing Zhao Ji, he realized, almost unconsciously, that he had surpassed countless disciples of various sections. Yet, Gu Yusheng never regarded these individuals as his goals, nor had he ever underestimated anyone within the sect. As he sheathed his sword and returned to his courtyard, he noticed the sect token he carried with him emanating a faint glow, which surprised him slightly. Even someone like him, who was not favored within the Qingyun sect, could receive important messages from the sect. All disciples of the 33rd generation of Qingyun sect must travel to Lingxiao Peak before the hour of Wu to participate in sect trials without fail. Trials? Gu Yusheng furrowed his brow. In recent days, he had been diligently cultivating in the cold caves and had little interest in the sect trials. However, since everyone was required to participate, he did not wish to be the odd one out, even though he understood his lack of presence within the sect. He did not want to provide the sect master with any grounds for dismissal, should he be expelled from the Qingyun sect. The desire to avenge his father's honor would become utterly intangible. Glancing at the time, Gu Yusheng gathered a few essentials, slung a bundle over his shoulder, and set off for Lingxiao Peak. In truth, disciples like Gu Yusheng, who still carried a bundle, were a rarity in the sect. One could exchange sect contribution points for a storage ring, which, although modest in capacity, sufficed for daily use. Along the way, many noticed Gu Yusheng's disheveled appearance, and they could not help but gossip about him, either openly or behind his back. Most of them remain oblivious to the fact that the forthcoming trials will be exceedingly harsh for them. The grandeur of their sect, coupled with their camaraderie, leads them to believe they are still under its protection, allowing them to pursue their cultivation without a care. Meanwhile, in a secluded residence on Peach Blossom Peak, a young girl clad in white attire, with a sword by her side, plans to stealthily slip out. Lan Yun, a stern voice calls from behind her. Grandfather. Lan Yun replies with resignation, turning around. Are you intending to partake in the trials? Lan Yun nods. Grandfather. You witnessed the invasion of the demon beasts half a month ago. So many lives were lost. I cannot remain under your protection indefinitely. What significance would growing up hold if that were the case? Mr. Mo, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a book, gazes at his beloved granddaughter through the pages. Lan Yun, after that demon beast attack, you have hardly slept well for days. I thought you were frightened by the beasts. But it seems I overestimated the situation. Tell me, who are you truly concerned about? What? Instinctively, Lan Yun glances towards the grove of peach trees, now barren and desolate, the fallen leaves revealing a sense of sorrow. Mo Fanchinge places the book behind him and speaks earnestly. I will not impede your participation in the trials. But there are certain matters I must remind you of. Our stay at Qingping Mountain will not be prolonged. In 3 years, you are to return with me to the Sacred Academy for your cultivation. Consider everything here as your final moments of joy. You are still young. The intricacies of human relationships are too profound for you. Do not forge deep connections with others, lest you find it difficult to part, which would be detrimental to your path of cultivation. Grandfather, I understand. Lan Yun pouts slightly, her fingers entwined, twisting a red ribbon meant for her hair. Come here. Mo Fanchinge beckons her once more, a flick of his finger causing a protective talisman to emerge from the book and settle upon her. Remember to keep your distance from that prince of the Qianlong dynasty. Understood. Lan Yun displays a look of disdain. And regarding that young man in the peach grove, it is acceptable to show him some sympathy. Sharing food with him is permissible. However, maintain your distance. Grandfather, do you not often teach me the wisdom of the sages, proclaiming that all beings have paths of learning and should be treated equally? Mo Fanchinge nods solemnly. The sages are indeed correct, and your query holds merit. Yet, have you forgotten that you are the granddaughter of Mo Fanchinge? In a few years, you will comprehend that while there are countless beings, how many truly cultivate? Among the myriad of initiates, how many genuinely attain enlightenment? They are but mortals, dreaming of fish. In this worldly realm of cultivation, your grandfather, despite having perused countless tomes, remains a mere mortal. My hope is for you to have a bright future, encountering only virtuous individuals. Yet, I fear that Qingping Mountain may not harbor such souls. Chapter 30. During the trials, Miss Mo conflicts with the 9th Prince Lingxiao Peak. This is the highest summit of the Qingyun sect, its back peak extending into the mountain range of Qingping, stretching for thousands of miles, deserted and desolate. Apart from the renowned demon suppression stele, the Qingyun sect is also home to the famed demon suppression tower, constructed later by the sect and not open to other sections. Even among its own disciples, only the most elite are granted access to undergo trials within its confines. The presence of the demon suppression tower has rendered a radius of several hundred miles a forbidden zone, where demonic beasts are held captive for tamers to train. However, Some of these beasts inevitably escape, leading to the area surrounding the back mountain of Lingshao Peak becoming a natural hunting ground for demons over time. Every few years, the Qingyun sect opens this forbidden zone, allowing its disciples to hone their skills and grow. Unfortunately, last year, a major demon emerged at the border of Qingping Prefecture, resulting in the near-total annihilation of hundreds of elite disciples sent to vanquish it. More than a year later, the newly initiated disciples, who have barely trained for a year, find themselves in a precarious situation. Recently, they faced an incursion of demonic beasts, leading to the loss of over 100 lives. In the aftermath, the elders convened a meeting, splitting into two factions, one advocating for the protection of the new disciples by elite guardians, while the other argued against coddling them, suggesting they should confront the harsh realities of the world sooner rather than later. Thus, an unprecedented trial was set to commence for those disciples who had been initiated for less than a year. Among them, many had yet to solidify their foundational essence and were now forced to confront this harsh reality. Upon arriving at Lingshao Peak, Gu Yusheng found several hundred disciples already waiting in the narrow canyon beneath the sky. Most of them appeared to be in good spirits, having acquired suitable weapons at Tiangong Peak. It was no surprise, as those lacking skill would have perished in the previous beast incursion. Survival required not only luck but also strength, and the majority had begun their training or martial arts practice prior to joining the Qingyun sect, boasting robust physiques. Gu Yusheng, being among the younger and less experienced, was a rarity. His arrival stirred a slight commotion, for rumors had circulated that he had perished that night, only to reappear days later, astonishing everyone. What remarkable luck he has, surviving the talons of the Qingping bird, they mused. The terrain of the peach blossom grove was indeed complex, offering many hiding places. Perhaps he had simply managed to save his own skin. Yet, some questioned whether he would enjoy such fortune again. Was the hunting ground truly as perilous as the legend suggested? Among the disciples of Yunfen, Lu Chun was accompanied by two former disciples of Qingyun sect, having employed his elders' privileges to ensure their protection. Rest assured, young Master Lu, with us around, nothing will go awry, they reassured him. Both were at the opening vein stage, their talents not particularly outstanding among the Yunfen disciples. Yet their strength was undoubtedly superior to that of the newcomers during this trial. Lu Chun wore a proud smile, his gaze wandering eagerly as he exultantly announced, "The ninth prince has arrived." As he spoke, he strode towards the prince of the Qianlong dynasty, and as he passed by Gu Yusheng, he couldn't resist saying, "When you enter the training ground later, find a place to hide like a turtle." The remark was loud and brash. Gu Yusheng's gaze suddenly sharpened, and Lu Chun felt an inexplicable sting, as if pierced by an invisible sword, instinctively taking a step back before swiftly departing. "Ninth prince, I'm right here." The once arrogant Lu Chun now appeared overly servile, bowing and scraping, leaving Gu Yusheng with a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, a stir arose among the crowd, with many rising or craning their necks. It turned out that He Hongyan from the falling dust peak was leading a group of female disciples, gracefully making their way forward. These young women, in the bloom of youth, were chattering and giggling, with several of them evidently contemplating finding partners, whistling, waving, or deliberately brandishing their exquisite weapons to show off. Such antics drew laughter from the female disciples of Falling Dust Peak, who seemed oblivious to the impending seriousness of the training, instead gathering together to seek amusement. Gu Yusheng, still youthful, found the cacophony somewhat grating, and the heavy scent of perfume in the air rather overwhelming. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the group of female disciples, searching for a particular silhouette. The cluster of beauties was tall and striking, captivating in their allure. Gu Yusheng felt that their height obscured his view of the one he sought. So he stood quietly amidst the bustling crowd, reflecting, "It has been quite a while since I last saw Miss Mo." Suddenly, a chorus of excited cheers erupted, mingled with boldness and shyness. There stood Chu Chun on the wide path, clad in a dragon robe, with several pouches and jade pendants hanging from his waist. Holding a fan and wearing a smile that seemed somewhat forced, two attendants flanked him, preventing the female disciples from approaching their master. "Miss Wan Yun." Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped forward. With a swift flick of his fan, the female disciples parted, turning to look back. Among the throng, Mo Wan Yun appeared in a simple white garment, unadorned yet elegant, her hair braided into several small plaits that danced with the breeze, tied with a humble red ribbon. In the prime of her youth, she resembled a budding flower, her bright eyes and radiant smile hinting at her scholarly background, exuding an innate grace. Unlike the ninth prince, who bore an air of superiority, she resembled a charming girl next door, beautiful and endearing, unfazed by the gazes upon her. Her lively eyes sparkled as she suddenly revealed a hint of prideful mirth, bouncing forward. Chu Chun, standing on the wide path, displayed a flicker of satisfaction as he called out, "Miss Wan Yun, I am Chu Chun." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Wan Yun had already dashed past him, completely oblivious to his words. Like a gentle breeze, she landed before Gu Yusheng, playfully stepping on his foot and reaching out to flick his forehead, only to realize that he had grown considerably taller, requiring her to tilt her head slightly to meet his clear gaze. "Little catfish, you are here too, huh? You've grown taller." Gu Yusheng's gaze settled on Mo Wan Yun's clean face, his eyes inexplicably drifting downward as he replied, "Miss Mo, you too have matured." Instantly, Mo Wan Yun's ears flushed crimson. She reached up to conceal them with her hair, playfully stepping on Gu Yusheng's foot once more, her face adorned with a hint of mischief, her eyes harboring a sense of retribution toward him. They are all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Rest assured, Miss Mo," he responded, satisfied. Mo Wan Yun clasped her hands behind her back and approached Chu Chun, her expression turning cold as she spoke in a rough tone. "Did you just speak to me?" Chu Chun cast a penetrating glance at Gu Yusheng before retracting his gaze, assuming a facade of casualness. "Miss Wan Yun, we have met before." "Have we?" Mo Wan Yun inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "Who are you?" Chu Chen's lips twitched slightly. Nearby, a servant interjected in a high-pitched voice. "This is my master, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty." "Oh, I've heard of the Qianlong dynasty, but not of the 9th prince." Mo Wan Yun tapped her shallow dimples and continued, "I apologize. I have never been good at remembering names. I tend to doze off while studying." "What is your name again?" "No name at all." Chu Chun, the 9th prince, gritted his teeth. "Miss Wan Yun, have you forgotten? 3 years ago, during the incense offering ceremony at the Sacred Academy, we crossed paths. That year, my father even intended to arrange a marriage between us." "Stop." Mo Wan Yun waved her sleeve, her face flushed with anger. "That was your father's one-sided wish. What does it have to do with me?" Chu Chun narrowed his eyes, a slight smile curling his lips as he replied, "Miss Wan Yun, I understand you may not wish to acknowledge it, but back then, my father sent over 30,000 demon slayers from the dynasty to repel the demon invasion at the Guardian Mountain. This is well known among the scholars of the Sacred Academy. Without the Qianlong dynasty's demon-slaying cultivators, even the Sacred Academy would have suffered losses, and if we hadn't intervened, a third-rate sect like the Qingyun sect would have been annihilated in an instant by the demons, wouldn't it?" While the initial part of Chu Chen's words evoked a sense of awe regarding the Qianlong dynasty's profound heritage, the latter part seemed to belittle the Qingyun sect. Several disciples and elders from the Qingyun sect exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, feeling a sense of humiliation wash over them. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Suanjaiza landed gracefully, waving his sleeve to silence the crowd. His gaze fell upon Chu Chun, then shifted to Mo Wan Yun. As he spoke, "Chu Chun, today marks the commencement of the trials. It would be best not to discuss your personal matters in front of so many people. Wan Yun, come here." He Hong Yin also beckoned to Mo Wan Yun. Mo Wan Yun, feeling somewhat disgruntled, returned to the group of female disciples at Looking Peak. Chu Chen's words had soured her mood, and though she felt aggrieved, she sensed something amiss. Her gaze turned, only to find Gu Yusheng watching her with a calm expression, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Mo Wan Yun's spirits, which had been low, inexplicably lifted once more. She felt the throngs gathered here, each person either ostentatiously expressive or adorned with sycophantic smiles. Yet among them stood a youth in the peach blossom grove, clad in azure garments, a flask of wine in hand, a wooden sword at his side, and a burden slung over his shoulder, utterly out of place. Strangely, to Mo Wan Yun's eyes, he was remarkably captivating. Despite her awareness of Gu Yusheng's solitary demeanor, he radiated a brightness akin to basking in sunlight. His tranquil smile and serene gaze calmed her restless heart. Such subtle gestures were not meant for outsiders. Mo Wan Yun felt her cheeks flush as she averted her gaze from Gu Yusheng, lowering her eyes to her shoes, her face burning with embarrassment. Unwilling to let anyone perceive her unusual state, Gu Yusheng, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in the girl's mind, merely observed that Mo was indeed blossoming. Far more enchanting than the peach blossoms themselves, her fragrance delightful. As he noted her lowered head, he mused, "Mo always steps on the back of my shoes. I must purchase a sturdier pair next time, lest she become truly vexed and ruin my shoes." Chapter 31. Entering the Demon Hunting Grounds. The youth observes the starry river and comprehends the sword's momentum on the back mountain of Lingxiao Peak. As the rusted lock and talisman were personally removed by the sect leader, the younger generation of Qingyun sect disciples surged into the hunting grounds, fearing that if they delayed, the beasts within would be hunted to extinction. Just moments ago, the sect leader, Suanjaizi, had informed them that although the hunting grounds were inhabited by beasts, most lacked intelligence. merely classified as ferocious or wild animals. Every disciple who succeeded in this trial would earn contribution points for the sect, and those who excelled would receive additional rewards, including elixirs, weapons, and cultivation manuals, among other treasures. For this trial, the elders of Tiangong Workshop had specially modified the sect tokens of the Qingyun disciples, inscribing temporary formations upon them. In the event of uncontrollable danger, these tokens could transmit the bearer back to the sect's safe territory. Furthermore, the tokens bore imprints of the sealing runes from the demon suppression monument, capable of capturing a fragment of the beast's essence. At the conclusion of the trial, the top 100 disciples who collected the essence of the beasts would be granted the status of core disciples within the Qingyun sect, along with generous rewards and an additional opportunity to apprentice with the sect's peak masters and elders. Of course, this trial would span 3 months. Within the demon hunting grounds, the elders of the sect had established numerous areas for procuring food, and designated elders were assigned to patrol, ready to assist in case of unforeseen events. Under such auspicious conditions, the new generation of disciples entered the hunting grounds with the fervor of those invigorated by a powerful elixir, eager to seize the opportunity. In this expansive area, thousands of disciples surged forth, creating a somewhat crowded atmosphere for practitioners. Many others, driven by a yearning for freedom, having long been confined to the sect's solitary peaks, inevitably nurtured a desire to venture into the world and explore. As the sun set, the new disciples had already been in the hunting grounds for some time, with most elders and previous disciples of the Qingyun sect having departed. Standing before the rusted seal gate, the master Suinjiza lingered, his hands clasped behind his back. The golden hues of late autumn sunlight filtered through the lofty clouds of Qingping Mountain, casting a warm glow upon his countenance. It was amidst this kaleidoscopic light that the traces of time's passage upon Suinjiza became apparent, though he was merely in his 40s. Youthful in comparison to the centuries-long lifespans of practitioners, strands of silver had begun to adorn his temples, and his eyes bore the weight of profound experiences, tinged with a subtle hint of worry at their corners. "Brother, are you troubled by the upcoming trial?" came the soft voice of He Hongnian, who approached quietly, a green silk whisk in hand. Suinjizi remained silent, fixated on the flora and fauna of Qingyun Gate. "Rest assured, the elders and core disciples of our sect will patrol the demon hunting grounds day and night, ensuring that no significant turmoil arises." Turning to regard the dairist-clad He Hongnian, Suinjizi, lost in thought, remarked, "Sister, it has been several years since you broke through to the Unity Realm, has it not?" He Hongnian, puzzled by his inquiry, nodded silently. "My talents are rather ordinary. Ordinary. In our sect, few possess the potential to attain the Golden Core path, and you are among them. Yet, despite your green robes, you remain ensnared by emotions, unable to progress." Suinjiza sighed. "Even at the Unity Realm, one should possess a lifespan of 300 years. Reflecting on this, within these 3 centuries, thousands have cultivated to the Unity Realm within Qingyun Gate, yet only a handful have achieved the Golden Core path. It is not due to their lack of talent, but rather the rampant demon incursions that have claimed many predecessors who ventured forth only to return to eternal slumber upon Qingping Mountain. Presently, within Qingyun Gate, aside from Master Lu, there exists no other practitioner at the Golden Core level. Today, 1,000 disciples have entered the demon hunting grounds. Even if they return, how many will still be alive in a few years?" As he spoke, Suinjiza fell once more into silence. He Hongnian, taken aback, said, "After all these years, I have never seen through my brother. What has caused such melancholy today?" After a lengthy pause, Suinjiza replied, "In recent years, I have been practicing a profound technique of our sect, which, while lacking in offensive prowess, allows me to sense impending fortunes and misfortunes. Lately, I have felt an unsettling premonition that something significant is about to occur. Sister, I hope you will take great care during this trial. Do not worry, brother. The granddaughter of the esteemed Confucian scholar Mr. Mo is also participating in this trial, and a prince from the Qianlong dynasty is among them. The sect elders will not be negligent. It is precisely because of this that I feel an inexplicable anxiety," he admitted. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Yusheng stood in a place with a wide view, observing the mist-laden mountains. The layers of clouds cascaded like ethereal vapors descending upon the earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Thick woods surrounded him. The so-called demon hunting grounds were merely a stretch of land seldom trodden by others, coupled with the presence of the demon suppression tower. This vast forest and the undulating mountains exuded an air of mystery and peril. Many newly initiated disciples harbored such thoughts. Yet, Gu Yusheng held a different perspective. That fateful night, when the beast horde invaded Qingyun Gate, he had witnessed the initial flight path of the monstrous Qingping bird, which had originated from the depths of this very forest. Moreover, this time, the King Yun sect has mandated that all disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, must participate in the trial. The underlying implications of this decision warrant deep contemplation. Does it signify that the King Yun sect may no longer be a sanctuary, susceptible at any moment to the assaults of ferocious beasts? If even the sect is not secure, can the demon hunting grounds truly consist of merely wild and savage creatures? Thus, Gu Yusheng proceeded with caution, retrieving the map provided by the elder of Tiangong Peak, scrutinizing it meticulously. Although this map only delineated the general layout, Gu Yusheng had cultivated the habit of memorization since his early childhood, when he first learned to read. As the disciples from various peaks were mostly acquainted with one another, they naturally formed small groups of 3 to 5 or even 10 individuals for collaborative endeavors. Consequently, Gu Yusheng found himself isolated. Despite a lingering hope that spending 3 months in the mountains with Miss Mo would be an unforgettable experience, the proud Miss Mo chose to venture alone. Showing no intention of joining him, Gu Yusheng remained undeterred. The world was vast yet intimate, and within 3 months, fate would undoubtedly conspire to bring them together. As for the task of hunting demons across the expansive mountains, there was no need for haste. In accordance with his thoughts, he considered that even if no demonic beasts roamed these woods, surviving alone in the wilderness for 3 months at his current age would still pose a considerable challenge. The first supply point marked on the map lay 30 miles away, implying that to avoid hunger, all disciples must venture 50 miles deeper into the forest. Of course, the elders of the sect likely harbored ulterior motives. Should the disciples linger near the entrance of the demon-hunting forest, it would lead to an awkward situation for everyone involved. With wine and sword in hand, Gu Yusheng remained unperturbed. Initially, he had contemplated summoning the snow ape to accompany him, as its strength and lineage would allow it to roam freely within the hunting grounds. However, he feared that the creature might become a target for hunters. A journey must ultimately be undertaken alone. As he traversed the mountainous forests, he could initially observe fellow disciples and winding paths, yet as darkness enveloped the landscape and mist thickened, the presence of his companions faded from sight. Gu Yusheng's pack contained sufficient provisions for 3 days, allowing him to proceed at a leisurely pace. Before dusk fell, he discovered a cave nestled against a cliff, carefully assessing the surroundings to ensure safety. After confirming there were no threats, he moved a large boulder to partially seal the cave entrance. In the opening vein stage, one experiences a significant leap in strength and speed, acquiring the might of a dragon and tiger. Each meridian unblocked adds to one's power, enabling the movement of stones weighing thousands of pounds. Upon entering the bone forging stage, one would possess the strength of an elephant. Normally, Gu Yusheng, at the 6th stage of opening veins, could lift stones weighing 6,000 pounds. However, rather than physically moving the stone, Gu Yusheng channeled the power of the Canglong formula, concentrating his energy upon the boulder. With remarkable speed, he executed the Canglong formula, levitating the massive stone as if it weighed but a feather, its weight easily surpassing 10,000 pounds. Within the cavern, shadows danced in dim light as Gu Yusheng sat cross-legged upon a bed of hay. He did not immediately engage in his cultivation. Instead, he gradually stirred his inner energy, allowing it to meander through his body's meridians, calming his heart while remaining acutely aware of the surrounding sounds. Gazing at the massive stone at the mouth of the cave, a faint smile graced Gu Yusheng's lips. In the kingdom of Kanglan, adulthood is recognized at the age of 15, yet he was merely 13, and now possessed the strength of a dragon and tiger. If not for the burdens he bore, returning to Qingyun town might have promised him a peaceful existence. This thought flickered momentarily in his mind, interrupted by the dazzling stars twinkling in the night sky outside the cave. In his mind, the silhouette of a sword once again materialized. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yusheng acknowledged that while he could not wield his sword at present, he was continuously reflecting on the essence of that singular strike. His refusal to accept Lu Yuan as a mentor was not born of obstinacy. Rather, the desire to learn from that enigmatic elder had already penetrated deep into his soul. The essence of the sword. Gu Yusheng gazed vacantly at the starry sky. Yu Qingshan had once told him that before Lu Yuan urged him to become his disciple, he had also cautioned him that his understanding of the sword had reached a pivotal moment. Both Yu Qingshan and Lu Yuan possessed unique insights regarding the nature of swordsmanship. On this tranquil night, within the cave, Gu Yusheng held a wooden sword, lost in contemplation. The essence of the sword lies in offense, Yu Qingshan had imparted. The essence of the sword lies in accumulation, Lu Yuan had advised. As the galaxy shimmered and the sky sparkled with stars, a sudden realization struck Gu Yusheng, and he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "No, it has been wrong from the very beginning. That is their sword essence, not mine. Then, what of the Elder's sword that cleaved through the galaxy? It cannot belong to me. What, then, is my sword essence? How should I comprehend it? Awakening from his epiphany, Gu Yusheng fell once more into deep thought. Thus, he gazed at the starry sky, remaining seated throughout the night. He gained insights yet felt as though he had achieved nothing. Chapter 32. Contending with Heaven, Battling Demons. Carving his own path with the sword the dawn had yet to break. After sitting for an extended period, Gu Yusheng shifted his numb arms. Withdrawing his gaze from the heavens, he had pondered throughout the night, still lacking clarity on the true nature of sword essence. What is the way of the sword? His confusion deepened, akin to the multitude of stars in the sky, each one obscuring the representation of his fate and future. Outside the cave, a faint ethereal glow began to emerge. Observing this, Gu Yusheng smiled wryly and muttered, "The fireflies of the forest can never rival the brilliance of the stars, and the scorching sun will ultimately eclipse them. Perhaps what our eyes perceive is not the complete truth. The way of the sword is no different." Gu Yusheng resolved to step outside for a breath of fresh air to clear his mind. Suddenly, a drop fell upon his forehead, and a low, guttural roar echoed in his ears. A sharp claw emerged from a crevice in the massive stone, nearly tearing Gu Yusheng in two. Reacting instinctively, he swung his wooden sword. The sword light shimmered like silver from a fish's belly, piercing the inky darkness in an instant. The great stone blocking his path was cleaved cleanly in two by the sword energy emanating from his wooden sword. With a resounding crash, the cavern reverberated. The colossal boulder split in two and plummeted towards the precipice, accompanied by a cloud of crimson mist and the haunting howl of spectral wolves. The air became thick with the acrid scent of blood. Gu Yusheng focused his gaze and soon realized that the flickering lights outside were not the fireflies of the forest, but rather a pack of spectral wolves, numbering in the dozens. Their original habitat was the very cave where Gu Yusheng now stood. These spectral wolves, capable of moving with the wind and treading silently, though devoid of the strength of first-tier demon beasts, exhibited remarkable swiftness and were inherently social creatures. The strike of Gu Yusheng's sword had not only cleaved the boulder in two, but had also severed the claws of the Wolf King. The wolves' howls erupted suddenly, igniting their primal instincts as they lunged towards the cave. Gu Yusheng inhaled deeply, wielding his wooden sword with deft precision, the gleaming light of his blade illuminating the cave as he fought. The cacophony of wolf howls gradually diminished. As the day broke, Gu Yusheng concluded the battle. The essence of the Wolf King was absorbed by the sect's decree, granting him demon hunting points. Yet, Gu Yusheng remained indifferent to these accolades. In his confrontation with the wolves, he had maintained a definitive advantage. Nevertheless, he sensed significant fatigue, his body stained with wolf blood, and a disturbance among the forest's demon beasts. Gazing at the sword marks etched into the cave's entrance, Gu Yusheng narrowed his eyes, a hint of contemplation flickering within. Although he had mastered the second level of swordsmanship, embedding his strikes with sword intent, he mused that under normal circumstances, he would never have been able to deliver such a formidable blow. Nor would he have been capable of slicing through such a massive stone with precision. Reflecting on the intricacies of that strike, clarity washed over him. Gripping his wooden sword firmly, he strode calmly into the depths of the forest. The nature of sword intent was inconsequential. What mattered was the act of wielding the sword and the relentless pursuit of mastery. With sufficient combat experience, perhaps the truth would eventually reveal itself. Within the forest, the figure of the youth quickened its pace. Along his journey, he encountered a myriad of demon beasts, some lurking in shadows, others baring their fangs in a savage attempt to tear him apart. Yet, he clutched his sword tightly, dispatching numerous formidable beasts and first-tier demon creatures. In his wake, a contingent of disciples from the Qingyun sect followed closely, having observed the sword marks at the cave's entrance. They tracked his path, noting the dozens of demon beasts that had fallen to his blade with remarkable efficiency. Finally, upon witnessing a blue leopard pierced through the throat by a single strike, they could no longer contain themselves, each intuitively pausing. What a swift sword! The blue leopard had been caught mid-leap, its throat pierced, the sheer force of the sword shattering its insides. Such a razor-sharp sword intent could only belong to a newcomer of exceptional talent from Yunfen, one of the patrolling disciples. His expression grave, glanced at the man standing foremost among them, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Senior Brother Qi. It seems this new batch of recruits harbors a number of prodigies. The leading disciple of the patrol team was named Qi Ming, the very individual who had guided the young aspirants during their initiation assessment at the foot of the Qingyun ladder. As the captain of this patrol tasked with hunting demons, Qi Ming had ascended to the bone-forging realm within a mere decade, having cultivated a physique of bronze skin and iron bones. While he may not rank among the elite disciples, he certainly belonged to the echelon of those with remarkably swift progress. It was not unusual for each cohort of disciples to showcase a few exceptionally gifted individuals. Although Qi Ming voiced this sentiment, his gaze drifted towards a man beside him, who bore a sword upon his back. This man, approximately 30 years of age, carried a 4-foot-wide sword and was a purist in the art of swordsmanship. Fang Shidi, having practiced the sword for many years, do you discern any insights? The man named Fang Jin did not engage in scrutinizing the wounds of the slain beasts like the others. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the horizon. All the demon beasts he had slain along the way had been dispatched with a straightforward thrust to their vital points, revealing no discernible technique. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. His elemental force was profoundly robust, and the sword's aura emanated from the blade itself. I could scarcely ascertain the dimensions of his sword. Within the Cloud Peak, there was only one individual who practiced such a pure form of swordsmanship. Who? Uncle Yu. The other 4 disciples exchanged glances, one of them wearing an expression of incredulity. Are you referring to Uncle Yu, who once dueled with the Peak Master? Fang Jin coldly replied. Is there a second Uncle Yu in Cloud Peak? One-word sword technique. Qi Ming's countenance shifted. Could it be the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty? I heard that upon entering Cloud Peak, he wished to learn this supreme sword technique. A seemingly more composed disciple among the patrol team then spoke. Chu Chen? If it is indeed he, it would not be surprising, for he is a prince of the Qianlong dynasty, and his entourage of attendants and sword servants are incomparable to us. We should refrain from provoking him. He has always been arrogant, and we should avoid inviting trouble. Let us proceed. Qi Ming waved his hand, altering their course, and addressed the other 4. You all received the gift from Elder Lu, did you not? Aside from Fang Jin, who exhibited a hint of surprise, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Having accepted another's offering, we must fulfill our duties diligently. Elder Lu possesses considerable talent, but unfortunately, he did not gain entry to the library last time, which makes him prone to impulsiveness in critical situations. If he encounters formidable demon beasts, it could lead to disaster. Of course, his personal grievances with Gu Yusheng must be managed when necessary. Understood. The other 3 smiled subtly, sharing an unspoken understanding. Fang Jin narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. When did the atmosphere of our sect transform into this? Has the prince of the Qianlong dynasty been bestowing so many favors upon you that you have grown accustomed to this manner of conduct? A tinge of awkwardness appeared on the faces of the 4. Qi Ming cleared his throat and said, Fang Shidi, while your focus on swordsmanship is commendable, it is essential to learn about the intricacies of human affairs as well. I do not comprehend, Fang Jin retorted. I only know that to grow stronger, one must rely solely on the sword in hand. If one day, powerful demon clans were to offer you irresistible benefits, would you consider betraying humanity? Fang Jin's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the expressions of the other 4 turned icy as they hastily gestured. No, we possess our own principles. In the depths of the forest, a divergence arose among the patrolling squad on the very first day, leading them to pursue their own paths in the hunt for demon beasts. Brother Qi, do you think the disciples Fang and Qi will divulge our affairs? Qi Ming scoffed, responding, and what if they do? You remain unaware that Fang Jin once aspired to take Gu Bai as his master. Regrettably, Gu Bai has never revealed his prowess publicly, and thus, he declined to accept him as a disciple, citing his lack of strength. Now, Gu Bai is a disgrace to our sect. Yet Fang Jin remains obstinately protective of Gu Bai's son. It is nothing short of absurd. The 4 companions shared expressions of derision as they traversed the forest, oblivious to the peculiar visage that emerged upon the bark of a tree behind them, as the trees gradually transformed into vines, stealthily slithering across the ground like spectral serpents. 3 days later, in the heart of the demon-hunting forest, a diminutive figure darted through the thickets. Ahead of him lay a formidable beast, a serpent of rare Qi-Long bloodline, measuring several dozen feet in length. Its tail had been severed, yet its speed remained astonishing, snapping branches and stirring the dry leaves into a tempest as it moved. Occasionally, it would glance back, spewing venom from its maw. The venom, upon contact with the trees, rendered them charred and blackened. This serpent possessed the strength of a first-tier demon beast, unlike others. It did not condense its essence into a core, but instead harbored its blood's quintessence within its gallbladder. Although it was highly venomous, the gallbladder was a rare tonic, capable of enhancing one's internal energy for decades and providing resistance to the toxins of most demon beasts. It was for this reason that Gu Yusheng relentlessly pursued it. From the moment Gu Yusheng discovered the creature by the marsh, he had spent half a day in relentless pursuit. Initially, the serpent regarded Gu Yusheng as its prey, but after a fierce struggle, it lost its tail to him and, weakened, could only seek an opportunity to flee. With the loss of its tail, it would only require a few days to regrow it. The serpent had believed it could easily escape, but it was unprepared for Gu Yusheng's agile maneuvers through the forest, where he occasionally transformed into a shadow of an azure dragon. Though merely an illusion, it imposed a natural bloodline pressure upon the serpent, forcing it into a hasty retreat. You cannot escape. With a deft flick of his toes, Gu Yusheng morphed into a shadow of the azure dragon, silently appearing before the crowned serpent. He thrust his wooden sword forward, piercing through the serpent's gaping mouth with a flash of sword light. The serpent, already weakened, succumbed to Gu Yusheng's prowess. With a flick of his left hand, a stream of sword energy penetrated the serpent's vital point, and he deftly extracted a vibrant, seven-colored gallbladder. What a treasure! Gu Yusheng nodded with satisfaction, and with a light leap, he glided away like a wisp of cloud. He paused by a tranquil brook, meticulously cleansing the gallbladder before placing it into the wine gourd at his waist, allowing its medicinal properties to infuse the wine. Bathed in sunlight, Gu Yusheng splashed water on his face, standing upon a stone by the brook, and exhaled a breath of murky air. In merely 3 days, Gu Yusheng appeared noticeably more composed. His attire was devoid of the blood from monstrous beasts or the grime of moss, remaining impeccably clean. However, an intangible aura of malevolence coalesced around him, the result of having slain numerous beasts, their blood essence now amalgamated within him. Nearby wild creatures, upon sensing his presence, instinctively fled in terror. The reflection in the water revealed Gu Yusheng's face, gradually shedding its youthful innocence. As he raised his hand, a blade of energy once again gathered at his fingertips, prompting a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Indeed, the swiftest path to advancement lay not solely in solitary cultivation within the frigid caverns. It was through combat with the beasts, enduring life and death encounters, that one could achieve rapid transformation and growth. At this moment, Gu Yusheng was no longer preoccupied with the essence of swordsmanship. He understood that any technique capable of vanquishing a beast was a worthy one. After 3 days of hunting, a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. He had intended to rest beneath a tree for half a day, but the sudden recollection of a 1,000-year-old peach demon tightened his heart. For safety's sake, he meandered along the brook for a while longer until he discovered a treeless gorge, where he could take a temporary respite. Using a stick, he speared a few plump fish from the stream, roasting them by the water's edge, sipping a small amount of wine while feasting on the fish to replenish his strength. Suddenly, a searing sensation coursed through Gu Yusheng's abdomen, powerful energy surging wildly through his meridians. What could be the cause of this? A surge of alarm struck him. In recent days, he had become accustomed to the celestial energy contained within the wine from the gourd, normally able to consume 3 sips in a day. Even with the addition of a snake gallbladder, such a violent surge of energy should not have been expected. Sensing the rampant energy within, Gu Yusheng focused his mind and activated the Azure Dragon technique, hastening through the forest. Ever since acquiring this remarkable martial art, he dedicated 2 hours each day to its practice, enhancing his speed. While he had yet to master true flight, he could hover in the air for about 10 breaths, and with the right leverage, cover a distance of 100 meters. However, this technique, while greatly enhancing his speed, also demanded a significant amount of energy. Now, as the energy surged uncontrollably within him, Gu Yusheng seized the opportunity to hone his agility. Within the gorge, he executed the Azure Dragon movement, leaping and bounding with the swiftness of the wind. After 2 hours, he gently descended to the ground, exhaling a breath of stale air and wiping the sweat from his brow. He glanced at the spiritual gourd in his hand, his eyes revealing a trace of intrigue. How could the energy within this snake gallbladder be so potent? Having learned from his previous experience, Gu Yusheng refrained from recklessly consuming it. Instead, he sought a secure location where he could sit down and gradually dissipate the volatile energy of the spiritual wine. Unexpectedly, during this process, he managed to unblock the meridians that had remained stagnant for several days, successfully advancing to the 7th stage of the open meridian realm. With the unblocking of 7 meridians, Gu Yusheng distinctly felt a significant enhancement in both his strength and speed, as if an inexhaustible force surged within him, accelerating the conversion of the celestial energy from the surrounding world into his body. At this pace, within a mere 2 months, I shall attain the 9th stage of the opening veins realm. Gu Yusheng clenched his fists, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Under the veil of night, he discreetly opened his spiritual gourd, concealed at the cave's entrance, drawing upon the mysterious energies of the universe. Chapter 33. Unexpected Gains. Danger approaches in the dead of night. A furious roar reverberated through the surroundings. Who dares to slay my spirit companion? In the heart of the forest, a gaunt elder clad in black clothes, his eyes bulging with rage, trembled as he caressed the lifeless body of a crowned serpent before him. Not far away, another man in similar attire wore an expression of indifference. Under the moonlight, a long scar bisected his face, rendering it both menacing and terrifying. A crescent-shaped broadsword rested upon his shoulder, its design distinctly peculiar. The aura emanating from these two individuals was subtle yet potent. The moonlight cast a silvery hue upon their bones, and beneath their feet, a barrier of spiritual energy formed, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Clearly, their cultivation had surpassed the martial realm, indicating at least the prowess of soul consolidation practitioners. Upon witnessing the enraged elder, the scar-faced man spoke with a mocking tone. I had warned you long ago that this creature possesses the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, untamable in nature. It is currently in a vulnerable shedding phase, possessing no more than the strength of a two-tiered demonic beast. Did you truly believe you could let it roam freely to hunt? Decades of effort wasted, it seems. Enough, Gao Sha. Do you believe I won't twist your head off? The elder abruptly turned, his sleeves sweeping forth as a long whip lashed out like a striking serpent towards the scar-faced man. Unfazed, the man effortlessly grasped the whip, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Calm yourself, Zhang Jing. It is merely a spirit companion. In Qingping Mountain, there are far superior companions than this. For the sake of our mission, the higher-ups have even employed a significant piece from the Qingyun sect, luring demonic beasts to invade so that we might draw people into the demon-hunting forest. This task is exceedingly arduous. After all, she is the granddaughter of a great scholar. Such a formidable undertaking, to accomplish it once in a lifetime is worth it. The elder's expression shifted multiple times, his fury unabated. He inhaled deeply and declared, we have ample time to act, Gao Sha. You shall scout alone first. I intend to find the one who killed my spirit companion and exact my vengeance. Can you find them? If not, I shall slay every disciple of the Qingyun sect. The elder extended his hand, drawing a peculiar blood circle upon the ground, mingling a drop of his own blood within. With a swift incantation, he transformed into a swirl of dark light, soaring into the depths of the forest. After the elder departed, the scar-faced man lingered for a moment before approaching the slain python that Gu Yusheng had hunted. His gaze swept over the wound, revealing a hint of surprise. Oh, the one who hunted this python possesses modest cultivation, yet his swordsmanship exhibits a unique flair. This strike, with its condensed sword energy, conceals a tempestuous force, reaching the realm of sword intent. Could it truly be the ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty? If so, the situation has just become far more intriguing. The scar-faced man's eyes gleamed with a flicker of interest as he spun the broad sword on his shoulder and strode deeper into the forest, unperturbed by the possibility of encountering Qingyun sect's trial disciples or patrolling elders. As the night gradually enveloped the forest, within a certain area of the demon-hunting grounds, a lavishly constructed temporary sanctuary lay adorned with carpets. Prince Chu Chun reclined comfortably upon a golden chair, surrounded by a cadre of attendants, each possessing mastery at the bone-forging realm. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to bring such subordinates into a sect. Yet due to Chu Chen's noble lineage and his status as the ruler of the Qingyun sect, such arrangements were tacitly permitted to ensure his safety. Accompanying Chu Chun were numerous disciples from the Qingyun sect, including Lu Chen among them. Their intentions were straightforward. This outing for training presented an opportune moment to align themselves with the ninth prince. Thus, they willingly embraced additional risks and responsibilities to closely follow Chu Chun. In the interplay of light and shadow, Chu Chun toyed with the sect's token, his gaze flickering as he addressed one of his sword attendants. Have you deciphered the runes inscribed upon it? Is there a method to transfer the contribution points of others to my sect token? My lord, the attendant replied, I have grasped the general principles of the rune's design. It is indeed possible to transfer the demon hunting points from others' tokens. However, there remains a risk of exposure. Should any indiscreet tongues reveal our dealings, it could tarnish your reputation. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression brightened, and with an air of arrogance, he declared, after all, it is merely a minor sect. Their rune masters are of such low cultivation, lacking profound understanding of the art. They are no match for the rune masters of my great Xian Empire. Casting a glance at the disciples of Qingyun's sect outside, he sneered, they follow me closely with no peril in sight. Surely, they must contribute something in return. Inform them that starting tomorrow, 30% of their demon hunting points must be submitted to me daily, or they shall no longer accompany me. One attendant's gaze flickered as he replied, my lord, while their submission is manageable, I fear that upon realizing your ability to alter the demon hunting points, they may entertain nefarious thoughts, opting not to hunt, and instead turning against their own brethren. A glimmer of inspiration lit up Chu Chen's eyes. a smug smile curving his lips. You have reminded me well. This trial spans 3 months, and who can endure such torment in these deep mountains? It would be prudent to seek some thrilling diversions to pass the time. However, I must not intervene directly. Let Lu Chen venture forth to scout the terrain and ascertain King Yun's sect's stance towards me. Those old geezers believe that by guarding a mere stone tablet, they possess dignity. But they are merely forgotten stone guardians of the sacred ground. In the ensuing 2 days, a faction of the King Yun's sect's disciples within the demon hunting grounds appeared to suddenly grow lethargic. They congregated in small groups, stationed along the mapped routes, targeting isolated disciples of the King Yun's sect to demand their sect tokens, forcibly extracting a portion of their demon hunting points. Initially, they exhibited some restraint. Yet as they observed that the sect's patrolling elders and disciples turned a blind eye, their audacity swelled. They began to seize all the demon hunting points from the tokens outright, demanding that their victims submit a portion every few days, lest they face beatings and threats. Some remained unyielding, and later, Lu Chun conceived a cunning plan. They would confine the demonic beasts within the hunting grounds of the forest and subsequently release them to hunt the disciples of King Yun's sect. At a critical moment, they would feign a rescue, portraying themselves as benevolent while achieving their own objectives. Unbeknownst to Gu Yusheng, whose sole focus was on hunting demons, such nefarious schemes were unfolding. After half a month, he had fully acclimated to the survival rules within the demon hunting grounds. By day, he sought a safe haven to cultivate, and by night, he ventured forth to slay the beasts. Despite facing numerous dangers, he gradually mastered the unnamed sword techniques, refining them to suit his own style, thus creating his distinctive demon-slaying swordsmanship. What brought Gu Yusheng even greater joy was that during this time, he consumed snake gall liquor thrice daily, resulting in a remarkable increase in his internal energy, surpassing expectations. Furthermore, he had opened the 8 meridians within his body nearly a month ahead of schedule, elevating his cultivation to the 8th stage of the meridian opening realm, a pace so rapid that even he found it astonishing. The energy concealed within the snake gall was indeed extraordinary. Within the cave, having just completed his true dragon transformation, Gu Yusheng wore a contemplative expression. He had hunted a considerable number of demonic beasts, many of which possessed exceptionally valuable cores and blood, which he utilized for his cultivation. On one occasion, he even defeated a second-tier wind wolf, acquiring an inner core, yet its efficacy paled in comparison to that of the snake gall. Regrettably, he had not encountered a second snake of that caliber in the Qingping Mountains. A tinge of regret crossed Gu Yusheng's face. Had he managed to hunt another crowned snake and obtain its gall, he was confident he could elevate his cultivation to the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm within the next few days. The snake gall liquor was nearly consumed. After elevating his cultivation to the 8th stage, the 12 meridians he had sensed during the initial condensation of his Yuan embryo became increasingly pronounced. Yet, throughout the teachings of the sect's scriptures and the elders, it was emphasized repeatedly that the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm was the final threshold, with the subsequent realm being the bone-forging realm. Once I open the 9th meridian, I shall comprehend everything, Gu Yusheng mused. According to the cultivation texts, the 9th meridian, known as the Yuan meridian, would, once opened, allow the energy of heaven and earth to converge into his Danshan, gradually transforming his internal essence into Yuan spirit, and the Yuan energy into spiritual energy. Upon mastering the bone-forging realm, he could condense the soul, shatter the shackles of his physical form, and transcend into a true cultivator. The Yuan meridian serves as the conduit connecting the preceding 8 meridians. In the days to come, I must find the safest place to immerse myself in my cultivation, ensuring I remain undisturbed. Gu Yusheng had devised a plan. He would retrieve a map to locate the nearest patrol point to procure the necessary provisions and report in to the elders, thus assuring them of his safety. Although Gu Yusheng understood that his presence would elicit no concern whether he chose to go or stay, the fundamental necessity of sustenance remained. One could not rely solely on the hunting of demonic beasts for nourishment, as such a diet would surely lead to revulsion. At Qingsong Ridge, Gu Yusheng cast a glance at his surroundings. The nearest outpost of the sect was a mere 30 miles away. Given his current pace, it would not consume much time. Thus, he sealed the secret cave where he had resided for the past 2 days, intending to procure supplies before returning to continue his cultivation there. He took up his wine gourd and set forth, savoring a sip as he walked. However, shortly after embarking, he sensed an inexplicable aura of danger approaching. Instinctively, Gu Yusheng halted, sealing the mouth of the spirit gourd with his hand, and turned to gaze back, only to find that the ominous presence had mysteriously vanished. Strange. He mused silently, resuming his journey with the gourd slung over his shoulder. Chapter 34. Ambush in the Canyon. Gu Yusheng's sword lies cold not long after Gu Yusheng departed. The very ground he had recently occupied began to ripple, the earth bubbling like a swamp. Moments later, a mud figure emerged, transforming into a gaunt silhouette. It was the enigmatic elder, Song Jing. His gaze was deep and searching as he gradually rose from the ground. Had he vanished once more? Who could this adversary be? Possessing such capabilities to thoroughly conceal the residual blood aura of my spirit pet? A contemplative expression crossed the elder's face, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Could it be that the disciples of the Qingyun sect have discovered my presence? That seems implausible. At that moment, a patrolling elder appeared behind him, regarding him warily. Which peak do you represent, esteemed elder? You seem rather unfamiliar. Song Jing clasped his hands in greeting. I hail from Yun Peak. Yun Peak? The patrolling elder. Though still somewhat skeptical, visibly relaxed, descending from the sky to approach the elder. What is your name? I am Song Jing. And you are? I am Ruan Ji, the patrolling elder of the affairs hall. As Ruan Ji finished speaking, a sudden realization struck him, and his pupils constricted sharply. No, you are not one of Qingyun's sect. Even if an elder were to remain in seclusion for an extended period, they would not fail to recognize me. Who are you? Ruan Ji raised his hand. A short sword glinting from his sleeve as a blade of light shot forth toward Song Jing. However, his strike merely severed a shadow, as Song Jing appeared inexplicably behind him. A hand reached into Ruan Ji's chest, fingers curling like talons around a heart that continued to beat with vigor. How laughable, as a guardian of the monument. Your hesitation is palpable. I shall take your heart. A surge of violet light enveloped Song Jing as he pressed Ruan Ji's heart against his own chest, gradually merging it within him. In an instant, his aura transformed, taking on Ruan Ji's likeness. Though Ruan Ji had lost his heart, he did not perish immediately. He cast a glance back at the elder who now mirrored his form, attempting to shatter the elder's token. Yet, a strange whip ensnared him tightly. Disguise art. You are a sinister cultivator of the blood slaughter sect of the Qianlong dynasty. Ruan Ji's eyes widened, the brilliance within them gradually fading. Disbelief etched upon his face as he helplessly watched the sect token fall into the hands of another. Who would have thought that even in such a remote place, word of my reputation would have spread? With your identity, future endeavors will surely be much more convenient, Song Jing sneered, raising his palm as a greenish poison light flickered to life, transforming the elder of the Qingyun sect before him into nothing but a skeleton. When Gu Yusheng first arrived at the Hall of Affairs, this elder had shown him some measure of kindness, able to lift a heavy wine jar and soar through the winds. Yet now, he had fallen victim to the treachery of this sinister cultivator named Song Jing. In the Demon Hunter Forest, Gu Yusheng traversed a canyon leading to Qingsong Ridge, flanked on both sides by steep cliffs. Black crows soared through the sky, occasionally emitting chilling cries. The sunlight scarcely reached the depths of the canyon, and Gu Yusheng felt a shiver creep up his spine as he walked, instinctively heightening his vigilance and quickening his pace. Suddenly, several nets were abruptly hurled from behind a boulder. Gu Yusheng swiftly unsheathed his sword, the sharp sword energy effortlessly tearing through the nets. Come out. Gu Yusheng sensed three presences lurking behind the stone, halting in his tracks, a glimmer of coldness appearing in his eyes. The trio, initially startled, emerged from their hiding place, and upon recognizing Gu Yusheng, they collectively sighed in relief. It's just the cowardess son. They erupted into mocking laughter, blocking both Gu Yusheng's path forward and his retreat. The leader approached him, and Gu Yusheng instantly grasped their intentions. I recognize you, disciples under Lu Zhan, the three hounds at Lu Chen's side. Presumptuous. The leading disciple's face flushed with anger. Stopping about a meter away from Gu Yusheng, he looked down at him, arms crossed, and smugly declared, Boy, hand over the sect token, crawl through my legs, and bark like a dog 3 times, and I shall spare your life. The disciple positioned at the front sneered, I'm not so lenient. You must make me comfortable with your barking before I let you go. I intend to break one of your dog legs. Before Gu Yusheng could respond, a disciple from the Qingyun sect behind him stepped forward, drawing a sword from his bosom and pressing it against the back of Gu Yusheng's head, laughing heartily. Kneel before me. A slight twitch of Gu Yusheng's lips revealed an unfamiliar smile. With a flick of his wrist, he shifted the wooden sword from an upward grip to a reverse hold, remaining stationary as the sword eerily pierced the heart of the disciple behind him. In a flash, blood gushed forth. The disciple, still brandishing his sword, widened his eyes in shock, glancing down at his chest. He seemed to want to utter something, but his body slowly toppled forward, kneeling lifelessly behind Gu Yusheng. The stench of blood instantly permeated the air, sending an icy chill surging from the ground to the crown of the heads of the 2 remaining disciples. Zhao Zhuo instinctively stepped back in front of Gu Yusheng. Initially startled, but then suddenly realized that Gu Yusheng was merely a youth, still not of age to don the cap of adulthood. The sword strike from moments ago was merely an assassination attempt. With this thought, he regained his composure, wearing an expression of triumph as if his schemes had succeeded. Gu Yusheng, you have slain Ling Qing. You have killed your fellow disciples. It's over for you. Do you understand? It's over. He incessantly reiterated Gu Yusheng's alleged crimes, while his hand subconsciously drew the sword from its sheath. Zhao Zhuo had not even caught a glimpse of how Gu Yusheng had struck. Before entering the Qingyun sect, he had spent years as a bodyguard in the mundane world, facing bandits and narrowly escaping death. The brutal and bloody winds of the martial world had never frightened him. Yet now, he felt the air around him turn frigid. Gu Yusheng did not respond, but merely allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he gently caressed the wooden sword in his hand. He lunged forward at Zhao Zhuo with a single thrust, akin to his usual practice, an unremarkable strike that bore no semblance of a grand technique. Zhao Zhuo opened his mouth, intending to berate Gu Yusheng, but found himself utterly speechless. Despite Gu Yusheng's slight frame, the wooden sword bore down upon him like a mountain. He attempted to raise his own sword to block the attack, only to discover his arm felt unbearably heavy, unable to even grip the blade. The sword's brilliance surged forth, piercing into his dantian. Blood gushed forth once more. Zhao Zhuo's eyes were filled with terror as his massive body gradually crumpled, kneeling before Gu Yusheng, helplessly watching his life's essence drain away. The primal energy within his dantian, once a pale green, began to dissipate. He had successfully condensed his primal embryo, marking him as a talent with promising potential among the new disciples. Yet, he never anticipated that his path of no return would culminate in his demise at the hands of a mere boy. Impossible. Zhao Zhuo suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intensely upon Gu Yusheng. He pressed his hand against his dantian, desperately attempting to reverse his fate. I have seen you practice swordplay from high above. It is unjust. No. Zhao Zhuo braced himself against the ground, striving to rise, but with a thud, he fell to his knees once more before Gu Yusheng. Filled with regret and resentment, his eyes wide with disbelief, Gu Yusheng raised his eyelids. The disciple of the Qingyun sect in the front had turned pale with fright, his body trembling uncontrollably, gazing at Gu Yusheng as if he were a monster. Please, spare me. It was all Lu Chen's doing. He ordered us to block the road and rob our fellow disciples of their sect tokens, demanding we submit the points for the demon hunting mission. Don't come any closer. With a thud, the man collapsed, kneeling before Gu Yusheng, pulling several sect tokens from his bosom, cradling them in his hands. Take these, they are all yours. Gu Yusheng's gaze shifted gradually towards the tokens the man held, and a hint of mockery crossed his face. So, this demon hunting trial has become your justification for robbery? I was forced into it. The man hastily waved his hands, attempting to absolve himself of all blame. Gu Yusheng's gaze grew ever colder as he spoke. According to the 120th tenet of the Qingyun sect, when confronted by the demon race, disciples of the Qingyun sect must stand united, advancing and retreating together. When besieged by demons and facing despair, they should entrust their backs to their fellow disciples, facing the enemy until the last breath. He meticulously wiped his wooden sword, extending it towards the man before him. Do you see this? This is the blood of a fellow disciple, colder than the very blood of beasts. The man pressed his hands to the ground, bowing deeply. I was wrong, Gu Yusheng. Spare me, and I vow to keep today's events to myself. I shall never act this way again. Gu Yusheng slowly lifted his wooden sword and walked past the man. 1 step, 2 steps. The kneeling man, with a sinister grin, abruptly sprang to his feet, raising his knife to strike Gu Yusheng. Yet, mid-strike, he halted abruptly. A gasp escaped his lips as he lowered his gaze, eyes wide in shock. The wooden sword in Gu Yusheng's hand was now merely a half, the other half having pierced his throat. Gu Yusheng's expression remained tranquil as he slowly withdrew the sword. I have never placed faith in your words, but I wish to ascertain whether what the heroic spirits etched upon the demon suppression monument have diligently guarded for generations has indeed decayed. What say you, senior brother? The man could no longer hear Gu Yusheng's words as he collapsed to the ground. Without a backward glance, Gu Yusheng continued his path through the canyon, where only the circling black crows descended to forage. Sunlight bathed Gu Yusheng, elongating his shadow. By the time he reached Qingsong Ridge, twilight had begun to envelop the sky. Inside a stone cottage nestled within the forest, the previous generation's disciple, Zhu Chong, dozed by the window, surrounded by provisions required for the disciples' training and daily sect needs. Gu Yusheng presented his sect token, stating, Senior brother, I have come to collect a month's provisions. Oh. Zhu Chong glanced at Gu Yusheng, turning the token in his hands with evident surprise. You've kept this with you all along. You are fortunate. Zhu Chong regarded Gu Yusheng meaningfully, Without a storage ring, what do you intend to do with so many supplies? Gu Yusheng replied, Senior brother. The sect does not limit the amount of provisions a training disciple may collect. This has not been the case in the past, but it has changed in recent days. Zhu Chang scrutinized Gu Yusheng. Many disciples have taken their provisions and hidden them away. Do you think that will suffice? If you wish to collect for a month, you'll need to wait for Uncle Ruan to arrive. Only with his nod will it be permissible. Are you willing to wait? Gu Yusheng nodded, casually retrieving his sect token. What? Afraid I might seize it from you? Zhu Chang scrutinized Gu Yusheng, a smirk playing on his lips. Gu Yusheng regarded him earnestly. Would you truly do such a thing? Zhu Chang did not respond immediately, his gaze sharpening. After a pause, he burst into laughter. Gu Shidi, I was merely jesting. I hope I did not frighten you. Senior brother, what do you think? Gu Yusheng silently situated himself beneath a tree, settling into a meditative posture. Zhu Chang gazed intently at Gu Yusheng, who was 10 meters away. He leaned back in his seat, nearly toppling over the edge of the table, his body rigid, as if ants were crawling along his spine. What a tedious task this was. He twisted his stiff neck, withdrawing his hand only to discover an inexplicable layer of cold sweat in his palm. Chapter 35. Something is amiss with this elder as twilight descended. Qingsong Ridge resembled a lion from the Qingping mountain range gradually succumbing to slumber, with the wind howling fiercely. Numerous disciples engaged in trials lingered beside the stone house, most of whom stayed for a day or two under the pretense of resupplying. After all, the temporary outpost established by the elders and elite disciples of the Qingyun sect was safer than other locales, offering a rare opportunity for weary travelers to catch some much-needed rest. While not every disciple of the Qingyun sect encountered formidable beasts in the demon-hunting forest, they exchanged information among themselves. Over the course of a month, there had been considerable casualties. Some disciples had lost hands or feet during confrontations with the demon beasts. The guards at these outposts became aware of this situation, initially turning a blind eye, but gradually sensing opportunity. As long as the trial disciples were willing to offer some benefits, they could remain near the outpost for 3 days. The demon-hunting forest, being the back mountain of the Qingyun sect, though still at the foot of the Qingping mountain range, was rich in precious herbs. During their trials, disciples from the 6 peaks could gather these herbs and submit them at designated supply points to the elders of the sect in exchange for corresponding contribution points or currency circulating in the mortal realm. Gu Yusheng had also gathered some herbs along his path, but most of them were used to infuse his wine gourd. The surrounding trial disciples were engaged in conversation, and through their discussions, Gu Yusheng gleaned information about the circumstances of other disciples within the sect. Indeed, in recent days, a considerable number of disciples had been stripped of their sect tokens, becoming laborers for certain individuals, yet they could only communicate in secret, unable to inform the elders of the sect. Gu Yusheng surmised that this matter was likely connected to the prince of the Qianlong dynasty. The thought that the other party could decipher the runes on the sect tokens stirred a sense of urgency within him. Without any backing and with no one to assist him on his journey, he could only rely on his own perseverance, advancing step by step. As Gu Yusheng rose to collect 3 days' worth of provisions, he noticed a figure approaching from the direction of the canyon he had traversed earlier. The patrolling elder had arrived. In the dim light, Gu Yusheng found the figure somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, it was none other than Elder Ruan Ji from the Hall of Affairs. Uncle Ruan, he thought. Zhu Chang, upon witnessing the elder's return, stood up respectfully. Elder Ruan Ji paused before the stone house, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding disciples of the Qingyun sect. Gather everyone, he instructed. Understood, replied Zhu Chang, beckoning to Gu Yusheng and the others. Gu Yusheng made his way step by step to the stone house. Being slightly shorter than the others and having a less favorable reputation within the sect, he noticed that no one was inclined to queue. Each individual was busy demonstrating their prowess, believing they deserved to occupy their chosen positions, awaiting their respective rewards. Disguised as Elder Ruan Jikang, Song Jing sat behind the stone house and instructed Zhu Chang, go summon all disciples within a 50-mile radius. Those who do not arrive within 3 days shall forfeit their right to receive supplies. Zhu Chang hesitated for a moment, uncertain. Elder Ruan, must I go now? Is there a problem? No, I shall go at once. Reluctantly, Zhu Chang exited. With his current cultivation, he was unable to fly and wondered how he would notify the disciples nearby. Furthermore, such matters could be communicated by someone of elder status using the elder's command. Why should he have to run errands? Was it possible he had offended Elder Ruan in some way? Realizing that this individual was an elder of the affairs hall, Zhu Chang refrained from arguing and took a path to obediently summon the other disciples of Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Gu Yusheng, standing in line, could only gaze up at the shoulders of those in front of him, occasionally catching glimpses of Elder Ruan's face through the gaps. For some reason, he felt that something was amiss. Although he had only met Elder Ruan twice, he had a rather profound impression of him during his previous visits to receive sect missions. Elder Ruan had never made things difficult for him, thus Gu Yusheng held a favorable view of him. Under the flickering candlelight, Elder Ruan was distributing supplies to each disciple. Gu Yusheng had grown accustomed to this process, having received sect training supplies 3 times over the past month. However, he found it peculiar that Elder Ruan did not verify the identities of the sect disciples. When receiving each disciple's sect token, he pressed 2 fingers of his right hand onto the token while his left hand remained hidden in the shadows. Although Gu Yusheng was not well versed in the secret patterns on the sect token, he sensed the subtle fluctuations of runes emanating from it, which were essentially fluctuations of vital energy. Though faint, he had cultivated beyond the first tier, and the vital energy of the world manifested in various forms. The rune fluctuations on the sect token appeared dark gray, indicating the energy attributes controlled by the creator of the token. Yet, Gu Yusheng keenly noticed a flash of crimson light emerging from Elder Ruan's left sleeve, intertwining with the dark gray vital energy of the token, seemingly conducting some form of examination. Crimson light? Gu Yusheng pondered. Whenever that crimson light surged forth, he felt his heart skip a beat. What could this possibly mean? As he contemplated, Elder Ruan's voice broke through his reverie. What are you dawdling for? Where is your sect token? Returning to the present, Gu Yusheng met Elder Ruan's gaze, which was sharp and profound, strikingly unfamiliar. A sense of unease washed over him. Upon locking eyes, his mind went blank. Something was off. The scrutinizing gaze of Elder Ruan seemed both assessing and foreign. Gu Yusheng found himself unable to comprehend the underlying implications. However, instinctively, he covertly activated the true dragon transformation, sealing all the meridians he had opened within his body, while the vital energy lay dormant in his danshin. Although he lacked knowledge of the techniques for concealing his presence, the true dragon transformation he practiced was inherently dragon-like. Dragons possess the ability to rise and conceal themselves, and thus could naturally alter their aura. Here, Gu Yusheng feigned a casual search at his waist, and only after that inexplicable sensation of racing heartbeat subsided did he present the sect token. As soon as the token reached the other party's hand, Gu Yusheng keenly sensed a subtle aura clinging to the sect token, probing his body. Was the sect elder secretly assessing everyone's cultivation level and true strength? Gu Yusheng firmly held his composure. After a moment, that peculiar sensation dissipated. He maintained an air of bewilderment as the other party's gaze remained sharp, scrutinizing the sect token further, and inquired, "What is your name? Why does your sect token have an additional seal?" Gu Yusheng, he replied. Before he could elaborate, a nearby disciple, reveling in schadenfreude, interjected, "Elder Ruan, have you forgotten? The sect master issued a decree that for 3 years, he cannot earn fixed contribution points for the sect." Ah, so that was it. Ruan Ji tossed the sect token back to Gu Yusheng, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, a hint of impatience flickering across his face. Gu Yusheng silently stowed the sect token away, registering like the other disciples and collecting the supplies he needed. Once the other disciples had gathered their supplies, they sought a comfortable spot near the stone house to rest for the night. Gu Yusheng, however, carried his supply bag, pretending to meander around where they were resting, only to be shunned by several disciples who urged him to leave with disdainful tones. With no other choice, Gu Yusheng trudged alone through the night. His gait appeared no different from that of an ordinary person, yet in reality, he quickened his pace, and in a mere moment, he found himself back at the canyon traversed during the day. Casting a glance at the 3 skeletal remains by the roadside, he suddenly inhaled deeply, activating the Azure Dragon technique, his figure leaving a fleeting shadow in the darkness before vanishing without a trace. An hour later, in a secret cave nestled halfway up a mountain, Gu Yusheng halted, turning back to seal the cave entrance with stones, leaving no gap for even a breath of air. After completing this, he exhaled a long sigh, gulping in deep breaths. In the absolute darkness, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently, not due to his rapid sprint fueled by the Azure Dragon technique, but rather a surge of energy and blood that seemed uncontrollable, coursing wildly throughout his body. What was happening? Panic surged within Gu Yusheng. Instinctively, he reached for the gourd of wine at his waist, hoping to calm his nerves with a sip. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he halted the action of uncorking the gourd. Something was amiss. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself. At this moment, his thoughts were clearer than ever. The scene of presenting the sect token replayed in his mind, and that barely perceptible aura entering his body mirrored the symptoms he had experienced from the snake gall wine these past days. He was not Elder Ruan. In the darkness, Gu Yusheng blurted out, a cold sweat cascading from his feet to the crown of his head. Taken aback by his own conjecture, he found it hard to believe. He pinched the flesh of his palm with his fingers, allowing the pain to stimulate his thoughts. The crimson mark on his left hand was the spirit pet contract symbol. Could it be that the serpent I hunted that day was secretly raised by Elder Ruan as a spirit pet? Gu Yusheng inhaled sharply. Unlike the snow ape, the crowned serpent was a true demonic beast, a ferocious creature, though it bore the bloodline of the ancient Qi dragon. Its excessive malice and demonic aura rendered it incapable of attaining intelligence, making it one of the beasts that humanity must eradicate. With this realization, everything seemed to fall into place. Elder Ruan, despite being an elder of the sect, had violated prohibitions by secretly forming a contract with a ferocious beast. Inadvertently, I had slain his cherished spirit pet, and thus he sought to use the reverse contract bloodline to uncover the identity of the serpent's killer. No wonder. Gu Yusheng suppressed his astonishment and contemplated briefly. Within the tome of spirit contracts, there existed a secret technique capable of completely nullifying another's contract, known as the murky spirit technique. I shall give it a try. Gu Yusheng seated himself, forming hand seals to channel the blood energy within him. Allowing a drop of essence blood to escape from his fingertip, he then opened a gourd of wine, letting the drop of blood mingle with the liquid. A barely perceptible crimson glow erupted from the spirit gourd, coalescing into the phantom of the crowned serpent. Seeing this, Gu Yusheng wasted no time. A sword-like radiance surged from his fingertip, obliterating the serpent's illusion entirely. Indeed, my suspicions were not unfounded. Gu Yusheng displayed a look of trepidation. The inexplicable sensation that had set his heart racing had finally dissipated, leaving him feeling considerably more at ease. Given Elder Ruan's cultivation level, it was unreasonable for him to take such a substantial risk by forming a contract with such a weak, ferocious serpent. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself, recalling the lingering essence of blood that had emerged from the spirit gourd. Only beasts of the fourth tier or higher could condense a fragment of life as soul awareness, akin to human cultivators at the soul condensation stage. If they were to perish, a remnant of their obsession could endure. Was the crowned serpent in a weakened state? Perhaps it was in the midst of shedding its skin, which is why I stumbled upon it. No wonder its gall contained such terrifying energy. Chapter 36. Bottleneck in Cultivation. The danger of night in the following days, Gu Yusheng refrained from hunting demons and instead focused on opening his ninth meridian in a concealed cave. He consumed all the serpent gall wine from the spirit gourd, ultimately achieving his goal of entering the ninth stage of the meridian opening realm. Given his speed, he could be considered one of the fastest practitioners in the Qingyan sect. However, as Gu Yusheng had anticipated, although he had unblocked the 9 meridians within his body, the primordial energy did not convert into spiritual energy as he had hoped. The primordial energy from the heavens and earth flowed into his meridians, forming star-like luminous essence within his dantian. He absorbed the primordial energy from the cosmos, which was once again refined and entirely contained within his dantian. Simultaneously, the pure essence within the dantian, upon flowing into the meridians, instinctively opened 3 additional pathways. 2 of these meridians extended towards the Sea of Qi and the Sea of Spirit, while the final one led to the most enigmatic purple palace within the brain. Initially, Gu Yusheng endeavored to control one of the meridians to open it first. However, these 3 pathways were interrelated and required simultaneous progression. Reluctantly, Gu Yusheng paused, silently contemplating the method of meridian opening from the true dragon transformation. The transformation of a dragon into human form necessitates the opening of hidden points within the meridians to accommodate essence, qi, and spirit. As a cultivator of the human race, endowed with essence, qi, and spirit by nature, it should theoretically not require cultivation. Could it be that the essence, qi, and spirit within the human body are dormant from birth? Gu Yusheng wore a contemplative expression. In the peach blossom grove, there lay numerous tomes collected by Gu Bai. Although they did not contain cultivation techniques, they were rich with information about the vast world, and Gu Yusheng, having been immersed in them, recalled many contents from those books. Essence, qi, and spirit refer to the refinement of essence into qi, the transformation of qi into spirit, and the cultivation of spirit towards emptiness. In the Daoist texts, they are referred to as heaven, earth, and humanity. Why do other cultivators not need to open these 3 meridians? Is it because my body is somehow unique? Gu Yusheng harbored a vague suspicion that perhaps other cultivators refined their essence, qi, and spirit only at later stages, while he, due to the exceptional quality of his primordial fetus surpassing the first rank, must open these 3 meridians to ascend to the next realm. Refining essence into qi, Gu Yusheng murmured, his eyes gradually brightening. He sat cross-legged, gradually guiding the primordial essence within his body, allowing it to wander through the myriad pathways. The process of opening these 3 meridians felt akin to exploring in darkness for Gu Yusheng. Within the cave, a golden dragon shadow began to manifest around his body, formed from the refined essence of heaven and earth, automatically assuming a dragon's shape with Gu Yusheng's inhalation and exhalation. In the deep of night, a dragon's roar resonated through the cave. Though the sound was not loud, it startled all beasts within a 100-mile radius of the Demon Hunter forest. Whether lurking in the shadows or in deep slumber, as if they had encountered a formidable enemy, causing them to scatter in panic. At Qingsong Ridge, countless vultures and crows emitted eerie cries, taking flight in groups. The air was thick with a putrid, decaying odor. On the stone house, the disguised evil cultivator, posing as Elder Ruan Jikang of the Qingyun sect, gazed at the surrounding birds of prey soaring into the sky, a flicker of astonishment revealing itself in his dark, brooding eyes. He looked down at the stone house, where numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect had been pecked to death by the birds. There were dozens in total. Despite having slaughtered so many trial disciples of the Qingyun sect, the hatred in Zhang Jing's eyes remained unquenched. Days had passed, yet he still had not found the culprit who had slain his spirit pet. Just then, a voice broke through the night air. It was another of Zhang Jing's accomplices, the scarred man, Gao Sha. He descended before the stone house, sword in hand, glancing at the chaos around him, his expression slightly twitching. "Did you do this?" Zhang Jing offered a cold smile, hands clasped behind his back, and said, "Only in this manner can the hatred in my heart be resolved." "What brings you here? Is everything prepared?" Gao Sha frowned and replied, "With so many disciples dead, it will undoubtedly attract the elders' attention. Do you not comprehend the gravity of this task? Should we fail, we will have nowhere to rest our bones. You must understand that before that person, we are but mere ants. Targeting insignificant individuals will make our goal much easier to attain, will it not?" "Where's that girl?" The scarred man chuckled inexplicably and stated, "That girl is extraordinary. She has been opening her meridians and tempering her bones at Yunshui Gorge these days. Indeed, the Holy Academy's vast reservoir of knowledge is unmatched. Remember how much effort we put in, spending over a decade to achieve success in opening meridians and tempering bones. Had we known there was such a shortcut, we could have avoided wasting so many years in obscurity. What use is it to speak of this?" Kangjing's gaze turned icy. "Before we eliminate that girl, we must find a way to extract the Holy Academy's techniques from her. We have been stuck at the peak of the soul condensation realm for far too long. It is time to seek a breakthrough." The 2 figures vanished into the verdant pines. At Qingyun Gate, a disciple rushed into the grand hall, where the sect leader, Xianjitsi, was playing chess with Hideogu. "Sect leader, something's wrong." Xianjitsi and Hideogu exchanged glances. "What has happened?" "The spirit beasts at Tianling Peak have inexplicably become restless, and the sealing talismans of the demon suppression tower at Lingxiao Peak have suddenly brightened, activating the surrounding suppression talismans in great formation." "Spirit beasts?" Xianjitsi frowned, puzzled. Just then, another pale-faced disciple from the Yinghun Hall rushed in. "Sect leader, it's terrible. Elder Wan's life plate from the affairs hall has shattered." The elders of the Yinghun Hall attempted to communicate with him, but received no response. "I just went to the affairs hall, and the elder on duty said that Uncle Ruan has not returned to submit the sect's account books for 10 days. What?" In an instant, Xianjitsi appeared outside the grand hall, but at that moment, the demon suppression tower on Lingxiao Peak erupted with demonic energy, and countless suppressed demon beasts exuded overwhelming malevolence, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from the tower. "This is bad." Xianjitsi's expression turned grave as he felt the spiritual energy beneath his feet surge, and in a flash, he soared toward Lingxiao Peak. His voice reached He Hongyan's ears. "Junior sister, immediately gather the elders of the 6 peaks to reinforce the seal of the demon suppression tower." "Understood." He Hongyan produced a talisman, which split into 6 and flew in different directions. She had intended to assist in sealing the tower, but suddenly recalled something. A contemplative expression crossing her face as she conjured a mist beneath her feet and arrived at Loking Peak. "Master." A beautiful female disciple bowed respectfully. She was He Hongyan's direct disciple, named Xiao Muking. He Hongyan waved his hand and addressed Xiao Muking, saying, "You must personally venture to the training forest on the back mountain. Inform the elders and disciples on patrol to advise the newly initiated disciples to refrain from wandering aimlessly over the next few days and to remain at the supply points. There seems to be unusual activity from the beasts in the demon suppression tower, and I have an unsettling feeling about it. Furthermore, seek out Mo Wanyun and ensure her safety. She must not come to harm." "Understood." With a gesture of her right hand, Xiao Muking took flight on her sword. Soaring into the air, This young woman had evidently reached the realm of soul condensation, distinguishing herself among her peers with remarkable talent. Near the demon suppression tower on Lingxiao Peak, Lu Zhan, clad in dark gray attire, felt a surge of powerful demonic energy emanating from the tower, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Concealing his hands within his sleeves, he crumpled a piece of paper into nothingness and murmured, "Why such a commotion? This is illogical. Was it not said that the elixir would only awaken a fraction of the demon beast's souls? If this continues, the seal of the demon suppression tower will be forcibly broken, leading to the downfall of the Qingyun sect." At that moment, a figure landed beside him. It was none other than the serious-faced sect leader, Xian Jitsi. "Lu Shidi, what are you dawdling for? Come quickly and assist in reinforcing the seal." "Yes, sect leader." Lu Zhan discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Night enveloped Qingping Mountain. Within the training forest, several figures moved stealthily through the darkness. Led by Chu Chun of the Xianlong dynasty, accompanied by a few sword servants and the ever-obsequious Lu Chun. "Your Highness, please slow down. The beasts in this forest seem somewhat amiss tonight," one pale-faced attendant ventured to say. "Humph, a bunch of useless fools. I asked you to find her. And yet it has taken you so long. Where on earth is she?" "Your Highness, continue heading south. There lies the Jushan River flowing from Qingping Mountain. The Mo lady should be cultivating at the Yunshui Gorge marked on the map." "Jushan River? Is it the river said to refine the soul?" A gleam of ecstasy flickered across Chu Chen's face, quickly replaced by anger. "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" "Your Highness, the map of Qingyun sect does not explicitly mark it." "Then how did you come to know?" Chu Chen glanced at the attendant beside him, who lowered his head, remaining silent. "Are you concealing something from me?" "And no, it was only today that Eunuch Lin informed me," the attendant stammered. "Eunuch Lin, you say?" Upon hearing this title, Chu Chen's arrogance somewhat subsided. His gaze flickered as he seized the attendant's ear, whispering, "I know you are a pawn planted by the crown prince, but I am indifferent. Should you dare to defy me in the future, I will personally end your life. A wise man knows when to yield. If you assist me in winning the favor of Lady Mo, you shall reap the rewards." "Yes, yes." A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Chu Chen's lips as he quickened his pace, his eyes glinting with lewd intent. "Yunshui Gorge truly is a splendid location, Lady Wanyan. You have exquisite taste." Exhaling deeply as he emerged from the cave, Gu Yusheng released a long breath of stale air. He had been striving to open 3 meridians in recent days and had finally experienced a breakthrough. He recalled the ancient scroll Mo Wanyan had shown him, which depicted a dragon soaring through the heavens, inspiring him to embody the essence of the dragon. Just moments ago, he attempted to channel through 3 meridians. And to his astonishment, a shadow of the true dragon emerged around him, accompanied by a series of dragon roars. These sounds resonated through the earth, echoing into the depths of the forest. He was so close, merely a step away from success. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself as he retrieved a gourd of wine from his waist, tilting it to his lips, only to find a few drops trickling out. Was that all? A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that unlocking the remaining 3 meridians would require such an immense amount of natural energy, far exceeding what he had expended to open the first 9. Even with the spiritual gourd to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, it proved insufficient for his needs. Gu Yusheng gazed into the distance beneath the vast sky. With the gourd devoid of wine, he could substitute it with fine spring water. However, he needed to seek a location rich in natural energy to utilize the gourd to absorb more essence, aiding him in unlocking the final 3 meridians. In the darkness of night, the distant Qingping Mountain appeared to be shrouded in a thin veil. Was that a river flowing down from the summit? Gu Yusheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He secured the gourd at his waist and employed a remarkably adept technique to traverse the forest. Chapter 37. Yusheng draws his sword to rescue Wanyun, senior brother's soul shattered at Qingping Mountain. Moonlight cascaded over the silver waterfall tumbling from Qingping Mountain. The swirling mist akin to the delicate veil upon a maiden's visage, exuding a trace of shyness. The traveling youth, bathed in starlight, paused to admire the rare beauty of Qingping. Having been at the Qingyun sect for nearly a year, he had witnessed the peach blossoms blanketing the mountains, the summer rains cascading down in slanted winds, and the autumn leaves falling into the mundane world. Now, beneath the frosty white winter night, the moon shone with such purity, and the sound of the flowing water was truly refreshing to the spirit. The mountain and the waterfall. A graceful figure flitted past, causing Gu Yusheng's pupils to constrict in surprise, leaving him momentarily spellbound. She was the proud little girl he had first encountered at the foot of Qingping Mountain, the headstrong maiden he had met in the peach blossom grove. Now, the youth beheld the girl dancing upon the waves, leaping gracefully amidst the surging cascades, her movements ethereal. As if she were a celestial being, wielding a 3-foot azure blade that stirred the waters into towering sprays. A prodigy in the eyes of her fellow disciples. Behind the scenes, she was equally diligent, continuously striving upwards in her cultivation. Witnessing this scene, a foolish grin spread across Gu Yusheng's youthful face as he watched in silence. Yet, an untimely sound of footsteps disrupted this tranquility. Gu Yusheng frowned slightly, sensing a threatening presence approaching. However, the first to emerge was none other than the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chun. He waved his fan, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and appeared beside the waterfall cascading into the abyss. With a swift motion, he unfurled his fan. "Miss Wanyan, I greet you," he declared. Nie Yun, treading the waves, turned back to glance at Chu Chun with indifference, offering no reply. Chu Chun's expression stiffened. Gripping his fan tightly, he leaped into the air with a wild laugh. "Why must you hide from me, Miss Wanyan? Though your talents are exceptional, I am not lacking either." The Confucians speak of soaring straight up, while in the Qianlong dynasty, we have the dragon leaping into the sea. This beautiful scenery exists solely for us. What do you think? Mo Wanyan furrowed her brows and suddenly shouted, "Step aside." With a deft push off the ground, she soared into the air, her 3-foot-long azure blade tracing an elegant arc, its gleam reminiscent of moonlight, shimmering with brilliance. Chu Chin's expression shifted, and he solemnly remarked, "Miss Wanyan, do you wish to challenge me? I fear you are not yet my match." "Ridiculous." Mo Wanyan tapped the water's surface once more, thrusting her sword forward with a series of intricate, curling strikes. The sharp, resonant clangs echoed suddenly. The tranquil waterfall erupted into towering waves. The terrifying residual force swept outward, catching Chu Chin off guard, and he was unceremoniously toppled into the cascading waters. "Your Highness, be careful." Suddenly, 2 figures soared into the air. Before reaching the waterfall, a flash of sword light, as silvery as a thread, sliced through the sky, and blood mist floated, scattered by the mountain winds. A piercing scream erupted. A scarred man hoisted his sword back onto his shoulder, a mocking grin adorning his face. At that moment, the remains of the 2 attendants fell to the ground, the stench of blood permeating the surroundings. As Chu Chun emerged from the water, ready to unleash his fury, his expression froze upon seeing the gaunt elder and the menacing scarred man. "Who are you?" Chu Chen's voice trembled slightly. The elder's cold gaze met him. "This fellow's life is to be spared for now. The rest shall meet their end without mercy." With a flourish, the scarred man swung his broad sword overhead, descending with lethal intent. Everyone, including Lu Chun, hurriedly dodged, but one individual, reacting too slowly, was instantly cleaved in 2. "How dare you? Do you know who we are?" a sword attendant bellowed. In response, another merciless strike resonated. Lu Chun, pale with fear, cowered behind a stone, trembling. Beside him, the gaunt elder grinned wickedly, his gaze fixed on Mo Wanyan, emanating waves of bloodthirst that surged upstream against the waterfall. Mo Wanyan's brows bristled as she pointed her sword forward, declaring, "2 clowns who cannot survive in the blood slaughter sect dare to engage in the trade of lives. Miss Mo, someone has offered an irresistible price." As Zhang Jing spoke, his hand emerged from his sleeve, the long whip striking out like a serpent, aiming directly at Mo Wanyan's vital points. Mo Wanyan bit her lip, the tip of her sword gleaming brilliantly in the moonlight. As the descending waterfall transformed into a torrential rain of swords, cascading like pearls. This was the Waiken morning rain technique from the King Yun sect's Yunshui sword art. A mere trifle, Zhang Jing's eyes glinted with malice, his whip appearing slow yet swift, coiling like a serpent's tongue, effortlessly repelling the surrounding sword rain. While the residual force surged toward Mo Wanyan. With his prowess 2 realms above hers, taking a life was as effortless as squashing an ant. Mo Wanyan's complexion paled. At the critical moment, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. Mo Wanyan executed the sword technique she had practiced countless times, flowing like water, her sword tip gathering clouds, manifesting with devastating force. A hint of astonishment flickered in Zhang Jing's eyes, though it was merely a fleeting surprise. Had he encountered an opponent of the same caliber, he would have retreated at the sight of such swordplay, yet now, his murderous intent was resolute. Transforming his long whip into a blade, he aimed directly for the vital points. Amidst the curtain of rain, a figure soared through the air, silently wielding a sword. With astonishing speed, it stirred the rain like a curtain being drawn aside. The youth, who appeared to descend from the heavens, wore a grave expression. He thrust his wooden sword into the back of his adversary. However, as the blade penetrated merely a fraction, it was repelled by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The youth coughed up blood, yet his gaze remained fixed on the girl. "Run," he finally shouted, as he plummeted, summoning a water dragon beneath his feet. rising amidst the mist, instantly appearing beside Mo Wanyan. He grasped her small hand tightly, while his other hand swung the sword forward, causing the cascading waterfall to part as if cleaved by an invisible force. Cackling ominously, Zhang Jing unleashed a wave of blood-colored spiritual energy, striking forth with an open palm. Reversing the flow of the waterfall, he instinctively brushed his back, finding his bony palm stained crimson. Peering intently, he realized the one who had ambushed him was none other than an unadorned youth. What audacity! Residual sword energy danced at the corners of Zhang Jing's eyes. His eyelids twitched, and a malignant aura enveloped him. So it is you, brat. Bloodshot eyes filled with fury. He raised his hand into a fist and struck down fiercely along the path the youth had taken. A massive blood-red hand surged forth, stirring the tumultuous waves. Gu Yusheng's pupils constricted. He would never forget those eyes. At that moment, his mind went blank. Realizing that the elder Ruan Jikang from that fateful night was now before him in the guise of an old man. This ominous revelation suggested that other disciples of the Qingyun sect might have already succumbed to a grim fate. Faced with such dire circumstances, Gu Yusheng's will to survive surged. He glanced at the girl beside him. The ominous hand was drawing nearer, and he tightened his grip on the wooden sword, knuckles whitening. He braced himself to strike with all his might, but before doing so, he resolved to push Mo Wanyan away. Just as he made that decision, the girl suddenly smiled at him. In the next moment, an unprecedented radiance erupted from Mo Wanyan. A formidable aura coalescing into a protective pillar of light that effortlessly extinguished the blood-red hand. Startled, Zhang Jing retreated in disarray. Gu Yusheng, momentarily stunned by the astonishing spectacle before him, heard Mo Wanyan's voice, weak yet urgent, in his ear. Little loach, don't dawdle. Take me away, ascend. And keep going until you cannot move. All right. Gu Yusheng grasped Mo Wanyan's wrist firmly, feeling his insides churn. The surprise attack he had launched earlier had rebounded against her protective spiritual energy, inflicting severe injury upon him. This encounter revealed to Gu Yusheng the terrifying extent of her powers, which were entirely beyond his realm. Such an adversary was not singular, there were two. He had unwittingly stumbled into a meticulously crafted trap. Although it had initially seemed unrelated to him, there was no room for regret now. The withered old man had recognized him. Gu Yusheng urged his body to move against the current, uncertain of how long he could endure. Fortunately, a commanding voice echoed from behind. Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of the Qingyun sect? The speaker, a woman in her 20s named Xiao Muking, soared through the air. Though her skills appeared somewhat unrefined, the sword in her hand had already lunged towards the gaunt elder. The sound of clashing metal rang out. Xiao Muking staggered back several steps, a spurt of blood escaping her lips as she exclaimed, "You are not a cultivator from Qingping Prefecture." The gaunt elder's face contorted with fury. "Gao Sha, cease your games. That brat has taken the target and killed my spirit pet." Oh, the scarred man suddenly turned, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword that soared into the sky. Although Gu Yusheng had already fled with Mo Wanyan for quite a distance, that sword still whistled ominously towards them. Gu Yusheng glanced back, the brilliance of the sword growing ever more intense. "Junior brother, do not be afraid." At that moment, a figure swept through the air, a righteous guardian disciple named Fang Jin. Without a word, he drew his sword and struck forward fiercely. Clang! The crescent blade was sent flying. "Junior brother, go." Gu Yusheng sensed something amiss in his senior brother's voice, so he grasped Mo Wanyan's hand and ascended the mountain path. Behind them, his senior brother unleashed a series of flying swords. Finally, Gu Yusheng no longer felt the threat of the airborne swords. After traversing several mountain peaks, they halted by a waterfall cascading from the heavens. There, his towering senior brother Fang Jin collapsed into a pool of blood, his body convulsing, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Gu Yusheng knelt beside him, grasping his senior's hand. Fang Jin, his vision blurred, struggled to open his eyes to recognize Gu Yusheng's face. He forced a smile, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had regained his strength. His gaze sparkled with vitality as he extended his blood-stained hand to grasp the youth's garment, gently caressing it. Tears inexplicably flowed from the corners of his eyes as he suddenly found solace, saying to Gu Yusheng, "I am Fang Jin, your senior brother, a registered disciple under your father. I hope I have not brought shame upon him." Fang Jin's hand trembled as he raised his sword, and with a snap, it shattered piece by piece. The once vibrant Fang Jin seemed to lose all spiritual support in an instant. His throat convulsed violently, blood oozing from his lips once more. "Junior brother, do not feel guilty. All of this is the cycle of karma. Do not question why. Perhaps I have always been following in your father's footsteps." Fang Jin gradually released his grip on the youth's garment, struggling to breathe, his gaze growing distant, while his smile became increasingly carefree. He murmured, "This is my first time climbing to such heights, master. You were right. Qingping Mountain is truly magnificent. Alas, I lack the opportunity to see it. Bury me here." Gu Yusheng gazed at the senior brother, once a stranger but now intimately familiar, feeling his body grow colder, encased in frost. His eyes turned bloodshot. "Senior brother Fong." The youth clasped his hands together, bowing deeply for an extended moment. The young girl beside him silently lowered her head. "We must survive." She grasped the boy's hand and continued to ascend. Chapter 38. Beneath the moonlight, the late clouds behind, moving towards the green rushes. The moonlight bathed the frost-laden mountains and forests as the boy and girl struggled upward. The higher they climbed, the colder it became. The path was rugged, covered in eternal ice. Gu Yusheng advanced step by step, occasionally glancing back. Below the mountains, two formidable presences drew near. Gu Yusheng took a deep breath, halted, and said, "Miss Imo, you should continue upward. I will stay behind." They must possess a cultivation level above the soul condensation realm. Once they take to the skies, none of us will escape. You will perish. The cold wind stirred Mo Wanyun's hair, her face pale as snow. It was then that Gu Yusheng noticed something amiss with her aura. "Are you injured?" Mo Wanyun gently shook her head, stubbornly pressing onward, reminding Gu Yusheng, "In this place, they cannot fly. Hurry, if we reach the frozen waterfall, we shall survive." "All right." Gu Yusheng set forth. Though his internal organs were bruised, his physique was robust, and the vital energy circulating through the 9 meridians in his danshan allowed him to withstand even such frigid conditions. After a few steps, he noticed that the once leading Miss Mo had begun to lag behind. Her expression remained defiant, yet her steps grew unsteady, and each footfall on the frost threatened to plunge her into the abyss below. Gu Yusheng knelt down, silently turning to look at Mo Wanyun. She hesitated for a moment. "I won't." She stubbornly shook her head. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a pair of hands grasp her back, lifting her effortlessly. The boy before her trembled slightly, and she felt herself rise higher. Her still developing brows furrowed slightly, her pale face inexplicably flushed. "Where is he placing his hands?" "Hold on tight." Gu Yusheng's words seemed to emerge through clenched teeth. The once sibilant footsteps had grown muted, and the footprints in the ground deepened. At first, Mo Wanyun's hands fumbled for a place to rest, her body resisting and bewildered as the moonlight swept over the boy's figure. Suddenly, she realized that the boy, who had been slightly weaker than her 6 months prior, had grown significantly taller. She could hear the rhythmic beating of Gu Yusheng's heart and his heavy breaths. The frost-laden leaves and broad trees on either side receded. Mo Wanyun placed her hand on Gu Yusheng's shoulder. Typically lively and headstrong, she rarely fell into silence. Yet now she found herself at a loss for words. Behind them, 2 figures leapt into the air, only to be repelled by an unseen force, tumbling clumsily to the edge of the cliff below. Witnessing this, Mo Wanyun finally exhaled a long breath. "Hey, put me down." Gu Yusheng leaned slightly forward and, between breaths, remarked, "Perhaps it would be better if I carried you. My back is quite warm. What do you think?" Upon hearing Gu Yusheng's words, Mo Wanyun, who had been leaning back, tilted slightly forward. In the moonlight, she quietly clenched her small fist, preparing to strike Gu Yusheng's back. Yet, she observed the breath of Gu Yusheng coalesce into a misty frost in the air, the boy's nape damp with cold sweat. She pouted slightly. "I'm fine." Mo Wanyun murmured, her hand moving to her waist to retrieve a pill from a porcelain vial. Just as she was about to place it into her mouth, she extended her hand before Gu Yusheng. "Open your mouth." "What is this?" The pill was swallowed by Gu Yusheng, and soon a warm sensation blossomed within him, easing the fiery discomfort in his internal organs, rendering his limbs less stiff. "You've gained," Mo Wanyun pouted, gazing at the pill in her hand with a hint of reluctance, yet ultimately swallowed it as well. "We must find a sheltered spot, leaving no trace. Otherwise, they will eventually catch up to us. Miss Mo, you are not my wife. I have exhausted my strength and cannot gain much." Gu Yusheng paused to take a deep breath. Mo Wanyun was about to descend, when suddenly, she saw Gu Yusheng spring into the air, leaping like a bird from the treetops, gliding through the frost-laden forest. However, he scarcely flew a few dozen yards before he descended, falling back with a sigh. "Miss Mo, it seems that Qingping Mountain possesses a mysterious force. I cannot ascend." Upon hearing this, Mo Wanyun remained silent, and Gu Yusheng suddenly recalled something and turned back, only to find her staring at him with wide, round eyes. "Is it soft?" Gu Yusheng nodded, then hurriedly shook his head, withdrawing his hand with an apologetic expression. "Miss Mo, did you hurt yourself?" Mo Wanyun swiftly rose to her feet, expertly placing a foot on the back of Gu Yusheng's. "Humph." She adjusted her clothing. surreptitiously rubbing her backside that ached from the cold ground, and upon noticing Gu Yusheng behind her, shot him a glare. The boy was gazing at the stars above. At least you know your place. Come here, Imo Wanyan beckoned. With a face of apology, Gu Yusheng tiptoed to her side. Miss Imo, it's fine if you're angry. But please don't slap me. Who would slap you? Imo Wanyan pouted again. Show me your sect token. I can't contact my sect. A peculiar expression crossed Gu Yusheng's face as he took out his sect token, attempting to reach out to his sect, but there was no response. It may be interference from the barrier. Imo Wanyan sighed, surveying the surroundings. The trees over there are not frozen. Let us go take a look. All right, Gu Yusheng agreed. Nodding, Imo Wanyan pointed at him. Don't carry me. I can walk. I never intended to carry you. You are too heavy. What? Imo Wanyan raised an eyebrow. Gu Yusheng quickly waved his hands, not daring to look back. Will they pursue us? They should not be able to reach us, but we cannot descend either. Imo Wanyan sighed softly, glancing at Gu Yusheng, whose clothing was scant. You carry me. Huh. Unwilling? Miss, didn't you just say you could walk? Hurry up. Imo Wanyan extended her hands, signaling for Gu Yusheng to crouch. He obliged, hoisting Imo Wanyan onto his back, and they continued their journey through the forest. Time slipped by unnoticed. Gu Yusheng halted his steps, panting, and said, Miss Imo, there is a cave ahead where we can take refuge for a while. Though it is possible that those two may find us. Imo Wanyan untied a red string from her hair and retrieved a silver bell from her waist pouch. Fastening it in the air, the bell emitted a low, resonant sound that conjured visible runes, which drifted into the surroundings. Imo Wanyan exhaled softly, saying, This should be safe now. By the way, where are your hands? She promptly leaped off Gu Yusheng's back, shooting him a glare. However, noticing Gu Yusheng's unsteady figure, clearly on the verge of exhaustion, she instinctively grasped his arm and, despite the barrier of clothing, hurriedly led him into the cave. This place isn't bad, Gu Yusheng nodded. Drawing out his wooden sword and swiftly unleashing a flurry of sword energy to block the entrance with several ice shards. That should keep the cold out. Turning back, he unstrapped his burden from his shoulder, extracting a garment and draping it over Imo Wanyan's shoulders, which she held close to her chest. He also laid another piece on the ground. Miss Imo, please make do with this. Imo Wanyan nodded, retrieving a piece of bread from her storage pouch, breaking it in half, and silently offering it to Gu Yusheng as she began to munch on her portion without uttering a word. Gu Yusheng brought the other half to his lips, ready to savor its taste, but was met with a sudden sweetness in his throat, and a suppressed blood surged forth, spilling from the corner of his mouth onto the bread. Imo Wanyan turned back, her eyes brimming with concern. Chapter 39. The Innocent Young Man. Unaware of a maiden's intentions, Gu Yusheng sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his breath before slowly opening his eyes. He found Imo Wanyan gazing at him intently. He spoke. I am fine. It was merely the backlash from that person's protective aura. Alas, had my sword been swifter and stronger, I could have struck him down. Imo Wanyan divided her remaining half of bread again, extending it towards Gu Yusheng, saying, Those two are wicked practitioners of the Blood Fiend sect, notorious for their murderous deeds. Though their cultivation is not high, they excel in various stealth techniques, making them difficult to deal with. Your ability to approach him from behind was quite impressive. I thought I was formidable myself. Propping her chin on her hand, she observed Gu Yusheng finish the bread. She then took out a large tiger skin from her storage bag and beckoned him over, saying, This will keep you warm. Gu Yusheng looked at the sizable tiger skin, feeling a pang of envy for Imo Wanyan's storage pouch. The chilling winds outside the cave made him shiver, and he indeed felt a chill creeping in. He shifted closer, wrapping himself in the tiger skin, and they each settled on opposite sides. Under the serene moonlight, their eyes met. Gu Yusheng said, You should sleep first. I will keep watch. Imo Wanyan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, whispering to him, Be honest. What? Gu Yusheng replied, bewildered. Nothing. Imo Wanyan smirked, realizing the youth before her was still in the throes of innocence. She understood a little, but not much more. They had endured a life-and-death experience, weary and fatigued. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the night was silent, the perfect lullaby for sleep. After a time of vigilance, Gu Yusheng too succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. The following morning arrived. Gu Yusheng habitually opened his eyes, finding Miss Imo still peacefully asleep before him. He gently withdrew from the warmth of the tiger skin, carefully moving aside her outstretched arm, and stepped outside the cave. Soon, the sound of sword practice echoed in the air. Imo Wanyan's head emerged from beneath a pile of snow, addressing Gu Yusheng. Practicing swordsmanship now is futile. Gu Yusheng turned around, smiling as he replied, I've grown accustomed to it, Miss Imo. Do you feel any better? Imo Wanyan nodded. Gu Yusheng stowed away his wooden sword and approached her. Retrieving the sect token from his waist, infusing it with a surge of spiritual energy, he attempted to communicate with the sect. The token glimmered with a radiant light, but was abruptly halted by Mo Wanyun's outstretched hand. "Miss Mo, what is the matter?" A spark of intelligence flickered in her eyes as she spoke. "When those two were pursuing us last night, the sect token failed to connect with the elders. Now that they have not found us, the token works perfectly. Who knows if this is a ruse?" At her words, Gu Yusheng immediately grasped the implication. He retracted the token and whispered, "Are you suggesting that there is a traitor within the sect?" Mo Wanyun was somewhat taken aback by his perceptiveness. She had assumed that someone who had long been confined to the peach blossom forest might exhibit some cognitive sluggishness, yet he had seen through the intricacies at once. "Miss Mo, they targeted you. Do you have formidable enemies?" Mo Wanyun shrugged her shoulders and sighed deeply. "I'm not certain. Typically, I've only studied with my grandfather and have not offended anyone. Moreover, not many are aware of my presence at Qingping Mountain. If I had to name someone I might have crossed, it would likely be that ninth prince, Chu Chun. However, judging by the actions of those two last night, it seems he is not behind this." Gu Yusheng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "That ninth prince seems quite invested in you." Mo Wanyun chuckled. "Do you understand what being invested means?" Gu Yusheng nodded. Mo Wanyun scoffed. "It's merely a matter of adult interests and calculations." Gu Yusheng remarked, "What if someone wishes to keep that ninth prince and you at a distance? Could it provoke assassins?" Mo Wanyun fell silent. Indeed, at her age, she could still roam freely, exploring mountains and rivers. But what if 2 or 3 years hence? Certain matters would undoubtedly require consideration, and the figures within the Qianlong dynasty had likely already begun to plot against her. Chu Chun was indeed favored. Mo Wanyun, feeling some agitation, kicked at the icy ground. At that moment, Gu Yusheng spoke up, "If you dislike it, I shall ensure he keeps his distance from you." She chuckled softly, somewhat skeptical of Gu Yusheng's declaration, or perhaps doubting his capability to fulfill such a promise. However, as she continued to gaze into his clear eyes, unwavering and sincere, she retracted her smile and asked again, "Hey, Gu Yusheng, are you serious?" "Absolutely," Gu Yusheng affirmed, raising the wooden sword in his hand. He then turned and resumed his sword practice. Mo Wanyun watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, she seemed to remember something, producing a special piece of yellow paper. Folding it into the shape of 1,000 origami cranes, she blew gently upon the cranes, which fluttered momentarily in the air before descending to the ground. Mo Wanyun rushed to pick it up, attempting several times without success, her face contorted in frustration. If only she had applied herself more diligently. Now she was unable to descend the mountain and could not contact her grandfather. "Hey, Gu Yusheng, do you understand the art of talismans?" Gu Yusheng continued to practice his swordplay, replying without turning his head, "I do not." Mo Wanyun appeared somewhat dejected. After a while, Gu Yusheng approached her and said, "I can learn. Miss Mo, would you be able to teach me?" "Me? I haven't even mastered it myself," Mo Wanyun replied, resting her chin on her hand. The safest course of action at the moment was to contact her grandfather. "This is a paper crane. If I draw runes on it, it can reach my grandfather." Gu Yusheng calmly remarked, "Actually, being here isn't so bad. I just noticed a small stream over there, flowing from the mountain gorge, teeming with fish. We won't starve. We can consider this a form of cultivation. Who would cultivate with you?" Mo Wanyun retorted with slight disdain, placing a hand on her stomach. Her eyes suddenly brightened. "Are there really fish? I'll go catch some and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Should those two manage to climb up, we would be in danger." Mo Wanyun tied the silver bell at the cave entrance, stating, "The barrier of Qingping Mountain weakens only during the new moon. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it is to ascend Qingping Mountain." Gu Yusheng, struck by a thought, hurried to her side and inquired, "Miss Mo, what you just said about higher cultivators finding it harder to ascend Qingping Mountain, is that true?" Mo Wanyun was more interested in the fish Gu Yusheng had brought. Casually responding, "Of course it's true. There are records in the classical texts of the Holy Academy. For centuries, countless people have attempted to visit Qingping Mountain, yet none have succeeded. Now, Gu Yusheng, stop dawdling. How do we eat this fish? I'm rather hungry." "Oh, let's slice it fresh," Gu Yusheng suggested. He gazed up at Qingping Mountain, lost in thought. The words his father had once spoken echoed in his mind. "Climb the mountain. Go see the peak of Qingping Mountain." He had thought it was merely a straightforward ascent. Now, upon reflection, it was clear that it was far more than simple advice. Perhaps, at the summit of Qingping Mountain, there truly lay a different vista, a different world. Chapter 40. A carefully orchestrated scheme. Who is the player? At Qingyun's sect, the demon suppression tower, besieged by countless demons, was finally subdued and sealed by dozens of elders working in unison. These elders appeared pale, clearly having expended considerable spiritual energy to reinforce the seal. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the entire Qingyun sect, and the elders struggled to contain their emotions. The sect leader, Suanzi, surveyed the assembly and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed elders. Please return in the coming days. Ensure that your disciples are restrained from venturing outside the Qingyun sect." "Yes, sect leader." The elders dispersed in small groups, whispering among themselves. With a glance, Suanzi signaled He Hongyan to halt. Once they were in a secluded area, Suanzi inquired, "Sister He, have all the disciples on their trials been summoned back? What is the tally of casualties?" "Most of the disciples have been gathered back, yet many remain in the demon-hunting forest. I have already instructed the sect's disciples to form small teams to search for them." Suanzi has not received any updates regarding the casualties among the newly initiated disciples of Qingyun's sect, but he has a foreboding sense that the losses are substantial, perhaps to a degree that is difficult for He Hongyan to articulate. Before Suanzi could fully process this grim news, He Hongyan glanced around and whispered, "Senior brother, Mr. Mo's granddaughter has yet to return." A contemplative expression crossed Suanzi's face. "Have we informed Mr. Mo?" He Hongyan replied, "Senior brother, Dahua Peak is obstructed by a peculiar surge of righteous energy. Mr. Mo is likely in seclusion, unable to convey messages. However, I have left a note with a sound transmission talisman, and he should receive the message upon awakening." Suanzi's eyelids twitched, his countenance revealing a mix of gravity and reflection. How could such a coincidence occur? The beasts in the demon suppression tower have gone berserk, the sect's orders have become ineffective, and the malevolent cultivators of blood slaughter sect have infiltrated Qingping Mountain. I had intended to request Mr. Mo to reinforce the seal on the demon suppression tower, yet he, too, is in seclusion. Junior sister, do you not find this to be an intricately crafted trap? We lack even the qualification to be mere pawns within it. He Hongyan's eyes reflected the wisdom and composure accumulated over the years. Over the years, the disciples of Qingyun's sect have vanquished demons generation after generation. With very few living to understand their fate, many lineages have nearly been severed. Those who could scheme against Mr. Mo's granddaughter are not individuals we can afford to offend. It is likely that we are merely collateral damage in this unfolding disaster. When the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty sought to join our sect, I opposed it. Yet Lei Jianghong favored his talents. Suanzi appeared to awaken from a daze, but soon whispered, "Junior sister, I understand your concerns. Yet the decline of Qingyun's sect is a stark reality. We must strive to empower ourselves if we wish to continue onward." Such discouraging remarks are best left unsaid. Senior brother, you may not yet be aware, but one of the attendants accompanying this 9th prince is, in fact, a talisman master. He has secretly unraveled the formations inscribed by Elder Ji of Tiangong Peak on the sect's orders, wantonly seizing the hunting points of the disciples undergoing trials, which has led to infighting among fellow sect members. How to address this matter is a decision for you as the sect leader. The immediate priority is to ensure the safety of Mr. Mo's granddaughter. Should anything happen to her, the future of Qingyun's sect will be jeopardized. With a sigh, Suanzi remarked, "I shall personally embark on this journey." Upon saying this, he prepared to fly into the air, weary yet resolute. At that moment, He Hongyan interjected, "Senior brother, I have already asked junior brother Yu from Yunfin to emerge from his seclusion and seek out their whereabouts. Given junior brother Yu's manner of action, he is sure to succeed. Junior brother Yu's cultivation is undoubtedly sufficient. However, he still cannot ascend Qingping Mountain. What if? Rest assured, Wanyan is a clever child. The two of them running towards Qingping Mountain means that the malevolent cultivators of blood slaughter sect shall not be able to follow." Suanzi's expression momentarily faltered. "Two of them?" "Yes, and Gu Yusheng as well," He Hongyan added. Suanzi glanced at He Hongyan's face and murmured, "No wonder junior sister is so concerned." He Hongyan gently waved the dust brush in his hand, gazing upon the lofty peaks of Qingping Mountain, and sighed. "In those years, when you, I, and Gu Bai were still youthful, our venerable teacher imparted wisdom to us, stating that human prejudice is akin to a towering mountain, one even higher than Qingping Mountain. Back then, I did not comprehend. However, after all these years, I have come to grasp it somewhat. Brother, Gu Bai is Gu Bai, and Gu Yusheng is Gu Yusheng. Can he truly be deemed not a disciple of the Qingyun sect in your heart? I have heard that on that fateful night, young Gu Yusheng, armed with a wooden sword, stealthily attacked the sinister cultivator of the blood slaughter sect from behind, while so many were fleeing for their lives. He alone drew his sword. Is that not remarkable? The sword before the demon suppression monument is something he visits whenever he has a moment to spare. Regardless of whether the wind howls or the rain pours, he stands there. Brother, he is not even as tall as that sword. Must he shoulder such burdens? How long do you intend to keep that sword before the demon suppression monument? Suanzi remained silent, his hands tucked within his sleeves as he walked further away. The cloud and water gorge, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded from the heavens. In a shadowy corner, the malevolent cultivators Gao Sha and Song Jing were fixated on the descending waterfall. Beside them lay 5 lifeless disciples of the Qingyun sect. Gao Sha wiped his crescent blade with irritation and exclaimed, "Damn it! What sort of barrier does Qingping Mountain possess? With our cultivation, we cannot ascend, let alone fly. It has been 3 days. Are we to remain here indefinitely? The Qingyun sect's reinforcements are becoming increasingly troublesome. Yet what of it? They merely serve to provide me with sustenance," Song Jing replied, his fingers emanating a sanguine aura as he drew strength from the fallen bodies. With their prowess, they faced the 5 elite disciples of the Qingyun sect without sustaining any injuries. Gao Sha, with a scarred face, bore a chilling gaze. Had these 5 been the same disciples who defended against my flying sword that night, we would have been gravely injured. If not for that individual, we would have nearly succeeded. With a sardonic chuckle, Gao Sha added, "You truly are something. I warned you long ago that one must refine their skills rather than indulge in excess. That wretched serpent wasted so much of your effort and time. A mere youth, unadorned by a crown, could silently appear behind you and pierce your body with a sword. Had his cultivation been slightly higher and his sword sharper, you would have found yourself in dire straits. If you had not been injured, we would have already triumphed." Song Jing's facial muscles twitched as he retorted with a cold smile, "Gao Sha, should we fail this mission, neither of us will meet a pleasant end. We do not have much time to squander here." Gao Sha cleaned the blood from his crescent blade, the gleaming sword reflecting his icy demeanor. "I had anticipated it. The one who is truly anxious is you. Do not rush. Last year, during the battle at Qingping Prefecture, nearly half of the capable individuals from the Qingyun sect perished. Currently, those who survive within the sect are predominantly of lesser caliber, posing minimal threat to us. Although that esteemed scholar possesses remarkable abilities, his lifelong obsession with the teachings of sages renders him rather easy to deal with. He has likely been engrossed in Confucian classics these days, striving to attain the status of a semi-saint. If it were otherwise, any malevolent intent towards his granddaughter would undoubtedly be sensed. Moreover, I have devised a method for ascending the mountain." Song Jing's gaze was profound. "What method? Can you truly break through the mysterious barrier that even the great scholar cannot penetrate? If I possessed such prowess, would I engage in such perilous endeavors? I would have already vanquished the blood evil sect. As for our current predicament, we must find a way to expend our cultivation, thereby lowering our realm. This way, we will not be constrained by the intangible barrier. With our abilities, even at the Yuan-Tai level, we could eliminate our target." Gao Sha grinned wickedly at this juncture. Of course, self-expenditure of cultivation carries immense risk, especially with the elders of the Qingyun sect watching closely. Thus, one of us must retain our strength while the other ascends the mountain alone. Song Jing's eyes glinted with cunning. "So, who will go, you or I?" Chapter 41. In those days of thin blue robes, the unraveling of romantic affections in the forest of Qingping Mountain, a gentle river, cloaked in snow, babbled melodiously. Within the stream, hardy ice fish swam languidly, while the forest bore the seeds of snow pines and winter mushrooms nestled beneath the coniferous cover. Coupled with the various treasures Mo Wanyun had gathered during their time in the woods, Gu Yusheng and Mo Wanyun not only avoided starvation but also indulged in a semblance of domesticity amid their escape from peril. They fashioned a pot from hard stone, crafted bowls from trees, and whittled down snow bamboo into utensils, lightly toasting them over a fire to create a rudimentary set of living tools. With winter now upon them, snowflakes fell like goose feathers from the sky. Together, they hunted down a robust bear, acquiring not only a new carpet and warm covering, but also delectable meat for their feasting. The bear's blood was a nourishing elixir, and after consuming it, Mo Wanyun's cheeks flushed crimson. Standing at the cave's entrance, she called out to Gu Yusheng, who was practicing swordplay in the snow. "Hey, little loach, the water's boiling. Quickly put in the fish." Without turning his head, Gu Yusheng replied, "Miss Mo, I have already prepared the fish. You need only to place them in. I've also found some salt fragments in the rock layers. Please add some after you put in the fish. I still have 100 sword strikes to complete before I join you." Amidst the wind and snow, Gu Yusheng lunged forward with his sword. The surrounding snowflakes remained undisturbed. Yet wherever his wooden sword pierced, the snowflakes shattered into countless pieces. The warm breath he exhaled crystallized into ice upon his brow, and his gaze remained intensely focused, as if the sword were the sole object of his world. After executing 2 more strikes, a surge of sword energy emanated from the tip. Gu Yusheng smiled faintly, while Mo Wanyun, shaking her head in mild exasperation, hurried into the cave, where she found herself crouched before the fire, cooking the fish. Despite her somewhat clumsy hands, she was utterly absorbed in her task. "Let me help," she offered. Gu Yusheng crouched down, while Mo Wanyun lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Her voice as melodious as silver bells. "I was merely teasing you just now. Do not worry, the flavor may be slightly lacking. Although I have never concerned myself much with food since childhood, it does not imply that I have not traversed the world." Upon finishing her sentence, Mo Wanyun stood up and moved to Gu Yusheng's side, using a bamboo stick to tap away the frost and snow clinging to his back. "Do you know, Gu Yusheng? I have witnessed the suffering of those displaced by the demon race, mired in mud, desperately seeking a morsel to sustain their lives, crawling on the ground until they perish from hunger, yet they continue to strive forward. I have seen a mother, cradling a broken bowl, feeding half a bowl of thin soup to her frail daughter. The mother's eyes gleamed with hunger, yet she still uttered the words, 'Mother is not hungry.' It was then that I realized the greatest lie in this world might be encapsulated in that statement of motherhood." Gu Yusheng had initially intended to continue practicing his swordplay, but upon noticing a hint of choking emotion in Mo Wanyun's voice, he turned around and attempted to brush the ice shards off himself. He set down the wooden sword, sat by the fire pit, and gently stirred the fish in the pot with a bamboo stick. The bright flames illuminated his gradually revealing face, and the flickering light danced in his eyes. He pressed down on the bamboo stick, raised his head, and smiled. "Miss Mo, I do not even know what my mother looks like. Sometimes I ponder, my father, being somewhat of a scholar, has amassed countless books, occasionally playing the flute or painting peach blossoms. Yet, he has never painted a single portrait of my mother. Do you think I should blame him?" Mo Wanyun paused for a moment, eventually responding, "I am still quite young and do not fully understand matters of the heart. But my grandfather once said that when one person deeply loves another, the world in their eyes loses all its vibrancy and color, quietly hidden within their hearts. Not something that can be etched or carved with ink. I believe your father might be such a person." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile returned to Gu Yusheng's face. He rubbed his nose, which bore a smudge of ash, and wore a serene smile. "Miss Mo, I actually think the same way. But I fear you might laugh at me." "Why would I laugh at you?" Mo Wanyun replied, picking up a wooden spoon and serving Gu Yusheng a bowl of fresh fish soup. Her gaze fell upon his everyday azure attire, and pointing at the bare skin, she said, "From today onward, I wish to learn needlework. What do you think about making a few garments from this?" "Certainly warm," Gu Yusheng replied, hesitant to meet the brilliance of her gaze for too long, turning his eyes toward the cave entrance. "Miss Mo, in the past 3 days, I believe I have grasped some of the talismans you have taught me. If you could provide me with 2 pieces of paper, I would like to attempt drawing them." Mo Wanyun shot him a sideways glance and said, "It is not that easy. Let us study for a few more days." Gu Yusheng added, "Miss Mo, are you not worried about your grandfather's concern?" Mo Wanyun rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Gu Yusheng, whose face was flushed red from the scalding fish soup. He felt a tinge of embarrassment, but could not bring himself to spit it out in her presence. She found the situation quite amusing, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "If my grandfather were to learn of such a significant event, he would undoubtedly seek me out at the earliest opportunity. Yet, he is not in all these days, likely lost in the world of books, wandering in realms beyond." Unaware of Mo Wanyun's true thoughts, Gu Yusheng simply accepted her words as truth. Curious, he inquired, "Miss Mo, can one cultivate through reading?" "Indeed, in this vast world, with myriad paths akin to dandelion seeds scattered by the wind, each has its own destination. Reading, too, is a form of cultivation. And this particular path is not one that just anyone can traverse. Do not be deceived by my grandfather's youthful appearance. He is actually 120 years old. At the age of 100, he comprehended the words of the sages and ascended through 7 realms in a single day, becoming a revered scholar of his time. Wielding his pen as a sword, quite formidable indeed." Gu Yusheng counted on his fingers, but found he lacked enough digits to reach 7. He noticed Mo Wanyun's delicate hands and, almost instinctively, tapped her thumb and index finger lightly, exclaiming, "Then your grandfather must be akin to the legendary nascent soul cultivators." Mo Wanyun raised her chin with a touch of pride. Gu Yusheng, as if uncovering a new continent, murmured, "Your grandfather is quite impressive. And your father must be of considerable age as well? Miss Mo, could it be that you were once an elderly matron who mastered the art of eternal youth, thereby transforming into your current youthful visage? How dare you?" Mo Wanyun was perplexed by Gu Yusheng's bizarre line of thought, and playfully flicked his forehead with the very finger that had just touched her. "What are you thinking all day? Counting on someone else's fingers, and yet you seem to have a clear notion of lineage. I wonder who you will marry in the future. It truly worries me." Gu Yusheng studied Mo Wanyun intently before softly declaring, I have no intention of seeking another maiden. I may never do so in this lifetime. Mo Wanyun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was about to probe further when Gu Yusheng suddenly sprang to his feet. Sweeping his sleeve to extinguish the fire pit, he positioned himself in front of her, shielding her behind him. Miss Mo, you should leave first. We may be facing trouble. Before Mo Wanyun could respond, a figure appeared at the cave's entrance. The shadow crept into the cave, revealing a scarred man who stood menacingly silent, his curved sword glinting with a chilling sharpness. This is indeed a grave predicament. Gao Sha's gaze fell upon the hidden Mo Wanyun, a smile creeping onto his lips before he redirected his attention to the upright youth before him. Noticing the wooden sword in Gu Yusheng's grasp, he laughed heartily. Little one, that wooden sword may give you courage, but it is futile. The disparity in our strengths is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. That sword cannot protect you, nor can it safeguard others. Gu Yusheng gritted his teeth and replied, I wish to give it a try. Chapter 42, with a sword. I strike down injustice. Gu Yusheng tightened his grip on the wooden sword and glanced back at Mo Wanyun, who was gazing at him with her keen eyes. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yusheng felt as though the sword in his hand had gained newfound strength. Despite having exchanged countless words, he sensed an overwhelming desire to articulate thoughts, yet unspoken. The unfulfilled convictions within his heart compelled him to take a step forward. He had yet to avenge those who had dishonored his father. He had yet to draw the sword before the demon-suppressing monument. He had yet to ascend Qingping Mountain to behold its beauty. Moreover, Mo Wanyun was the only one in the sect who had witnessed the blooming peach blossoms with him. That alone was enough. The weight of his purpose in wielding the sword felt immense. The wooden sword in Gu Yusheng's grasp emitted a resonating tremor. Gao Sha, with a scornful sneer, focused his gaze. He instinctively grasped his crescent blade, sensing an imminent threat. He aimed to strike first. Yet, Gu Yusheng's sword was swifter. So swift that he merely caught a glimpse of a flickering sword light that illuminated the entire cavern in an instant. At that moment, it seemed as if Gao Sha had lost all the colors of the world. His body was blasted away by a piercing sword energy, crashing through several snow pines before barely regaining his balance. The blade in his hand wailed in sorrow. His complexion paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Gao Sha's face was one of disbelief as he scanned Gu Yusheng with his divine sense. The opening veins realm. There could be no mistake. Even though he had sealed his own cultivation, he was still a practitioner of the bone-tempering realm. While his level had diminished, his combat experience remained intact. Yet, the outcome had nearly led to his demise in a single stroke. At the mouth of the cave, Gu Yusheng raised his wooden sword once more, focusing intently as he infused all the elemental energy of heaven and earth into it. Mo Wanyun stepped forth, drawing a 3-foot azure blade, glancing at Gu Yusheng and whispering, he must be employing some method to suppress his realm. Gu Yusheng nodded, then thrust his sword forward. Mo Wanyun, with a graceful motion, executed a series of cloud and water sword techniques, conjuring a flurry of snowflakes. The two advanced in unison, both taking the initiative to attack. Gao Sha grinned menacingly. Having discerned that Gu Yusheng's sword strike was, once again, devoid of any variations in technique. I have been underestimated. He trembled his sword. And before the sword energy even reached him, Gu Yusheng felt an overwhelming oppressive force bearing down upon him. What a sharp sword intent. Gu Yusheng's heart quivered. He understood the peril of his opponent's strike, yet he did not consider retreating. Ultimately, his swordsmanship was still in a phase of self-exploration. He had grasped the essence of sword intent, yet was still uncertain of the form it would take. The two swords collided in midair. The tumultuous sword energy dissipated, sending a cascade of snowflakes swirling through the air, obscuring Gu Yusheng's vision. He felt the sword energy suddenly wail. An invisible force not only shattering his own sword energy and intent, but seemingly penetrating the depths of his confusion. The residual might of that strike bore down upon Gu Yusheng like a relentless tide, threatening to overwhelm him in a moment of crisis. Mo Wanyun executed the cloud water sword technique, employing the technique twilight clouds and evening rain to withstand the residual force of that strike. Nevertheless, Gu Yusheng was still propelled backward by the shockwave, retreating several meters alongside Mo Wanyun. Casting a glance at Gu Yusheng, whose expression was clouded with confusion, Mo Wanyun remained silent, gripping her 3-foot azure blade. With her left hand, she formed a seal, infusing runes into the blade, and through the brilliance of the runes, she matched her opponent, Gao Sha, in a fierce contest. However, Gu Yusheng understood that this balance was merely temporary. Observing Mo Wanyun gracefully navigating the snowy forest, at times perilously so, he once more focused on the wooden sword in his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his lips together and admonished himself. Gu Yusheng, what are you hesitating for? Is your fixation on the sword's momentum hindering your mastery over the sword within your heart? If so, then all of this is but empty talk, a complete farce. Ambitions of youth and claims of being the finest in the world will be buried in these snowy mountains and dense forests. The biting wind struck his face, and Gao Sha's sword energy carved a crimson line upon his cheek. Gu Yusheng stepped forward once more, raising his gaze to Qingping Mountain. Its lofty peaks shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring the eyes of the world. He lifted the wooden sword, seemingly insignificant in his hand, yet his eyes shone ever brighter. From the very beginning, he understood that this sword was not merely for facing the myriad demons of the world, nor for confronting the cold disdain of humanity. If he could wield the sword to part the heavens, then he could certainly clear the clouds and reveal the sun. Over the years, he had often heard his father speak of the sword upon his back as a guardian sword. But in the end, who had it truly protected? Aside from his own life, had anyone in this world ever regarded him with genuine eyes? Gu Yusheng harbored beliefs he wished to safeguard and individuals he longed to protect. Yet, he felt that it should not be mere guardianship, but rather a sword drawn without regret. This sword could bring peace to the world, and he yearned to witness the vastness of existence, to eradicate the impurities that plagued it. This was the sword path he sought, the essence of swordsmanship, sword energy, sword momentum, sword intent. He cast aside, leaving them behind. Misamo stepped back. With a decisive stride forward, Gu Yusheng's form flickered several meters ahead, his movements accelerating. Still, it was an unremarkable sword stroke. Yet, Gu Yusheng was no longer merely thrusting. He was cleaving. For the first time, he understood the true essence of the slash. Gao Sha noticed the rapidly advancing Gu Yusheng. His initial target had always been Mo Wanyan, showing little regard for Gu Yusheng. Now, seeing the slender form wielding a wooden sword above his head, as if to topple mountains and seas, he instinctively felt the urge to laugh. He was also a swordsman. Having comprehended the essence of the slaying sword, and in the realm of swordsmanship, he held a significant advantage over Gu Yusheng. Even with his cultivation suppressed, he still towered over Gu Yusheng in terms of rank. Yet now, he found himself unable to fathom the mysteries of Gu Yusheng's sword. He could not afford to falter now. The scar on Gao Sha's face glimmered faintly with a hint of crimson, while the bones within him creaked ominously. Retaining the strength of the bone-refining realm, he possessed the formidable power of a dragon and elephant. Infusing his immense strength into the broad sword in his hand, he felt that such a display was somewhat excessive. However, failure in this mission was not an option. The youth before him had to perish, as death beneath his blade would bestow a semblance of glory upon the boy's life. Gao Sha, much like Gu Yusheng, wielded his sword with deadly intent, targeting the bothersome little brat who was Gu Yusheng. In contrast, Gu Yusheng aimed to sever everything he had wagered his fate upon. The moment the sword descended, Gu Yusheng sensed all his strength being siphoned away by the wooden sword. Even the vital energy concealed within the 3 meridians he had opened was stripped bare. He felt utterly empty. Yet, his mind was astonishingly clear, allowing him to perceive the form of the strike he unleashed. Gao Sha's sword shadow dissipated amidst the interplay of light and shadow, soon followed by his body being engulfed, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. With only the tempered copper bones remaining unscathed, terror filled his eyes. At the last moment, he sought to unravel the suppressed realm within him, but it was too late. The spiritual energy within his Danshan was ensnared by the sword's aura, igniting with ferocity, as if a torch had been cast into a cauldron of oil. The raging energy consuming his copper bones, sending them soaring as the sword's force reverberated violently. With a hiss, Gu Yusheng's strike had not yet reached its conclusion. The tumultuous sword shadow pierced through dozens of meters of forest, cleaving a massive chunk from the ice column of the waterfall suspended above the mountains. Thunderous crashes echoed as the falling ice triggered an avalanche, causing the ground to tremble violently. The entire forest was blanketed in a cascade of white snowflakes. Mo Wanyan observed the dazed Gu Yusheng and, seizing his hand, hurried toward the cave. Time slipped away, and only after an indeterminate period did the cacophony of the outside world subside into silence. The cave was dim and devoid of light. Mo Wanyan retrieved a luminous gemstone. Holding it in her hand, casting a glance at Gu Yusheng, whose bright, luminous eyes were fixed upon her. The sound of their breathing and heartbeats resonated distinctly in the stillness. After a considerable pause, Gu Yusheng weakly inquired, "Are we alive?" Mo Wanyan nodded. "How could we not be? Your sword astonished me." Gu Yusheng slumped to the ground. "Miss Mo, I lack the strength to even move a finger." Mo Wanyan retorted, "Really have no strength? Yet you grip my thigh so tightly." Gu Yusheng released his grip, collapsing onto the tiger skin. I was nervous. Mo Wanyan reached into her pocket to retrieve a bell, exploring the cave, and remarked, "There's a gap at the back of the cave through which the wind seeps. We won't perish just yet, but we are still trapped, aren't we?" Mo Wanyan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she gazed at Gu Yusheng. "Isn't that a good thing?" "Good?" Gu Yusheng appeared bewildered. Mo Wanyan pouted, initially intending to make a teasing remark about his lack of romantic understanding, but seeing Gu Yusheng in this state of survival, lying down as if it were the greatest fortune, she swallowed her words. "Gu Yusheng, you are so dull." As I entered the Qingyun sect, each step felt laborious. And lacking companionship, I had little understanding of what it meant to experience joy. Gu Yusheng lay languidly, gasping for breath, as if cherishing each inhalation. "Miss Mo, how delightful it is to be alive. Just a moment ago, I thought I was on the brink of death." Mo Wanyan remained silent, her brows furrowed in concern. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. He struggled to rise and discovered that Mo Wanyan's white garments were stained with blood, marked by several sword wounds, which she bore in silence. With a rip, Gu Yusheng tore his own clothing to fashion a bandage, quietly tending to the wounds on her arm while casting a furtive glance ahead. Sensing his gaze, Mo Wanyan turned back, gently rapping his head, urging him to avert his eyes. "Leave the rest to me." "Oh," Gu Yusheng said, retrieving a luminous stone and placing it before Mo Wanyan's face. Just as she was loosening her garments, the sudden illumination caused her cheeks to flush, her eyes widening as she stared at him. "What are you doing?" "I'm just providing some light. It's too dim to see," he replied. Mo Wanyan, irritated, retorted, "Do you feed yourself through your nose while eating? Turn around." Gu Yusheng, feeling somewhat sheepish, responded, "I can't see anything. Why the urgency? Who is in a hurry?" Mo Wanyan shifted uneasily, still unconvinced, and decided to hide the illuminated stone away. In the darkness, only the rustling of her movements could be heard. Gu Yusheng, intrigued, pondered anxiously. Could it be that Miss Mo is gravely injured and fears that I might worry upon seeing her wounds? Resolving to suppress his fatigue, he said, "Miss Mo, I have some wine. Although it is a poor brew made from mountain water and fruit, a sip or two may alleviate your pain." "I will not drink with you alone." Mo Wanyan declined his offer, aware of the propriety despite her youth, understanding the necessity of refusal. She produced a piece of talisman paper and handed it to Gu Yusheng. "Once you recover, see if you can draw a transmission talisman. I do not wish to linger in this place." After drinking a couple of sips of the inferior wine, Gu Yusheng gradually regained a semblance of vitality. He took the talisman, using his finger as a brush, successfully inscribing it before presenting it to Mo Wanyan. "Miss Mo, do give it a try." Mo Wanyan held the talisman beneath the glowing stone, scrutinizing it intently. "I will give it a go." With a flick of her fingers, the talisman emitted a green radiance, transforming into a paper kite that soared through the crevice of the cave. Chapter 43. The Final Blow. Only when you are dead can I sleep soundly above the Yunshui stream. A thunderous sound suddenly echoed from the Nine Heavens waterfall. Concealed in the shadows, Zhang Jing's pupils dilated as he soared into the air. Once he reached a safe distance, he gazed at the towering peak, his brow furrowed in a sinister expression. What is that Haisha fellow up to? Such commotion will undoubtedly lead to trouble. Zhang Jing's eyes flickered with cunning. During a choice to suppress realms in the mountains against Haisha, he had employed some underhanded tactics to best him. However, in doing so, he had inadvertently relinquished the lion's share of the credit for this mission to Haisha. Yet, Zhang Jing was known for his treachery. The man who had personally slain the granddaughter of a revered scholar would surely face relentless retribution. As the granddaughter of a great sage, one could hardly doubt that she possessed several life-saving trump cards, allowing her to venture forth alone for trials. Observing the cascading avalanche from the mountain, Zhang Jing felt an unsettling premonition. A sense of retreat began to take root in his heart. It was perilous to remain here. Just as he turned to depart, his pupils suddenly constricted sharply. Not far away, a gaunt elder wielding a sword had appeared unbeknownst to him. Gazing at him with a calm demeanor, Zhang Jing merely cast a glance at the stranger and immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. How could there be such a formidable expert within the Qingyun sect, though the individual was likely at the harmonization realm? The oppressive aura emanating from the sword upon his back was overwhelmingly potent. A sword cultivator, this was a pure sword practitioner, far more formidable than Gao Sha. Zhang Jing had already formed a judgment. Concealed within his sleeves, his hands discreetly began to form seals, preparing to unleash a secret technique to escape. At that moment, Yu Qingshan spoke leisurely. "You may flee, but I shall only draw my sword once." Zhang Jing was taken aback, exclaiming in shock. "You are Yu Qingshan of the Qingyun sect, known for your one-character sword technique. You did not perish?" The wind brushed across Yu Qingshan's face as he replied nonchalantly. That is hardly surprising. It seems that during the sword trial in Xianhu Prefecture, your bloodslaughter sect had already plotted against the Qingyun sect. In light of this, you are even more deserving of death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing clasped his fists and stated, I am unclear about what you speak. I am no longer affiliated with the bloodslaughter sect. I am merely passing through. Yu Qingshan disregarded the explanation, slowly raising his hand to touch the hilt of his sword. Zhang Jing's gaze flickered, and suddenly, from his clasped hands, a torrent of sanguine energy surged forth, enveloping the area for miles around. Not only that, but he had long since laid down intricate barriers and formations at his location. Waves of blood light transformed into countless skeletal warriors wielding blades, exuding a chilling aura mingled with the stench of decay, charging towards Yu Qingshan. Zhang Jing then swiftly lowered his body, the ground erupting with blood-colored mud as he burrowed into the earth. At that moment, Yu Qingshan's sword was unsheathed. With a thrust of his weapon, the myriad of skeletal soldiers, formed from the gathered blood essence, disintegrated into nothingness. The crimson mist was dispersed by the sword's energy, becoming clear as a terrifying sword aura rained down from the heavens like a torrential downpour of blades, striking the ground. From the blood-soaked earth, a pool of crimson seeped forth, accompanied by Zhang Jing's anguished cries. Yu Qingshan sheathed his sword, gazing at the mountains reshaped by the avalanche, furrowing his brow. After a considerable pause, he murmured, Junior brother Gu, with all your abilities, why do you not pass them on to your son? If he were to perish, would you not feel regret? Or do you believe that the bonds forged over a few cups of wine in years past can surpass the ties of brotherhood? Alas, this journey must be undertaken. Having spoken, Yu Qingshan proceeded to stab himself beneath the rib with his finger as if it were a sword. His aura rapidly waned, plummeting 2 major realms as he ascended Qingping Mountain, sword in tow. Yet, before he could reach the hiding place of Gu Yusheng and Mo Wanyan, a divine and resplendent aura descended from the heavens above the Qingyun sect, manifesting as a tome of a sage. This book, akin to myriad profound characters, stretched across the sky, tearing open a rift that descended upon the mountainside of Qingping. After a brief moment, it was indeed Mo Fancheng who arrived, striding forth with his hands clasped behind him, his garments billowing gracefully. With a mere lift of his hand, the ancient ice and snow, which had long shaped the mountains, melted away as if scorched by the blazing sun. Who dares to conspire against the granddaughter of Mo Fancheng stands in opposition to the entire Sacred Academy. Mo Fancheng, a man of erudition and grace, now spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder, dark clouds gathering ominously overhead, lightning flashing and thunder crashing, causing the entire Qingping mountain to tremble. Senior, Yu Qingshan dared not advance further, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, at that moment, amidst the sacred light, the figure of Mo Wanyan emerged, alighting upon a paper kite, soaring into the air, illuminated by the radiant glow, swiftly making her way towards Qingyun Gate, a fleeting presence. Yu Qingshan sighed with slight relief, yet a hint of melancholy soon clouded his eyes. He stood rooted to the spot, murmuring, Is she gone? Yu Qingshan turned away in a state of despondence. Just as he took a few steps, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Elder Yu. It was the voice of Gu Yusheng. Yu Qingshan halted and turned to regard the youth he had guided for half a day at the training ground 6 months prior. You've grown quite a bit in these months. What of the other adversary? Deceased, Gu Yusheng replied calmly, his gaze shifting toward the cold valley, his expression darkening as he walked silently toward it. In just a few days, the grave had become one with the mountains, resembling a frozen sculpture. Yu Qingshan remained where he was until Gu Yusheng had paid his respects and approached him. You are a disciple from the guard tower of Lingxiao Peak, are you not? Gu Yusheng affirmed earnestly, His name is Feng Jin, my senior brother. He held off the enemy's 5 strikes. A remarkable individual, Yu Qingshan, typically reserved, did not hesitate to offer praise. He glanced at the youth trailing behind, intrigued. Has Master Lu taught you swordsmanship? Gu Yusheng shook his head. Yu Qingshan's curiosity about the youth deepened. Why not learn? Master Lu's swordsmanship surpasses mine. I refrained from teaching you, hoping someone would guide you instead. What a pity. Gu Yusheng remained silent, not feeling the loss in his heart. However, he could not openly contradict Yu Qingshan, who had bestowed upon him half a day's guidance. Never mind. Living is a great blessing in itself. The trials have concluded. Upon returning to the sect, you must cherish your life. Remember, once a person passes, they are left with either a cold grave or a solitary sword. Upon concluding his words, Yu Qingshan departed without further ado, ascending on his sword and drifting away. Gu Yusheng descended the mountain alone, eventually halting before a patch of blood-stained red mud. Suddenly, He drew forth the wooden sword at his waist and thrust it fiercely into the red mud. Bubbles began to rise from the red earth. After a brief moment, the mud gradually transformed into a corporeal form, revealing the furious visage of Zhang Jing, who glared at Gu Yusheng with wrath, cackling ominously. "Boy, how did you know I was not dead?" Gu Yusheng offered no reply. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his figure morphing into a dragon of azure, piercing through Zhang Jing's form and coming to a halt behind him. Gu Yusheng then withdrew his wooden sword and spoke. "I have witnessed your cunning. Thus I wish to ascertain whether you would prefer to perish at the hands of others or succumb beneath my sword. I find I can rest easier with the latter." Puff! Zhang Jing, who was already clinging to life by a thread, widened his eyes and glanced down at the blade before him, exclaiming in astonishment. "Gao Sha died by your hand." Gu Yusheng turned back, cautiously approaching Zhang Jing step by step, and inquired, "Tell me, who sent you to assassinate Miss Mo?" "Miss Mo?" Upon hearing Gu Yusheng's words, Zhang Jing's body suddenly convulsed violently, and he threw his head back, laughing heartily. "With that wooden sword in your hand, do you think you can protect someone who is already in the heavens? Is that even possible?" Swoosh! Gu Yusheng's wooden sword once again plunged forcefully into Zhang Jing's abdomen, pressing hard against him. Gu Yusheng's expression remained remarkably tranquil. Zhang Jing's eyes widened once more. He had thought there might still be a sliver of escape, but he had not anticipated that the youth before him possessed a level of cunning far surpassing that of his peers, with a timing in his strikes that was merciless. "I underestimated you. It turns out you were the one who killed those 3 Qingyun sect disciples at Qingsong Ridge." Zhang Jing grinned menacingly, suddenly extending his withered hand to grasp the hilt of Gu Yusheng's sword, transforming his body into wisps of blood energy, attempting to flee. However, Gu Yusheng merely smiled mysteriously, his voice resonating amidst the blood energy. "Do you know of the fearsome 1,000-year-old peach demon dwelling in Qingsong Mountain?" Zhang Jing was perplexed by his words, but in the next instant, the blood energy he had dispersed using secret techniques seemed to be consumed by an inexplicable force. In an instant, his vitality began to drain rapidly, as if a mysterious power was seizing it. In his horrified gaze, he vaguely saw the wooden sword in the youth's hand greedily absorbing his remaining life force. "Qingping Peach Demon," Zhang Jing whispered, his breath finally fading, leaving only his garments on the ground and a ring emitting a faint glow. Gu Yusheng lowered his head, picked up the ring, exhaled softly, and held it in the palm of his hand, murmuring to himself, "This is what I am owed." Chapter 44. In the harsh winter. Gu Yusheng begins to understand emotions. The trials had to be interrupted due to the infiltration of rebellious members from the blood-killing sect. Initially, the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect had opened this trial prematurely to help new disciples acclimatize to the harsh realities of the world. However, they did not anticipate that this endeavor would result in the deaths of over 100 new disciples. As a consequence, a shadow fell over the entire Qingyun sect. In the depths of winter, the Qingyun sect announced it would close its doors for 2 years to other sects in Qingping Prefecture, prohibiting its new disciples from venturing beyond the mountain gates. Nonetheless, on this day, a paper kite soared from Qingsong Mountain toward the far-off Holy Academy's Book Mountain. The 36 disciples of the Holy Academy emerged from their gates, nearly annihilating the entire blood-killing sect. This act not only shocked many cultivators from the nearby small nation of Kanglin, but also sent ripples of astonishment throughout the vast realm of the Xuanyun dynasty, prompting the dispatch of officials to the Qingyun sect to pay their respects and deliver abundant cultivation resources. From that moment on, the cultivators within the Qingyun sect realized that the so-called 9th prince of the Xuanyun dynasty, in the presence of Mo Wanyun, was merely an existence to be gazed upon from afar. Having returned from his trials, Gu Yusheng remained as unperturbed as ever. The changes within the Qingyun sect seemed to bear no relevance to him. Certainly, the event of his rescuing Mo Wanyun at Yunshui Gorge had garnered him some attention from the elders of the sect. However, the disciples within the sect held no change of heart due to Gu Yusheng's courageous deeds. Rather, envy festered among many, who deemed him merely fortunate. After all, he had spent several days in seclusion with the esteemed Mo Wanyun amidst the verdant peaks of Qingping Mountain, an opportunity that countless would covet. Nonetheless, in deference to Mo Wanyun's reputation, the sect had strictly forbidden its disciples from discussing the matter. As for those who had survived their trials, they were rewarded with a sum of cultivation resources, while the promised points for demon hunting remained unresolved. On this particular day, Gu Yusheng found solace in a secluded cottage within a peach blossom grove, indulging in the art of winemaking. He endeavored to erase the personal imprint from the storage ring of the nefarious Zhaojing, perhaps aided by the foundational talismanic knowledge imparted by Mo Wanyun. To his surprise, He easily removed the lingering mark from the ring. As a wisp of his consciousness infiltrated the ring, its contents spilled forth with a clatter. The first sight to catch his eye was a plethora of gold ingots and an array of jewels, their worth considerable. Although Gu Yusheng found himself in need of funds, he exhibited little emotional response to the treasure before him. Beyond the gold and jewels, the remaining items consisted of various poisons and materials, many of which he did not recognize, yet all were meticulously housed in boxes, presumably valuable for exchange. In truth, what Gu Yusheng yearned for most was to obtain some cultivation manuals from Zhaojing. After a thorough search, he discovered only a manual for the condensation realm and another for beast mastery. The latter bore similarities to the spirit contracting tome he had already acquired, albeit with additional methods to unlock the potential of spiritual pets, methods that required substantial resources that Gu Yusheng, in his current predicament, could scarcely afford to allocate, let alone nurture a spiritual companion. However, as he perused the manual for the condensation realm, titled Blood Refinement Incantation, he was met with unexpected intrigue. This tome from the Blood Fiend sect detailed a secret technique capable of rapidly elevating one's realm by forging a bond with the formidable bloodlines of spiritual pets. One could harness their lineage to strengthen one's own capabilities. This method not only fortified one's bloodline, but also granted access to the ancient memories embedded within the pet's lineage. Though the technique seemed somewhat sinister, Gu Yusheng had initially entered into a pact with the snow ape out of a sense of affinity, primarily intending for it to assist in fruit gathering for his winemaking pursuits, without ulterior motives. Yet, he recognized that should the snow ape grow stronger, it could serve as a means of self-preservation in critical moments. Initially indifferent, Gu Yusheng suddenly pondered the implications of this malevolent technique. While he could choose not to pursue it, what if one day he encountered formidable creatures such as the Qiu Long or Jiao Long? Might he then have the opportunity to learn the ancient legacy of the dragon clan? After all, he currently cultivated the true dragon transformation in the Meridian opening realm, with his movement technique being the Azure Dragon art. Since discovering the lofty heights of Qingping Mountain, Gu Yusheng has faintly sensed that his father's decision not to instruct him in cultivation must have held profound significance. Furthermore, the mysterious dragon script inscribed on the tortoise shell fragment undoubtedly possesses a remarkable history. After meticulously counting his spoils, Gu Yusheng felt a sense of contentment. At least for the next 2 to 3 years, he need not worry about resources for cultivation. Moreover, the storage ring from Cangjing boasts a considerable space. If exchanged at the Qingyun Sect's transaction hall, it would yield at least 1,000 sect contribution points. No longer would he need to burden himself with a heavy pack while traveling. Regrettably, it was the other person's storage ring that eluded him. Gu Yusheng felt a twinge of disappointment, and at that moment, he suddenly comprehended why so many disciples had resorted to pillaging their fellow sect members during this sect trial. Once one savors the sweetness of success, it becomes an insatiable pursuit. Although this trial would conclude in a month, it had proven to be quite fruitful for him, particularly in terms of combat experience. Glancing at the wooden sword at his waist, Gu Yusheng noted that after absorbing the blood essence from Cangjing, the cracks on the sword had completely vanished. This realization stirred a sense of unease within him. The Millennium Peach Demon, which had lurked within the Qingyun sect, had stealthily hunted numerous beast and disciple alike. Might it have been injured and quietly gathering strength to restore its power? If that were the case, this Peachwood sword, having been severed from the demon, would surely implicate him, giving it the opportunity to act against him with reckless abandon. A peach demon with awakened intelligence would undoubtedly seek an opportune moment to strike. He must, without fail, open the remaining 3 meridians before spring arrives. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself, filling his spiritual gourd with wine, preparing to cultivate in the cold cave within the gorge. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching outside the small courtyard. Upon stepping out, he found a woman in her 20s standing at the entrance, a disciple of Luoking Peak, named Xiao Muking. Gu Yusheng had witnessed her engage in combat with Gao Sha at Yunshui Gorge, though she had been defeated in a matter of exchanges. Her ability to fly indicated she was at least an elite disciple within the sect. Junior Brother Gu, greetings. I am Xiao Muking from Luoking Peak, a disciple from the previous generation. You may call me Senior Sister Xiao, she introduced herself. Senior Sister Xiao, Gu Yusheng replied with a respectful gesture. Noticing that Gu Yusheng had not invited her into the courtyard, Xiao Muking was undeterred. Clearly intrigued by him, she scrutinized him for a moment before speaking again. Junior Brother Gu, I have come to deliver resources for cultivation from the sect. Won't you invite me in for a moment? I heard that Junior Sister Imo often visits this peach blossom grove. I imagine you two share a bond, given your similar ages. Senior Sister, please come in. Gu Yusheng promptly invited her. Once inside the courtyard, Xiao Muking took a careful look around before handing Gu Yusheng a wooden storage ring. Within this ring are 3 sets of garments issued by the sect, several medicinal pills for cultivation, and a few manuals summarizing the insights of our esteemed ancestors. There are also some gold and silver coins, which you can use to purchase daily necessities at the sect's transaction hall. Additionally, junior brother, you must return the sect's decree to me, as the elders require it for revision. After Xiao Muking spoke, seemingly concerned that Gu Yusheng might doubt her, she took out her sect token for him to see. Gu Yusheng promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Sister, I naturally trust you, especially after your righteous intervention that night at Yunshui Gorge." He then handed his own sect token to Xiao Muking. She accepted it, and, casting a glance at Gu Yusheng, smiled mysteriously before saying, "No wonder so many in the sect. Sister Imo only enjoys playing with you, for you possess a heart of righteousness and are valiant with your sword. As for me, I merely act on the orders of my master. Alas, my talent is mediocre, unlike Sister Imo, who is as clever as she is beautiful." At this point, Xiao Muking retrieved a bundle and placed it on the table, gently patting it. "This is a gift from Miss Imo for you. I was tasked with delivering it." "Thank you, sister," Gu Yusheng replied. Xiao Muking nodded, refraining from further conversation. However, as she reached the door, she turned back to Gu Yusheng and said, "When the peach blossoms bloom next year, please bring me a flask of wine. I wish to honor Brother Fong. He was often taciturn but had a fondness for drinking." Gu Yusheng perceived a hint of sorrow hidden in Xiao Muking's eyes, and he vaguely understood. He turned and dashed into the side room, retrieving a jar of wine, which he handed to Xiao Muking, bowing once more as he said, "Sister, this is the peach blossom wine I brewed this spring. I present you with a jar." Xiao Muking numbly accepted the wine, lost in thought for a long while before finally saying to Gu Yusheng, "You must practice diligently, for a girl like Sister Imo will soon become a graceful beauty in a few years." "Indeed," Gu Yusheng replied earnestly, committing her words to memory. He gazed at Xiao Muking's forlorn figure, standing silently in the courtyard. In that moment, he felt a nascent understanding of love and longing. Perhaps it was the yearning and reluctance of a widow. Gu Yusheng chose not to inspect the resources distributed by the sect, but gently opened the bundle, revealing a fur coat. In the depths of winter, wearing such a coat would surely provide warmth. He donned the coat, grasped a wooden sword, and embarked on his arduous journey of cultivation. Chapter 45. Gu Yusheng surprised by the sect leader. Mastering the 12th stage of the Meridian opening realm at the summit of the Heavenly Craft Peak, within a rune chamber where sect tokens were crafted, a gaunt elder focused intently on modifying the intricate runes inscribed on the sect tokens. On the shelves hung the tokens submitted by newly admitted disciples, most of which had already been registered and amended. Outside the chamber, several elite disciples stood guard, ensuring no one entered without permission. Through a side door, a blue light shimmered as the sect leader, Xian Yizi, dressed in azure robes, entered with his hands clasped behind his back. The rune master, still holding the blade, merely nodded in acknowledgement and continued his meticulous work. Xian Yizi, eschewing any airs of authority, casually picked up a sect token and scrutinized it, saying, "Thank you for your hard work these days, brother one. Sister Xiao, as the sect leader, it is you who should be thanked. My old face would truly fall to the ground if I took credit for this. Ultimately, the source of this error lies with me, and I must find a way to make amends." Wenzong's eyes appeared somewhat clouded, likely a result of his relentless engraving of inscriptions. His gaze was marred by bloodshot veins, and fatigue etched upon his visage. He handed over the sect token in his possession to Suanjizi, which belonged to Lu Zhan's son. Suanjizi accepted it effortlessly, infusing a thread of spiritual energy into it. A subtle furrow appeared on his previously serene brow, revealing no discernible emotion, as he remarked blandly, "Elder Lu's son possesses remarkable abilities." Wenzong cast a deep glance at Suanjizi, unfastened another sect token from his waist, and, stroking his beard, said, "Let us see what this 9th prince has to offer. It is indeed quite intriguing." "Is that so?" Suanjizi inquired, gripping the sect token in his hand. Upon channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it, a multitude of vibrant runes began to undulate forth, their colors a chaotic blend, revealing that the points amassed from hunting demons reached an astonishing total of several thousand. In terms of sect contribution value, it amounted to thousands of points, a sum that even as the leader of a sect, he could not hope to accumulate in a year's offerings. Gazing at such an abundance of contribution points, Suanjizi's expression remained increasingly placid. He murmured contemplatively, "King Yun's sect has indeed secured a notable patron. However, given that the Xianyuan dynasty recently paid their respects, it may not be prudent for us to remove the offering table immediately." Wenzong glanced at Xiao Rang, who offered no input, before shifting the subject, stating, "Doesn't junior brother care about others?" Suanjizi responded with surprise, "Does senior brother comprehend my intentions?" The elder unfastened another sect token from his waist, presenting it to Suanjizi, and said, "You ought not to focus solely on those at the pinnacle. Those disciples who dwell at the bottom deserve your attention as well. This token belongs to the child residing in the peach blossom forest. I have verified that his sect token remains unaltered. Take a look, but do not be alarmed." Suanjizi smirked, "Senior brother, you possess a sense of humor." He infused spiritual energy into the sect token, and to his astonishment, the token belonging to Gu Yusheng emanated a radiant purple glow, as the accumulated demon-hunting souls coalesced into pure primordial energy. Suanjizi's pupils constricted as he swiftly summoned a spirit treasure designed to capture demon beast souls, gathering the essences from the sect token. This time, even the elder Wenzong, who had engraved the runes, blinked in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this the soul of a fourth-tier demon beast? Has this lad slain such a formidable creature?" Suanjizi trembled slightly, and after a moment, he spoke. "It is said that a certain traitor of the Bloodslaughter sect once kept a chi dragon-crowned snake, which in its prime could devour even cultivators at the soul condensation stage in one bite. This individual expended tremendous effort to nurture that beast, and judging by this demon beast soul, it appears to be in a weakened state, having been hunted and sealed within this sect token. This lad may not even realize that his serpent has amassed a staggering 10,000 contribution points. Indeed, even without this demon beast soul, the points he has accrued from hunting demons are not lesser than those of the ninth prince. Junior brother, do you comprehend the implications of this?" Suanjizi's expression turned contemplative. "Senior brother, let us keep this matter confidential for the time being." Wenzong narrowed his eyes. "Do you intend to usurp the achievements of the junior? Or is it because he is Gu Bai's son that you wish to treat him with special regard?" The enigmatic figure of Xianjitsi refrained from elaboration. Meticulously placing Gu Yusheng's sect token upon the shelf, his hands folded neatly within his sleeves, he shifted the conversation, addressing Wen Shixing. "On the day the demon suppression tower was sealed, prior to my arrival, aside from Lu Zhan, were there any other elders who reached there ahead of time? This matter requires thorough investigation, junior brother. Are you suggesting that the chaos within the demon suppression tower was instigated by someone covertly?" The expression on Wenzong's face grew grave as he activated the runes within the secret chamber, scrutinizing them repeatedly. Days later, the master of King Yun's sect convened the elders and peak leaders, redistributing the sect tokens to all disciples. In the presence of the esteemed elders, he announced a momentous decision. 2 years hence, a competition would be held within the sect, open to both this year's newly recruited disciples and those from previous years. Outstanding performers under the age of 30 would have the opportunity to be recommended for training in the 3 great sacred lands. Upon the revelation of this news, not only did the disciples of the 6 peaks feel invigorated, but even the elders and peak leaders exhibited signs of excitement. The implications behind Xianjitzi's announcement were profound. Having lost contact with the sacred lands a century ago, the prospect of recommending disciples now suggested a potential restoration of King Yun's sect's former glory. If they were to re-establish connections with the sacred lands, the sect's standing among the various factions would undoubtedly soar. No wonder King Yun's sect decided to seal its mountains for 2 years. It was to allow the disciples to concentrate on their cultivation. At Yun Peak, within a secluded cave dwelling, Prince Chu Chun of the Xianlong dynasty grasped a Xianlong sword, his proud gaze tinged with coldness. In his other hand, he held a modified sect token, its demon hunting points replaced with contribution points, yet it amounted to a mere 250 points. This figure rendered Chu Chen's fingers pale as he clutched the token. Was this a subtle warning from the elders of King Yun's sect? Humph, did they perceive me, Chu Chun, as a beggar? With a fierce toss, he hurled the token, only for it to be caught by a pale hand that appeared from nowhere. An elderly eunuch with a snow-white beard entered respectfully, presenting the sect token. "Your Highness still harbors grievances regarding the trial?" Lin Gonggong. Chu Chun could not afford to dismiss the elderly eunuch lightly. A mere glance instructed all servants within the cave to depart, after which he spoke with a chilling demeanor. This master of King Yun's sect truly possesses a singular approach. Earlier, he welcomed the tribute from the Xianlong dynasty with a beaming smile, yet now he issues warnings to this prince in such a manner. Does he genuinely believe that my cultivation in King Yun's sect makes me one of their disciples, subject to his constraints? The elderly eunuch spoke earnestly. "Your Highness, it would be wise to maintain a calm disposition. After all, King Yun's sect has suffered considerable losses in the trial, and you are well aware of your own actions. Were it anyone else, they would have been expelled from the sect long ago. Do not engage in these futile tests. Even if you ascend to prominence within King Yun's sect one day, what then? it is of little assistance to you as well. Have you not contemplated the incident involving the traitor from the Bloodslaughter sect who attempted to assassinate the granddaughter of the esteemed scholar Imo? Chu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "Does Lord Lin mean to suggest that I am also embroiled in this affair? No wonder those two individuals refrained from making a move against me that day. Among the numerous princes of your majesty, you are not the sole exceptional one." The old eunuch lifted his eyelids and respectfully bowed. Although the Qingyun sect is merely a minor faction on the border, it possesses extraordinary significance, particularly in light of the recent announcement by Suanji Zi regarding the sect competition. You must strive to emerge victorious. For the status of disciples promoted from the Qingyun sect to the three great sacred lands differs entirely from those directly recruited by the emissaries of the three great sacred lands. The Qingyun sect once basked in glory, and many formidable figures among the three great sacred lands began their journeys from Qingping Mountain. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride graced Chu Chen's face. Lord Lin's reminder is indeed pertinent. As long as I secure this opportunity, I can then leverage my father's favor and authority to pressure the Sacred Academy. Even if Imo Wanyun holds herself in high esteem, she will ultimately have no choice but to accept my proposal. It is good that you understand. Furthermore, be wary of Lu Zhan. From my observations, this individual is overly active among the elders of the Qingyun sect, possessing profound scheming, and is not a simple character. You must also be cautious of his son, Lu Chun. Understood. Chu Chun waved his hand impatiently. Lord Lin, I have now opened 3 meridians, yet my progress is too slow. Is there any expedient method for rapid enhancement? In the peach blossom forest, within the cold cave, Gu Yusheng's body was enveloped by 3 distinct auras of vitality that intertwined harmoniously. A sound akin to streams converging into rivers resonated through his meridians. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng opened his eyes, and the 3 auras surged into his being. Boom! A torrent of vigorous energy erupted from within him, causing the waters of the cold pool to rise several meters high. Whoosh! Gu Yusheng exhaled a breath of murky air. He opened his eyes, and a bright light shone within his gaze. 12 segments of the opening meridian's realm. The ultimate limit does indeed exist. After a month of effort, he had finally achieved a seamless flow. At the moment the 12 meridians were connected, Gu Yusheng felt the energy within him surge like a roaring current, joyfully flowing and gathering into his danshan, akin to the ocean absorbing rivers, an inexhaustible reservoir of celestial energy, vast beyond measure. Chapter 46. Gu Yusheng's speculation on bone-tempering grades. Is this the pinnacle of the opening meridian's realm? Gu Yusheng sensed the transformation of his essence, spirit, and energy as the celestial vitality surged into him. The energy within his meridians began to circulate autonomously, and the crystal within his danshan gradually brightened, shimmering with a lustrous, colorful brilliance akin to glazed pottery. Yet before Gu Yusheng could fully comprehend this experience, he was astonished to discover that as the celestial energy flowed into his danshan, a deep blue energy emerged from the depths of the firmament. Initially, he paid little heed to this gentle energy, but as it accumulated within his danshan, a cerulean essence began to undulate and fill the spaces between his danshan, purple mansion, and divine sea. Is this the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Gu Yusheng's heart jolted with surprise. The martial artist cultivates inner energy to fill the danshan, gradually transforming it into true essence. The practitioner, on the other hand, substitutes true essence with the vital energy of heaven and earth to forge the primordial embryo. This ultimately allows for a breakthrough beyond the limitations of lifespan and the shackles of the physical body. However, for the practitioner, within the realms of the primordial embryo, meridian opening, and bone tempering, they remain within the domain of martial prowess. The reason lies in the fact that the spirit of the body cannot undergo further refinement, ultimately leading to decay within the flesh. The only means of transcending this is to enter the soul condensation realm, the pinnacle of martial arts, where one can soar through the skies, utilizing the vital energy of heaven and earth as a foundation to transform it into spiritual energy, refining the 3 souls and 7 spirits within, and ultimately achieving the Tao integration realm, completely transcending the mundane and the mortal. In other words, below the soul condensation realm, neither the practitioner nor the martial artist can directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They can only gradually convert it, accumulating spiritual energy through cultivation. Yet, at this moment, Gu Yusheng has not even begun bone tempering and is already capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon keenly noticing this, Gu Yusheng directed his consciousness toward his primordial embryo. His ability to open 3 meridians surpasses others. not merely due to the unique method of the true dragon transformation, but fundamentally because the quality of his primordial embryo exceeds that of the first grade during its condensation. As Gu Yusheng examined the primordial embryo in his danshan with his consciousness, he indeed discovered a distinct difference from other practitioners. His primordial embryo could absorb both the vital energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth simultaneously. Spiritual energy is a purer existence than vital energy. Gu Yusheng had perused numerous texts, many of which noted that spiritual energy flows only in the upper realms. Although there is some in the human realm, it is exceedingly sparse, seeping through spatial rifts from the upper realms. Among the many texts left by Gu Bai, one titled Tianhuang Baitan vaguely records the history of conflicts between humans and demons. Thousands of years ago, a change occurred in the heavens and the earth, resulting in spatial rifts appearing deep within the wild world, showering spiritual energy upon it, which awakened the intelligence of many demon clans, leading to their flourishing. While humanity subsequently entered a period of decline, Gu Yusheng contemplated the anomalous primordial embryo within him, pondering. It is said that the demon clans of Tianyao City, after transformation, closely resemble humans. Today, both the cultivation systems and techniques of humans and demons exhibit numerous similarities. Is this a result of human cultivation imitating demons, or demons mimicking humans? On the night I condensed my primordial embryo, I sensed a mysterious force descending from the depths of the firmament. Could this be the legendary seepage of spiritual energy? But why then did a dangerous aura follow? Is it possible that beings from the upper realm are suppressing humanity? Upon such thoughts, Gu Yusheng was startled by his own musings. He quickly shook his head, dismissing such absurd notions. If deities exist in the upper realm, they were once human and have no reason to act thus. Yet the current situation is that Gu Yusheng has discovered his primordial embryo can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This most enigmatic force of the cosmos is not something that only cultivators of the Tao integration realm can wield, is it? This matter must not be disclosed to the elders of the sect. The risk is far too great. Should there be any taboos involved, I would be irreversibly doomed. Gu Yusheng gradually ceased his efforts, refraining from actively absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gu Yusheng rose to his feet. Sensing that the chill within the icy cavern had become less piercing, he cast a glance at the ethereal mist hovering over the cold pool, and his heart skipped a beat, leaving him momentarily stunned. For he discerned that the aura emanating from the pool was not merely coldness, but rather the vital essence of heaven and earth rising from the earth's veins. At that moment, the snow ape sat immobile upon a stone in the center of the cold pool, resembling a statue of ice, yet its paws were raised skyward, akin to a stone monkey gazing at the moon. The spiritual energy from the pool was being continuously absorbed by the snow ape. Though still in its juvenile stage and seemingly frozen, Gu Yusheng could sense its rhythmic breathing through the sound of its heartbeat. It was drawing in the spiritual energy to replace its own breath. Was this not the ancient cultivation method passed down through the bloodline of the primordial spirit beasts? As mentioned in the nefarious text, blood refinement incantation, left by the Bloodfiend sect? He pondered whether he too could absorb the essence of heaven and earth like the snow ape for the purpose of bone tempering. Gu Yusheng murmured to himself, refraining from interrupting the snow ape's cultivation. Instead, he made his way to the peach blossom courtyard, earnestly retrieving the bone tempering technique he had previously exchanged for. This technique was a common practice among the bone-tempering disciples of the Qingyun sect and represented the complete method left by the Baijing sacred land among the three great sanctuaries. The bone-tempering technique detailed the process extensively. A mortal possesses 206 bones, while ancient shamans have 207, and the giants of the northern wastes number 208. The essence of bone tempering involves utilizing the 9 open meridians to guide the vital energy, thereby reinforcing the skeletal structure. In accordance with the progression of cultivation, from simplicity to complexity, one should first temper the bones of the limbs, followed by the ribs, then the spine, and ultimately the skull. However, due to the intricate nature of human meridians and bones, as well as the varying innate talents, it is impossible to reinforce every bone. Thus, the realm of bone tempering is not delineated by early, middle, or late stages, but rather by the degree of tempering achieved. Theoretically, the more bone segments a practitioner refines, the greater their strength. The color of the bones reflects this progress, generally categorized as 5th grade white bones, 4th grade iron bones, 3rd grade copper bones, 2nd grade silver bones, and 1st grade gold bones. By tempering the limbs, one can attain 5th grade white bones. Refining the ribs can elevate one to 4th grade iron bones, while achieving 3rd grade copper bones necessitates reinforcing the entire spinal column. Overall, Those capable of cultivating third-grade copper bones have a 60% chance of entering the soul consolidation realm. If one can refine even a single skull bone, they may attain second-grade silver bones, resulting in a robust physical constitution that fortifies the practitioner's soul, enhancing the synergy between body and spirit. As for the legendary first-grade gold bones, the process involves enduring immense bone-tempering pain during cultivation and requires numerous rare herbs and elixirs for assistance. Even then, considerable fortune and opportunity must align. It is said that only a select few with formidable innate bloodlines can refine gold bones. For the average person, achieving such an endeavor necessitates either a millennium of familial heritage to accumulate the necessary elixirs and materials, or an extraordinary stroke of luck for even a faint possibility. Unlike other realms, practitioners in the bone forging stage may initially refine exceptionally high-quality bones. However, as time elapses without rigorous practice or the sustenance of rare resources, there exists the possibility of regression in their cultivation. In other words, a practitioner who devotes a decade to refining their bones to the second rank of silver bone may find their bone quality deteriorating due to personal complacency and the relentless passage of time. This phenomenon accounts for why most cultivators remain stagnant at this stage, advancing 3 steps only to retreat 2. The bone forging technique of the Qingyun sect specifically emphasizes this point, suggesting that the optimal duration for bone refinement is 2 years. Beyond this period, without additional resource investment, one must attempt to condense their soul and break through to the next realm, returning to refined bones only after achieving this breakthrough. This has become a compromise that the majority of practitioners must accept. 2 years indeed. Gu Yusheng pondered deeply. He lacked external resources for assistance, meaning that his forthcoming journey in the bone forging stage relied solely on his own diligent efforts. No one could aid him in this endeavor. Nevertheless, Gu Yusheng wished to prepare himself further. He glanced at the wine gourd at his waist, intending to allow the spiritual gourd to absorb sufficient celestial energy, which might prove invaluable in critical moments. As Gu Yusheng contemplated, his peripheral vision caught sight of the sect token hanging on the outer courtyard wall. The elders of the sect had returned the token to him, yet the individual who delivered it had not shown their face, simply hanging it outside for him. He wondered how many contribution points from the last demon hunting expedition could be exchanged for sect merit. Gu Yusheng retrieved the sect token and proceeded toward the affairs hall. Although he had no free sect contribution points to claim, he reasoned that if others had earned merit points during the last trial in the demon hunting forest, he should be entitled to some as well. Given that the bone forging stage necessitates an abundance of medicinal materials as resources, he aimed to secure some valuable resources for himself. Chapter 47. Scarcity of cultivation resources, stealthy struggles among the peaks in the affairs hall. A few branches of cold plum blossoms bloomed lonely in the corner. The disciples of the Qingyun sect hurried past, disinterested in the scenery. Too many disciples had perished during the trials in the demon hunting forest. The Qingyun sect had closed its gates, and even the most indolent individuals were compelled to seize the time to cultivate as the year's deadline approached. Disciples who had failed to refine their primordial fetuses would be ruthlessly expelled from the sect. In a sense, this served as a form of liberation for these disciples. Clad in a bare coat, Gu Yusheng entered the affairs hall. The elder seated behind the counter, who had once been Ruanji, was now replaced by an unfamiliar figure. The elderly man appeared gaunt yet clear-faced, wielding a beautifully adorned rune brush, deeply engrossed in his studies. Gu Yusheng, unaware that this elder was the renowned rune master Wenzong of the Tiangong Peak, though not its leader. He was quite senior within the Qingyun sect, had never descended the mountain to slay demons, and held no renown within the sect due to his responsibilities in maintaining its formations. "Greetings, elder," Gu Yusheng said as he stepped forward to bow. Half a year prior, he had found the counter dauntingly high. Now, he could discern its layout with clarity. Wenzong replied without lifting his gaze. "The sect has not released any new tasks. The resources required for the cultivation of the newly initiated disciples at various stages are listed on the desk behind me. You may take a talisman and retrieve what you need from the corresponding branch. If you require daily necessities, proceed to the auxiliary hall. You are fortunate indeed. Your circumstances are far better than ours in the past." Gu Yusheng remained silent, neither responding nor leaving. He quietly presented his sect token at the counter and requested, "Elder, could you kindly check if I have any contribution points?" He was unsure of his contributions to the sect. Wenzong diverted his gaze from the runic paper in front of him, focusing instead on the young man before him. This youth, younger than the other disciples and dressed distinctly, possessed clear eyes and stood with a dignified demeanor, refraining from defending himself against the elder's scrutiny. Wenzong weighed Gu Yusheng's sect token in his hand. a mysterious smile gracing his face as he casually tossed the token back to Gu Yusheng, inquiring, "The lad residing in the Peach Blossom Grove?" Gu Yusheng nodded, quietly picking up his sect token, his expression tinged with melancholy as he turned away. Indeed, he still had no contribution points. What he longed for was merely a sliver within the bounds of the rules. Yet, was even that unattainable? A flicker of dissatisfaction stirred within Gu Yusheng, but he quickly embraced acceptance. Walking the path of life alone, the more arduous the journey ahead, the more resolutely he would tread. When no one is there to support him, he must stand firm. When no one offers assistance, he must strive on his own, regardless of the circumstances. He must continue to advance. As Gu Yusheng's foot nearly crossed the threshold of the great hall, the elder's voice called out from behind. "You still have resources from your last expedition in the demon hunting forest that you have yet to claim. Don't leave them with me. I have no time to safeguard your belongings." Gu Yusheng turned back to see the elder casually tossing a bundle toward him. "Take it back and examine it later." Receiving the bundle, Gu Yusheng clasped his hands in gratitude and departed. The elder at the desk resumed his scribbling on the rune paper, soon discarding a sheet that had gone awry. He Hong Yin, clad in a simple robe, slowly entered through the side door and paused at the desk, saying, "Brother Wen, you have drawn the end-of-year talisman every year, yet today you seem to have faltered." Wenzong set down his brush and replied, "It is Xiao Shidi. Half a month ago, he prepared resources for that child's cultivation for the next 2 years, but they have remained with me. As the sect leader, one is ever so busy." He Hong Yin, twirling a whisk, paused momentarily before speaking. "Brother Wen, that child has likely condensed his primordial spirit, has he not?" Wenzong lifted his gaze to regard the elegant sister standing before him, her youthful beauty accentuated by her dearest robes, a choice that severed her ties to worldly affairs. He sighed, "Sister, judging a person is the most inscrutable of tasks, and the path of cultivation is even more so. Condensing the primordial spirit, though merely the first step, has stymied countless individuals. Consider this. Xiao Shidi prepared a manual for opening meridians and medicinal herbs for bone tempering for that child. Will he even find use for them?" Upon hearing this, He Hong Yin shook her head and replied, "Brother Wen, you do not understand. Perhaps he regards that child as a second Gubai. There are not so many prodigies in this world. By the way, brother, I have come to seek some herbs for Mo girl. She is about to undergo bone tempering." Wenzong suddenly stood, his eyes widening in astonishment. "So soon?" "Indeed," she affirmed. He Hong Yin's expression revealed a hint of emotion. Establishing a favor with the esteemed elder from the Sacred Institute would undoubtedly benefit the Qingyun sect. "Senior brother, do not be stingy with the materials for bone tempering. Please wait a moment, junior sister. I shall visit the rear courtyard." A few days ago, a batch of precious medicinal herbs was delivered by the elders from outside. Wenzong made his way to the back courtyard, but emerged moments later with a troubled countenance. "Senior brother Wen, what troubles you?" Wenzong whispered. "The herbs were taken by Lei Jianghong of Yunfen, the 9th prince. He too wishes to enter the realm of bone tempering?" He Hong Yin's brow furrowed. "Is the sect master aware?" Wenzong scoffed lightly, attempting to calm the agitated He Hong Yin. "You know well the temperament of junior brother Lei. Last time, Chu Chun discovered a top-tier cultivation manual in the Sacred Land's library, which presumably allows for simultaneous cultivation of meridian opening and bone tempering. Thus, he used the Peak Master's order to claim those invaluable materials without my knowledge." After a moment of silence, He Hong Yin spoke with profound significance. "It seems the 9th prince is eager to contend for the title of champion in the sect's competition 2 years hence. Who can say? Though the Qingyun sect has declined, there are still several promising talents among the former disciples. As for the newly admitted disciples, it may be challenging to find a rival for him. The resources expended by this 9th prince nearly rival all that the disciples of Qingyun sect possess. Truly, the emperor of the Qianlong dynasty dotes on his son. In Yunfen, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty was immersed in a vast medicinal vat, attended by a dozen or so servants, including the enigmatic eunuch Lin, who stood vigil outside the training chamber, wary of any missteps. Dressed in a thundercloud robe, Lei Jianghong stood resolutely in the courtyard, his brows sharp as swords, cheekbones slightly pronounced, his eyes fixated on the direction of the Qingyun palace where the sect master practiced, with a glimmer of concealed sharpness within them. "Eunuch Lin, starting next month, I shall personally instruct Chu Chun in the celestial sword technique. I am aware that the Qianlong dynasty possesses numerous commendable sword techniques, but this particular one is a legacy from a sword immortal of the Sacred Land, making it most suitable for Chu Chun." The old eunuch clasped his hands and replied, "Your concern is greatly appreciated. I have observed your dedication to the 9th prince. Should he achieve mastery in swordsmanship, he will have the opportunity to command the Qianlong dynasty and surely honor Master Lei as the guardian of the nation's sword." Lei Jiangheng's eyelid twitched as he feigned modesty. The title of guardian is beyond my humble cultivation. I only hope that if, one day, the Qingyun sect faces dire calamity, the ninth prince will remember the favor of my teachings and lend assistance. The old eunuch said ominously, if such a day were to come, the Qianlong dynasty would certainly dispatch elite demon slayers to assist from afar. It remains to be seen whether the sect master would be willing. Lei Jiangheng chuckled coldly. Senior brother Xiao is notoriously stubborn and inflexible, oblivious to the need for adaptation. Now that the demon race wreaks havoc from all directions, the Qingyun sect remains secluded, severing ties. If this persists, the sect's resources will dwindle ever further. At that moment, Eunuch Lin seemed to recall something and remarked, Master Lei, I remember that not long ago, a batch of bone-tempering medicinal materials was sent from Xianu Prefecture to the Qingyun sect, among which are 2 exceedingly precious Bodhi fruits. If they could be obtained for the ninth prince's use in refining his meridians and bones, it would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. Lei Jiang hesitated, his expression awkward as he said, Your Excellency Lin, you may not be aware, but I did seek them out. However, those 2 Bodhi fruits have already been taken by the sect leader, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Chapter 48. A snowstorm and a certain individual peach blossom peak. A secluded courtyard. Mo Wanyun, adorned in a white robe and a mink coat, sat by the window, her feet dangling above the chair, her chin resting upon her hands. Her delicate face, framed by a pair of bright, shimmering eyes, gazed out at the swirling frost and snow, where a lone winter plum quietly bloomed in the corner, exuding a subtle fragrance. The warmth rose from the incense burner, filling the elegant chamber with the scent of literature. Mo Fanchinch, the esteemed scholar of the Sacred Academy, held a tome of sage teachings, with a cup of steaming tea before him, deeply engrossed in his reading. Mo Wanyun stretched her hand to catch the falling snow, allowing it to melt in her palm. Though she had never paid much attention to the shape of snowflakes, today she pondered them thoughtfully. It was neither the wind nor the snow that preoccupied her, it was merely a sense of ennui. A gentle breeze brushed by, and snowflakes settled upon her temples. With a flick of her fingers, the snowflakes danced away in the wind. Indeed, the snowy landscape of Qingping Mountain was extraordinarily beautiful, she mused. Yet, she felt that this world, draped in silver, lacked something essential. Her gaze drifted towards the peach blossom grove beneath Peach Blossom Peak, where the roofs of the small courtyard were also cloaked in frost, as if isolated from the world. At last, Mo Wanyun spotted a figure returning through the snowstorm along the winding path, a young boy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she flung open the window, yearning to mount her steed, but hesitated, fearing to disturb her grandfather, who was absorbed in his book. Instead, she rose quietly, leaning her head out the window. In Mo Wanyun's eyes, Gu Yusheng appeared somewhat cumbersome in his bearskin coat, his movements restricted, and there was an endearing simplicity about him amidst the storm. Occasionally, a flake of snow would drift down from the bending bamboo, landing atop his head, prompting Mo Wanyun to stifle a giggle, her cheeks tinged with pink. Feeling a twinge of discontent, she lifted her sleeve to cover her face, yet she was inherently unpretentious and had never displayed any girlish demeanor in front of the boy. The complexities of a young girl's heart were difficult to decipher. She clenched her fist, seeking an excuse, muttering, such a fine bearskin coat, yet he does not appreciate it. I shall give him a piece of my mind when I have the chance. Imagining herself scolding Gu Yusheng, a proud smile graced her face. Just then, a hand with slightly graying hair reached through the window, gently tapping her on the head with the book. Wanyun, I asked you to study. Why have you wandered off? Mo Wanyun pouted. Grandfather, I am studying. Mo Fanchin stood at the threshold, his hands clasped behind him, observing the winter plum. Then recite it for me. Mo Wanyun collected her thoughts and recited. The winter plum blooms in a secluded courtyard, unappreciated yet fragrant in solitude. A gentleman cultivates his virtue, undeterred by poverty or hardship. Mo Fanchin stroked his beard, listening intently, and then inquired, Wanyun, do you grasp the simple truths within this tome of sages? Mo Wanyun nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. With rare humility, she replied, Grandfather, I did not understand before, but perhaps I comprehend a little now. Mo Fanchin spoke with profound implications. Wanyun, you need not gaze out the window every day at that young man. Nor should you feel pity for him suffering the perceived injustices and neglect from the Qingyun sect. Many matters possess duality. The path of life is one of personal cultivation. A temporary detour may not preclude the beauty found along the journey. I am aware that the lad from the Peach Blossom Grove saved your life. You might wonder why I, as your grandfather, have shown no signs of gratitude. Patience, for the most arduous debt to repay in this life, is that of human kindness. From this day forth, You must devote yourself to your practice. Mo Fanchinge turned and retrieved a package from the bookshelf, placing it upon the tea table. Inside lay a precious Bodhi fruit obtained from Xianhu Prefecture, an invaluable aid to your cultivation. Do not squander it. Wang Yun's eyes sparkled. Grandfather, I accept it. Now go and practice. Do not disturb me while I read. Your father sent a letter yesterday inquiring about your cultivation. Should you falter in your studies at Qingping Mountain, you must return to the sacred academy early. Wang Yun, with eyes like jade, nodded silently. Grandfather, I will strive diligently in my cultivation. In the peach blossom grove, within a modest courtyard, a candle flickered with a dim yellow glow. Outside, frost and snow painted a somber scene. Gu Yusheng sat alone at a wooden table, meticulously examining the contents of his package from the sect. Among them were several cultivation notes, chronicling insights from the Yuan Tai to the bone-tempering realm. As he perused these notes, he found their contents immensely beneficial, particularly the detailed accounts of daily cultivation practices, which addressed areas he had previously overlooked. Not being a disciple of the Six Peaks, he relied solely on his own efforts for training, with only the elders and mentors to guide him. Now, armed with these notes, he could focus his practice more intently and allocate his time more judiciously. After reading through the notes, Gu Yusheng gently pinched the wick of the lamp and exhaled softly. Although he had not discovered his contribution points at the affairs hall that day, he felt content with the rewards bestowed upon him during the recent demon hunting expedition. While these notes were not secret manuals, their value was akin to that of a revered text, for the path of cultivation is a solitary one, with few willing to share their journeys. Reflecting on this, Gu Yusheng silently expressed gratitude to the sect elder who compiled the notes. Since joining the Qingyun sect, his cultivation journey had felt like navigating a stormy sea without sight. Now, these insights illuminated the darkness like a guiding beacon. Rising, he gazed out at the bamboo grove, weighed down by frost and snow, and vowed to himself, Gu Yusheng, cherish every gift you receive. Do not betray yourself, nor squander the time you have. Beside the notes lay 2 boxes. One contained a variety of herbs, though not precious. They were prepared for bathing to cleanse oneself of impurities. While these herbs offered no direct aid to cultivation, they could invigorate the mind. Gu Yusheng paid little heed, as his daily practice in the cold cave rendered such herbs of little significance. Casually, he picked up another box, within which lay several spiritual fruits, each possessing the remarkable ability to enhance one's essence, akin to the principles of the I Ching. In the Hall of Things, these could be exchanged for contribution points to the sect. Gu Yusheng meticulously placed each fruit into a wine gourd. As he reached for the final fruit, he paused, momentarily taken aback. What is this fruit? He lifted a dark red fruit to his nose, inhaling its captivating aroma, which invigorated his senses. How delightful! Gu Yusheng felt a nagging familiarity with this fruit, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered it before. At that instant, a gentle knocking echoed through the snowy landscape. Gu Yusheng opened the door to find, illuminated by the faint candlelight, the striking figure of Mo Wanyan, standing beneath an oil paper umbrella. Miss Mo, what brings you here in such heavy snow? He asked, astonished. Instinctively, he grasped her wrist and ushered her inside. Come in quickly. The snow is freezing. After a few steps, he sensed a resistance in his grip and halted beneath the eaves. In the candlelight, Mo Wanyun's gaze bore into him, a mix of emotions that he could not quite decipher. Miss Mo, I seem to have forgotten, he stammered, withdrawing his hand sheepishly and scratching his head. This is no place for hiding away from the storm. Humph. Mo Wanyan hung her umbrella on the wall and, as was her custom, playfully stepped on the back of Gu Yusheng's foot. I happened to pass by and wanted to check if you had turned into a wild bear in this cold. Chapter 49. The unspoken confessions of a young girl noticing that despite her umbrella, Mo Wanyan's shoulders were dusted with frost and snow. Gu Yusheng hurried to fetch a clean cloth to drape over her shoulders. He then busied himself adjusting the wick of the lamp, ensuring its glow was brighter, and rearranged the fire pit, bringing forth the most exquisite wooden chair in the humble abode for her. Miss Mo, please take a seat. As he tidied the table, a sense of unease settled over him. Conversely, Mo Wanyan appeared quite at ease. After seating herself, she surveyed the modest little room, despite the heavy frost outside. The corners were mended, allowing no chill to permeate. The charcoal crackled softly, creating an unusually warm atmosphere. Hey, little loach, I think I'm a bit hungry, she remarked, gesturing towards the earthen jar suspended above the fire pit. Perfect, I haven't eaten either, Gu Yusheng replied as he rose and entered the woodroom, his figure bustling with activity. A subtle smile graced Mo Wanyan's lips. Her delicate hand brushed over the fire pit, her lively eyes flickering to the cloth draped over her shoulders as she dusted off the snowflakes. She glanced at the box Gu Yusheng had placed on the table. recognizing the herbs within. A smile curled at her lips as she reached to her waist, retrieving an ornate sachet. From within, she extracted 2 pieces of winter cake wrapped in paper, one placed on the table, the other she bit into gently. Before long, Gu Yusheng returned, placing a variety of dishes into the earthen jar. The two sat facing the jar, with a candle flickering on the window wall, occasionally emitting a soft crackling sound. The jar soon filled the air with a fragrant aroma. "Where did you find fish at this time of year?" Mo Wanyan inquired, astonished. Gu Yusheng chuckled softly, gesturing towards the small stream beside the courtyard. "If I dig a hole, the fish will leap up on their own. I've caught a couple of plump ones, along with some winter mushrooms I foraged during our last trial in the forest. Miss Mo, do have a taste. If you find it to your liking, indulge yourself." He handed the chopsticks and bowl to Mo Wanyan. Mo Wanyan, unreserved, took a few sips of the soup, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She pointed to the winter cake on the table, saying, "Gu Yusheng, this is crafted from the 18 varieties of literary fruits gathered by the students of the Sacred Academy during the Laba Festival, with a unique juju placed in the center. Do give it a try." "Literary fruits? Such a thing exists?" Gu Yusheng inquired, his curiosity piqued as he picked up a square piece of cake, which indeed contained an unusual fruit that exuded a delightful aroma, reminiscent of something familiar. Mo Wanyan chuckled softly. "Gu Yusheng, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Don't just smell it, try it. Are you afraid I might poison you?" "Not at all. It's simply too precious." Gu Yusheng hesitated to partake, glancing at Mo Wanyan, who was enjoying a piece of cake herself, though hers seemed devoid of the peculiar fruit. He dismissed further thoughts and savored the cake, chewing thoughtfully. It was an entirely new flavor to him. Particularly, the fruit in the center melted in his mouth, its fragrance mingling with a peculiar energy that flowed into his being. Noticing Gu Yusheng relishing her cake, Mo Wanyan narrowed her eyes slightly, took a sip of the fish soup, and rose to leave. "I must return, lest my grandfather discovers my absence and scolds me." "Are you leaving already?" Gu Yusheng gazed at the unfinished dishes and fish in the earthen jar, momentarily stunned. Mo Wanyan had already taken down the oiled paper umbrella from the wall, opening it in the small courtyard as snowflakes danced down, creating a soft patter on the canopy. "Surely, I cannot linger." Mo Wanyan smiled playfully, taking a few steps before glancing back. "My grandfather is set to guide my training. I shall be in seclusion for several months. By the time the peach blossoms bloom next year, you may not even see me." At her words, Gu Yusheng felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. So, she had not merely passed by. "Miss Mo, please wait a moment." He turned and stepped into the side room. This girl, who had braved the wind and snow to share delicacies with him, left him feeling unprepared to offer her anything of equal worth. Glancing around, he poured a bowl of peach blossom wine. Though fragrant, it felt slightly lacking. After a moment of hesitation, he added the Bodhi fruit he had obtained into the peach blossom brew. "Miss Mo, this is the peach blossom wine you adore." Mo Wanyan lifted the cup and drank it in one go, a faint dimple appearing on her cheek. "It's sweeter than last time." Gu Yusheng accepted the bowl she handed him, watching as she turned to leave. "Miss Mo, huh? The red string you used to tie your hair has indeed fallen into my possession. I've kept it safe. You can reclaim it on your next visit." Mo Wanyan strolled away under her umbrella, and the courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Gu Yusheng gazed at the delectable food in the earthen jar, eating a few more bites alone and sipping from the wine jug, feeling a certain lack of flavor compared to earlier. After a while, Gu Yusheng felt an incessant surge of power burgeoning within him, a force akin to a creeping essence coursing through his bones. Startled, he settled cross-legged in the small courtyard and commenced his practice of the bone refinement technique. The vital energy from his danshan, mingled with ethereal spiritual energy, was continuously directed by Gu Yusheng into his limbs, and he sensed a subtle transformation taking place within his very bones. The following morning, Gu Yusheng opened his eyes and moved his arms and legs, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his gaze. In just one night, he could perceive a lustrous membrane forming upon his skeletal structure, the speed of his bone refinement surpassing his expectations. Even more astonishing was the extraordinary power within his danshan, which continued to flow forth ceaselessly. Curiosity piqued, Gu Yusheng prepared his daily necessities and ventured into the cold cave to pursue his cultivation. He resolved to complete the bone tempering of his limbs before spring's arrival. Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the Peach Blossom Peak, in the warm pavilion of a separate courtyard, Mo Wanyan emerged, appearing slightly taller and more graceful than a month prior, her figure resembling the tender shoots of willows in spring. In the outer courtyard, the esteemed scholar Mo Fanshin stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed, in the span of a month, You have not only opened up independent meridians, but have also condensed a layer of jade-like bone membrane upon your skeleton. It is no wonder that the disciples of the Sacred Academy, amidst the mountains of tomes, yearn to seek the Bodhi fruit in Zion Huzhu, hoping to encounter fortuitous opportunities. Clearly, the effects of the Bodhi fruit are extraordinary. Bodhi fruit. Mo Wanyun's eyes glimmered with intrigue. She refrained from revealing to her grandfather that she had secretly given away the precious fruit. Grandfather, am I not endowed with exceptional talent? Moreover, I have worked diligently. Mo Fancheng shook his head, saying, You are indeed diligent, yet one must not underestimate the efficacy of the Bodhi fruit. Living on Qingping Mountain and studying at Qingyun Sect, the elders there treat you quite well. It is worth noting that the entire Qingyun Sect has only acquired 2 Bodhi fruits. Even the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, who sought to obtain one, was unsuccessful. Wanyun, the energy contained within the Bodhi fruit is remarkably unique. You might consider channeling your inner energy through the Shenguan, Tian Xiao, Jingmen, and Shunke points. It will generate a fervent energy that nourishes your spirit, rendering it less susceptible to demonic distractions. And it also possesses the ability to enhance your youthful appearance. Oh, a sense of unease washed over Mo Wanyun as she felt the weight of Mo Fancheng's gaze. She could only circulate her inner energy, attempting to guide the energy into the specified acupoints. Moments later, she indeed felt a surge of energy rising from her danshin, even conjuring a phantom of the Bodhi tree between her brows. Mo Fancheng erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Wanyun, who would have thought you would gain an additional fortuity from the Bodhi fruit? Known as illuminated wisdom, it is said that those who meditate beneath the Bodhi tree have the opportunity to attain enlightenment. You, too, possess this enlightened nature, which will undoubtedly facilitate your future cultivation. At this moment, Mo Wanyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandfather, did I consume the Bodhi fruit? Why do you ask such a question? The manifestation of the Bodhi tree clearly indicates the effects of having consumed the Bodhi fruit. Mo Fancheng, in a cheerful mood, failed to notice the peculiar expression on his granddaughter Mo Wanyun's face. Mo Wanyun turned around, and after a while, her eyes sparkled, and her face flushed inexplicably. She muttered, That fellow wouldn't have secretly taken that fruit and placed it in the peach blossom brew, would he? But that doesn't seem right. Where would he procure a Bodhi fruit? Could it be that the elder of the sect made a mistake? Did he stealthily dissolve that fruit in water just to sweeten it for me? At this thought, a complex expression emerged on her face, and she remained rooted in place for a long time. To confirm her suspicions, she specifically inquired about the whereabouts of another Bodhi fruit, which was mysteriously missing. Gu Yusheng. Mo Wanyun sat by the window, her cheeks blooming like roses. The gentle breeze caressed her face, carrying the breath of early spring. You foolish big spender, she spoke to the wind. Yet, recalling how she had secretly fed her own Bodhi fruit to Gu Yusheng, a smile unbidden tugged at her lips. Round and round it goes. You have one. I have one. It's like indulging in candy. Chapter 50. Another year of peach blossoms. Gu Yusheng finally becomes a disciple and learns the sword by February. The border between Xianhu Prefecture and Qingping Mountain was already adorned with vibrant willows. It was the season when grass grew and orioles sang. The countryside fields exuded the fragrance of earth. The guardians of the border, spanning generations, paid little heed to the ravages of monstrous beasts and fierce demons. Vegetables, fruits, seeds, and the aroma of rice to come months later were their true aspirations. As for the practitioners soaring through the skies, the legends of immortals passed down through the ages, or the demon slayers safeguarding the realm. These concepts were far too distant for mere mortals. Beneath the old willow trees, a dilapidated tea stall offered only coarse bowls of bitter tea. The elderly tea seller bore lines of age upon his face, etched by the passage of time. His clothes, worn and faded, bore patches, and a few aged wine gourds hung in disarray before the stall. The only tidy spot was a wooden shelf, upon which rested a traveler's book box filled with several tomes. On the official road between Qingping Prefecture and Xianhu Prefecture, the occasional horse-drawn carriage would pass by. Such a humble tea house could hardly retain the gallant heroes of the Jianghu, let alone the practitioners who soared through the air. At dusk, a sword-bearing elder made his way along the narrow path leading to the tea stall. He settled onto a rickety wooden chair and placed a few pieces of silver on the table. A bowl of Xianyan tea, please. The tea seller, who had already lifted a scalding iron kettle, paused upon hearing the elder's request, then exchanged it for another kettle. He fetched a large bowl with a blood-red pattern and retrieved a few tea leaves from an inconspicuous wall crevice, placing them into the bowl before pouring in boiling water. The elder took a gentle sip of tea and sighed. The peach blossom wine from Qingping Mountain, the Xianyan tea from Xianhu Prefecture, each sip and peck Time always flies so swiftly. The tea seller leaned against a wooden post adorned with a fluttering tea flag, hands tucked within his sleeves, and replied, "For the people here. A year is not a short span. Mr. Chin safeguards the peace of both prefectures. I shall not charge for this bowl of tea." The old man of the burdened sword solemnly remarked, "What is owed must be repaid. I abhor complications. A mere bowl of tea money weighs heavily upon my heart. It must eventually be settled. That scholar from years past, he cost me a year of my life chasing after a single jug of wine, and ultimately allowed that great demon to escape. In this confined space, I do not wish to be ensnared for eternity. So please, accept the money." The tea vendor, with murky eyes, gazed toward Qingping Mountain and replied, "I shall not accept your tea money. Rather, you shall assist me in returning a favor. I have heard the scholar has passed, his name inscribed upon a sword. I know he was not a man of that nature. I have heard him speak of the arduous path of slaying demons. Thus, when he fathered a child, he named him Yusheng, hoping for a life of peace, free from calamities. With his death, has he not become an orphan?" Upon hearing this, the old man of the burdened sword shook his head and said, "Last year, while I was among mortals, I delivered a message to King Yun Gate for him. He has his own path to tread. As for Qingping Mountain, I have no desire to go there. I am weary from slaying demons this year." "Then teach him a few techniques," the tea vendor suddenly suggested, pulling his hand from his sleeve and pointing at the sword sheath on the old man's back. "In case you two meet your end one day, it would not be wise to sever the lineage. Is it not better to have a disciple?" The old man of the burdened sword fell silent, neither promising nor refusing. Not receiving an answer, the tea vendor quickly approached the table, overturned the tea bowl, and spilled the remaining tea onto the ground. "Then do not drink my tea. Begone. I shall go myself," he declared. The old man of the burdened sword wore a wry smile, fearing he might fail in teaching. "What you teach is your affair. If he does not learn well, that is his concern." "Understood." With a gesture, the old man of the burdened sword vanished into the air. At King Yun Gate, in the cold cave, Gu Yusheng, who had been tempering his bones for over 2 months, could finally attempt to meditate on the stone in the center of the icy pool. Yet, he still could not remain motionless for several hours like the snow ape. After all, the snow ape possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine ape, naturally endowed with exceptional cold resistance. Although he could only endure for the duration of a single incense stick, it greatly aided Gu Yusheng's cultivation. Over these 2 months, he had refined the bones of his limbs, which now shimmered silver, indicating he could at least condense them into second-grade silver bones. Once the other bones of his body were tempered, he would experience a qualitative leap. Enduring 2 months of rigorous training, he was accompanied only by the snow ape. One day, after finishing the wine from his gourd and stepping out of the cold cave, Gu Yusheng suddenly caught a whiff of peach blossom fragrance, awakening him from what felt like a dream. He had been unaware that early spring had arrived. Breathing in the faint floral scent and the earthy aroma of spring, he strolled through the peach blossom grove. A stream flowed gently from the canyon, its waters tinkling, fish darting, and butterflies fluttering about. The bright, warm light illuminated Gu Yusheng's face as he approached a small courtyard in the woods, cupping a pool of fresh water to wash his face. Gazing at his reflection in the water, time flew swiftly. It had been a year since he entered King Yun Gate. Gu Yusheng felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him, unconsciously pushing open the door. In his solitary cultivation, this little courtyard remained the warmest place in his heart. The peach blossoms in the courtyard had yet to bloom. Beneath the peach tree stood a solitary figure, upright and imposing. This silhouette was simultaneously foreign and familiar. Gu Yusheng instinctively rubbed his eyes. As the figure turned, the sword case upon the old man's back reflected light into Gu Yusheng's pupils. The elder, stroking his beard with a smile, surveyed Gu Yusheng with keen interest. "Sir." Gu Yusheng's eyes widened in astonishment, joy radiating from his countenance. He hurried forward, dropping to his knees before the elder in reverence. "I have awaited your arrival for a year." The old man nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yusheng's eyes sparkled as he clasped his hands in a respectful bow, beseeching, "Might you teach me the art of swordsmanship?" The elder replied slowly, "Do not rush. First, share with me 2 jars of peach blossom wine, one from last year to indulge in, and another from this year to savor." "Of course," Gu Yusheng exclaimed, overwhelmed with delight. He swiftly entered the side chamber, emerging shortly with a large jar of wine, which he placed reverently before the elder. "Please, enjoy last year's peach blossom wine first. I shall fetch blossoms for this year's exquisite brew." The youth moved like the wind, darting through the peach blossom grove. The elder, initially maintaining his stern demeanor, softened as he observed the boy gathering blossoms into a bamboo basket. He set aside his hand from his beard, a smile gracing his features. "Youth is indeed a beautiful thing. At your age, I had yet to experience such joy in a world overrun with wild grass. This grove of peach blossoms is a rare sanctuary. Gu Yusheng collected a basketful of blossoms, washing them before placing them into the wine jar. The elder sat upright on a wooden chair beneath the eaves, hands resting on his lap. Gu Yusheng poured 3 bowls of wine, offering them one by one to the elder. Once the 3 bowls were emptied, the elder rose to assist Gu Yusheng to his feet. The elder inscribed his name, Qinjiu, upon the ground with a twig. Master, Gu Yusheng said, performing a deep bow, his eyes gleaming. Call me Mr. Qin. The elder adjusted the folds of his attire, reverting to his austere persona. Grasping a bamboo stick as a cane, he appeared less imposing but considerably more approachable. Our bond as master and disciple is but a fleeting year. Should you seek knowledge in Qingyun town, you may only acquire a rudimentary understanding in this brief time. You will grasp merely the superficial aspects of swordsmanship. This title of master cannot be bestowed lightly. Since you have a passion for learning the sword, I shall first ascertain whether you possess the heart of a swordsman. Qinjiu casually tossed Gu Yusheng a peach branch. Show me your thrust. Gu Yusheng accepted the branch and, as was customary, executed a forward thrust. In that moment, he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities, the finest state he had achieved over the past year. Yet, the elder, standing beneath the eaves, let out a slight sigh. Not quite sufficient, Qinjiu remarked. You possess some talent, but it is limited. Let us begin anew. Very well, Gu Yusheng replied, standing resolutely, undeterred. Chapter 51, The 3 Realms of Life. And the sword is no different when the peach blossoms of Qingping Mountain first bloom. They display a deep crimson hue, which gradually transforms into a delicate pink. Gu Yusheng once overheard an elder of the Qingyun sect mention in his leisure that it was the blood of the demon race that had stained this land red, safeguarded by the blood of countless cultivators. Yet, he found no affinity for the hue of these peach blossoms. On this day, when the peach trees bloomed in their resplendent glory, he had lost his father. Now, the rain on Qingping Mountain began to shake loose the peach blossoms, carpeting the ground beneath him. Standing before the demon suppression monument of the Qingyun sect, Gu Yusheng cast a handful of yellow paper slips towards the sword embedded in the back of a turtle. He wondered if the peach blossoms at the foot of the mountain were also blooming in front of that solitary grave. Having spent a year in the Qingyun sect, the youth's reminiscence of his father had grown significantly quieter. A few drops of wine spilled from the gourd, mingling with the rainwater, creating a fragrant amalgamation in the air. Gu Yusheng sat upon the damp azure stone slab, his expression marked not by sorrow, but by the steadiness that had come with a year of growth. A faint smile graced his lips as he poured a sip of wine, reminiscent of an adult, and quietly confided, Father, I have taken a master. He treats me well, teaching me the art of swordsmanship. The first lesson was to hold the sword, just as you once taught me to hold a brush. Father, that was the last time I shall call you father. Just the other day, while measuring my height beneath the wooden house, I found myself as tall as your shoulder. I believe I have reached the age of maturity. The little wooden tiger you crafted for me, I intend to keep it safe. However, there is a girl in the sect who loves to climb atop it and giggle, so I shall leave it there a while longer, for in that little courtyard, she seems to cherish only that small wooden tiger. Since you departed, I have made sure to eat well. I have learned to fish, to cook, and even to brew wine. Whenever I have a moment of leisure, I peruse the books you left behind, though I fear I may have little time for such pursuits in the future. Mr. Qin is a stern man. He insists that I must focus solely on the path of the sword, free from distractions. I will take my leave now, but I shall certainly return for the sword you left behind. Gu Yusheng rose, brushing off the peach petals from his shoulders. He did not return to the peach blossom grove, but instead ascended Qingping Mountain. A day prior, Mr. Qin had informed Gu Yusheng that he would only impart the sword arts to him in the mists that enveloped Qingping Mountain. Gu Yusheng understood this was Mr. Qin's test. Furthermore, Mr. Qin was not a member of the Qingyun sect, but rather an extraordinary recluse, wishing to avoid the prying eyes of others. Gu Yusheng traversed the narrow path along Lingxiao Peak. Though steep, the trail was not arduous. The Demon Suppression Tower stood as the most prominent structure on Lingxiao Peak. Yet Gu Yusheng could not approach it, fortunate that there were countless paths leading upward. The clouds of Qingping Mountain drifted far above the Demon Suppression Tower. As the sun rose, he inhaled the essence of heaven and earth with each step, treating every moment as cultivation. However, he could always see the clouds above, yet could never quite reach them. By the time the sun began to set, Gu Yusheng felt somewhat fatigued. Qinjiu, who bore the sword, had been waiting for a while. He bore no reproach towards Gu Yusheng, merely gesturing for him to sit down and rest, much like a kindly neighbor. Gu Yusheng instinctively reached for the wine gourd at his waist, desiring a sip, but, glancing furtively at Mr. Qin, He felt a twinge of shyness and scratched his head awkwardly. Qin Jiao removed the wine gourd from his waist and took a sip, casually remarking, "Neither man nor wine is at fault. In the twilight of life, one should possess the heart of youth in their formative years, free from excessive concerns. A person burdened with too many worries finds it difficult to wield their sword effectively. The day is still bright. Yesterday, I taught you how to hold a sword. And today, I shall enlighten you on the essence of the sword." Upon hearing this, Gu Yusheng promptly sat upright, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Qin Jiao solemnly unfastened the sword case from his back, gently caressing it with his aged hands, and inquired, "Gu Yusheng, as you ascended the mountain, what did you observe?" Gu Yusheng pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Sir, when I first embarked on the ascent, I beheld the mountains adorned with peach blossoms. As the path grew treacherous, my focus narrowed to the ground beneath my feet. During my occasional rests, my gaze was drawn only to the clouds above and the lofty Qingping mountain. I thought of you waiting for me at the summit, and I felt compelled to arrive swiftly." Qin Jiao smiled with satisfaction as the wind from Qingping mountain caressed his weathered face, his silver hair dancing in the breeze. Addressing the young man seated before him, he imparted, "When you mature further, you will come to understand that perceiving the mountain as merely a mountain and the water as simply water is a profound aspect of life. As Buddhism teaches, life unfolds in three realms. Those who can discern these layers are either pure-hearted, innocent youths, or wise scholars, or monks who comprehend the essence of all beings. The path of the sword mirrors this wisdom." Pointing to the wooden sword at Gu Yusheng's waist, his expression turned grave. "Remember, a sword is merely a sword. If your heart does not harbor the right intentions, even the most formidable sword energy and imposing sword force lack a soul. The sword is first and foremost a tool wielded by a person, and only thereafter does it embody the spirit born from one's heart. Before you practice swordsmanship, you must grasp the reason for drawing your sword. Without such conviction, you cannot even be deemed a basic swordsman." Fearing his words might be too obscure, Qin Jiao allowed a slight smile to grace his face as he reassured Gu Yusheng, "Of course, these principles will become clearer as you traverse more paths in life. With a sword in hand, and being my disciple, I shall impart all that I know unto you. However, you must also remember that mountains have their heights and depths, as do people, and so too does the sword possess its complexities. What I teach may not always be correct. Learn it first, and one day, when your mastery of the sword surpasses mine, you will learn to correct it yourself." Upon hearing this, Gu Yusheng promptly bowed and said, "Sir, I shall remember." "Very well." Qin Jiao replied, "From this day forth, I shall impart to you 2 hours of sword teachings, ensuring it does not impede your daily practice. I possess 14 foundational sword techniques, including thrusting, slashing, cleaving, hanging, intercepting, and parrying. I shall first demonstrate the 3 fundamental techniques. You must grasp them thoroughly. Remember, in the initial stages of sword practice, the foundation lies in the heart, not in strength or energy. It is not the countless thrusts you have made in the past that foster your growth, but rather the perseverance that sustains you." Qin Jiao fetched a wooden stick to serve as a sword, demonstrating the thrust, cleave, and slash for Gu Yusheng, then gestured for him to mirror his movements. Once Gu Yusheng could keep pace with his rhythm, Qin Jiao stepped aside, focusing intently on every action and detail of Gu Yusheng's practice, offering timely corrections as needed. As subtle changes and transformations occurred repeatedly in the details, Gu Yusheng gradually came to appreciate the significance of mastering the fundamental techniques. When night fell, Qin Jiao gestured for Gu Yusheng to halt and advised, "It is dark now. You should descend the mountain. The path is treacherous, and one must tread carefully on each step, just as one does when ascending." "Understood," Gu Yusheng replied, though he felt he still had the energy to practice his swordplay. Nevertheless, he heeded Mr. Qin's counsel, ensuring each step was steady as he made his way down. Upon returning to the peach blossom courtyard, Gu Yusheng immersed himself in a wooden tub, reflecting on every detail imparted by his teacher throughout the day. And only after confirming that he had not forgotten anything did he succumb to slumber. In the early morning, although Gu Yusheng's heart longed to ascend the mountain and see Mr. Qin, he restrained his eager spirit and chose to practice bone tempering in the cold cave. Unlike before, this time he approached his bone tempering with a calm demeanor, allowing tranquility to envelop him. As he activated his inner energy, he meticulously contemplated the subtle changes that occurred during the process of refining his bones. It was not that he was more meticulous than before, rather, it was Mr. Qin's earnest teachings and patience that had taught him the virtue of slowing down. The youthful impetuosity that often accompanied his age made him eager to act swiftly, for he understood that time was not on his side. Yet, the presence of Mr. Qin instilled a rare sense of peace within Gu Yusheng. He eased his breathing and moderated the pace of his true essence's flow. To his astonishment, he found that the speed of his bone tempering did not diminish. The biting cold emanating from the icy pool revealed, upon deeper contemplation, a latent warmth within the frigid energy, which prevented him from being entirely frozen. Recognizing this detail, Gu Yusheng once again slowed his practice, attempting to draw upon and absorb the warmth hidden within the extreme cold. Gradually, a gentle warmth began to rise within his primordial essence, flowing from his danshin to his limbs. A radiant, fiery glow enveloped his bones, dispelling the previous chill that had clung to them. Chapter 52. Earnest Teachings, Walking One's Own Sword Path. Ever since he commenced his sword training, Gu Yusheng arrived at the mist-laden Qingping Mountain half an hour earlier each day than the last. Mr. Qin, with his sword case slung over his shoulder, would invariably be seated on a stone in the clearing, awaiting him. Qin Jiu was a man of few words, aside from offering guidance during Gu Yusheng's training. He often sat in silence, gazing at the heavens. With regard to Gu Yusheng's swordsmanship, Qin Jiu was almost exacting, refusing to allow any flaws or errors in the basic sword forms. His gaze would follow the wooden sword in Gu Yusheng's hands, unwavering. Gu Yusheng, in turn, never entertained thoughts of slacking off. He practiced diligently each day with unwavering commitment. It was not until 2 weeks later, after completing the foundational 14 forms, that Qin Jiu signaled for Gu Yusheng to stop and remarked, "As spring gives way to summer, the days grow longer. Since your first day of sword practice, the duration of your training has steadily increased. Have you noticed that the peach blossoms in the mountains have reached their fullest bloom?" "Indeed, I have observed it, sir," Gu Yusheng replied. After a fortnight of arduous training, it is essential to indulge in moments of relaxation. Today, let us conclude our practice here. At your age, it is only natural to revel in the beauty of mountains and rivers. Take a half day to rest. Gu Yusheng clasped his hands in reverence and replied, "Master, the verdant mountains endure year after year, and the springs return with each cycle. Though the mountains remain evergreen, I find myself growing each day, and I dare not afford even a moment's negligence. I humbly request that you continue teaching me the art of the sword." Qin Jiu gazed at Gu Yusheng for a while before responding, "Very well, your youthful spirit is invigorating. If you desire to learn more, I shall impart further knowledge. I will teach you a technique known as the heart of perception, which will enable you to grasp the true essence of the sword more swiftly. Whenever you have leisure, sit and contemplate the sword. Remember, the mountain is a sword, and the water is also a sword. Do not allow the world you perceive to confine you, nor should you overlook the world that unfolds before your eyes." Qin Jiu retrieved a bamboo stick and inscribed the heart of perception on the ground, character by character. Once Gu Yusheng had committed it to memory, he wiped away the previous inscriptions. This technique comprises only a few hundred characters, which Gu Yusheng quickly memorized. Qin Jiu was pleased with Gu Yusheng's memory and understanding. Rising from his seated position, he stood at the edge of the cliff and said, "I have observed your sword practice recently. Your control over the sword's aura has matured, and your sword's momentum is as solid as a mountain. With time and perseverance, you shall succeed. Your rate of progress is indeed rapid, but you still have a long journey ahead to truly comprehend the way of the sword. Once you master the sword's momentum, the next step is to grasp the sword's intent. You must understand the sword, and the sword must resonate with your spirit." Gu Yusheng listened attentively, and, when the moment was right, asked, "Master, must I start anew in my sword training?" Qin Jiu replied patiently, "Everything should follow its natural course. The practice of swordsmanship also requires a gradual unfolding. A person's efforts will never go unrewarded. I am merely reinforcing your foundational skills. The art of the sword encompasses not only the struggles of common folk, but also the ability to wield it over great distances to vanquish foes. Practitioners, whether they train in fist or sword, seek to conquer their enemies through strength or sharpness. There is no inherent distinction between them. Once one reaches the level of soul condensation, victory among practitioners is often determined by their realms. Mastering one or two techniques can lead to slaying demons or achieving renown. However, the sword is different. To take the sword as a path is not merely a skill. Where it leads may not necessarily be the way. In this world, there are myriad paths and techniques, and the way of the sword is but one among many. The number of practitioners is vast. Yet how many can truly comprehend the way? Upon hearing this, Gu Yusheng straightened his posture, his eyes gradually brightening. Clutching the wooden sword with fervor, he felt its weight and depth for the first time. His gaze brimmed with a thirst for knowledge, and he earnestly implored, "Master, please teach me." As the sunlight illuminated Qin Jiu's face, his features became increasingly defined and clear. Together, Qin Jiu and Gu Yusheng ascended Qingping Mountain step by step. As they walked, Qin Jiu remarked, In this world, there are countless sword practitioners, many of whom wield their swords with mastery rooted in their cultivation levels, using sword aura to harm and sword momentum to captivate. Yet, those who can truly comprehend sword intent are exceedingly rare. They mistakenly believe that the sharpness of their sword is a direct result of their profound cultivation, but in truth, this is contrary to the essence of the sword path. It is entirely natural to pursue sharpness when first learning the sword, but remember, if you wish to follow the path of the sword, you must forge your own way and discover your own sword intent. As Qin sighed softly at this juncture, a trace of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, revealing a certain melancholy. The human race is frail. I too have once struggled for survival beneath the claws of demonic beasts. In my youth, I harbored aspirations of wielding my sword to vanquish these monsters. However, as my cultivation deepened and I grasped the truths of existence, there was no turning back. Gu Yusheng could sense the regret lacing Qin words, yet he was at a loss for how to console the elderly man before him. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured, perhaps, without your valiant efforts in the past, our human race would not endure as it does today. Your sword has, indeed, saved many lives. Upon hearing Gu Yusheng's remarks, Qin halted, his expression turning grave. Child, I am not as grand as you perceive. Remember, in life and in actions, it is paramount to adhere to one's true self. Never entertain notions of saving the world. In the realm of humanity, one is judged by their actions rather than intentions. As your power grows, so too will the burdens you bear. There will come a day when it may overwhelm you. The delineation of good and evil is not determined by the sword one wields. Rather, it is essential to remain true to oneself. With a casual motion, Qin lifted his hand, and a peach blossom fluttered into his palm. He extended it towards Gu Yusheng, kindly stating, "What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it?" Gu Yusheng nodded. Qin turned his palm over, letting the blossom fall to the ground, and remarked, "People admire the peach blossom for its beauty and fragrance, often unwittingly neglecting the wild grass and brambles that surround it. Should the day arrive when you find no need for the peach blossom and instead require the wild grass for healing, you will come to see the value in the humble flora." This illustrates how the perceptions of good and evil within the human heart can shift with time and circumstance. Gu Yusheng pondered this, though his youth rendered him unable to grasp its entirety. Qin, unperturbed, continued on his path, imparting wisdom to Gu Yusheng as if discussing mundane matters. "You mentioned that I slay demons for the benefit of humanity, but you must understand that in the eyes of the demon race, I am but a villain who slaughters their kin. As cultivators, it is our duty to wield our swords to protect the weak. However, we must never allow ourselves to be shackled by righteousness, whether demon or human. The chaos of this world has never truly ceased. Demons feed upon their own kind and upon humans. Do they discern between good and evil? Countless individuals in this world pride themselves on their noble lineage or on their feats of slaying demons. Yet how many of the demons that fell to their blades were innocent? Similarly, how often do kindred harm one another for mere profit? If one day this world is free of rampant demons, would true peace reign?" Qin spoke with gravitas. Therefore, at all times and in all places, one must remain true to their heart when wielding a sword. When the sword is drawn, let it heed your true self. Strike down what must be struck without hesitation. Yet, when sheathed, allow a modicum of kindness to remain, offering a glimmer of warmth to this cold world. I understand the weight you carry. Yet, I hope you can pursue the path of the sword with unwavering purity. Chapter 53. Testing the Yuan fetus invokes divine retribution. Concealing malice. Gu Yusheng trailed behind Mr. Qin from the afternoon until dusk, only realizing the diminutive size of the demon-suppressing monument within the Qingyan sect when it appeared small on the horizon. At that moment, an extraordinary force seemed to press upon his shoulders like an immense mountain, nearly robbing him of breath. "Sir!" Gu Yusheng's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth in determination. In that moment, he truly grasped the perilous nature of ascending Qingping Mountain. Observing this, Qin raised his sleeve, and with a gentle wave, the heavy burden on Gu Yusheng's shoulders abruptly vanished. Yet, despite this alleviation, he still found himself unable to persist. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Let us descend," Qin said calmly, extending his hand to help Gu Yusheng to his feet. This time, he allowed Gu Yusheng to walk ahead, providing protection from behind. "If you do not look back, you should be able to continue for a while longer, Mr. Qin remarked once Gu Yusheng's breathing had steadied somewhat. Confused, Gu Yusheng pondered, for even though he had reached his limit, Qingping Mountain still loomed high above him, and he could not trust his own eyes. "Sir, no matter how tall a mountain may be, it must have a summit, does it not? What then is the source of such strength?" Qin Jiao did not answer Gu Yusheng's inquiry directly, but continued. The process of climbing a mountain mirrors the accumulation of sword intent. It requires the invisible gathering of strength, layer upon layer, until it can be unleashed in an instant. The height of Qingping Mountain exists not only in your eyes, but also within your heart. After descending, you must reflect upon this experience and apply it to your swordsmanship. Remember, while the path of the sword may seem ethereal, the study of swordplay itself is a grounded endeavor, requiring practicality, truth-seeking, knowledge, and comprehensive understanding that can be executed in each move and technique. I shall remember, Gu Yusheng replied. Qin Jiao nodded silently, and once he had ensured Gu Yusheng's safety, his figure faded into nothingness. Gu Yusheng had long grown accustomed to Mr. Qin's elusive nature. Today's lessons in swordplay had proven most enlightening. As he returned from Lingxiofeng to Dehuilan, he noticed a significant increase in the number of disciples along the way, piquing his curiosity. Through casual conversations among the sect's disciples, he learned that the sect was conducting evaluations of last year's disciples' Yuan Tai. Those who had failed to coalesce their Yuan Tai would be mercilessly expelled from Qingyun sect. As Gu Yusheng approached the demon suppression stele to pay his respects, a harsh voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw Elder Lu Zhan of Qingyun sect standing not far away, his cold gaze fixated upon him. Elder Lu, Gu Yusheng greeted, maintaining a respectful demeanor, albeit with a hint of aloofness. In truth, he had once referred to this elder as Uncle Lu before he ascended to his current position of power within the sect. However, the elder before him now had become a figure of authority, embroiled in a personal vendetta with Lu Chun, rendering them adversaries. Since the incident in which Zhao Ji had attempted to harm him but failed, and had mentioned the mysterious circumstances surrounding his father's death before his demise, Gu Yusheng had remained cautiously wary of Elder Lu. Many matters remained unproven, merely shadows of suspicion. The year has passed. Have you successfully coalesced your Yuan Tai? Elder Lu inquired. Gu Yusheng replied honestly, I have successfully coalesced it. Oh, Lu Zhan's eyes narrowed. You should be aware that lying incurs greater punishment. In the past, it was indeed easy to remain in Qingyun's sect, but the sect leader established new rules last year, and rules are rules. Do you understand? Gu Yusheng affirmed, I understand. Lu Zhan scoffed coldly and turned to a nearby man. Zhao Shidi, take him for Yuan Tai testing. Yes, Zhao Jing stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Gu Yusheng. Come with me to the Yuan Coalescence Hall. Gu Yusheng trailed behind Zhao Jing. After walking for a while, Zhao Jing suddenly halted and remarked, You must have condensed your primordial embryo, correct? Gu Yusheng felt a surge of vigilance. He neither confirmed nor denied the statement. Zhao Jing smiled and continued, I deduced this. That night, someone witnessed your swordplay at Yinshui Gorge. A person who has not condensed their primordial embryo would lack such capability. Logically, having condensed your primordial embryo should allow you to remain in the Qingyun sect. Yet, you must understand that every step you take from now on will be fraught with difficulty. Your youth is both an advantage and a disadvantage. My Zhao family has established a courier agency in Qingyun town. Are you considering descending the mountain to seek work? Gu Yusheng began to grasp the implications of Zhao Jing's words, responding, I intend to stay in the Qingyun sect. I have no plans to descend the mountain. I can provide you with substantial wealth, ensuring your life and affluence, Zhao Jing coaxed. Gu Yusheng chose not to reply further and proceeded directly to the primordial condensation hall. Zhao Jing was left standing aside, initially expressionless, but soon a glint of coldness appeared in his eyes. This junior brother had come to assess his primordial embryo, it seemed. A young disciple, noticing Gu Yusheng's entrance, courteously led him to a dark stone tablet. Please, junior brother, register your sect token for me, the disciple requested. Gu Yusheng handed over his sect token. After verifying it, the disciple's smile took on a strange quality. Ah, it is you, junior brother Gu. I've heard you practice swordsmanship in the peach blossom grove for a year. I wonder if your cultivation has suffered? Not at all. Gu Yusheng understood the hidden meaning behind the disciple's smile, yet, having recently immersed himself in swordsmanship under Master Qin, his heart was steadfast, unperturbed. If one had not condensed their primordial embryo, they would be sent down the mountain. However, if one were merely a step or two short, there might be room for negotiation. The young disciple chuckled softly, lowering his voice. The decisions here at the primordial condensation hall rest with Elder Lu and Elder Zhao. If you possess something of value, you understand my implication, right? However, given your past with Elder Lu's son, that connection may be difficult to navigate. I am somewhat familiar with Elder Zhao and could perhaps speak a few favorable words. The young disciple formed his hands into a gesture of concealment, his demeanor becoming more approachable. Gu Yusheng sighed inwardly. It was no wonder Master Qin remarked that in this world, demons consume demons, and humans devour humans. Such realities are hardly surprising. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, who constantly aspire to vanquish demons, are not exempt from worldly customs. In matters of human relationships, they are indeed no different from those in the small town. Gu Yusheng silently approached the stone tablet and placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the tablet radiated a blue light. The previously smiling disciple's expression shifted to one of anger and astonishment. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, "Are you certain you haven't cheated?" Gu Yusheng placed his hand upon the tablet again. The disciple circled the tablet once more and then invited Zhao Jing, who was waiting outside, to enter. Third grade primordial embryo. Zhao Jing squinted. "Uncle Zhao, this is, Zhao Jing threw his hand dismissively and exited. The disciple, somewhat unwilling, inscribed third grade primordial embryo on Gu Yusheng's sect token, his eyes betraying jealousy as he remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Junior brother, it seems your year of sword practice was not in vain. Please place your hand upon it again. I need to confirm once more." Gu Yusheng shook his head, resolutely declining. "Senior brother, one may be warned once or twice, but never thrice." "Gu Yusheng, are you afraid? Have you resorted to cunning means?" Gu Yusheng offered a calm smile, reached out to retrieve his sect's token, and silently made his way towards the door. As he approached the threshold, the stone tablet behind him abruptly shifted from a verdant hue to a silvery sheen, and then to a brilliant gold. The radiant beam emanating from the tablet dazzled the disciple, rendering him unable to open his eyes. "This is impossible." He wore a look of disbelief, hastily waving his hand to shut the door. The suspicion in his eyes had morphed into a deep-seated jealousy. If the first-grade Yuan body were indeed genuine, would he not find himself beneath my heel? He rushed to the stone tablet, pressing his hand against its enigmatic surface, attempting to obscure its brilliance. At that moment, a column of light surged from above the tablet, shooting towards the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded, unleashing a cataclysmic force that struck down the testing disciple, causing him to bleed from all orifices and perish on the spot. Moreover, the entire Ningyuan Hall was forcibly uprooted by this mysterious energy, while the demon suppression tablet of Qingyun sect radiated an ancient light, counteracting much of the ominous power from the depths of the sky. In a flurry of time, the sect leader, Suanzi, arrived, and Lu Zhan and Zhao Jing exchanged bewildered glances. "What on earth happened?" Suanzi inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhao Jing remained silent. Lu Zhan, with a forced smile, responded, "Sect leader, I cannot fathom the cause." Suddenly, a mysterious force obliterated the Tianyuan stone used for testing the Yuan bodies. Suanzi entered Ningyuan Hall, his gaze shifting as he approached the registration ledger. He picked it up, his eyes landing on the name Gu Yusheng, where he noted the inscription of a third-grade Yuan body. His eyelids drooped, and a hand, previously concealed in his sleeve, emerged. He casually flipped through the pages, casting a profound glance at Lu Zhan. "Elder Lu, have many disciples from your Yuanfeng manor visited you in recent days? Have they come bearing gifts?" Lu Zhan's expression shifted, and he quickly denied, "Sect leader, that is utterly unfounded. Absolutely not." "That is well," Suanzi replied, setting down the ledger. His hands clasped behind him as he strode towards the exit. Qingyun sect had suffered considerable losses among its disciples, and those with subpar test results would be retained for an additional 2 years of opportunity. By the way, the sect will close its mountain for a year, as there are no extra resources to repair this place. "Elder Lu, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Lu Zhan wished to refuse, but the sect leader had already moved far away. He understood that this was not a discussion, but a command. It seemed the sect leader was aware of his opportunistic dealings and was subtly admonishing him. Now, the restoration of Ningyuan Hall would require substantial resources for talisman arrays. Furthermore, those disciples who were initially to be expelled from the mountain were now retained. While this could have been inconsequential, the issue lay with those caught in indecision, who had accepted benefits only to discover they were no different from others. What had been received was difficult to return. Yet, he had indeed accepted such offerings. Numerous disciples were related to the elders of the sect, and the internal rivalry among the elders rendered this situation even more precarious. Now, his attempts to reap benefits had been laid bare by the sect leader's few words, exposed in the glaring light of day. "Elder Lu, I have other matters to attend to. I bid you farewell," Zhao Jing said, patting his backside as he departed. Fearing that Lu Zhan might cause him harm, he scoffed. Lu Zhan's complexion darkened with anger, yet soon, a chilling glint and a sneer emerged in his eyes. "Shao, you cunning old fox, your days of frolicking are numbered." Lu Zhan's gaze fell upon the obsidian monument, his brows knitting in contemplation as he murmured, "Strange, this Tianyuan divine stone, a sacred relic of the demon clan, is also the soul stone used by the celestial emissaries to oversee the practitioners of the myriad realms. It should not shatter. Unless someone has offended the established rules set by the celestial emissaries Gu Yusheng? Could it be this lad? Back in the day, Gu Bai audaciously exchanged barbs with the celestial exile in Xianu Prefecture. How could this offspring possess such prowess? Lu Zhan picked up a tome and scrutinized it closely. A vicious glint flashing in his eyes. A third-grade Yuan embryo? Truly, I must not underestimate him. This implies he has already entered the meridian opening realm. I wonder how many meridians he has unblocked. Such a pace of cultivation rivals that of most prodigies. Despite my meticulous efforts, I could only assist Lu Chun in refining a fourth-grade Yuan embryo. He was originally intended to be a stepping stone for my son. Yet it seems this stone is rather elevated. I must tread carefully and make necessary preparations. Chapter 54. The celestial realm is graced by golden claws. Gu Yusheng comprehends sword intent that night. The starry sky shimmered brilliantly. Above the clouds enveloping Qingping Mountain, Qin Ji, adorned in flowing garments and carrying a sword case, stood motionless, gazing at the vortex in the heavens. Suddenly, a lightning-like beam erupted from the depths of that vortex. As a golden dragon claw seemed to crush the celestial clouds, breaking through the boundaries of realms. Qingping Mountain remained silent. The Qingyun sect persisted, as always. However, within the depths of the stars, chaos stirred, thunder roared, and the orb of light gathering within the claw reeked of devastation. From the profound depths of the heavens, a massive eye slowly opened, and beneath the dark celestial dome, a cold visage began to form. Buzz! The sword case upon Qin Ji's back emanated waves of azure light. The ancient sword sang. A single stroke vanished into the vast sky. Moments later, a beam of sword light appeared in the distance. The face, not yet fully formed, split open, rapidly expanding, its distorted mask infused with fury, and that eye transformed into a brilliant, dark red star. The golden dragon claw dissipated into the depths of the stars, like a breathtaking nightscape, cascading from the Milky Way, lingering long thereafter. The boundary guardian, a disruptor of order, possessed great audacity. A whisper resonated through the firmament, ultimately fading into silence. The sword returned to Qin Ji's case. Shortly thereafter, his figure reappeared at Qingping Mountain. Seated in meditation, his body erect, yet his visage bore the weight of age. On this night, Gu Yusheng found himself in restless slumber, plagued by an inexplicable agitation. It was not due to trivial worries encountered during the sect's Yuan embryo assessment, but rather an ineffable feeling that eluded definition. Sleepless in the middle of the night, Gu Yusheng resolved to forego rest. He made his way to the peach blossom courtyard, sitting alone beneath the eaves, staring vacantly at the starry sky. The words spoken by Mr. Qin during the day echoed in his mind, growing increasingly vivid, as the clouds beneath the starry expanse obscured his vision. Yet that town-guarding monument appeared vividly in his eyes. Gazing intently, he felt it resembled a sword, a sharp blade poised against the heavens. Though towering, it remained insignificantly small in comparison to the vast sky. He, in contrast to that monument, was minuscule by countless measures. What is a sword? Gu Yusheng silently pondered. As if questioning the stars, he instinctively grasped the wooden sword at his waist. As it rested in his hand, the fleeting sense of ethereality within him solidified significantly. Gu Yusheng gradually lifted the wooden sword, reflecting on the days it had accompanied him. It was so ordinary. So much so that it had been publicly broken and trampled by the leader of the Qingyun sect. Yet it was also extraordinary. Forged from the branch that his father had severed from a peach demon. Recollecting the years spent wielding this wooden sword in the Qingyun sect, practicing, honing skills, and facing dangers, it had once been cherished by Miss Mo, returned to him, reigniting his motivation during his darkest days. Gradually, a glimmer ignited in Gu Yusheng's eyes. Suddenly, he began to understand. What is a sword? No need to ask the heavens. It is simply a sword. He had once harbored a quiet resentment towards his father's unsheathed sword, and had vowed to draw it forth to reclaim his honor. He had frequently wondered whether his father's guardian sword had truly protected him. Now Gu Yusheng comprehended. Yes, it had always been there, quietly accompanying him. He had never discarded the wooden sword in his grasp. Thus, it was indeed the guardian sword his father had spoken of. It had long since been unsheathed. Just as that town-guarding monument silently stood against the sky, Gu Yusheng gradually rose, gripping the wooden sword, lifting it incrementally. A rare brilliance blossomed in his eyes. In that moment, he was no longer lost. He grasped the true essence of the wooden sword. It embodied the sword's intent he sought, the guardian sword. Not to protect all living beings or the great path, for it was neither profound nor grand. It was the heavy bloodline inherited from his father. What was lost had forever departed. To guard what he wished to protect within his heart and to bravely draw the sword. This was the significance of wielding it. A smile gradually spread across Gu Yusheng's face. In this lifetime, he vowed to live well, seeking the meaning of existence, unconstrained by worldly ties, not confined within a mere inch of space. Amidst this peach blossom grove, his heart longed for the vast world. Should injustice arise in this realm, he would confront it with his sword. If demons existed, he would sever them with a single strike. If there were those worthy of cherishing, he would hold them dear. Gu Yusheng no longer gazed at the heavens. He hurried to the thatched cottage, by the wooden bed, and secretly clasped the red string and hairpin in his palm, whispering to himself, "Qingping Mountain, Miss Mo has treated me well, and my master has also been kind. I am no longer the orphan without anyone to care." The young lad stood in a daze, unable to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. The following midday, Gu Yusheng arrived with a fresh batch of peach blossom wine, walking briskly through the mountain stream under the gentle breeze. His steps were light, and the ascent felt effortless, leading him to the familiar flat ground where he had practiced swordsmanship. Gu Yusheng ran toward the stone, offering a full jug of wine with both hands. "Master, this year's newly brewed peach blossom wine has been uncorked. Please indulge in some." As he spoke, he retrieved a few slices of peach blossom cake from the basket slung over his left arm. "Master, I made this myself, adding a touch of honey. I believe the flavor should be pleasing." Miss Mo has tasted it and praised it highly. Qingjiu, seated upon the stone, slowly opened his eyes. He reached out to accept the wine from Gu Yusheng, taking a hearty gulp before savoring a piece of the cake. "The wine is delightful, and the cake is quite good, though a tad sweet. Little girls adore such treats. As for me, I merely partake to relish the flavor." Qingjiu's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his gaze toward Gu Yusheng remained gentle, devoid of any condescension as long as the young man was not wielding a sword in training. Gu Yusheng settled on the ground, leaning against the stone, feeling as though he were nestled beside his master, his heart at ease. He chewed on a slice of cake while gently sipping from his spiritual gourd. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qingjiu's face as he drank. Suddenly, his hand froze mid-motion with the cake, his eyes widening in shock as he turned abruptly. His revered teacher had aged overnight, his once dark hair now streaked with white, his visage bearing the marks of time. Master Gu Yusheng's voice trembled, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. He set down the gourd and the slice of cake, which had lost all flavor. "I am well," Qingjiu softly reassured him, patting Gu Yusheng's shoulder. "Everyone ages, and I too will grow old. The winds of Qingping Mountain can be fierce." It happened overnight. Rising from the stone, Qingjiu took a few steps forward, stroking his beard. "Child, I sense your wooden sword at your waist humming. You must have found your path, which is commendable." A smile graced Qingjiu's features. Gu Yusheng drew the wooden sword from his waist, grasping it firmly, and bowed to Qingjiu. Accepting the gesture with ease, Qingjiu reflected, "You possess a sword, a fine instrument at your side. When I find the time, I shall seek a scabbard for you. A sharp blade can harm both others and oneself. Once your cultivation deepens, you will come to understand this. For today, there is no need to practice sword techniques. Sit, and allow me to teach you the art of concealing a sword." Chapter 55. The first sword technique of Gu Yusheng's cultivation. The winds of Qingping Mountain rise subtly, stirring the skies into a tempest. After the peach blossoms bloom to their fullest, they seem to wither overnight, while the grasses thrive and the mountains remain lush. The flat stone on the ground, the old man bearing the sword, and the youth who never slackened in his practice bore witness to the arrival of spring and the ensuing storms. When autumn arrives, painting the mountains with frost-kissed leaves, Gu Yusheng realizes that Master Qing's garments are too thin to withstand the chill of the season. Qingjiu's brows were etched with the lines of time, his form slightly stooped, his eyes sunken within their sockets, and his long, pale hands still bore thick calluses. He had grown accustomed to imparting daily lessons to the boy, who moved with the swiftness of the wind. The stones beneath them bore unintentional marks, remnants of the boy's reach, gradually ascending with his growth. The flat ground and walls were etched with numerous sword scars, testaments to the boy's unwavering commitment to his training. The once rough blue stones had become smooth from prolonged sitting. Yet, the old man, burdened with a sword, remained tirelessly seated, day after day. On an autumn afternoon, as the winds howled mournfully, the boy traversed the steep paths of Qingping Mountain with the grace of a breeze. Qingjiu uncorked his wine and took a sip, a subtle smile gracing his face as Gu Yusheng approached. Slowing his pace, the boy meticulously adjusted his clothing and hair, striving to avoid any semblance of impertinence. Over the past 6 months, Gu Yusheng had grown taller, his physique now more robust and radiant, his eyes sparkling with vitality. He hastened to the stone, but refrained from drawing his sword as he usually did. Instead, He retrieved a blue cloak and carefully draped it over the old man. Qin Jiao tightened his shoulders and caressed the fabric of the cloak, remarking, "This material is exquisite. Such cloth cannot be woven from the Rami of Qingping Prefecture. It must have been meticulously crafted from the cotton and linen of Xianu Prefecture, delicately spun and sewn, with silk added for a delightful texture." Standing resolutely, the boy aimed to shield his mentor from the biting wind. Yet, the relentless gusts stirred the old man's silver hair, and the chill seeped into their bones. After a moment of hesitation, the boy mustered his courage and said, "Sir, I want tea be coming tomorrow." Qin Jiao, still smoothing the cloak, lifted his gaze slowly. Indeed, the boy had grown significantly taller, surpassing his seated height. "Is it because of the cold?" Gu Yusheng nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Sir, I fear not for myself, but for you. I do not wish to come. Look, there is already new snow atop the mountain." Turning to gaze at the summit of Qingping Mountain, Qin Jiao pondered for a while before exclaiming, "Indeed, time passes swiftly. The peach blossoms bloomed as if just yesterday. Yusheng, you have grown much taller in these 6 months, yet your swordsmanship remains unmastered. You must continue your visits. I will be here waiting." Gu Yusheng fell silent, his clear eyes fixed upon the old man. "Then I shall bring you warmer clothes tomorrow." Qin Jiao stroked his beard, reflecting, "I have wandered through life, becoming accustomed to the tempests of this world. Whether in sunshine or snowfall, it matters little to me. Yet today, I sense something different. Perhaps it is age catching up, as my body does seem weaker. This cloak indeed offers warmth. Stand straight. I have something to say." Gu Yusheng stood tall. As Qin Jiao circled the stone and approached him, he raised his hand and produced a wooden scabbard from his voluminous sleeves, presenting it to the boy. "Try it. See if it fits your wooden sword." Gu Yusheng accepted it with both hands, examining it closely. The scabbard, crafted from wood, was polished to a smooth finish, offering a delightful tactile sensation, adorned with intricately carved runes. Just days prior, Gu Yusheng had witnessed the old man diligently carving with a small sword upon the stone. Drawing out the wooden sword from his waist, it aligned perfectly with the scabbard. The wooden sword felt slightly heavier, and Gu Yusheng found himself quite enamored. "Thank you, sir," he expressed gratefully. "As long as you like it," Qin Jiao replied with a benevolent smile, gesturing towards the hilt of Gu Yusheng's wooden sword, adding with a tinge of regret, "It merely lacks the embellishment of a tassel. A young man should possess the flair befitting his age." At this remark, Gu Yusheng paused momentarily, instinctively touching the red cord at his chest, then bashfully lowering his hand, casting a furtive glance at the elderly gentleman, fearful of reproach. His gaze somewhat lost in thought. That night of parting amidst wind and snow, and now again the snowflakes danced down. Upon reflection, it had almost been a year since he last saw Miss Emone. Noticing the youth's distraction and melancholia, Qin Jiao remained unperturbed. Once Gu Yusheng regained his composure, Qin Jiao spoke again. "Over the past half year, you have grasped the essence of swordsmanship. With winter fast approaching, it is time I impart a useful sword technique to you." Gu Yusheng's eyes sparkled with delight. "Will you teach me a sword technique, sir? What level is it?" "Very high," Qin Jiao remarked, drawing forth a scroll from his sleeve. With a flick of his fingers, the scroll began to unfurl in his grasp. Gu Yusheng focused intently, and within the scroll, he beheld a figure bearing a sword, portrayed solely from behind. Yet, the profound and ancient aura emanating from it seemed to draw him into the realm of the artwork. Reminiscent of the countless times he had trailed behind his father, that imposing silhouette etched in his memory. However, Gu Yusheng could only see the figure's back and not the sword technique, leaving him perplexed. As Qin Jiao gradually rolled up the scroll and placed it in Gu Yusheng's hands, he explained, "This is a piece left by the master of the Brush Mountains of the Holy Academy, titled The Human Shadow. It has existed for millennia. In an era when the demon clan wreaked havoc across the land, countless individuals emerged from the mountains bearing swords. Thus this painting has been revered by many descendants. Some believe it encapsulates the supreme mysteries of swordsmanship, yet I, lacking in talent, have been unable to comprehend its depths. 60 years ago, I journeyed to the Brush Mountains in search of the truth, but alas, I did not find the answers I sought, though I did not return empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Gu Yusheng's impression of the Brush Mountains deepened further. What manner of place was it that seemed even more enigmatic than the 3 great holy sites? As he listened to the elderly gentleman continue, "I discovered a sword technique there known as the fusion technique, comprising 9 strikes. I will first teach you the sword forms, followed by the mental incantations. Pay close attention." With a casual gesture, Qin Jiao transformed a wooden stick into a sword, his posture straightening instantly. His movements flowed like water, each strike and stance executed gracefully, embodying the foundational 14 sword techniques, while subtly concealing the art of sword control. In that moment, the aged Qin Jiu bestowed upon the wooden stick a lifetime of glory, transforming it into a formidable sword, each move intricate and masterful. Gu Yusheng stood rooted, his eyes wide with astonishment. His lips moved several times in an attempt to speak, yet words eluded him. For the 9 sword techniques Qin Jiu was imparting, he had learned them. They were indeed the very sword drawings casually brought forth by Miss Mo back then. However, Gu Yusheng, when he initially learned that sword technique, did not pay much attention to it. Each move lacked the exquisite finesse present before him, and, naturally, did not embody the true essence of the sword as Qin Jiu demonstrated. He lacked the core element, the heart of the sword art. Yusheng, do you understand clearly? Gu Yusheng nodded. Qin Jiu set aside the wooden stick, returned to his seat, and said, I will impart to you the foundational principles of the Fusion sword art. You must remember them well and refrain from casually sharing them with others, as they belong to the realm of others. The disciple will remember, he replied. Chapter 56. Early snow in late autumn. Miss Mo presents a cloak in late autumn. As dusk fell, Gu Yusheng returned from his training amidst rain and wind. The path through the peach blossom grove was one he traversed daily, the foliage dense, with raindrops soaking his attire. The door of the small courtyard was tightly shut. Gently pushing it open, he felt the comforting embrace of home. Inside, a pot of earthly warmth awaited. He sat alone, gazing out at the pattering rain, his expression tinged with solitude. Over the past 6 months, apart from his interactions with Mr. Qin, he had spent day and night in the company of his sword. After practicing, he would rest briefly before venturing into the cold cave for bone-forging training, which inevitably grew somewhat monotonous. Quietly, Gu Yusheng took out his wooden sword. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against tying the red thread he had kept close to his heart around the sword sheath. Instead, he gathered several strands of red thread and, in the dimming light, crafted a somewhat rustic sword tassel. In the courtyard, he twirled the wooden sword into a floral pattern, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly, amidst the rain and wind, a melodious laugh floated from outside the door. Gu Yusheng felt a jolt of surprise, instinctively rushing to the courtyard gate. He flung open the doors, only to find the space outside empty. Had he misheard? Slightly dazed, Gu Yusheng turned back, only to be enveloped by a waft of enchanting fragrance. To his astonishment, standing before him with a radiant smile was Miss Mo, whom he had not seen for nearly a year. Dressed in a flowing white robe, with a snow-white shawl cascading down her waist and her hair adorned with light tassels. 2 strands of silken hair danced around her delicate face. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, her nose was elegantly straight, her lips formed a gentle curve, and her brows arched slightly. The familiar haughty demeanor, the well-remembered laughter, and the visage he had long cherished were all present. Over the past year, Miss Mo had blossomed even more. Her figure was graceful, her complexion fairer than snow. She wore no heavy makeup, her beauty radiating with a subtle elegance that left Gu Yusheng spellbound and at a loss. While Miss Mo appeared unperturbed, he felt a youthful blush creeping upon his face. Daring not to meet her gaze, Miss Mo, Gu Yusheng stammered, stepping back unsteadily, nearly losing his balance and almost stumbling. He hurriedly grasped the doorframe to steady himself, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. You shouldn't appear suddenly in the courtyard, you startled me. Seeing Gu Yusheng swaying like a clumsy goose. Despite being several inches taller than her, Miss Mo covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Gu Yusheng, after a year, you remain just as you are. Mo Wanyun instinctively lifted her foot, intending to step on Gu Yusheng's shoe. However, halfway through, she was struck by the sight of Gu Yusheng, whose features had become more defined compared to a year ago. Although his eyes harbored a hint of youthful innocence, they sparkled like the purest stars in the night sky, causing her to abandon her intention. Her heart raced a little faster as she hastily rose on her toes, concealing her foot beneath her flowing skirt. Pretending to advance a step, she placed her hand over her head, then gently pressed it against Gu Yusheng's forehead, withdrawing her touch almost immediately. Have you been indulging in meat? You've grown quite a bit this year, Mo Wanyun remarked, a mischievous glint illuminating her face, exuding a clever charm. With her other hand, which had been hidden behind her, she gradually revealed a neatly folded cloak to Gu Yusheng. Feigning nonchalance, she continued, a few days ago, my grandfather insisted I learn needlework. Even having someone send fine cotton, linen, and silk from Xianu Prefecture. I spent a considerable amount of fabric trying to create something decent, but alas, I only managed a simple cloak. Do try it on and see if it fits. If it does, wear it for me. If not, I'll discard it. As she spoke, Mo Wanyun slowly opened the cloak, unveiling its substantial fabric. A light drizzle fell in the courtyard, droplets landing on her hair, yet she paid no mind. Her eyes danced playfully over Gu Yusheng, and with graceful steps, she glided behind him, draping the cloak over his shoulders and handing him the ties. Well, it is slightly oversized, but you still have room to grow, she remarked, circling back to face Gu Yusheng, retreating a few steps while crossing her arms. One hand supporting her chin and her fingers lightly pressing on her dimples. Come on, Gu Yusheng, don't just stand there. Turn around so I can see. At that moment, Gu Yusheng, rendered speechless, resembled a marionette, spinning left and then right. Miss Imo, is it suitable? He asked, tying the cloak in front of him. Standing obediently, he lifted his gaze, stealing a glance at Miss Imo, only to find her eyes locking onto his in an electrifying moment, causing his heart to skip a beat and his mind to empty, leaving only a foolish smile. Mo Wanyun averted her gaze momentarily, then looked down at her own toes. A hint of pride in her voice as she declared, I told you, I possess a certain talent. It was only then that Gu Yusheng seemed to snap back to reality. Ah, Miss Imo, do not linger in the rain. Quickly, come inside. He extended his hand to shield her hairdo, though his palm hardly provided any cover from the rain. Nevertheless, Mo Wanyun leaned forward slightly, dashing towards the eaves. I'm not that delicate, she retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Gu Yusheng, whose gaze fell upon the tassel of his wooden sword, causing her to erupt into laughter once more. I was just laughing at the tassel you made. It's quite unattractive. Gu Yusheng, feeling embarrassed, mustered the courage to say, Why don't you help me make a better one? Dream on, she replied playfully. Mo Wanyun approached the small wooden tiger, intending to sit upon it, but paused. She reached out to caress the tiger's ear and chuckled. In just a year or two, these childhood toys seem so distant. Let's put them away when we grow older. They will serve as cherished memories. Indeed, Gu Yusheng nodded in agreement, his gaze lingering on Mo Wanyun. Miss Mo, are you hungry? Mo Wanyun nodded slightly. A little. Upon hearing this, Gu Yusheng picked up a bamboo basket and ventured into the autumn rain. The droplets fell softly, most landing on the lightly lifted cloak draped over him. Mo Wanyun fixed her eyes on his figure, a secret smile playing on her lips. Fool, she murmured. Before long, Gu Yusheng returned with 2 fish, silently lifting the catch from the basket. I've been busy with my training lately, so we haven't had any good ingredients at home. Thankfully, this deep-water autumn fish makes a warm soup. I'll brew a pot of honey wine as well. I hope you won't find it unpalatable. I shall find it unpalatable. Mo Wanyun raised an eyebrow. I'll drink every drop of the soup. Gu Yusheng, puzzled, continued to gaze at her emerging figure, muttering, Miss Mo, is your waist slender but your belly large? No sooner had he spoken than Mo Wanyun approached and playfully struck him on the head, hands on her hips. Her expression fuming. Am I that fat? Not at all, Gu Yusheng hurriedly replied, soon busily preparing a pot of delectable fish soup. Hey, it's warm at home. You should take off your cloak, she suggested. Gu Yusheng chuckled. I prefer to keep it on. It gives me the air of a practitioner. Mo Wanyun, amused by his antics, sipped half a bowl of fish soup before gently placing it down. Listen, Gu Yusheng, I've been honing my skills for half a year now. In another 6 months, I shall be able to fly through the skies. At that time, you better not look up at me, only knowing envy. Gu Yusheng paused, bowl in hand, contemplating, then looked back at her. But Miss Mo, please refrain from wearing such a delicate dress. What do you mean? Mo Wanyun's eyes widened in confusion, and suddenly her face flushed crimson. She nearly toppled a clay urn in her indignation, glaring fiercely at Gu Yusheng, her fists clenched. Little mud eel, do you believe I want to gouge your eyes out and stomp on them? Gu Yusheng quickly steadied the urn, his hands pressed together in a pleading gesture. Miss Mo, please don't be angry. This urn is the only vessel I have for cooking. Breaking it would be unfortunate. If anyone dares to look at you, I will help you gouge out their eyes, and you can stomp on them. How does that sound? Go away, Mo Wanyun pouted. Gu Yusheng, where did you learn such flattery? Gu Yusheng's gaze dimmed. Miss, while I have crossed paths with disciples from the sect, I have never spoken with them. I feel as though if no one converses with me, I might become mute. Mo Wanyun glanced at him and quietly remarked, speaking every day doesn't necessarily bring joy. Recently, I've been reading with my grandfather, learning the wisdom of silence over words. Those living before and behind the mountains each have their own struggles. There's little to say. Gu Yusheng felt a ripple of emotion within him, nodding silently as he picked up a spoon and placed a fish head into Mo Wanyun's bowl. Miss Mo, do have some more. Mo Wanyun lifted her bowl and delicately savored the fish head until only the bare bones remained. Putting down the bowl, Mo Wanyun rose and said, I shall take my leave now. I merely passed by. Do not see me off. Also, do not mention that the cloak upon your shoulder was crafted by me. It is quite unsightly and would invite ridicule. Gu Yusheng stood up, one foot straddling the threshold, the other still within the room, and stubbornly declared, No, should anyone inquire. I shall insist it was made by Miss Mo. As you wish. Mo Wanyan walked step by step towards the small courtyard, opening the door without pausing. Gu Yusheng gazed at the fading silhouette, reminiscent of their first encounter, marked by urgency, as autumn rain pattered against the banana leaves, and the young woman gracefully departed. Gu Yusheng remained rooted in place, his eyes only reflecting the towering mountains, the shadows of peach trees, and the scattered autumn leaves, akin to the mundane world. Witnessing the maiden's arrival and subsequent departure, fearing the day when beauty would fade into age and white hair would abound. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng dashed out of the small courtyard, sprinting towards the peach blossom grove. Mo. He began, his voice barely a whisper. Mississippi. He raised his hand, but could not retain that fleeting figure. Not even the mountain breeze left a trace. At that moment, the sky drizzled, the autumn rain turning to snow, each flake landing softly in his palm. Gu Yusheng stood amidst the peach grove, lingering for a long while, the heavy cloak draped over his shoulders shielding him. This year, his shoulders had broadened somewhat. No longer so frail, yet his voice remained one only he could hear. Perhaps the peach trees could, but Gu Yusheng severed a branch with a swift motion. You obstruct my view. Chapter 57. A toast to the minter. Farewells and gatherings beyond control. On the night of the first snowfall, Gu Yusheng encountered Mo Wanyan. In the days that followed, the snow grew increasingly heavy, transforming the entire Qingyun sect into a vast, snowy expanse. This delighted the snow monkeys stealthily surviving in the valley, emboldening them to frolic in the snow. They would jubilantly leap to catch the snowballs Gu Yusheng tossed, performing somersaults in the air. Their snowy fur had become denser, and naturally, each time they pilfered Gu Yusheng's jar of liquor, their prowess had intensified. Yet, their dependence on Gu Yusheng was not solely for the drink. Whenever he practiced atop the stones above the cold pool, they would instinctively guard the entrance, ears perked at the slightest disturbance. In the deep of night, a solitary moon hung high. Gu Yusheng sat cross-legged atop the stone by the cold pool, his entire being enveloped in frost, his bones occasionally cracking, emanating a silvery sheen from within. Over the past months, aside from sword practice, he had not neglected his cultivation, yet the arduous process of bone tempering surpassed his expectations. Even with the spirit liquor from the gourd consumed every few days, he could only temper a piece of bone after several days. Now, apart from his skull, the bones of his entire body had been refined. According to the bone tempering technique, his current speed could be deemed remarkably swift. However, Gu Yusheng felt that any endeavor should be pursued to its utmost. Beyond the silver bones lay the golden bones, and the skull was the most intricate, the sturdiest yet most vulnerable part of the human body. For several days, he has been tempering his skull, not in a haste, but rather guiding the primordial energies of heaven and earth into his meridians with utmost care, channeling the gentlest of forces for refinement. Even so, Gu Yusheng still felt a slight dizziness, as if an invisible shackle pressed continuously upon his sea of consciousness. After persisting for 2 hours, feeling his body reach its limits, Gu Yusheng ceased his cultivation. During this period, he had made significant strides in the sword path, yet his cultivation level had not seen remarkable advancements. However, the diligent teachings of Master Qin were not solely applied to his sword techniques, they permeated his entire practice. Exhaling a breath of frosty air, Gu Yusheng rose, brushing off the frost from his cloak. Just as he was about to step over the cold pond, a gurgling sound emanated from beneath his feet. The snow ape, which had been guarding the cave's entrance, suddenly became restless, scratching its ears and chattering anxiously, its snowy fur bristling like sharp needles. An inexplicable sense of unease stirred within Gu Yusheng. He focused his gaze and observed the once tranquil waters of the cold pond, where bubbles began to emerge, gradually increasing in size, gurgling audibly. In an instant, Gu Yusheng sensed a colossal surge of spiritual energy erupting from the depths of the earth. This energy was remarkably pure, automatically entering his body and penetrating directly to his bones. What is happening? The sudden influx of benefits instinctively instilled a sense of danger in Gu Yusheng, prompting him to swiftly distance himself from the cold pond, cautiously observing and gathering his energy in his feet. Prepared to flee the icy cave at the first sign of trouble, the bubbles in the water multiplied, and the spiritual energy within the cave grew increasingly abundant. Gu Yusheng's heart stirred. He retrieved the gourd from his waist and uncorked it. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within the cave seemed to be drawn in by a mysterious force, rushing into Gu Yusheng's spirit gourd. Under the faint glow of the luminescent stone, he noticed the gourd in his hand turning a pale azure, becoming heavier as it absorbed the spiritual energy. Time passed slowly. The emergence of spiritual energy from the ground continued, yet no signs of danger appeared. Gu Yusheng felt somewhat reassured, gradually siphoning off the energy that surged from the earth. On Qingping Mountain, a thin cloud lingered near the cold moon. In a certain location on the mountain, the meditative Qin Jiu opened his eyes. His hand brushed over the frostbitten sword case, which he slung onto his back. He slowly stood, gazing into the distant sky, his brows sharpening like a sword poised to unsheath. His left hand concealed within his sleeve, discreetly forming a seal. Suddenly, a rune on the sword case glowed brightly. Qin Jiu's expression shifted slightly. Moments later, he smoothed the radiant rune and murmured, "Another demon emperor has emerged? So close to Qingping Mountain. I truly am a man of misfortune." A gust of cold wind suddenly swept across Qingping Mountain, and Qin Jiu tightened his cloak. At that moment, a cerulean figure descended from the sky. The esteemed scholar Mo Fancheng was enveloped by ancient characters. Upon recognizing Qin Jiu, he was taken aback, yet remained silent. Instead, he cast a discerning glance at a nearby flat expanse, where a smooth stone lay. The aura of righteousness around him dissipated as he solemnly remarked, "For the past 2 years, I have pondered who wielded the sword capable of cleaving the heavens and instilling fear in the demon emperor on the day the Qingyun sect was founded. It turns out to be you, Mr. Qin." Qin Jiu, standing with his sword, coldly replied, "Why abandon the mountains of literature to come to Qingping Prefecture to chase the wind? The world may label you a bookworm, but I beg to differ. This world is filled with breathtaking sights. Jingtai Mountain claims a share, the mountains of literature another, and the remainder lies within Qingping Mountain. You should not seek me out. You know my aversion towards the Sacred Academy's literary peaks." Mo Fancheng gently brushed the snowflakes from his shoulders and turned to gaze at the snow-laden ground below. The peach blossom grove had transformed into a vast expanse of white. "I have encountered that cunning peach demon, which had its branch severed by someone and has since been plotting revenge against the disciples of Qingyun sect, secretly amassing power. Over the past 2 years, the peach blossoms have flourished, and it has regained much strength. Just days ago, I noticed another of its branches had been lost, and I found myself pondering who within Qingyun sect could silently sever its limbs. There are but a few who could achieve such an act." Qin Jiu approached the stone, resting against its cold surface, and said, "I did not break it. It willingly broke itself to become my sheath." Mo Fancheng chuckled lightly. "When it encounters Mr. Qin, could it possibly be unwilling? If it were even the slightest bit reluctant, it would lose its life." Qin Jiu dismissed the old scholar's banter with indifference. However, Mo Fancheng stepped forward with earnestness, gazing into the heavens. "Mr. Qin, a great wind is about to rise. The storm of the demon race is about to sweep over Qingping Mountain. With you here, I can focus on my studies with greater peace of mind. Everyone has their own responsibilities. The formidable demon from Qingping Mountain 3 years ago not only survived, but has broken through to a new realm. I will not intervene on your behalf." Mo Fancheng sighed. "I am not adept at fighting, nor am I skilled at slaying demons. Mr. Qin, with your blade's chilling radiance, might you resolve this predicament for me?" Qin Jiu turned his face, locking eyes with Mo Fancheng for a lengthy moment before finally speaking. "Do you believe there is only one great demon in this world? In Tianyao City, a holy demon has emerged. The days for the human race are numbered. In just a few years, both you and I shall be captured by the demon race, our heads fashioned into goblets. That day is not far off." Mo Fancheng's expression stiffened. "Is that truly the case?" Qin Jiu nodded. "I share this with you to elicit a favor in return, even if I do not require it. One day my disciple will. You are a scholar, do not renege on your debts." Mo Fancheng's countenance reflected surprise. Since when did Mr. Qin, a solitary wanderer, take on disciples? A hint of softness appeared on Qin Jiu's cold visage. Between people, there exists a certain connection. Mo Fancheng furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning cautious. His robes billowed as he spoke in a low tone. "In Qingyun sect, could there truly be a prodigy worthy of Mr. Mo's attention? Could it be the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, the favored one of heaven?" Qin Jiu scoffed with a mocking smile. "I had thought you were somewhat different from those old geezers in the Sacred Academy, but it seems you are just the same, judging others superficially. Is there truly such a thing as a favored one of heaven in this world? Do I, Qin Jiu, care about my disciples' innate talents? Titles like the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty are mere burdens in this mortal realm. Can they truly be used to assess one's character? Very well." Mo Fancheng let out a sigh of relief, clasped his hands toward Qin Jiu, and turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, Qin Jiu called out, "Please, stay a moment." Mo Fancheng halted his steps. Qin Jiu continued, "Regarding my affairs at Qingping Mountain, you need only be aware. Do not let others know." Mo Fancheng floated away. "I see now, once a person has attachments, they become hesitant. Mr. Qin, outside lurks powerful demons. Do ensure your sword does not grow dull because of this." The joys and sorrows of scholars are often embedded in their words, rather indifferent indeed. I do not wish to one day pay my respects at your solitary grave. Fear not, I shall not perish. Qin Jiu's expression remained calm as he took a step forward and clasped his hands toward Mo Fanchinch. Alarmed, Mo Fanchinch stepped back, not daring to meet his gaze. Mr. Qin, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I cannot bear it. Qin Jiu replied. My disciple will come of age next year, reaching the time to slay demons. It is crucial that a person of good character officiates his coming-of-age ceremony. I ask you to take this matter seriously. Life is but once. He has no parents by his side, and I have not permitted him to call me master. He lacks a close companion, and after much contemplation, I find you, a scholar, most fitting for this role. The following morning, as Gu Yusheng just opened the door after waking, he beheld a tall, straight figure standing in the small courtyard. Qin Jiu's hair and shoulders were covered in frost and snow, as if he had been standing there for quite some time, resembling a statue of ice. Gu Yusheng rubbed his eyes, and in the next instant, his eyes reddened, trembling as he said, Sir, what brings you out in the snow? He hurried forward, his legs giving way as he knelt in the snow, burying his head to hide his suddenly reddened eyes. A pair of pale, bony hands reached out to help Gu Yusheng rise, as the frost-covered Qin Jiu brushed the snow off his shoulders and clothes. His gaze was gentle as he spoke. Yusheng, I must leave Qingping Mountain. With his emotions already complex, Gu Yusheng lifted his head slightly upon hearing Qin Jiu's words. His eyes fixated on the aged figure of Qin Jiu. He clenched his teeth, unable to utter a word. Snowflakes settled on his brow and hair, his eyelids drooping as he stepped on the snow beneath him, murmuring, Sir, it hasn't even been a year yet. The peach blossoms haven tea bloomed for next year. Look, the courtyard is adorned with plum blossoms. Moreover, my talents are lacking. I have yet to master the sword techniques you taught me. Qin Jiu stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the overcast sky for a while before slowly replying, My child, I must leave eventually. Whether I depart when the plum blossoms bloom or when the peach blossoms open, it matters not. You warm a jug of wine, and I shall enjoy it on my journey. Gu Yusheng lowered his head. He did not wish for his master to depart, nor did he desire the warm wine. Yet he rushed into the house, ignited the brazier, and carried it to the brewing chamber. During this hurried endeavor, he stumbled a few steps, opening jar after jar of wine from last year and this year, tasting them repeatedly. Standing behind the door was a resolute youth, on the verge of tears. With a quivering voice he implored, Master, this wine is not palatable. It tastes bitter. Please stay until the peach blossoms bloom next year, and I promise to brew the finest wine. Qin Jiu approached, casually took a jar, sampled a sip, filled his gourd, and reassured him, It tastes quite delightful. Only then did Gu Yusheng pour a bowl and place it on the brazier to warm. He feared the fire would not be strong enough, thus neglecting his master. Yet he also feared it would burn too fiercely and spoil the wine, prompting Qin Jiu to leave. Qin Jiu remained standing in the snow. Gently patting Gu Yusheng on the head, he sighed, Child, matters of gathering and parting, like fate, are beyond our control. We are perpetually guided by destiny. Do not let this bring you sorrow. Walk your own path, and may your life be devoid of tumultuous waves. If you encounter troubles, seek the gentle spring breeze. If that fails, consult the sword in your hand. The wine is warmed. Serve it to me. Gu Yusheng cradled the bowl filled with wine in both hands. Qin Jiu accepted it and drank it all in one gulp, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. He then departed, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, like a wisp of wind, gracefully fading away. He vanished before Gu Yusheng as if into thin air. Gu Yusheng stood in place, holding the empty bowl, not blinking for a long time. As the wind and snow swept past his feet and brushed against his face, he eventually came to his senses. Like awakening from a dream, he wandered into the house, approached the bedside, climbed into bed alone, and covered himself with a blanket, hoping to sleep until he could see his master again. In the season of new books, the rating for his work had yet to be adjusted, but he believed it would rise in time. He expressed gratitude for the 5-star reviews and assured that he would take the time to read the comments. He presented a significant chapter and, in order to enhance the reading experience, would refrain from discussing such matters in the future, thanking everyone for their support. Chapter 58. The sound of the bell rings. Today in the falling snow, the snow on Qingping Mountain had been falling from late autumn into the depths of winter. Between the valleys, an occasional bird soared across the sky, singing a long, melodious tune. Standing on the cloud bridge weaving between the 6 peaks, the once magnificent peach blossom grove below was no longer visible, nor was the faintly discernible small courtyard. In the early morning, the snowflakes danced. Gu Yusheng stood in the small courtyard, gazing at the gray, weeping sky. The melodious chimes from Qingyun Gate seemed to resonate from the depths of the heavens. Soon after, the sect token at his waist began to emit a faint azure light. This was the summons of the sect. All must attend. Without delay, Gu Yusheng retrieved his cloak from the wall, donned it, closed the courtyard door, and with a light touch of his toes, moved as gracefully as a flying swan treading on snow. Since Master Qin's departure, Gu Yusheng had not spoken to anyone. He maintained a routine of eating, practicing swordplay, and cultivating at the appointed times, leading a life akin to the past. However, he had not returned to that level area atop Qingping Mountain. His sole thought was of arduous cultivation. At the training ground, Gu Yusheng was the first to arrive. In the vast, snow-blanketed northern expanse, Elder Yu Qingshan stood immobile amidst the swirling snow, his sword sheathed as he engaged in tranquil contemplation. Upon noticing Gu Yusheng's arrival, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of appreciation reflecting within their depths. He gestured towards the demon suppression steel not far from Gu Yusheng, advising, "You have arrived too early. There is no need to stand in the snow awaiting others. The steel shines brightly across the land. If you approach it, the snow shall not fall upon you." Gu Yusheng, with a respectful gesture of his hands, acknowledged the elder but did not move towards the steel, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon his head and shoulders. Elder Yu Qingshan paused, momentarily taken aback, yet he refrained from further persuasion. The winds howled fiercely as disciples from the 6 peaks hurriedly made their way through the tempest. Over the course of 2 years, they had learned to wield their vital energy, forming a protective aura around themselves to shield against the biting cold. Though the world was frigid, the disciples of King Yun's sect were notably exuberant. Clusters of them gathered, engaging in idle chatter and gossip. Many cast curious glances towards Gu Yusheng, observing his snow-laden form, motionless amidst the storm, and they could not help but stifle their laughter. Despite the grandeur of King Yun's sect, discussions on cultivation were seldom. Thus, Gu Yusheng's peculiar situation became the subject of much speculation. Could it be that he has yet to condense his primordial fetus, unable to withstand even the snow? They wondered. How could that be? It was said that the last time the condensation hall was struck down by heavenly punishment, it was due to his testing. If he had not condensed his primordial fetus, would Elder Lu have let him off so easily? Meanwhile, the female disciples of Luokang Peak traversed through the snow, like a chorus of songbirds, dressed in an array of garments, fur coats, silk robes, delicate ornaments. They glided gracefully across the pristine white canvas. Had it not been for the snow, their exquisite beauty would have remained concealed. The young male disciples of the 6 peaks, upon witnessing this scene, erupted into playful banter, raising their hands to wave or whistling in jest. Though King Yun's sect transcended worldly concerns, its practitioners were still enmeshed in the mundane. With the trials of life and the threats posed by demonkind, the fates of beautiful maidens were often precarious. While valiant young men wielded their swords across distant lands, a narrative echoed both in tales and in the lives of many. The adage red flowers paired with green leaves rang true. Beauty found its counterpart in heroism. Amidst the fleeting years of youth, where could there be time for solemn promises? As the sorrows and joys of life unfolded, the younger generation learned to assert their presence in the prime of their lives, seeking companionship not for the sake of immortality, but to share in the peril of confronting great demons. King Yun's sect embraced such poignant songs of romance, and the elders did not obstruct the budding affections between the young men and women. Consequently, within the sect, each individual sought out their other half, embarking on a shared journey of cultivation. Soon, an intriguing scene emerged in the training grounds. Disciples from Luokang Peak, who had been a close-knit group, found themselves gradually led away by disciples from other peaks. It seemed that in such a snowy setting, companionship was the norm. Groups of 3 or 5 would seek out their counterparts of the opposite gender in search of life's partners, while Gu Yusheng remained a solitary figure, standing alone amidst it all. The cloak draped over his shoulders, dusted with snow, presented a singularly exquisite sight. The female disciples of Falling Dust Peak, even those yet to find their other halves, would never feign indifference as they passed by Gu Yusheng, for he was ultimately still too young, and they had no desire to tend to him. Furthermore, the humiliation of the sword before the demon suppression steel was indelibly marked upon him, rendering him an undesirable companion. The proud Chu Chun made his entrance, surrounded by a throng of admirers. The arena echoed with the sounds of their exuberant cheers, not merely due to his identity as the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, a status that allowed even a dog to strut with unbridled audacity. Standing amidst the snow, Gu Yusheng meditated, contemplating the sword as an extension of the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze upon him, akin to a sword, colder than frost itself. Sensing this, Gu Yusheng turned his head to discover Chu Chun at the forefront of the crowd, adorned in resplendent attire. His hawk-like nose and keen eyes fixated upon the cloak on Gu Yusheng's shoulders, as if he were an invisible blade yearning to be drawn. Gu Yusheng remained unperturbed. On this snow-laden day, he awaited but one person, yearning for a singular silhouette. A gentle tap on his shoulder startled him. He turned to find a pair of bright, clear eyes fixed upon him, framed by a playful smile. With one hand behind her back and the other playfully poised against her nose, she exuded a charmingly arrogant defiance. Mo Wanyun, clearly in high spirits, was clad in pristine white, a red cloak draped over her shoulders, her hair styled in a single bun, with two strands cascading elegantly. A delicate white jade sword hung at her waist, its hilt adorned with a beautiful red tassel, while her waist was cinched with a jade belt. And her knee-length silk shoes lent her an ethereal grace, standing poised like the wind, exuding a subtle fragrance. Miss Mo, Gu Yusheng's eyes sparkled. Internally, he mused, the ninth prince may harbor disdain for me, but what does it matter? Miss Mo is free to play with whomever she chooses. Your animosity will only sharpen my resolve in the future. Are you lost in thought? Mo Wanyun's long lashes fluttered, her eyes seeming to peer into Gu Yusheng's soul. No. I was contemplating Miss Mo, he instinctively replied. Humph. Mo Wanyun shot him a glance, her lashes fluttering again, a teasing smile gracing her lips. You're standing in the snow, letting it fall upon you, all for a mere cloak? They're laughing at you, can't you hear? I don't mind. Gu Yusheng smiled. I would even fear they might not know. Miss Mo, have you ever gifted anyone else? What are you thinking? Mo Wanyun replied. A hint of urgency in her tone, then softened. I haven't given you anything. Don't get ahead of yourself. I must take my leave to avoid inciting your ire. You know how it is at Kingyun's sect, where rumors abound. As she took a few steps away, noticing the gazes of those around her fixated on Gu Yusheng, she crossed her arms and chuckled. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize your fellow disciples? At that moment, Chu Chun approached Mo Wanyun, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Miss Wanyun, it appears we meet again. Let us not say again. We're not familiar, she retorted. Mo Wanyun found her path obstructed by Chu Chun, making it impossible for her to pass easily. Unable to advance, she decided to return to Gu Yusheng's side. Playfully, she remarked, Hey, I'll enjoy the snow with you. All right, Gu Yusheng replied. Removing the shawl Mo Wanyun had gifted him and draping it over her shoulders, he said earnestly, This way, watching the snow won't be so cold. Mo Wanyun nodded, then suddenly stepped back, her gaze flickering as she warned, Stop, don't reach out. Gu Yusheng's expression stiffened as he extended his hand to brush a snowflake from her head. Miss Mo, why are you so nervous? He inquired. Am I nervous? Mo Wanyun scoffed, stepping on Gu Yusheng's shoe, raising an eyebrow at him. Shoo, don't speak, listen to the sound of the snow. Chapter 59. Conflict at the martial arts arena. A sword stopped Gu Yusheng and Mo Wanyun exchanged no words as they stood together in the snow. Flakes cascading from the sky, naturally settling in their hair, on their shoulders, and upon their garments. When Gu Yusheng stood alone in the snow, many regarded him as a fool. However, when he and Mo Wanyun stood together, the disciples of Kingyun's sect began to realize that their shared experience in the snow embodied the romance befitting youth. The wind and moon were in harmony. The snow and wind fell together, akin to the cold demon suppressing monument. Once, 1,000 disciples departed from Kingyun. Yet only their names were etched upon the stone upon their return. Now, the snowflakes landed on the monument. Once, many had faced life and death together. Now, did they not also wear the snow upon their heads? Some felt envy, while others harbored jealousy. Chu Chin's face turned as cold as ice. His fists clenched, and the women surrounding him gazed at Gu Yusheng with hostility. They too resented Mo Wanyun, for they understood all too well that trailing behind Chu Chun afforded them no pure sanctuary within their hearts. It was merely the allure of worldly wealth that they found difficult to forsake. Mo Wanyun's status rendered her nearly unrestrained by the regulations of the Kingyun sect, her reputation in the Sacred Academy's library evoking trepidation among them. Yet, they dared not express this openly, leading them to deepen their disdain for Gu Yusheng, mocking him instead. Throughout history, the oppression of the weak by the weak has proven more ruthless than that of the strong over the weak. Devoid of any emotional burden or risk, that lad is truly fortunate, many disciples of Kingyun remarked with indignation. Even the formidable ninth prince faced neglect in the presence of Mo Wanyun, while Gu Yusheng stood there, seemingly benefiting without effort. Initially, many believed Mo Wanyun's actions were merely coincidental, an attempt to give Chu Chin some face. However, when Gu Yusheng removed his cloak and placed it upon Mo Wanyun's shoulders, a wave of astonishment surged within many hearts, not merely due to the innocent affection between the young couple, but because of Mo Wanyun's exalted status. As lofty as the clouds, akin to a celestial being beyond the reach of mortals. Yet now, she wished to traverse the earthly realm, ultimately finding favor from Gu Yusheng. This was difficult for many to accept. Chu Chan's expression darkened to an extreme, compelling him to quicken his pace. He bore a royal sword at his waist, gripping the hilt tightly. In the midst of a throng, he harbored murderous intent towards Gu Yusheng. Suddenly, a chilling wind surged, swirling the snowflakes that brushed against Gu Yusheng's eyes. Mo Wanyun stood beside him, motionless, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly on the verge of anger. However, Gu Yusheng was already incensed, his hand subtly clasping the hilt of his sword. With a gentle push of his toes, the snowflakes whirled more fiercely. Clang! The sword rang out, and Chu Chun unsheathed his blade, his fury palpable as he aimed directly for Gu Yusheng's vital points. In that instant, as Gu Yusheng's wooden sword was drawn, he found himself standing before Mo Wanyun. Stop! At that critical moment, 3 booming shouts echoed forth. Master Suanji floated into view, Yu Qingshan, the one who first appeared in the snow. Chu Chen's sword did not falter, golden light piercing through the falling snowflakes in a mesmerizing cascade. A sharp sword aura, eerily entwined, surged forth. With a mournful hum, the sword in Chu Chen's hand trembled violently, and he was forced back several steps by an overwhelming force, stumbling slightly before regaining his balance. His gaze flicked sideways, his crimson eyes brimming with menace and defiance, for the one who impeded his strike was Yu Qingshan, who had refused to teach him the sword technique. Meanwhile, another sharp sword aura coiled in the shadows, slicing through the air. The assailant was Lei Jianghong, the master of Yunfen, and his target was none other than Gu Yusheng. That strand of sword energy seemed intent on severing Gu Yusheng's grip on his sword. Clang! Gu Yusheng unsheathed his wooden sword, piercing silently, as the snowflakes swirling around him mysteriously vanished. The intangible sword aura dispersed outward, causing the thick ice on the ground to dissipate, leaving behind a long gash. Suddenly, Gu Yusheng's complexion paled. His feet retreated slightly, as if an immense force pressed against him, compelling him to step back. Yet, Gu Yusheng did not yield, for he knew Mo Wanyun stood behind him. Crack! His body suddenly sank. The ice beneath him silently fractured, extending into hundreds of fissures that stretched for dozens of meters. Impudence! Master Suanji's voice rang out, materializing between Chu Chun and Gu Yusheng, his sleeves sweeping with a dark expression. His gaze did not settle on Gu Yusheng nor Chu Chun, but rather focused intently on Lei Jianghong, who bore his sword. Amidst the astonished looks of the elders, He Hongyan from the falling dust peak slightly furrowed her brow, understanding that this accusation of impudence was directed at Lei Jianghong. As Lei Jianghong landed, a twitch of muscle flickered across his face, his expression darkening. Chu Chun, return. Yet Chu Chun paid no heed to Lei Jianghong, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Yusheng, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Gu Yusheng remained silent, feeling overwhelmed by the residual power of the earlier strike. His heart raced in terror, for Lei Jiangheng's sword had nearly claimed his life. As the esteemed leader of the One Peak, could it be that such a meager disposition is all he possesses? It is inconceivable. Even if he finds the individual distasteful, such behavior is unbecoming of his stature. It must be intentional. Every action has its reason. It cannot merely stem from a conflict with the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty. A delicate hand rested upon his arm. Mo Wanyun's eyes brimmed with concern, yet they also glinted with intense fury as she fixed her gaze upon Chu Chun, seemingly oblivious to the near peril that Gu Yusheng had just faced. Are you all right? Gu Yusheng gently shook his head. At that moment, he felt a weight on his shoulder. It was Mo Wanyun returning his cloak to him, just as a flash of white light flickered before his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed across the martial arena. It was Mo Wanyun, appearing before Chu Chun with an uncanny grace, delivering a resounding slap to his face in front of the sect leader of the Qingyun sect. Oh, the 9th prince? What a pity for such a title. Mo Wanyun scoffed. I will stand with whomever I choose, and it certainly will not be you. To draw your sword and harm others. What kind of logic is that? Chu Chun stood there, perplexed, eyes wide with disbelief. You struck me? Indeed I did. Mo Wanyun swiftly drew the jade sword at her waist. If you're unconvinced, feel free to draw your sword and test me. Chu Chen's expression shifted, his face a tempest of emotions. Enough, my dear ancestor, do not stir trouble. Above the martial arena, the Grand Scholar Mo Fancheng's imposing projection manifested. In an instant, everyone present, including Gu Yusheng, was pushed outward by an invisible force, leaving only Suanji standing firm in place. The apparition of Mo Fancheng spoke. 9th prince, my granddaughter merely jest with you. Do not take it to heart. Wanyun, upon your return, You shall be punished with 3 days of copying texts and reflecting in solitude. Suinji, I apologize for the disturbance. Youthful banter is indeed quite normal among the younger generation. Naturally, being young, the usually stern Suinji also revealed a warm smile, directing his gaze towards He Hongnian. At that moment, He Hongnian stepped forward, channeling her inner energy to project her voice across the gathering, declaring, "The reason for today's assembly is to announce something of great significance." This timely shift in topic deftly defused the tension between Gu Yusheng and Chu Chun. Gu Yusheng remained stationary, his complexion slightly pale. However, he secretly circulated his inner energy through a minor cycle, dissipating the sword energy that had surged within him without any serious harm. Chu Chen's eyes glowed with rage, yet he was restrained by a bony hand, his enigmatic eunuch companion, Grand Eunuch Yang. The latter's piercing gaze did not rest upon Gu Yusheng, but rather fixated on the back of the sect leader, Suinji. Suinji strode calmly across the martial arena, appearing nonchalant, yet his piercing gaze remained locked on Lei Jianghong. The latter, who had been standing motionless, projecting an air of calm, broke a sweat and took a cautious step back as Suinji passed him, speaking solemnly, "Master, sect leader." Suinji paused his steps and casually remarked, "The Qingyun sect has its own set of rules. Disciples who fail to adhere to these regulations shall be dealt with according to the sect's doctrines. Brother Lei, as an elder of the sect and the master of a peak, do you not think that those two engaged in combat within the forbidden area should be expelled from the sect simultaneously, as per our rules?" Lei Jiangheng's gaze fell upon Gu Yusheng, then shifted to Chu Chun, forcing a troubled smile. "Brother, shall we let this matter pass?" he inquired. "What do you believe would be a fair resolution?" Suinji's eyes were profoundly inscrutable. The elders beside him felt an unexplainable pressure, their hearts racing. Until now, they had perceived the sect leader as strict but not overly harsh. However, many of his decisions remained unfathomable. What was the intention behind the leader's words? Was he truly considering expelling Gu Yusheng from the Qingyun sect? And why did he emphasize the word fair? It was a riddle they could not decipher. Lei Jiangheng's rigid posture slightly bent, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother, concerning the sacred institute Shushan, although this incident was instigated by Chu Chen's impulsiveness, it has not escalated severely." Suinji nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Unexpectedly, he raised his hand and patted Lei Jiangheng on the shoulder, speaking with depth. "He is fortunate. Brother Lei, you two are fortunate. Let us downplay this matter and deduct a year's worth of sect contribution points from them." Lei Jiangheng's eyelids twitched. What sort of punishment was this? Gu Yusheng had no contribution points to begin with, a decision made by the leader himself. Thus, this punishment essentially meant that only Chu Chun would bear the brunt of the consequences. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet he dared not voice any dissent, forcing a smile. "As you say, brother." Suinji clasped his hands behind his back and calmly addressed the gathered elders. "From this day forth, the disciples of the sect shall be under strict supervision." "Yes, sect leader," they replied in unison. Suinji then gestured, "Sister He, please continue speaking to the disciples. I shall observe." He Hongnian's expression was peculiar, yet she resumed, "Disciples, recently, Qingyun town has been besieged by several ferocious beasts, resulting in the deaths of dozens. Although the elders within the sect have slain those beasts, it signifies that the foot of Qingyun mountain is no longer safe. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate your skills and enhance your combat prowess. The affairs hall will soon open tasks for descending the mountain, primarily involving slaying demons or safeguarding peace. You must grow swiftly, so that you may confront these beasts without fear. The sect leader has decided to open the demon suppression tower. Every disciple must enter, either to observe or to engage in combat with the beasts. Those who perform exceptionally will be rewarded. Those who do poorly will neither receive rewards nor face punishment. Yet they may potentially lose their lives forever." Chapter 60. Once again subjected to the ridicule of the world. Unaware of the approaching fortune or misfortune, the announcement of the opening of the demon suppression tower sent waves of anxiety across the faces of the disciples of Qingyun sect. For the vast majority, joining the sect merely meant acquiring skills for a prosperous life upon descending the mountain, aspiring to rise above others, or to enjoy endless wealth. The notion of slaying demons had always seemed like tales from a storybook. During the initial trials at the demon hunting grounds in the back mountains, although there were some disturbances, they were merely trivial matters. Had it not been for the intrusion of two traitorous cultivators, which claimed the lives of numerous disciples, the trials would have continued unabated. While conflicts among sect disciples did occur, they rarely escalated to the point of life and death. However, the demon suppression tower is a different matter entirely. Within its confines lie countless demon beasts and ferocious creatures, some of which have existed for as long as the Qingyun sect itself. Over the endless passage of time, even the weakest of these beasts have transformed into formidable predators. This is a matter of life and death. Some disciples keenly sense the implications in He Hongnian's words. Observing or engaging in battle with demon beasts. Did this imply that certain individuals would not have to confront these beasts, while others would be compelled to enter the fray themselves? If this were the case, beyond mere luck, might there be room for maneuvering? After all, as long as one possesses a solid background and identity, fortune is unlikely to be overly unfavorable. Among the elders, Lu Zhan stood in an inconspicuous position, and as soon as He Hongnian finished speaking, he fell into deep contemplation. His gaze, profound and penetrating, searched through the crowd, landing on Gu Yusheng. He had just discerned the nuances in Lei Jiangheng's sword strike. It appeared that this young man possessed some skill. Yet Lu Zhan was uncertain whether the majority of the power in that strike was mitigated by the sect leader or if it was truly Gu Yusheng's own defense. If it were the former, why would the leader protect a disgraceful child of the sect? Was it merely for the sake of fairness? If it were the latter, this young man was indeed extraordinary. Lu Zhan was acutely aware of Lei Jiangheng's mastery in the sword arts, even without employing true spiritual power. Lei Jiangheng's prowess in swordsmanship ranked among the top 3 in the sect. Could this young man have already reached the bone-forging realm? Lu Zhan pondered, startled by his own thoughts. How could that be possible? Even a genius like Chu Chun had recently encountered a bottleneck while forging his limbs, expending vast resources, which left even him, an elder, feeling a twinge of envy. The thought of his son, Lu Chun, having conflicts with Gu Yusheng also stirred a sense of unease within him. The opening of the demon suppression tower? He had been lamenting a lack of opportunity, and now one had presented itself. The crowd buzzed with noise, whispers rising and falling like the tide. Upon hearing this news, Gu Yusheng's first reaction was to recall the spiritual energy that had been surging from the depths of the cold cave in recent days. Combined with He Hongnian's mention of demon beasts troubling Qingyun town and the hurried departure of his mentor, all these signs suggested that something significant was afoot. As if a storm were brewing, Gu Yusheng felt no fear of the demon beasts. On the contrary, the chaos of the human world filled him with a sense of anticipation. His steadfast belief was not rooted in the desire to slay demons for glory, but rather in the opportunity to uncover the truth from years past. As the world's turmoil resurfaced, those who had conspired against his father would inevitably come to light. His hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. The demon suppression tower, he yearned to venture within. Firstly, to ascertain the true sharpness of his blade, and secondly, to expedite his growth through combat with the demon beasts. Over the past 6 months, under the guidance of Mr. Qin, he had experienced rare joys in the mortal realm, filling his days with purpose. Now, with Mr. Qin's departure, he no longer wished to stand beneath the eaves and evade the rain. 3 days hence, all disciples were to proceed to Lingshao Peak, without fail. The voice of the sect leader, Suanzi, resonated in each ear. Yes, the assembled crowd responded in unison at the martial arts arena. Suanzi's indifferent gaze first fell upon Gu Yusheng, then shifted to Chu Chun. As he declared, you two intended to engage in a contest at the martial arts arena. When the demon suppression tower opens 3 days from now, you shall lead the charge, setting an example for the disciples of Qingyun sect. With a face ashen with fury, Chu Chun stepped forward, declaring with pride, I shall not disappoint the sect leader. He then cast a provocative glance towards Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng merely clasped his hands in salute. Ignoring Chu Chen's taunt, Suanzi's cold stare bore into Gu Yusheng. All the disciples of Qingyun sect hope you possess the courage to draw your sword, rather than emulate your father. This is the sole value of your presence in our sect. Do you understand? Grimacing, Gu Yusheng replied, if the need arises to draw my sword, I will do so. Arrogant, Lu Zhan bellowed, glaring at Gu Yusheng. Is this how you speak to the sect leader? Are you implying that the beasts within the demon suppression tower are so feeble that drawing your sword is unnecessary? If you are timid, like your father, you should descend the mountain at once, lest the world trample upon the honor of your Gu ancestors, bringing shame upon you. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, Gu Yusheng stepped forward resolutely. I extend this sentiment to Elder Lu as well. Should a great demon invade one day, I hope you do not flee. Remember your surname then. Impudent. Lu Zhan raised his sleeve, his eyes narrowing sharply, as though Gu Yusheng's words had pierced his pride, ready to chastise him. Enough. Suanzi's mere glance quelled Lu Zhan's fury. As an elder, to speak without regard for the world's esteem, to attack others based on their surname, to flaunt the glory of the Lu clan? I doubt this demonstrates superiority. Can you not withstand a mere phrase? Have you ever fled from demons? Lu Zhan's gaze flickered, taking a step back in fear, hastily declaring, Sect leader, Such an event could never transpire with me, Lu Zhan. Of course, I trust you, Suanzi replied, his expression impassive, his eyes fixating on the unsheathed sword beneath the demon suppression monument, his demeanor growing even colder. How goes the restoration of the Qingyuan Hall? Lu Zhan's expression soured once again. It will be completed shortly. Then it is not yet finished? Suanzi's gaze was piercing. I shall attend to it immediately. Lu Zhan, begrudgingly lowering his head, turned to leave, casting a lingering glance at Gu Yusheng. Disperse now, return and prepare. With a wave of his sleeve, Suanzi placed his hands behind his back and walked alone to the demon suppression monument, bowing deeply before it. At the martial arts arena, the disciples of Qingyuan sect hurried in various directions. The elders, in small groups, engaged in earnest discussions on how to ensure their disciples gained experience after the opening of the demon suppression tower without losing their lives. With a stern expression, Lei Jiang cut through the elders, leaving behind a remark. You all failed to educate your disciples rigorously during regular times, and now seek to remedy it? It is too late. Brother Lei, we are not fortunate like you. After all, not everyone is a genius like the ninth prince. Reflecting on this, I am reminded that the only individual who endured more than 3 days within the demon suppression tower was none other than senior brother Lei, correct? At once, an elder interjected, Junior brother Mu, you are mistaken. There was indeed another who surpassed 3 days within the tower, far exceeding senior brother Lei's duration. Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, several elders fell into contemplation, their expressions marked by astonishment, yet others soon reacted with mocking smiles, most shaking their heads. This matter is rather amusing. Gu Bai has long since perished, and his sword has become a disgrace to the sect, yet you persist in bringing it up. Junior brother Mu? Indeed, Gu Bai did remain in the demon suppression tower for over 7 days, but he merely fell asleep. How amusing. Other elders joined in the conversation regarding Gu Bai's venture into the tower, and soon, the elders from various peaks became animated, their faces alight with smiles as if they had discovered a wellspring of joy. Let us speak no more of it. That boy has not wandered far. Indeed, it is true. Let not the next generation bear the burdens of the past, is it not so? The jarring voices pierced through the wind and snow. Reaching Gu Yusheng's ears, he stepped forward, approaching the tortoise, gazing intently at the icy sword, his fingers turning pale. Mo Wanyan silently approached Gu Yusheng, offering no words of comfort. She stood alongside him for a protracted period before quietly departing once he appeared calm. Thank you. Gu Yusheng inhaled deeply, turning to leave. As he neared the exit of the training grounds, Yu Qingshan awaited him around the corner. Standing with his sword, he spoke softly. There are 3 days remaining. Would you care to learn some skills from me? Gu Yusheng clasped his hands in a salute, but silently shook his head. Yu Qingshan paused momentarily, observing Gu Yusheng as he walked away, ultimately choosing not to pursue him. He Hongnian approached silently, stating coolly, Junior brother you remain rather aloof. Have you heard their tales of Gu Bai? A trace of an inscrutable emotion crossed Yu Qingshan's face as he sighed. It seems that within the Qingyuan sect, there is indeed little of substance to discuss. The trivialities they recount are flavorful, yet oblivious to the intertwined fates that await us all. Each of our destinies resembles dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Where they land today, to where will they drift tomorrow? Perhaps those with integrity and honor are inscribed upon that monument, leaving behind a mere assembly of tasteless individuals. Though I do not consider myself lofty, I am reluctant to wallow in the same mire. Sister, why did you not speak a word on Gu Bai's behalf, having known him well in the past? He Hongnian twirled a bead, replying, Junior brother, I have already embraced the path of Zen, my heart is now empty. Is that so? Yu Qingshan retorted, gazing into the distance. As long as you believe it yourself, life is filled with long regrets, and matters of the heart, much like fallen flowers in flowing water, often reveal one party's intention and the other's indifference. Yet, the one thing I have never comprehended is love. I only understand the affection that extends to all under a roof. Senior brother Lei's actions towards that child today were indeed excessive. Perhaps I have misjudged our sect leader in the past. He Hongnian stood by the cloud bridge, observing the snowflakes dancing around Qingping Mountain. After a while, he spoke softly. Does junior brother you truly believe that child suffered a loss after drawing his sword? Today, were it not for your intervention, things would have escalated. Others may be oblivious, but I find it hard to believe you are as well. His reluctance to learn swordsmanship from you likely stems from Master Lu personally teaching him. Yu Qingshan's expression was inscrutable as he replied. Master Lu mentioned that the child declined to learn from him. He Hongnian's expression stiffened. Is that so? Then who taught him his swordsmanship? Chapter 61. Tempering the Golden Bones. Entering the Demon Suppression Tower in the Peach Blossom Grove. Gu Yusheng had not wielded a sword for a long time. However, Today, he danced with his sword in the small courtyard, its ringing sound resonating, its shadow flickering. Numerous grievances weighed heavily on his heart. He had not forgotten Mr. Qin's words. When faced with uncertainty, seek the spring breeze. Yet, it was still the heart of winter, and the spring breeze could not reach Qingping Mountain. Thus, he sought answers from the sword in his hand. How should one address the injustices of this world? As such, Gu Yusheng found an answer within himself. He endeavored to suppress his malice, yet the murderous intent within him grew ever more intense. Today, in the martial arena, his life hung by a thread. How perilous it was. Whether it be the ninth prince or Lei Jianghong of the Qingyun sect, these individuals wished for his demise. Naturally, he wished for theirs as well. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the inadequacy of his sword. If only the sword were sharp enough, it could cleave through the world, rendering all truths comprehensible. He was still not strong enough. Gu Yusheng gripped his wooden sword tightly, which hummed as though resonating with his heart. The mountain wind was frigid, and so too was his heart. Yet, deep within him, there remained a warm and gentle place. He had not forgotten Miss Mo's righteous words, nor her quiet companionship when others spoke of him with scorn. In this life, having one person by his side was surely enough, wasn't he it? The malice within Gu Yusheng receded. With each movement of the sword in his hand, his prowess gradually revealed itself. The sword's tip stirred the snowflakes, which swirled throughout the courtyard, dissipating as the sword energy took effect. It was the summer sword technique, comprising 9 movements. Gu Yusheng silently recited the incantation. The sword light dazzling. The branch of the bright moon separates from the tree. The interplay of yin and yang gives birth to duality. The 3 origins and 5 energies create the purple clouds. The celestial bull revolves amidst the myriad phenomena. The jade wheel and the northern dipper count the sands. The heavens soar and the earth dips, filled with the Milky Way. Bearing immortals, we wander and embrace the celestial clouds. The lingering echoes of sorrowful winds return to the path. The gourd and the wine vanish like mayflies. With each phrase, a corresponding movement. The first movement. The moon branches apart. The second, the dawn and dusk. The third, the 3 origins and 5 energies. The fourth, the myriad phenomena. The fifth, the first sight of the eternal sands. The sixth, the hall filled with the Milky Way. The seventh, bearing immortals on a journey. The eighth, the echoes of sorrowful winds. The ninth, the vastness of heaven and earth. Gu Yusheng had only comprehended the first 4 movements. The subsequent techniques appeared formless and lacked true power. Mr. Qin had once told him that the summer sword technique harbored the intent to sever immortals and comprehend the mysteries of the universe, advising him to conceal his sharpness and maintain simplicity, not to wield it lightly. In these times, Gu Yusheng felt a deep-seated resentment, be it celestial beings or divine deities. He yearned solely to seek solace in the sword, unafraid of the heavens and the earth. A solitary journey, prolonged over time, dwindles the convictions one holds dear. Gu Yusheng possessed his own principles, firmly anchored in the path of the sword. The events of today stirred tumult within him, leaving his heart in disarray for an extended period. Eventually, he paused with the wooden sword in hand, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he spoke. Sir, my heart, Gu Yusheng, ultimately cannot encompass the world. What I safeguard is merely a small patch of land. The echoes of my childhood joy reside within me, untouchable by others. In this world, where demons roam, I have not tasted the peril of their claws, yet I have endured the scorn of mankind. If this sword cannot quell the fury within me, then I shall forgo its practice. With that, Gu Yusheng sheathed his sword and ventured toward the cold cave to cultivate and temper his bones. Given that the Qingyun sect harbored demons, he sought to discern whether the demons were indeed more malevolent than humanity. Within the cold cave, Gu Yusheng instructed the snow ape to guard the waterfall's entrance. He retrieved a heavy gourd of wine from his waist, uncorking it to reveal the starry blue radiance of peach blossom wine. Hesitation gripped him, for he feared the risks involved, but the events of the day had extinguished all hesitations. Should Mr. Qin be present, he would ensure his safety, yet with Mr. Qin far away, only the sword could safeguard him. Since he had severed all paths of retreat the moment he entered the Qingyun sect, he resolved to forge ahead courageously. A single drop of wine slid down his throat, and the terrifying energy contained within the starry blue essence rendered his body as heavy as a mountain. He felt the chilling aura of the spiritual wine coursing through him. Pain coursed through his being, but he paid it no heed. While words can wound the soul deeply, today's wine merely inflicted corporeal pain. As it penetrated his very marrow, Gu Yusheng bore it silently. The resilience in his eyes stood tall and majestic, akin to the towering Qingping mountain. The mysterious spiritual energy flowed into every bone of his body, beginning with the limbs, then the ribs, spine, and finally the skull. Clenching his teeth, Gu Yusheng observed as the silver light on his bones gradually transformed into golden hues, the golden essence spreading from his limbs to his ribs. He felt no joy. Hatred supplanted the pain. He took another sip of wine, gritting his teeth and enduring further. The radiance emanating from him startled the snow ape, who stood at the cave's entrance, its eyes fixed on Gu Yusheng, perplexed by the sudden intensity of its once tranquil master. It had previously endured a mere few hours of cultivation upon a stone, while Gu Yusheng persisted for 2 days and nights. Except for his skull, the rest of his bones had turned golden. The half-filled gourd of wine was now nearly empty. Gu Yusheng rose and gently patted the snow ape's head, offering it a sip of wine. Upon tasting it, the snow ape erupted into a frenzy, leaping into the cold pond with wild abandon, howling in exuberance. "Don't die," Gu Yusheng remarked as he exited the cold cave, changing into a fresh set of garments. A solitary figure ascended the Lingshao Peak, approaching the demon suppression tower. He arrived as the ancient seals of the tower were gradually unraveled by 18 elders, with Xianzizi wielding the sect leader's decree to maintain the formation. No one noticed Gu Yusheng's arrival, for the disciples of the Qingyun sect were all engulfed in an inexplicable pressure. Indeed, the aura of demons was real. Slaughter, bloodlust, and madness incessantly eroded their rationality and inner peace. This was merely a precursor, as the seals of the demon suppression tower had not yet been fully lifted. Mysterious runes flickered like lightning, crackling ominously. Faintly, the sounds of demonic beasts echoed from within the tower. Many disciples turned pale, their legs trembling beneath them. In this moment, Gu Yusheng stood motionless, appearing somewhat like a crane among chickens. He was neither tall, nor had he been tutored by renowned masters of the sect. Yet, numerous disciples of Qingyun were retreating, their innate fears prompting instinctive reactions. Gu Yusheng did not seek the familiar silhouette among the crowd. He did not wish to demonstrate his courage by being the first to enter the demon suppression tower. Particularly, he thought of the Miss Mo, who occasionally occupied his thoughts. His path as a swordsman could not be so constrained. His intention was to behold the grotesque countenance of the demonic beasts, to see if their appearance mirrored the ugly faces of the elders who had mocked his father. With a resounding rumble, a mystical rune gate opened, revealing the passage into the demon suppression tower. It was dark, profound, and seemingly endless. Xianzizi appeared before Gu Yusheng, his gaze fixed upon him, devoid of any emotion. Gu Yusheng lifted his head to meet his stare. This was the sect leader who had once shattered his wooden sword, yet he bore no sentiment towards him. That sword of humiliation had become his remarkable testament. Unbeknownst to Gu Yusheng, whether the disciples of Qingyun had discovered the courage to slay demons from that very sword remained a mystery. He turned back, only to find countless eyes fixated upon him, mocking him with expressions of schadenfreude. Xianzizi attempted to speak, but Gu Yusheng had already lifted his foot, taking the first step forward. He ventured into the unknown path within the demon suppression tower. Xianzizi remained impassive, his gaze shifting to Chu Chun, coldly commanding, "Follow." Chu Chun, who had been secretly relieved, felt a twinge of displeasure at Suanzai's words. He strode forward with greater strides than Gu Yusheng, sneering, "If he does not walk, I shall be the first to advance." Suanzai's eyes were as deep as the ocean, silent and contemplative. He silently observed the disciples of Qingyun, trailing behind Chu Chun, eager and unafraid, as if they genuinely possessed unwavering courage. As the door threatened to close, Xianzizi slowly lowered his eyelids, a hint of anguish and sighing etched upon his countenance, rendering his face ashen and devoid of luster. As the sect leader, he felt fortunate that someone walked ahead of Chu Chun. Yet, he grieved that so many disciples of Qingyun took Chu Chun's identity as their source of bravery, clustering behind him. But they were within the demon suppression tower. The demonic beasts were not discerning. They knew only that the flesh of cultivators was exquisitely delectable. "Master, wait a moment. I wish to enter the demon suppression tower as well." Mo Wanyun approached gracefully, adorned in a delicate robe and wielding a jade sword. Suanzai advised, "Miss Mo, this place harbors great dangers. It is unwise to venture recklessly." Mo Wanyun clasped her hands and replied, "Master, I am also a disciple of Qingyun sect. I have long desired to come here, but fear of the demonic beasts and concerns about ridicule held me back. Now, I feel braver and am determined to see for myself." "Very well," Suanzai relented, maintaining the barrier of the demon suppression tower. As Mo Wanyun entered, the enigmatic door gradually closed behind her. Suanzai lingered at the entrance, motionless for an extended period. Eventually, he turned as if struck by a revelation and bowed, saying, "Elder Mo, what brings you here?" "My granddaughter has formed her own opinions. As her grandfather, I felt compelled to come and see for myself, Mo Fanchon replied. Holding a book yet lacking the leisure to read, his gaze fixed meaningfully on the now sealed door, murmuring, "It may lead to death." Chapter 62. The Prison of the Caged. The sword's first test against demons Lingxiao Peak. The winding path ascended steeply as Lei Jianghong, bearing the Tianzong sword, progressed slowly. Not far ahead stood the demon suppression tower, adorned with radiant runes. Lei Jianghong's eyes, sharp as lightning, remained fixated on the tower. Soft footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, he beheld Lu Zhan approaching in black attire. "Brother Lei," Lu Zhan said, his gaze flickering as he feigned a bow. However, Lei Jianghong scoffed, his disdain unabashed. "There are no outsiders here. Spare me the theatrics. In my eyes, you remain that scheming outer sect disciple. Do not presume that a mere title as elder will earn my respect. Speak if you have something to say." In response to Lei Jianghong's cold words, Lu Zhan adopted a sycophantic demeanor, smiling broadly as he presented a box before him. "Brother Lei, during my recent repairs at the Ningyuan Hall, I stumbled upon this piece of Shanyuan stone, perfect for honing swords. Given my limited talent, it is better suited for you. One should not strike those who bear smiles." Upon hearing Xingyuan stone, Lei Jianghong's expression shifted slightly. He seized the box, snapped it open, revealing a radiant azure stone within. Although he appeared somewhat pleased, he still regarded Lu Zhan with contempt, coldly stating, "Do not think for a moment that your intentions escape my notice. Your petty schemes are transparent to me. The matters concerning your son and that wretched child are personal grievances. One of them is destined to perish. Your son lacks the competence to employ subterfuge. He should avoid leaving traces. You are aware, the regulations of Qingyun sect are established by the 3 sacred grounds. And as an elder, your transgressions are compounded." Lu Zhan squinted, his body bent in a seemingly humble posture, and clasped his hands, saying, "Brother Lei, I merely wish to know which direction the demon suppression tower will open this time. I harbor no ulterior motives." Lei Jianghong cast a penetrating gaze at Lu Zhan, who, at the opportune moment, raised his head. Their eyes intertwined for a brief moment before Lei Jianghong broke the silence, remarking, "In those years, Gubai treaded an unconventional path. His son now follows in his father's footsteps, a cyclical return." Lu Zhan's countenance brightened with joy as he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Having received the answer he sought, Lu Zhan turned to descend the mountain, his formerly obsequious expression fading, replaced by a countenance marked by malice and resentment. Lei Jianghong squinted, watching Lu Zhan's retreating figure, a cold smirk escaping his lips as he swept his sleeves and ascended the mountain. The altitude here was considerable, and with each step, he felt an invisible weight pressing down upon him. Even someone as formidable as Lei Jianghong found each stride laborious, his movements heavy and burdensome. The sword upon his back hummed ominously. Before long, his complexion grew ghastly pale, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Yet, he did not pause, murmuring to himself, "Xiaorang, can you ascend to this height and behold the unique scenery of the Qingyun sect? To what extent has your cultivation reached?" With a flick of his fingers, Lei Jianghong performed a hand seal, and suddenly, his feet, once buried in deep snow, were freed. Before his eyes appeared a flat platform, an entirely new world for him. Every blade of grass, every stone, was a marvel. He chuckled triumphantly, his laughter echoing around him, but abruptly, his expression froze. For he had spotted a stone marked by the traces of someone who had long sat upon it. Furthermore, on the nearby rock face, there were evident sword scars. Lei Jianghong's entire being seemed to petrify in that moment, as the wind tousled his hair, leaving it in disarray for what felt like an eternity. The Demon Suppression Tower. Gu Yusheng walked at the forefront, the air thick with an oppressive silence, the stench of decay pungent. Ahead of him loomed a dim expanse, yet unexpectedly, at the pinnacle, a brilliant beam of light pierced the heavens, cascading down to a hidden spring. From the outside, the Demon Suppression Tower appeared modest, yet within, it was vast beyond measure. Larger than the demon hunting forest he had previously traversed. However, its expanse was illusory. The tower itself was a rare treasure of the world. Intricately linked to the mountain's veins, deeply embedded within Qingping Mountain, beasts of immense size sealed within would automatically shrink, their power diminished. The Qingyun sect held no records concerning the tower, only knowing it predated their own existence. Above was not a true sky, but rather a tempest of thunder and lightning. Dark clouds swirling ominously, with torrential downpours in certain areas. The scenes unfolding before Gu Yusheng completely surpassed his understanding. Yet, he masked his astonishment, gazing at the bizarre spectacle before him, as peculiar thoughts began to stir within. Could it be that this realm is the true nature of the world, while the outer world is merely a colossal prison? At the terminus of the light, 8 distinct beams of luminescence spiraled, resembling a colossal, intricate formation. At the moment Gu Yusheng stepped onto the platform, the intricate formation of the Kimin began to whirl in a frenzied dance. He gazed intently at the ever-changing array, his focus steadfastly fixed on the life gate of the Kimin Dunjia. Although he was not well versed in the art of Kimin, he recalled playing similar elusive games of hide-and-seek in his childhood with his father in their courtyard. With delicate steps, he continuously tread upon the life gate. The speed of the Kimin formation gradually diminished. Just as it seemed poised to come to a halt, an apparition unexpectedly emerged, inadvertently displacing Gu Yusheng from the life gate, causing the 8 gates to shift towards the death gate. "Are you disciples here for training?" An elderly figure inquired. "I am an elder of the Tianling Peak, tasked with guarding this entrance. Present your sect tokens. I shall verify them one by one." The speaker, an old man with grayish-white eyes and weathered skin, bore the marks of prolonged exposure to a shadowy realm. Gu Yusheng produced his sect token, and the elder scrutinized him before commanding, "Enter and wait. Do not wander without my permission." "Who is Chu Chen?" Gu Yusheng felt a peculiar force emanating from the elder's sleeve. The array beneath his feet shifted, and a unique transference power surged forth. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. More precisely, it was a dimly lit arena, surrounded by chilling iron walls and bars, with Gu Yusheng positioned at its center, encircled by the layout of a gladiatorial arena. Ethereal lights flickered in various corners. Yet directly before him stood a large, ominous door that was tightly shut, behind which a palpable aura of danger pulsed. Tap, tap. Gu Yusheng could not discern whether the sound was that of raindrops or the footsteps of others. He lifted his gaze and beheld, beyond the bars above, the recently transported disciples of the Qingyun sect. Suddenly, ancient mechanisms creaked to life, causing his brow to furrow slightly. A thunderous roar erupted as a partition descended from above. And at that moment, Chu Chen's figure also materialized on the other side of the barrier. An aged voice resonated from above. "You two are engaging in a private duel in the training arena, violating sect regulations. The sect master has decreed that in the demon suppression tower, you shall face the trial of slaying demons. You are to lead the way for the other disciples, as an example. I advise you both. You must conquer the demon beasts to seize the keys that will unlock the secret door to the arena." Upon concluding his words, the elder raised his hands, each gripping a key. Accompanied by guarding disciples, 2 bloodied pieces of meat were brought forth. He inserted the keys into the flesh, and with a flick of his fingers, the 2 pieces soared above Gu Yusheng and Chu Chen's heads, thrown into the shadows behind the dark door. Howl! A cacophony of roars erupted from behind the door, a tumult of competing demon beast voices that sent chills down the spines of those present. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, standing outside the arena, turned pale at the sound of the beasts. In that moment, they finally grasped the essence of training. This ordeal involved unleashing the demon beasts for a one-on-one slaughter. Just how formidable were the beasts lurking behind that door? Were they truly to face such a brutal trial? On the other side of the partition, Chu Chen maintained an air of composure, casting a sideways glance at Gu Yusheng. He sneered, "Gu Yusheng, you are merely a commoner hailing from a remote town by the Kanglan. Yet here you are, sharing the arena with a prince. Even if you were to be slain by a demon beast, your name would be spoken of in reverence, all thanks to my presence. In this regard, you are far more fortunate than your timid father." Gu Yusheng fixed his gaze on the ominous, shadowy door ahead and replied calmly, "You are not in a much better position. If you truly hailed from noble lineage, would you find yourself imprisoned in a cage? Even if your status were indeed exalted, what would it matter? You would still be akin to a monkey confined within bars. The distinction between cowardice and bravery will soon be revealed." From the depths of darkness, 2 eerie lights emerged, not true illumination, but the eyes of a demon beast. It lunged at Gu Yusheng from the shadowy realm, its sharp claws glistening with a chilling sheen. An initial tier demon beast, the spectral tiger, unleashed its wrath with a gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, its claws poised to strike. The ferocious creature had briefly tasted freedom, with its target set squarely on Gu Yusheng within the arena. At that moment, every breath was held in suspense, all eyes fixated on the airborne spectral tiger. Emma Wanyan, among the onlookers, kept her hands tucked within her sleeves, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gu Yusheng. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet she hesitated, fearing it might distract him. With a swift motion, Gu Yusheng grasped the wooden sword at his waist. Though it remained sheathed, a flash of sword light flickered through the air. The spectral tiger inexplicably split in 2. A dull thud followed as the 2 halves of the demon beast fell lifelessly to either side of him. Its claws still extended, but its blood staining the ground, a pungent scent filling the air. Gu Yusheng had not moved an inch. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Mo Wanyan muttered, "He has learned to show off." Despite her sarcastic remarks, a faint smile played at the corners of her lips, as if the triumph were her own. On the opposite side of the barrier, Chu Chen's previously gleeful expression froze in disbelief. Though he was closest, he could not discern how Gu Yusheng had executed his strike. Yet the spectral tiger lay dead. It was just an initial tier demon beast, he mocked, even as he sought the key, when suddenly, two spectral lights ignited from the same dark door on his side. "Come forth." Chu Chun drew his shinny-long sword, his voice rising sharply, betraying an uncharacteristic tremor in his hand. With a roar, another spectral tiger emerged, but this one was in a state of furious rage, its fur bristling. Rather than leaping, it charged like a wild bull, racing around the circular arena and appearing behind Chu Chun, leaping into the fray. Chapter 63. If fairness is absent, then let the sword protect oneself. Ninth Prince, behind you. An elder shouted urgently, and a sharp sword aura surged from outside the arena, swiftly severing the claws of the spectre tiger. Chu Chun, awakening from a dreamlike state, abruptly realized the situation. The Xianlong sword in his hand radiated a dazzling sword light, cleaving the spectre tiger into several pieces. The powerful sword energy, spilling from the tip, rose like a tornado to great heights, appearing both magnificent and immensely powerful. The heavenly sword technique. The elders guarding the disciples of the Qingyun sect were astonished to witness Chu Chun unleash such formidable sword energy. The renowned swordsmanship of Brother Lei has been passed down to the Ninth Prince. Upon hearing the elders' astonishment, the Qingyun disciples displayed expressions of deep envy and quiet jealousy. Is this what genius looks like? The Ninth Prince is truly formidable. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. It was Lu Zhan's son, Lu Chun. The Ninth Prince is impressive. Instantly, disciples from Yunfan echoed in agreement. Although they realized it was the elders who had prompted the earlier actions, they felt compelled to praise him, given the elders' astonishment. Meanwhile, a few disciples from Qingyun sect remained silent, their eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. They were not concerned about the fairness of the situation for Gu Yusheng and Chu Chun. Rather, they secretly lamented that the spectre tiger had not killed Chu Chun. Had he perished, the Qingyun sect would surely have been embroiled in excitement. The monotonous practice was exceedingly dull, and many harbored resentment towards Chu Chun's arrogance. If he were to die, their venture into the demon tower would be halted. A tranquil life was certainly preferable to dancing on the edge of a knife. Elder Ji. An elder stationed at the demon tower frowned deeply. Many words were unsuitable for the current occasion, and earlier, Ji Tiansheng had opened the door to the demon tower without consulting the other elders, altering the teleportation array's position unilaterally. Such minor transgressions might not usually matter, but the importance of the demon tower was paramount to the safety of the Qingyun sect. Should a demon beast escape, countless lives in the entire Qingping prefecture would be in grave peril. However, Ji Tiansheng merely sneered dismissively, saying, "Elder Gu, he is a prince of the Xianlong dynasty. If anything were to happen, neither of us would be able to provide an adequate explanation." Elder Gu furrowed his brow, glancing meaningfully at the dark door where the key had been dropped, saying, "I merely remind you that in both conduct and action, one must maintain fairness." As they spoke, Chu Chun had already retrieved the key from the belly of the spectre tiger. He smiled mockingly at Gu Yusheng, who had failed to find a key, taunting, "Gu Yusheng, your father's cowardice has stolen your fortune for a lifetime. Ha ha ha." Having said that, he opened a hidden door behind him and successfully emerged from the arena. At that moment, the vast arena was left with only Gu Yusheng. This fellow truly had the worst luck. Indeed, the spectre tiger had been the most ferocious, and the piece of meat it had been fed should have been claimed by it. Who would have thought it would not possess the key? He would have to continue battling with demon beasts. What kind of demon beast would emerge next? Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from below. The ground shimmered with long, interwoven illusions. "Ah, a snake!" A female disciple of the Qingyun sect exclaimed loudly, clearly having an innate fear of serpents. While one might not fear the fierce python lurking in the forest, as a cultivator, the snakes confined within the demon suppression tower are far from ordinary. Although they may not qualify as demonic beasts, they certainly belong to the category of ferocious creatures, their venomous fangs harboring potent toxins that, in some respects, render them more perilous than first-tier demonic beasts. From the shadows, a series of venomous snakes gradually revealed their true forms. Their bodies adorned with dark red patterns reminiscent of flames. Their heads were significantly smaller than their elongated bodies, leaving behind long trails of fiery marks upon the ground as they slithered. Fire pythons. The elder tasked with guarding the demon suppression tower exhibited a flicker of astonishment. How could such lower-tier ferocious beasts ascend to this level? Just as he prepared to strike at the snakes, he was halted by Ji Tiansheng, who remarked, "This is not surprising. During the last disturbance in the demon suppression tower, several beasts sealed between the layers inevitably escaped. Many of these creatures, despite their brief freedom, were hunted down by other powerful beasts. Thus, it is not entirely a misfortune. If Elder Gu is concerned, he may report this matter upward. However, it is no easy task to return all the sealed beasts to their original confines." Elder Gu furrowed his brow tightly, realizing the snake's venom was exceedingly potent, posing a grave threat to the young man. "Elder Gu, allow me to remind you that this serpent does not exceed the strength of a second-tier demonic beast. Only those surpassing that threshold can be effectively restrained. Do not forget, the perilous act of opening the demon suppression tower was intended to facilitate the rapid growth of the Qingyun sect disciples, to enlighten them about the dangers of the outside world. It is not prudent to rush in to shield them at the slightest disturbance." This young man, eager to engage in combat, clearly exhibits a proud and unruly spirit. Thus, encountering these serpents should not pose a significant issue. As Ji Tianqing spoke, his gaze fell upon Gu Yusheng, then shifted to the elder beside him, lightly stating, "If true danger arises, you may intervene to preserve his life." With such words, the other elders found it difficult to counter. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with peril. As cultivators, they must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fire pythons emerged from the darkness, raising their heads high and flicking their crimson tongues. The fire pythons seemed to sense a power within Gu Yusheng that could facilitate their rapid advancement, their bodies suddenly swelling in size, their scales gleaming with a brilliant light. Witnessing this scene, many gasped in astonishment. If there were only one, there might be room for maneuver. However, there were a dozen of these fire pythons, and within the shadows lurked two more crimson glows, indicating that a lead python was commanding the others. In the arena, Gu Yusheng observed the restless fire pythons and understood the situation. Previously, he had ingested the gallbladder of a python, greatly enhancing his cultivation. Although he had since digested the energy contained within that gallbladder, these fire pythons must have sensed a kinship from his blood. Are there no other demonic beasts? Gu Yusheng mused, slightly shaking his head. During his time hunting in the demon forest, the creatures he had encountered most frequently were indeed the pythons among the ferocious beasts. As the fiery pythons gradually advanced, Gu Yusheng did not retreat, but instead stepped forward with determination. When the pythons lunged, he raised his hand, summoning a surge of sword energy at his fingertips. With a swift motion, the invisible blade pierced through the heads of numerous serpents, severing them instantly. With a flick of his wrist, his figure eerily appeared behind the shadowy door. A pair of crimson lights suddenly flared, and moments later, they manifested within the shifting shadows. The sound of thuds echoed as the bodies of the pythons plummeted to the ground. A rustling noise arose from the ground as Gu Yusheng emerged from the dim doorway, dragging a massive fiery python that spanned several dozen yards. The serpent's head had vanished, soaring high into the air and tracing a long arc of flames. Gu Yusheng reached into the python's carcass and extracted a serpent's gallbladder, radiating a fiery, glass-like brilliance. With a decisive motion, the giant python's head finally fell to the earth. The disciples of Qingyun's sect, who had been gasping in astonishment moments ago, now stood frozen, as if they had forgotten to breathe. "Boy, hand over the gallbladder." Ji Tianqing was the first to react, his eyes glinting with intense greed. As the guardian elder, he understood better than anyone the treasures held within the formidable beasts imprisoned below. This fiery python had survived in the molten core of the demonic beast tower, rarely seen by anyone. The gallbladder, resembling a shimmering flame, was an invaluable treasure, bestowing immunity to both scorching heat and biting cold, an exquisite boon for those who practice their craft on the snow-laden Qingping mountain. "Yes, surrender the gallbladder." The other elders quickly followed suit, nearly leaping forward to seize it. "I can reward you." One elder, realizing he was too late, suggested offering Gu Yusheng benefits instead. "Apologies, but it belongs to me," Gu Yusheng replied calmly, the gallbladder clutched in his palm, blood trickling from his fingertips. He lifted his hand, surveying the elders who had spoken, and declared, "You tossed the key into the beast's mouth, testing one's courage and strength. What do you truly desire? The lives of the disciples of Qingyun's sect, or their demise? You are merely hypocrites, trampling on the dignity of others and undervaluing their lives. Compared to the beasts, you are the true culprits of harming your own kind. If your rules are absolute, then I too desire my own. Deny me, and that shall be my rule." Impudent. Ji Tianqing's face turned ashen, poised to strike. Yet at that moment, Gu Yusheng executed an unexpected maneuver, hurling the gallbladder towards the ominous door. The gallbladder shattered midair, unleashing a wave of energy. Boom, boom. From behind the dark door, Dozens of various beasts burst forth, their footsteps chaotic and heavy. They seized and slaughtered indiscriminately. And in the blink of an eye, the arena was strewn with the dismembered remains of the beasts. Altogether, they numbered in the thousands. After their fray, they soon turned their predatory gaze upon Gu Yusheng, slowly encircling him. At this moment, all the elders fell silent once more, none daring to step forward. Gu Yusheng lifted his head slightly, raising the wooden sword in his hand. Faced with the multitude of demonic beasts, he appeared utterly helpless and solitary. In this instant, even the disciples of King Yun's sect felt that the scene before them was excessively cruel for Gu Yusheng. A single person may perish, but such a demise is unjust. It turned out that the ninth prince faced only one demonic beast, while Gu Yusheng was surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands. This was indeed a deadlock. "Let me down." A voice suddenly broke the stillness. The elders turned to see a delicate figure, her gaze calm and pure, piercing their hearts and revealing the filth within. "If this is the situation, I too should possess the right to choose." Mo Wanyan approached the icy bars at the edge. She longed to call out the boy's name, but restrained herself. The elders remained silent, none daring to answer her or allow her to descend. "Miss Mo, that is not permissible." One elder shook his head slightly, sighing. He secretly activated the demon suppression order, reinforcing the barriers before Mo Wanyan, obstructing any possibility of her aiding Gu Yusheng. Below, Gu Yusheng's voice echoed as if emerging from a deep well. "Is this what you call fairness? From the very beginning, I never possessed the qualification to stand on the side of justice. I understand that the key is merely a pretext for my demise, a means for someone to have me, Gu Yusheng, perish here, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Do you wish to use my inadequacies and misfortunes as fodder for your idle conversations?" No one could respond to Gu Yusheng's words. In truth, they were incapable of answering his questions. Ha ha ha. Gu Yusheng stepped forward, standing in the shadow of the demon suppression tower, yet feeling as though he was enveloped in the darkest abyss. "If someone wishes for my death, then I shall not succumb. My life, Gu Yusheng, is not so trifling. The demonic beasts cannot take my life, nor can you. It is merely a key, and I have my own means of retrieving it. Open your eyes and behold." Gripping the sword hilt with his right hand, Gu Yusheng's gaze swept over the indistinct faces before him, suddenly resting on one spot, his eyes shining with brilliance. The wooden sword was unsheathed with a swift motion. A surge of azure sword light erupted forth, devoid of any ostentation, merely a single stroke. Cultivating the sword with heart, concealing it with spirit, sharpening its edge, and seizing the moment. He did not employ the Futu sword, but executed the fundamental sword concealment technique known to all practitioners. In an instant, the sword energy unfurled like a blue curtain, slicing through the air, only to be stained by blood, the azure light replaced by crimson. Accompanied by the wails and struggles of the demonic beasts, countless severed limbs and flesh flew through the air. As the sword light dissipated, Gu Yusheng's silhouette flickered. Returning with a bloodied key clutched in his hand, the wooden sword gradually returned to its sheath. Gu Yusheng spoke with an air of indifference, saying, "The materials from these demonic beasts are worth 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold more than the serpent's gall we encountered earlier. If you like them, feel free to take them." As the secret door swung open, the key was once again raised high and tossed behind the deeper gate. As Gu Yusheng's silhouette gradually approached, Mo Wanyun discreetly moved to an unnoticed corner, as if her earlier plea had never occurred. The disciples of King Yun's sect instinctively parted to the sides, regarding Gu Yusheng with expressions of astonishment, as if they were gazing upon a monster. Chu Chun gripped the Xianlong sword tightly, his countenance as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Meanwhile, Lu Chun trembled incessantly, pointing at Gu Yusheng with an expression of resentment, accusing him. "Gu Yusheng, dare you defy the elder's command? Is my act of slaying demons erroneous?" Gu Yusheng narrowed his eyes. "Perhaps you would care to join the fray?" Lu Chen's face turned pale, instinctively waving his hands in protest. Very well, very well." Ji Tianqian's eyelids twitched, his gaze flickering, as he noticed the peculiar looks from the other elders directed at him. As he beheld the young man before him, a chill crept down Ji Tianqian's spine. His astonishment stemmed not only from Gu Yusheng's formidable prowess, but also from the fact that Gu Yusheng had unraveled his scheme in such a manner. With so many demonic beasts present, who would believe that no foul play had ensued? What he initially thought to be a trivial matter was now laid bare before the other elders. Ji Tianqing hurriedly retrieved a large cylinder filled with thousands of keys, exclaiming, "Enough dawdling. Each of you must select a key. Only those who survive are entitled to leave." "No, I refuse to choose." Lu Chun, still reeling from Gu Yusheng's earlier intimidation, now faced the mountain of demonic beast corpses below, the overwhelming stench of blood sending chills through him. He has tampered with it. He aims to see us all perish. Ji Tiancheng, who initially harbored all his animosity towards Gu Yusheng, found the veil of secrecy shattered by Lu Chen's words, exposing his actions to the public eye. In an instant, the disciples of King Yun's sect began to retreat, unwilling to meet an untimely demise without understanding the circumstances. Silence. Ji Tianqin's figure flickered as he struck Lu Chun across the face. Who do you think you are to defy my will? Here, one must abide by the rules. With that, he forcefully tossed Lu Chun into a closed cage. Ah, save me. Let me out. Lu Chen's terrified cries mingled with the roars of the demonic beasts from within the cage. Choose one, unless you wish to join him in there. Ji Tiancheng was beginning to lose his composure. His cold gaze swept over the King Yun disciples, who reluctantly stepped forward to select a key, hoping for fortune in encountering a weaker demonic beast. Meanwhile, the other elders exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet their distance from Ji Tiancheng was noticeably greater. Observing the disciples acquiesce, Ji Tiancheng secretly exhaled in relief, yet his other hand clutched a key tightly as he searched among the King Yun disciples. As the number of disciples dwindled, a sense of urgency began to creep in. At that moment, Mo Wanyun's voice emerged from the shadows. Elder, are you searching for Lu Chen? Ji Tianqin's gaze was sharp, and upon recognizing Mo Wanyun, a smile adorned his face. Miss Mo, he greeted. Mo Wanyun raised her delicate finger and replied, the person you cast in earlier is Lu Chen. What? Ji Tianqin's expression shifted dramatically, and without a second thought for decorum, he instinctively rushed forward. At that moment, Elder Gua stepped in front of him, his demeanor grave. Elder Ji, are you truly? I did not. Do not speak recklessly. Ji Tiancheng quickly donned a smile, concealing the key hidden in his palm. I have said nothing. Why are you so anxious? Gua Qi stood resolutely, preventing Ji Tiancheng from advancing. Then explain why there are so many demonic beasts below. How would I know? Ji Tianqin's eyes flickered. Gua Qi, what do you mean? Have I offended you in some way? Some matters should not be taken too far. If you act on the first day of the month, others will respond by the 15th. This is only fair. Moreover, the punishment you have enacted upon yourself should be adhered to until the end. Otherwise, the heavens above King Yun's sect shall remain perpetually dim. Fine, fine. Ji Tiancheng abruptly waved his hand, casting a deep glance at Gu Yusheng. He ceased to care for Lu Chen's fate. With no one beside Gu Yusheng, Mo Wanyun retrieved a key from the sign tube and approached him. As she passed by, a subtle smile graced her lips, her sparkling eyes meeting Gu Yusheng's gaze for a fleeting moment. Miss Mo, I saw you while in the abyss, Gu Yusheng murmured softly. That brief statement caused Mo Wanyun's hand, which held the key, to tremble slightly. She smiled at Gu Yusheng, her expression reminiscent of a plum blossom blooming amidst ice and snow, stirring one's heart. Gu Yusheng found himself smiling foolishly, realizing the essence of survival. Her smile was a balm for his spirit, and his response, in turn, bestowed upon Mo Wanyun the courage to vanquish demons. Yet, neither spoke of it, nor did anyone else know. You, follow me, Gua Qi commanded, stepping before Gu Yusheng and scrutinizing him with discerning eyes before turning to walk ahead with hands clasped behind his back. As they passed a prison cage, a bloodied hand reached out. An elder had opened that door, and Lu Chun was dragged out, clinging to the remnants of life. His body was a gruesome sight, half of his face gnawed away by a beast, a truly harrowing spectacle. His gaze was fixed firmly on Gu Yusheng, as if blaming him for all that had transpired. Gu Yusheng felt no tremor within, stepping over the bloodied hand. Had he not possessed the ability to wield a sword against the demons today, he feared he would have been left with nothing but bones. Yet, someone like Lu Chen still managed to cling to life. Observing the long trail of blood on the ground, Gu Yusheng understood more profoundly. Sometimes, humanity is more terrifying than the demons themselves. Chapter 65, Silent Love. A young man's pursuit of his father's shadow, Gu Yusheng followed closely behind Gua Qi, aware of the elder's true nature. However, based on the recent events, it seemed he was not entirely malevolent. Gu Yusheng traversed the seemingly interminable corridor in silence, its length suggesting an endless expanse. He lifted his gaze, yet the pinnacle of the tower remained elusive. This place resembled an ancient spire, akin to a self-contained realm. Along his path, he encountered venerable trees, charred remnants of their former selves, while delicate snowflakes occasionally descended, blanketing the world in white. Do not be astonished. The enigma of the demon suppression tower surpasses your wildest imaginings. In a certain sense, it bears the hallmark of a sage. Some assert that the King Yun sect is merely a gatekeeper, and they are not mistaken. This world is vast, so vast that one might presume a sword could unveil its truths. Yet, in reality, what you can comprehend is but a fleeting illusion reflected in a mirror. At this juncture, Gua Qi slowed his pace. casting a glance back at Gu Yusheng, as if recalling something from the latter's visage. He sighed. This world is also quite small. Small enough that within the expansive Qingyun sect, there exists no place for you, Gu Yusheng. It is riddled with schemes and treachery. You must think as much. Do you not? Gu Yusheng refrained from responding, uncertain as to why Elder Gua had suddenly grown so earnest, sharing such seemingly irrelevant discourse. He concealed his left hand within his sleeve, while his right remained close to his body, a precaution allowing for swift action should danger arise. I have met your father, Guiqi remarked, a singular individual who, despite his constant sword-bearing, never neglected to clutch a book in his hands. He paused, his words laden with significance. You must sense it too, among those of your father's generation within the Qingyun sect. Either they have ascended to the rank of elder or their names have been etched upon the demon suppression monument. An unconventional soul seldom enjoys good relations, even if blameless. You are still young, perhaps yet unaware of the true nature of humanity. When Gu Bai's name remains uncarved upon that monument, all negativity associated with him shall inevitably befall you. As the saying goes, beneath a collapsed nest, no egg remains intact. The world's cruelty is starkly palpable. Gu Yusheng raised his head and inquired, Elder Gua, why do you assist me? Assist you? Guiqi chuckled softly. I merely fulfill my own responsibilities. If one were to speak of assistance, it would be in reference to the time your father gifted me a piece of hushi during his trials in the demon suppression tower. Each dawn and dusk, it allows me to glimpse the most exquisite light of the mortal realm, albeit for just a fleeting moment. Gu Yusheng's expression faltered slightly. Suddenly, Guiqi quickened his pace and remarked nonchalantly, who among us has not experienced youth? However, the path of life occasionally offers no choices. In my youth, while vanquishing demons, I fled in fear during a beast invasion of Qingyun town. Out of 10 fellow disciples, I alone survived. The other 9 perished beneath the claws of the beasts. While I would have surely succumbed had I remained, I nonetheless clung to life. I have been condemned to guard this place for eternity, deprived of witnessing the sun rise and set over the world. Therefore, when you still have the chance to behold the dawn and dusk, you should express gratitude. For the warmth of this world continues to illuminate your path. Guiqi halted before a door, its surface adorned with radiant runes. He produced a unique token, which emanated light, causing the door to slowly creak open. Behind the door lies a unique chamber, furnished with a table, books, and a bed. Step inside. This is your temporary sanctuary. Guiqi stands at the entrance, arms crossed. Within the demon suppression tower, this is the final refuge. Every 4 hours, the door here will open, manifesting randomly in some part of the tower. Outside, various demonic creatures await you. Whether they prefer a vegetarian diet or lean towards carnivorous appetites is left to chance. Of course, you may also choose to depart. But the sole condition for leaving is to ignite the lamp on the table using the essence of a demon spirit as fuel. When the lamp illuminates, you will be transported outside the demon suppression tower. Listening to Guiqi, Gu Yusheng gazes at the table, and indeed, he observes a dim lamp resting upon it, its base adorned with ancient, enigmatic runes. Moreover, the chamber is replete with similar symbols, some of which have begun to fade due to the passage of time. I understand. Gu Yusheng responds, clasping his fists respectfully. Guiqi nods, and, as he turns to leave, glances back at Gu Yusheng. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Your father once resided in this room. A look of astonishment crosses Gu Yusheng's face, but before he can inquire further, Elder Guiqi has departed, and the runes above the door shimmer, gradually sealing the chamber. Gu Yusheng tests the door, realizing he is indeed trapped. Alone, he sits on the cold floor, his expression blank and his gaze vacant. The youth is, in part, a young man. A son's longing for his father is often subtle and silent, much like a father's love for his son, which tends to be expressed more through silence than words. The boy's memories of his father are tinged with fear, not the fear of punishment, but a deeper anxiety, an apprehension of disappointing his father, of causing him sorrow, of provoking his silent self-reproach. Yet, Gu Yusheng lost his father during his formative years. The man who perpetually carried books and a sword, yet never uttered grand philosophies or moral maxims, has become a distant memory. In fact, Gu Yusheng can scarcely recall the face that spoke more through silence than lectures, leaving behind only the silhouette of a figure departing through the peach blossom grove. 3 years have passed, and Gu Yusheng believes he has matured significantly. Nevertheless, he remains seated on the frigid floor for an eternity. He can trace the path once tread by his father, yet that figure ahead can only exist in his memories. He has striven to suppress thoughts of the past, and to forget the father who has departed, yet tears still escape uncontrollably. Opening his mouth in silent anguish, he feels the crystalline droplets blur his vision, and within them, he perceives the hazy visage of his father. Thus, Gu Yusheng silently raises his arm to wipe away his tears, forcing a resolute expression upon his youthful face, and begins to laugh foolishly in the solitude of the room. In that moment of reverie, the tightly shut door creaks open. Gu Yusheng suddenly springs to his feet. Just as a child quietly plays in a room, awaiting the return of a father, he rushes to the door. However, he is met by a fearsome beast, its icy claws tearing through Gu Yusheng's immersion in past sorrows, shattering his memories like a mirror crashing to the ground. Gu Yusheng lets out a fierce roar, drawing his sword. The immense sword energy surges forth, reflecting the unrestrained turmoil within the young man's heart. The searing blood of the beast splatters across his face as he wipes it away and charges towards the next creature. Gu Yusheng laughs unabashedly, like a lost child, fervently wielding his wooden sword. This unremarkable wooden sword gradually becomes stained with the blood of the monsters, blooming like the first peach blossoms of spring, crimson and beautifully radiant. Occasionally, the claws of the beasts tear at his clothing, leaving trails of blood on his arms. Yet he feels no pain. He swings his wooden sword until his body grows numb. Time passes, though he knows not how long. Gu Yusheng glimpses a light. He turns to look, and there it is, the lamp in the room illuminating him, seemingly guiding him home. Dragging his weary body, he walks back, approaching the lamp. Captivated by its flickering flame, reluctant to leave, he lies down on the bed, succumbing to fatigue, and in his dreams, a youthful smile graces his face, hinting at a blissful dream. Chapter 66. A sword strikes down the third-stage snow demon. The mysterious blue stone on Lingshao Peak, Suanjizi, the leader of the Qingyun sect, sits in a pavilion sheltered from the wind and snow, holding an ancient divination mirror. Occasionally, images of Qingyun sect disciples within the demon suppression tower materialize in the mirror. When the figure of a young man appears, piercing a second-stage demon with his sword, Suanjizi's expression shifts slightly. Zuking, today marks the third day, does it not? Indeed, master, replies a young man clad in green, respectfully. He is around 23 or 24, a disciple from the last recruitment, and Suanjizi's only direct apprentice, recently returned from his training. He exudes a certain weariness despite his youth. How many disciples remain in the tower? Master, approximately a dozen. Zuking answers respectfully, adding a comforting remark to Suanjizi. This batch of junior brothers and sisters has performed admirably. I recall when I first entered the Qingyun sect, it was said that Uncle Lei persevered for 3 days in the demon suppression tower, slaying dozens of demons, an aspiration for us all. At this, Suanjizi turns to regard Zuking, who suddenly realizes and hastily bows, apologizing. I misspoke, master. Suanjizi replies calmly, having aspirations and role models is always beneficial. There is nothing wrong with that. When I entered the demon suppression tower, I encountered the third beast and could not defeat it, nearly losing my life there. Your Uncle Lei has undoubtedly mastered his swordsmanship to the point where he can now easily slay 5th-stage demons. During your recent training, did you encounter any dangers? King Zhu responded vaguely, it's all right. Suanjizi stroked his beard and said, with this token, you may enter the demon suppression tower. Should you encounter any third-tier demon beasts while training inside, you must lend your assistance. Yes, master, King Zhu replied, accepting a unique token from Suanjizi and examining it closely in his palm. After a few steps, he paused and inquired, Master, who was that junior brother in the mirror? His swordsmanship seems not to have been imparted by Uncle Lei. There is one called Chu Chun, who is indeed the direct disciple of Uncle Lei. And this child is Gu Yusheng. King Zhu was taken aback for a moment and clasped his hands in understanding. He then hurried toward the demon suppression tower. In the pavilion, Suanjizi rose silently, placing his hands behind his back, the wind causing his robes to flutter. At that moment, He Hongnian approached, dressed in a gray Daoist robe, and softly remarked, Senior brother, you have been in this wind for 3 days. While we cultivators are not afraid of the cold, such prolonged exposure to the wind can ultimately be harmful. Suanjizi gazed into the distance, speaking meaningfully, Junior sister, how should I deal with the elders within the demon suppression tower? They have contributed to Qingyun sect despite being shrouded in darkness. He Hongnian appeared not to have heard Suanjizi's question. Her gaze was fixed on a copper mirror, her hands clasped together as she spoke. Senior brother, how many more days do you think he can endure? I have heard that on the day the tower opened, he single-handedly vanquished 100 demon beasts, overshadowing the genius title of the 9th prince. The disciples emerging from the tower have been spreading tales. And is it true that Qingyun sect possesses such profound swordsmanship? Indeed, it exists, though it remains inaccessible to us, Suanjizi replied, turning to gaze at the demon suppression monument nestled between the 6 peaks. The fervent heart of youth is often difficult to extinguish. It seems that sword has granted him boundless motivation. My initial intention was to inspire more individuals within King Yun's sect, yet I never anticipated they would mock that sword, using it to belittle the boy. Perhaps I should not have shattered that wooden sword. It was rather cruel. Junior sister. Did I err? He Hongyan approached Suanjizi and said, I received a message via carrier pigeon from various regions of Kanglin Kingdom yesterday. They request that the disciples of King Yun's sect venture forth once more to slay demons. The other 3 sects in Qingping Prefecture have suffered considerable losses recently. Senior brother, your concerns for the future of King Yun's sect are commendable. At least this new batch of disciples is diligent in their cultivation. Inevitably, there are times when the old and the new do not connect. Suanji's aside. Let the disciples of King Yun's sect descend from the mountain to undertake some tasks. Upon their return from the tower, reward them with contribution points for the sect, enabling them to select cultivation manuals on the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. The 2nd floor? He Hongyan's expression shifted. Senior brother, are you suggesting that child has already entered the bone refining realm? There are numerous disciples in King Yun's sect. Junior sister. Do not focus solely on one individual. Yes, senior brother, she replied, clasping her hands. His silence on the matter confirmed her thoughts. How is this even possible? Such a cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Wait, how does senior brother know so much? Has he been secretly monitoring that child's growth? Demon Suppression Tower. Gu Yusheng stood in the snow, wielding a wooden sword, as 3 formidable snow demons approached him from a short distance ahead, each possessing peak 2nd-tier strength. However, Gu Yusheng remained unfazed, his gaze drifting from the thick snow underfoot to the wispy snowflakes descending from the heavens. A peculiar thought flickered in his mind. He sensed that the spiritual energy of the world was permeating downwards like the falling snow. Logically, in a demon-suppressing tower, the energy should emerge from beneath the ground, not descend from the sky. As Gu Yusheng pondered this, the 3 snow demons lunged toward him. In recent days, he had vanquished many ferocious beasts. Yet these 3 were entirely encased in frost and snow, resembling conglomerates of stubborn stone. Remarkably, they seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, forming a triangular formation to encircle him before launching their assault. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Yusheng executed 3 swift slashes, directing his sword energy toward the snow demons. The demons, lacking in speed, could not evade his strikes. The sword energy accurately struck their forms, causing sparks to fly and leaving only faint marks upon their bodies, which healed at an astonishing rate. Moreover, Gu Yusheng keenly observed that as they mended their wounds, they absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy into their bodies. A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Gu Yusheng's eyes. He swiftly evaded the oncoming flanks of 2 snow demons, using his agility to reposition himself behind them, where he concentrated his sword energy and delivered a powerful strike. The terrifying force cleaved one of the snow demons in 2, reducing it to mere heaps of snow and stone, just as he believed he had triumphed. The other 2 snow demons emanated an eerie frostlight and simultaneously unleashed a punch towards him. The fearsome wind from their fists, laden with frost and imbued with immense power, surged forth at great speed. This is bad. Gu Yusheng quickly employed his agility to dodge. Behind him, 2 resounding thuds echoed as their punches struck, shattering a millennium-old ice slab into a myriad of cracks. Were they truly snow demons or stone demons? Gu Yusheng felt a surge of bewilderment. During his recent encounters with various demons, he had grown accustomed to their peculiarities. Yet the snow demons before him exuded an enigmatic aura. As he evaded, the 2 remaining snow demons stood before the one he had cleaved, their bodies emitting the sound of stone scraping against stone. In an instant, they grew several feet taller, having absorbed the power of their fallen comrade. This absorption differed from Gu Yusheng's understanding. It was a mere physical fusion. Their aura thickened, as if they were on the verge of breaking into the 3rd tier. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Gu Yusheng decisively swung his sword. Heaven and earth extinguished. This marked his first time employing the hidden heaven sword technique. The sword light flickered ominously, piercing through the 2 snow demons. Boom. The formidable sword energy shattered the 2 demons into piles of snow and stone. Despite the success of his strike, Gu Yusheng did not display any joy. Instead, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the remnants. Crack, crack. Indeed. The 2 heaps of snow and stone suddenly emitted a sound akin to grinding teeth, their size having increased several-fold since their demise. Transformed utterly into a colossal snow demon. Its aura surged dramatically, revealing itself as a 3rd-tier beast. It opened its mouth wide, drawing in the snowflakes from the heavens and the frost from the ground, as if the very essence of winter was being consumed. Its presence intensified further, creating a self-circulating vortex of energy around it. exuding a formidable pressure that struck Gu Yusheng's face like a swift gust of wind, causing him a twinge of pain. Is this truly a third-tier beast? Gu Yusheng tightened his grip on the wooden sword, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. An unprecedented fervor for battle welled up within him. It was said that each advancement in beast rank significantly surpassed the strength of human cultivators of the same tier. Within the sect, many elite disciples could slay third-tier beasts. Yet only a handful could vanquish a fourth-tier one. As for fifth-tier beasts, they were beyond the reach of the entire Qingyun sect's practitioners, let alone conquering one. Even withstanding its might was a daunting task. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the snow demon struck its body, sending countless snowballs and gusts of wind hurtling toward Gu Yusheng's position. In an instant, a tempest raged, uprooting trees with alarming speed and an extensive reach. Leaving no time for evasion, Gu Yusheng inhaled deeply, channeling the surging spiritual energy within him into the wooden sword, which for the first time shimmered with a verdant glow. The essence of his true energy radiating brilliantly from the blade's tip. 3 elements, 5 energies. Gu Yusheng unleashed this technique with all his might, still apprehensive about its potency. He felt a golden sheen emanating from his bones beneath his green attire. Sword energy coiled like rings, stacking upon one another, forming a formidable 3-tiered assault. The sword energy intertwined with the gusts of energy, swiftly engulfing the third-tier snow demon's winds. As the tempest subsided, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Sword at the ready, Gu Yusheng cautiously lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a sense of vigilance. He extended his consciousness outward and surveyed the area where the sword energy had carved through the ground, only to find no trace of the snow demon. However, a blue stone, akin to the size of an egg, emitted a cold glow from the earth. It is dead? Gu Yusheng pondered, his expression inscrutable. After a brief moment, he approached, lowered himself, and grasped the egg-sized stone in his hand. A surge of pure power coursed through his palm and into his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What is this? A demon crystal? Chapter 67. The Bridge of Broken Souls. The return of the Wandering One amidst the snowstorm. As Gu Yusheng marveled at the stone, he sensed a distinct fluctuation of spiritual energy surrounding him. He focused intently, observing that the lamp on the table in the chamber had become extraordinarily bright. The snow demon, which he had just obliterated, was enveloped in ethereal wisps of light, from which clusters of demon essence were being drawn by the mysterious lamp. Although Gu Yusheng had previously sensed the lamp's extraordinary ability to absorb the essence of beasts, witnessing such a spectacular display was a first. Sheathing his sword, he hurried to the table, his eyes fixated on the lamp, now activated with runes. As its brilliance intensified, the runes on the walls appeared to awaken as well, glowing with an enigmatic light, and the runes on the door were similarly activated, momentarily sealing off the space. In the next moment, a series of enigmatic runes erupted from the lamp, activating the entire room and forming an ancient array upon the ground. Gu Yusheng felt a surge of pure power emerge, irresistibly drawn to him, swiftly coursing into his bones. A luminous membrane enveloped his skeletal structure, while the vital energy within him rapidly traversed his meridians, engaging in self-cultivation. What was this? A look of astonishment flickered across Gu Yusheng's face as he instinctively activated the bone-forging technique. His bones seemed to possess an unprecedented vitality, drawing upon the arcane power emanating from the wick, a force both domineering and wild, charging forth with abandon. Had he not refined his bones into golden ones, the sheer ferocity of such energy might have overwhelmed him. Originally, he had only lacked the refinement of the bones in his skull, but now, aided by the mysterious lamp that absorbed the essence of demonic beasts, he gradually completed the refinement of his cranial bones, becoming enveloped in a golden radiance. Furthermore, a layer of lustrous jade-like sheen formed upon his skin, as the silvery glow of his skull faded, giving way to the pinnacle of golden brilliance. Gu Yusheng felt an extraordinary lightness throughout his being, as if he were soaring among the clouds. His soul awakened from a chaotic realm, gazing into a world where directions were indistinguishable. He traversed the darkness, uncertain of the passage of time, until he beheld a sky adorned with a river of stars, akin to a celestial being gliding through the air. Suddenly, he spotted a bridge, above which stood a celestial gate radiating with a spectrum of colors. It seemed that if he could merely cross the bridge and pass through the celestial gate, he would reach the world of stars. However, as his soul approached the bridge, he was astonished to find it fractured in the middle, severed as if by an extraordinarily sharp sword. Gu Yusheng felt he could traverse the bridge. Yet as he drew near, he found himself unable to progress, the broken bridge acting as an invisible barrier, segregating him from two worlds, a magnificent gate within sight. yet forever unattainable. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his brain. The world before him collapsed with a thunderous roar. Awakening with a start, Gu Yusheng found the wick on the table still shining brightly. His bones radiated a golden brilliance, and his entire form resembled a freshly polished piece of flawless jade. Golden bones atop, jade-like ones, his skeletal structure akin to jade, his body reminiscent of an otherworldly being. This was a description Gu Yusheng had once encountered in an extraordinary tome regarding the celestial beings of the upper realms. At this moment, he should have felt elated. Yet he gazed at his reflection in the copper upon the wall, struggling to find tranquility. How could this be? Disbelief flickered in his eyes as he once again sat cross-legged, compelling himself to enter the state of enlightenment he had just experienced. This time, the world in which his soul resided appeared significantly dimmer, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Yet he still discerned that mysterious bridge. Gradually, he urged his soul forward. Standing before the bridge, gazing upon the severed bridge, silence enveloped the air. Why? Gu Yusheng opened his eyes, his face etched with profound reluctance. This bridge, after all, was the soul bridge through which practitioners' three souls return to the sea of their origin. Practitioners consolidate their primordial essence, unlock their meridians, and temper their bones, all to strengthen their bodies and liberate the three souls sealed within. By traversing the soul bridge, these souls would return to their destined porcelain vases, marking the official entry into the realm of soul condensation. Only those in the realm of soul condensation are true practitioners. They soar through the skies, their bodies as ethereal as a swan, their souls guiding their corporeal forms. With countless techniques at their disposal, they can choose their own path. Yet now, Gu Yusheng was astonished to discover that his soul bridge was inexplicably broken. Had it not been for this fracture, he might have directly ascended into the realm of soul condensation with the opportunity he had just encountered. My soul bridge is broken, Gu Yusheng murmured to himself, the sudden blow rendering him motionless in a meditative position, bewildered by the cruel jest fate had played upon him. Who could have severed my soul bridge? Destined to be devoid of longevity and cultivation? No, surely this must be a mistake. It must be that my cultivation is insufficient. Perhaps other soul bridges are similarly incomplete and require mending. After I undergo further trials and research, I may discover that the final pages of the bone tempering technique contain erroneous methods for entering the realm of soul condensation. Gu Yusheng sought solace in his thoughts. He resumed his meditative stance, drawing upon the accumulated essence of the demon spirits from the lamp's wick. Yet, that lamp soon dimmed. He then retrieved a blue crystal, from which he extracted a purer energy, transforming his bones gradually from golden to jade. By the time the blue crystal was depleted, his limbs and ribs had become jade. Save for his head. When the chamber door swung open, Gu Yusheng could hardly contain his eagerness as he rushed forth. This time, he encountered a horde of demons, numbering nearly 100, most of which possessed second-tier strength, with even one third-tier beast among them. Like a madman, Gu Yusheng charged into the throng with a wooden sword in hand. He single-handedly surrounded nearly 100 demons. The light of his sword flickered as he slashed through the second-tier beasts, their essences being absorbed by the lamp. The third-tier beast, seemingly endowed with intelligence, observed Gu Yusheng mercilessly dispatching the weaker demons and exhibited a look of fear, attempting to flee. However, it did not escape far before Gu Yusheng caught up, leaving a trail of deep gashes upon its hide with his wooden sword. This third-tier beast, known for its tough skin and robust defense, was brutally marked by Gu Yusheng, succumbing to its wounds and bleeding profusely. Zhu Qing, a direct disciple of the sect leader, sensed the overwhelming aura and presumed a fellow disciple was in peril. He hastily activated a secret transmission. Upon his arrival, he beheld Gu Yusheng dragging a third-tier beast, leaving a long crimson streak upon the ground. The beast still clung to life, its eyes, akin to bronze bells, reflecting utter despair and terror. As the door closed, Zhu Qing furrowed his brow. After a considerable moment, he drew his sword and made a small incision on his finger, allowing blood to flow. This was no mere illusion, he murmured to himself, scratching his head and muttering. Am I mad, or is he? Had I misjudged the third-tier demon beast? Bamboo Qing wore a bewildered expression, and then, with a spark of realization, he lightly tapped the back of his head. Of course, it must be due to the demon-suppressing power of the demon suppression tower, which has weakened the strength of the demon beasts. I must seek one out. I cannot let this trip be in vain. Given my current prowess, perhaps I could take on a weakened fourth-tier demon beast for some practice. If I cannot defeat it, I shall flee, but if I succeed, I would undoubtedly earn substantial contribution points for the sect, enough to make even the elders envious. This disciple, personally taught by the sect master of Qingyun's sect, activated the mysterious token bestowed upon him by the master, setting out in search of his quarry. At the border of Qingping Prefecture, delicate snowflakes fell gently. Along the official road leading to Xianhu Prefecture, a tea house that had been in operation for decades lay hidden among the snowy woods, occasionally releasing a wisp of blue smoke that spiraled upwards, only to be swallowed by the chill in the air. Behind the dilapidated door, an elderly tea seller, his face lined with wrinkles, leaned against the door frame, motionless. His murky gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, where the majestic and towering Qingping Mountain seemed even more enigmatic and grand when viewed from beneath the eaves. Suddenly, a flash of sword light pierced the gray sky, followed by a horizontal streak that darkened the heavens. The snow on the ground stirred without wind, and deep within the high, vast firmament, a colossal demon, with wings spanning 100 miles, suffered a sudden rupture in one of its wings, plummeting into the depths of the Qingping mountain range. The fallen wing quickly ignited into a blaze, vanishing from sight. The ground trembled slightly. Before long, the sky dimmed further. The entire world fell into an unusual silence. The tea seller rose and lit the oil lamp hanging on the wall. Without closing the door, he hung the frost-covered black kettle above the brazier, adding some charcoal to the fire. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily. The kettle above the brazier had long since boiled, and water bubbled forth from the spout. After a while, faint footsteps were heard from outside. A hand first steadied itself on the small courtyard door before a figure stepped in. Qingjiu, sword on his back, approached slowly while removing his heavy cloak, exhaling frosty breath. The tea seller remained seated, motionless, observing Qingjiu carefully hang his cloak on the wall, shaking off the snowflakes from his shoulders. With a poetic tone, he remarked, "You, who spend your days with a sword, have taken a page from those scholars. Returning home on a snowy night? Alas, my fine water has grown old." Qingjiu sat by the fire, silent and seemingly cold, almost shrinking into the brazier. He removed the heavy cloak from the wall and draped it over his shoulders, appearing somewhat more comfortable as he gradually expelled a breath of cold air. The tea seller poured a bowl of hot tea for Qingjiu. As Qingjiu grasped it, his hands trembled violently, spilling a considerable amount before managing to bring the tea to his lips. After finishing the tea, he leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. The tea seller placed the tea bowl by the brazier, added a generous amount of thick tea leaves, and roasted them over the coals until they almost ignited. He then poured water into the bowl and, glancing at Qingjiu, said nonchalantly, "Your sword has dulled. A mere 7th-tier demon king should not be a challenge." Nonsense. In the presence of Gu Yusheng, Qingjiu, who had never uttered a profane word, suddenly unleashed a torrent of curses. His brows furrowed tightly together. One hand pressed against his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. "Do you know," he lamented, "that I, Qingjiu, pride myself on my swordsmanship. Yet I have been ambushed by a blade wielded against an old comrade. 3 years ago, that formidable demon not only ascended to the 8th realm, but also assumed human form. Nevertheless, he remains nothing more than a pawn at the beck and call of others. As for what transpires next, I can no longer control it. I may be nearing death. It matters not where I perish. But I must not die in my tea house." The tea vendor, with fingers clasped around a tea bowl, listened as the liquid within gurgled, soon producing a vibrant blue flame, which he presented to Qingjiu. "Drink this," he urged. Qingjiu lifted his eyelids. The vendor smirked, saying, "It's not poisoned. Old man, I wouldn't tea waste it on anyone else." Chapter 68. Conversations under the night sky regarding past matters. The conclusion of the Demon Suppression Tower trials only then did Qingjiu consume the tea, his complexion improving considerably. The vendor reached out to touch the magnificent cloak draping Qingjiu's shoulders, exclaiming in awe, "What exquisite material! Cotton and hemp from Xianhu Prefecture, ice silk from Jingtingshan, and craftsmanship from Qixiu Workshop of Kanglan Kingdom. Merely a piece of this fabric would cost hundreds of silver coins. How does a man who can hardly afford wine possess such wealth?" Qingjiu shifted uncomfortably, wary of the vendor's dark hands soiling the fine cloak. He stroked the fabric, puzzled. "Is it truly that valuable?" "Indeed. I have sold tea for decades, earning my keep through honest work. The savings amassed over these years suffice to purchase such cloth," the vendor replied. Observing Qingjiu's expression, he inquired incredulously, "Wait, was it a gift from someone? A paramour?" "Utter nonsense. It was a present from my disciple," Qingjiu declared, a hint of pride evident on his face. However, the tea vendor suddenly hurled the bowl to the ground, anger flickering across his features. "Speaking of which, I must ask why you left before the year was out. Come now, explain yourself thoroughly. If I find your reasoning unsatisfactory, I may have to act against my conscience regarding tonight's tea payment." Confronted with the wrath of the vendor, Qingjiu's expression darkened. He clasped his hands within his sleeves, remaining silent for a while, then adjusted the cloak draped over his shoulders. His eyes became hollow, and his voice turned low and hoarse. He was the finest young man I have encountered throughout my travels, the most diligent, the kindest, and the one who revered his teachers the most. His name was Gu Yusheng. Do not forget him. The tea vendor noted the change in Qin Jiu's demeanor, growing increasingly curious. Is it merely a few extraordinary beasts? If you send me a message, I could certainly help you out. You, Qin Jiu, have always been thorough in your endeavors. Your sword is always stained with blood. After finally taking on a disciple, you choose to flee early. What does that signify? Rising to his feet, Qin Jiu made his way to the threshold, sitting down against the wind and snow, allowing the elements to batter his weathered face. He gradually pulled his cloak tighter around himself, appearing increasingly worn. Gazing into the distance at Qingping Mountain under the night sky, he murmured, "Old Xiao, has anyone seen the heavens since the dragon pillar of this world was severed?" The tea vendor nodded in response. The world is vast, and within it, there are always remarkable individuals. Even if the ascending dragon pillar is shattered and the flying immortal platform is destroyed, there will still be those who can traverse the void and reach the depths of the firmament. Why do I suddenly inquire about this? Qin Jiu's voice grew somber once more as he posed a question. Tell me, if a person's soul bridge is severed, do the three souls still have a chance to cross that insurmountable chasm? Clang. The tea vendor inadvertently knocked over the teapot, suspended over the brazier, his face a mask of astonishment. Repeat that, he demanded. Qin Jiu sighed. The child's soul bridge is broken. I originally intended to teach him more than just swordsmanship, but upon discovering this outcome, I could only impart a single sword technique. I have shared with him numerous simple truths that every ordinary person ought to comprehend. In this regard, I am utterly unworthy of the title master. When he addresses me as Mr. Qin, it fills me with guilt. Alas, the older one becomes, the more one seems to regress. The tea vendor remained silent for an extended period, the flickering light from the brazier reflecting in his eyes. Unable to hear a response, Qin Jiu re-entered the room, seated himself beside the fire, and propped the teapot back in place. Noticing the vendor's stillness, he suddenly realized, wait, old Xiao, you are concealing something from me. Do you know more than you let on? The child's soul bridge is not innate. It is a consequence of external factors. Moreover, you seem excessively concerned for that child. During my years of slaying demons in Qingping, what trials did you endure? Regarding that child? No. Concerning Gu Bai, why do you remain silent? Have you lost your tongue? I advise you not to inquire further. My knowledge is limited, and even if I possessed more, I would not divulge it, replied the tea vendor, adjusting the wick of the lamp, regaining his composure. In truth, a severed soul bridge is not insurmountable. Much like the path to the heavens, there is always a route available, albeit one that may require navigating detours and enduring hardships. As a swordsman, you should comprehend this better than I. The path of swordsmanship is fraught with challenges, Qin Jiu lamented, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he pressed, old Xiao. Having traversed so many roads and encountered countless souls, is there truly no means of remedy? There is, the tea vendor replied. Seeing the vendor's hesitance, Qin Jiu raised an eyebrow. In the three sacred grounds? Surely, with the sword in my hand, it would not be impossible to embark on such a journey. The tea vendor gently shook his head. Your sword can indeed resolve many matters, yet this particular issue is beyond your reach. The methods to reconnect the soul bridge are found within the Sacred Academy's Book Mountain, and you have offended a considerable number of its denizens. Even if you were to go, it would yield no results. Book Mountain of the Sacred Academy? Qin Jiu paused, then burst into laughter. The tea vendor's eyes widened. Have you lost your senses? I warn you, do not act recklessly. In your current state, venturing to Book Mountain is tantamount to courting death. Who says I intend to go? Qin Jiu remarked, picking up the tea bowl that the vendor had knocked to the ground, disregarding the dust within. He poured himself a bowl of hot tea and drank it with satisfaction. This time, it was the tea vendor's turn to look displeased and curious. Old Qin, you hold your cards close to your chest. Do not keep me in the dark. The vendor of tea, upon seeing the wine, grew anxious and slowly began to speak. The peach blossoms on Qingping Mountain are blooming splendidly, and one particular branch stands out as exceptionally unique. If that young man possesses the requisite fate, he will ultimately uncover the issues step by step and address them. For now, allowing the flowers to blossom and the trees to thrive is the optimal state. Moreover, that young man exhibits remarkable talent in the sword arts. Gradually honing his skills with a focused mind may not be a disadvantage. At Qingping Mountain, on Lingxiao Peak, in a pavilion, the sect leader, Suanzi, had his eyes gently closed. The leaders and elders from other peaks silently stood within the pavilion. Lei Jianghong, the master of Yunfen, stood upright, and behind him, the The ninth prince, Chu Chun, appeared to have emerged recently, still stained with demonic blood. The Xianyuan sword in his hand dripped crimson, and he radiated an aura of menace and killing intent. In a mere 5 days, he seemed to have significantly enhanced his strength. He had endured 5 days in the suppression tower, surpassing Lei Jiangheng's previous record of 3 days. Under normal circumstances, Lei Jiangheng would have felt elated. For Chu Chun was his proud disciple, to whom he had imparted his most cherished sword techniques. Should Chu Chun ever return to the Xianyuan dynasty and earn the support of the populace, Lei Jiangheng would undoubtedly bask in reflected glory, elevating his own status. Yet now, he furrowed his brow in concern. This year's disciples of King Yunmen included 2 individuals who had yet to emerge from the demon suppression tower. One was Mo Wanyan from the Holy Academy, and the other was Gu Yusheng from the Peach Blossom Grove. Regarding Mo Wanyan's extended stay in the tower, Lei Jiangheng was not surprised. As the granddaughter of a great scholar, her status afforded her numerous means of survival. However, his concern lay with Gu Yusheng. In recent days, tales of Gu Yusheng slaying 100 demons with a single sword stroke circulated throughout King Yunmen. While many accounts contained exaggerations, Lei Jiangheng felt compelled to verify 2 matters: whether that young man had indeed withstood his sword strike on the training grounds, or if the sect leader had intervened to dissipate it. This inquiry was crucial to him, for the second matter involved identifying who practiced swordsmanship on the flat expanse of Qingping Mountain, and who could provide guidance from such a lofty height. If these 2 matters were indeed interconnected, could it not imply that the true genius of King Yun was Gu Yusheng? If that were the case, all of Lei Jiangheng's investments in Chu Chun would be rendered illusory. "Master, someone is emerging," an elder called out. A vortex appeared above the demon suppression tower, and Mo Wanyan emerged from within, clad in white, her attire immaculate and devoid of any signs of fatigue from battle, as if she had merely taken a leisurely excursion and had yet to awaken from slumber. However, her aura was profoundly rich and pure, and most importantly, her skeletal structure glimmered with a radiant light, indicating that she had refined her bones into gold. "Junior sister, congratulations on acquiring a remarkable disciple." Suanzi sighed in relief before extending his congratulations to He Hongyan. He Hongyan swiftly flew out to catch Mo Wanyan from the air, her face alight with affection. "Wanyan, are you uninjured?" Mo Wanyan nodded slightly. "Master, I am well." The utterance of master seemed to rejuvenate He Hongyan by several years, causing even the steadfast resolve cultivated over years of asceticism to waver. Meanwhile, the elders of the King Yun sect, amidst their congratulations, felt a twinge of envy and sorrow. Yunfen and Lukang Peak both boasted promising talents. Regrettably, such fortuitous events had not graced their own hands. Should the sect leader not consider completely sealing the demon suppression tower? Just as the elders wore expressions of feigned delight, an incongruous voice suddenly broke through the atmosphere.